to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Wow, it's all happening now, baby. It feels like it's ramping up. Feels like it's speeding up. Giants back in town. Play ball lunch today. I present to you Exhibit A, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher in a collared polo, buddy. Good morning, you sharp-dressed man. How are you?
Murph, good morning. You know it's a very important day when the water boy throws on a collared T-shirt.
I got a sort of a button. I have the blazer in the car. I'm going sport coat.
Oh, you got blazer too?
I'm on the fun, brother. And I got a couple of years on you. When you hit my age, you throw the blazer on.
Well, here's the thing. They told me, like, hey, this lunch today is like business attire. I'm like, what's business attire? I show up to my place of business in a Santa Cruz hoodie every day.
Well, you're here to do what they call town business. I don't know. We're trying to do Poe Hill business. Is that what you're doing? Well, anyway, it's going to be good. It's going to be fun. We're going to see everybody out there. You're going to see Jung-Hoo Lee. You're going to see Pablo Sandoval in what might be his last appearance at Oracle Park. I mean, he'll be back in some form on the Wall of Fame, et cetera, et cetera. But his last game in uniform, I should say. It's kind of funny how he kind of knows. You know, he put out you sent that thing to the thread where he put out a social thing saying, hey, guys, Pablo Sandoval, come see me tonight. Like, he just knows his head is on the chopping block. He's not like, hey, I'm going to make the team this year. He's like, no, come see me tonight because I'm gone.
That's essentially what spring training has been for Pablo this year. It's been his farewell tour. And every time he's stepped up to the plate, whether it's in Scottsdale, out in Mesa, at any minor league ballpark, he's been getting a standing ovation. Same thing happened on Sunday out in Sacramento. Yeah. And I'm sure tonight, for everybody who's going down to the ballpark, is going to give one last final ovation for Pablo
I read
Sandoval.
that Melvin said the ovations are so good, he sometimes has pinch ran him in games just to get him the love.
Dude.
Late in games. He's like, yeah, just go run. Let's get some love going. So anyway, that was fun. And oh, by the way, Jordan Blanken Hicks, y'all. Yes,
Hello.
It's spring training. Yes, it's spring training. But it feels a little different in a big league park. And it feels a little different when you see big league hitters having none clue how to hit that slider and that splitter.
Yeah.
If anybody missed it, and I know, it was a Monday night spring training game. It was in Oakland. Yeah. Shout out Oakland.
And I know a lot of people missed the first inning last night also, Murph.
We all missed the first inning last night, except for one guy in a collared shirt to my left.
That's this guy.
Yeah. So
shout out MLB.TV.
So those of us who have our Xfinity, I think most people do, we all switched to 720, although those who weren't watching women's basketball, because I was catching a lot of that. My Bruins were sweating it, man. We were sweating. We had the flop sweat going. Creighton brought it last night, but we barely escaped. And the rest of the nation was watching Caitlin Clark. She was sweating, too, and screaming F-bombs.
Yeah,
see that?
I loved it.
She was screaming F-bombs.
Go ahead, Caitlin.
But they barely escaped, so we all... anyway, so if you weren't watching those games, there was a lot going on all at once. You had Caitlin Clark tied with 3 minutes to go. You had my Bruins. I'm sure nobody was watching that, but my Bruins were struggling down the stretch to put away Creighton. And then you had the Giants and the A's. So I go over to the Giants and the A's, and it's the freaking documentary on the 2014 World Series.
Oh.
And I keep like changing the channel and changing back and changing. I'm like, something going on here, something going on here, something going on here. Finally, I just ad-libbed it and said, it must be an A's game only because it's in Oakland. So I went 721. Jenny Cavnar, who sounded good, by the way.
Nice.
So I started just riding the A's broadcast. I was getting angry texts from the likes of a Brad Mansion. What the black is going on? I'm like, I don't know. I said, I guess it's only on the A's station this year.
Well,
today.
It's funny because the first thing I did as soon as I saw Kruk and Kite pop up on my TV, I screenshot it and put a photo out on Twitter. And then instantly people are like, how the hell are you watching this? I'm like, yo, it's just MLB.TV.
MLB.TV.
And so I got the NBC Sports Bay Area feed through MLB.TV. I don't know what happened for everybody else, but hey, I feel like I'm like in the exclusive club. Like when you show up and you see like a band do like a surprise, like a performance. I got the first inning of Kruk and Kuiper in spring training, and not too many other people did, Murph.
You're like Antonio Pierce hanging down with Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel, LaFleur, and McVay down at that end of the NFL coaches picture.
I'm in the club now, Murph.
Or like maybe something going on at bottom of the hill in your neighborhood. Like when Green Day played a surprise gig there.
That's true.
But anyway, yeah, well, how was the first inning?
The first inning was great because Jordan Hicks was dealing. The first inning was great.
Actually, did you know the true story? I was being a D last night because the family was sitting down and we had the game on. My wife, Candace, is used to this by now. Like when I was growing up, so we didn't have When you were growing up, did you have a TV in your kitchen?
No, I just had a TV in the living room.
Where'd you guys eat your dinner?
Oh, so our living room was kitchen, dining room, living room, but it was like all kind of connected.
I guess the question is...
So you could see the TV from the table.
I guess my question is this. When you were growing up, young water boy, baby water boy, was it acceptable for you guys to eat dinner and have the TV within sight, or was that a no-fly zone?
It depended. If a big game was on, the TV was on.
But
we
for
weren't
the most part, no.
For the most part, we would turn the TV off.
Yeah. So for us, just flat out, our TV was literally downstairs in like a den, and we just ate dinner in the kitchen. No TV within any sight. So I never watched TV during dinner, and that was kind of like the way we were raised. Now my poor kids, they think you're supposed to watch TV during dinner because Daddy has the TV on because I got to watch all the damn sporting events. So last night was another case, and I had the game on and I was watching, but dude, I was getting ticked. Hicks was, I think he was running his pitch. He walked Zach Geloff, second batter of the game.
Yeah.
And I was like, enough of these walks, man. Come on, man, wasted pitches, dude. Zach was like, relax, man, relax. And I was like, well, I hate it. I hate the free 90s. And oh, by the way, that was it.
Yeah.
After that, he just dialed in.
Oh.
And 10 strikeouts, if you missed it, 10 strikeouts in 5 innings. No hits, brother.
No hits, and 9 out of the 10 strikeouts were swinging strikeouts. And last night, he had the full arsenal on display. The swing and miss stuff. We know about the electric fastball, something that stands out in that first inning. He was only throwing 93, 94, kind of easing his way into the game. Now, by the 4th, 5th inning, he was dialing it up to 96, 97 miles per hour, using that 4-seam and 2-seam. But last night, the slider looked great, and then that splitter.
What is that splitty?
Was dropping off the face of the planet.
Yeah, and guys, big league hitters looked overmatched by it. Again, spring training game, so we can't get too excited, but I'm getting excited.
Yeah, you get 10 strikeouts and look as good as he did in his final tune-up.
Dude, it's the Mike Magnante line to me. Hitters tell you how your stuff is.
Yeah.
Those hitters were telling. Those hitters they had no clue.
Yeah, and we know that Bob Melvin has already came on our show and told us that he's going to be starting Game 3. But once you get Blake Snell back in picture, once you get Alex Cobb back in the picture, we're talking about Jordan Hicks being the 4th or 5th guy in your rotation with that arsenal of pitches.
So last night was our Giants ticket draft, right? So we're on the Zoom. By the way, shout out Matt Mayoko leaving the hotel bar in Orlando at the owners' meetings to come do the draft in an empty press room at 10:30 Eastern. It was 7:30 our time.
Well, Murph.
And Matty, by the way, if you need to know how Matty rolls on a Monday night in Orlando, in the blazer, in the sport coat.
Of course. He's always got the blazer on. And
TV
Murph,
guy.
we know that Matt is one of the most dedicated 49er and Giants fans that we know.
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to
and
watch.
Matty. So I'll give you 3 stories from the draft. Number 1 is that I said, to your point about, actually, I'll tell the other 2 first. So the first Dodger game that went off the board was drafted by somebody else, and on the 8-person Zoom, I said, Matty, and he was in Orlando, and he laughed. And then when his round came up, he goes, Murphy, I'm taking the Dodger game Friday,
June 20.
He did.
Matty's back.
He went, Murphy.
Nice.
So the comedy reached the Zoom. We don't know if anybody else got the joke, but we did.
That's a good inside joke.
And then I got the first pick.
You had 1-1.
I had 1.
Ooh.
What do you do?
What did you take? I know you're taking a Friday night game or Saturday.
Well, I mean, generally I do that. Opening day would be mine, but I do have a family funeral on opening day. Shout out to my wonderful Uncle Joe, who passed away at the age of 91, and we'll be up in Healdsburg happily celebrating his life with all my cousins and all the family. So after the public house, I'll be heading up to Healdsburg. So that's okay. You can miss an opening day for a family occasion. So I said, this is the whole point. I said, so my first pick, I take the NL West clinching. That's right. I said it. NL West clinching game 162, Sunday, September 29 against the Cardinals. Wow. Am I riffing? Yes. But after Jordan Hicks last night, maybe not.
Well, who knows, Murph? It might not only be the clinching game for the Giants. We can put that with an asterisk for now. But it also could be Brandon Crawford's last game in his career and last game in San Francisco.
I mean, that wasn't the driving force, but it was definitely a cherry on top for sure. I just love that last game of the season. It's just, I got a great vibe. I like the light. I like the shadows. It's like playoff shadows. I call it the sign the yearbook game. It's like the last day of school. Hey, sign my yearbook.
Everybody's in a good mood. Everybody's handing out autographs and stuff.
And if the season's gone well, it could have some meaning, right? So anyway. It was exciting. It was fun. It was creative. I enjoyed it. All right, guys. Also, what's going on? Shohei Ohtani.
Oh, we got more, Murph.
12 minutes of driving the bus over Ipe, backing up the bus, driving over Ipe again, putting it in drive, driving over Ipe again, putting it in reverse, reversing it over Ipe again. So this guy, my advice to Shohei after all, you better keep a closer eye on your finances. If you were that in the dark, I had no idea he had taken $4.5 million from my bank account. None. It's all Ipe lied to me. Ipe stole from me. Bro, where are you? What are you, sleeping all day?
Ipe's dead to me.
What are you doing? Giving out your password and then going to sleep? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Anyway, we got that going on. We got the 49ers making news with John Lynch down in Orlando talking about Aiyuk and Jed York buying shares from his mom. And today, Kyle Shanahan speaking. So
Kyle Shanahan spoke this morning, so we got updates coming up next.
Tons of stuff to get to. I wouldn't go anywhere. Rip off that knob.
Rip it off.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I think it's good.
Saratoga. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Saratoga's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Maddie Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Dieter Kurtenbach to break down John Lynch's latest comments about Brandon Aiyuk. We'll break those down next, and you can check in on the text line at 808-KNBR. Then check out all those stories and podcasts. Check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
And finally, when we went back to the hotel and talked one-to-one, that was when I found out that he had a massive debt. And it was revealed to me during that meeting that Ipe admitted that he was sending money using my account to the bookmaker. So when I was finally able to talk to my representatives, that's when my representatives found out that Ipe has been lying the whole time, and that's when I started contacting the Dodgers and my lawyers. So, in conclusion, I do want to make it clear that I never betted on sports or have willfully sent money to the bookmaker.
Wow. You believe him? Do you believe him?
No.
That's the bottom line.
I don't.
Yeah, I would say I'm highly dubious is what I would say. I would say I'll leave open the small possibility that he's telling the truth. Just because, I don't know, maybe I'm highly, let's put it, color me deeply skeptical.
Well, Murph,
deeply skeptical.
I think, especially from the angle I'm looking at it, there is some truth, but there is some lying. Like, I think he could be telling the truth about him not gambling on sports, but I don't believe this cover story about him not knowing that Ipe was involved, that he did not know about these debts, and that he stole $4.5 million from his account without him noticing.
Ipe has been, here's random quotes. Ipe has been stealing money from my account, has been telling lies. I never bet on sports or have willfully sent money to the bookmaker. I never bet on baseball or any other sports, or never have asked somebody to do it on my behalf. Never gone through a bookmaker to bet on sports. Okay, all right. Then this part's just a part about it. I think the part where he says that Ohtani, where Ipe says, let's go back to the hotel and break it down. Like, that's the first time he found out about it. That seems highly dubious. Quote, all of this has been a complete lie, Ohtani said. Ipe obviously basically didn't tell me about the media inquiry, so Ipe has been telling everyone around that he's been communicating with me on this account to the media and my team, and that hasn't been true. Ohtani said the meeting was a shock. Quote, just prior to the meeting, I was told by Ipe, hey, let's talk one-to-one in the hotel after the meeting. So up until that team meeting, I didn't know that Ipe had a gambling addiction and was in debt.
That I'm not buying.
Come on, brother. This guy's like your right-hand man. This guy's just, So that stuff doesn't add up.
No.
Which leads you to believe that other stuff might add up either.
Well, that's the fishy part of the story about how Ipe originally said in his interview with ESPN that Shohei was paying off his debts. And then even in his post-game meeting after Game 1 of the MLB season out in South Korea, he addressed the team. And Andrew Friedman was the one that said, yeah, Shohei's been paying off his debt. Then I think that entire story got back to Ohtani, got back to his camp, and that's when I think they put the spin cycle on it, because Ohtani might be oblivious enough to not think he was doing anything wrong by paying off that $4.5 million. But I think once his team stepped in, once his lawyer stepped in, that's when they started to spin the story saying, no. We didn't know at all because they don't want to have Shohei implicated with the crimes or whatever the hell's going on.
It's not the crime, it's the cover-up, as they've said forever in the history of time. Shout out Watergate.
Now, you go the other way where you think that Ipe might be covering up for Shohei.
Well, I'm definitely leaving open that possibility.
Legitimately gambling on games.
I'm definitely leaving open that possibility. Do you guys see the Pete Rose sound you guys sent to the thread?
Yeah, that's good. We'll hit that in a cool context.
He said, Murph, if I had an interpreter, I'd be home free.
Yeah,
is what he said.
Yeah, you need a fall guy. But my breakdown on that, Murph, sorry, real quick. Yeah. Sorry to jump in. If Ipe was covering up for Shohei Ohtani, if they were in cahoots the whole time, wouldn't they have their story straight before Ipe went and did this interview?
Unless you're bad at it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, shouldn't you have your ducks in a row? If you really are in cahoots, they would have talked about their cover story, and they wouldn't have needed to change it multiple times in 12 hours.
Some people are bad at cover stories.
That's the red flag to me. It's like these guys were not on the same page.
Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line hot early. 408 says, man, even the translator sounds like he knows Ohtani is lying. 510 says, I call BS on Ohtani. 916 says, if you think the attorneys and Dodgers and all the rest of them would allow him to make that written statement without verifying 100% is true, then you are too skeptical. Well, all right. I think people cover their A's, brother. 408 says, Colin Kaepernick said it. Stop running from the truth and stop running from the people. And 415 says, do we trust this interpreter? What if the interpreter was a Dodger plant and was saying what the Dodgers wanted him to say? I've always said interpreters hold, like kickers write history, interpreters hold the fate of the world in their balance. When Reagan and Gorbachev were having their 80s huge high-level nuclear showdowns in Iceland, they were going through translators. Be like, hey, man, This guy says we're going to bomb the S out of you. You know what I mean? We can just say whatever you want. So anyway, it's a tough deal. And by the way, they lost last night to the Angels 6-0 in an exhibition game. Ohtani hitless.
Oh,
maybe that's the more important thing.
The effect is happening, Murph. The trickle down. But I want to go back to what you're talking about, the interpreter, because I was even sitting there like, damn, Shohei said a lot, and this guy had a pretty quick answer. Yeah. So who knows? Again, it's his first day on the job with Shohei Ohtani. But my question is, if Ohtani had a written statement, then why was the translator trying to translate what Ohtani was saying instead of just reading the written statement?
I guess maybe you mean reading it in English. I mean, I guess the one thing I would say in that is that Ohtani wants a chance to have his voice heard. Like, here I am sitting. Instead of the translator just reading his statement, Ohtani's sitting there saying the words in Japanese. So I think that's part of like the whole like show face thing.
Yeah, but it was kind of weird. The interpreter was like trying to figure out what he said. There was even like, he was like, wait,
really?
what? He was like, he had to clarify one time with Ohtani. Like, wait, what did you say? Like he was taking notes.
Like
the
he wasn't
entire
prepared
time?
with the text?
What's why? Like, shouldn't have he
once
had
again,
the statement in English?
even more fishy.
Yeah. These guys don't have their ducks in a row.
If the Department of Investigations is really true about it, then this thing ain't over, baby. This thing ain't over. 415 says, I hope Ohtani's taking care of Ipe because there's no possible way Ohtani didn't know. Way to get Americanized and start lying and gambling and start trying to cover up the real story. Hey, baby, I think that's a human thing. You go to any culture in you probably go to a monk's retreat in Nepal, and they'd be doing this. One guy running numbers on the side and then lying about it to the head monk. You know what I mean? Human beings are human beings, bro. So, anyway, 209 says Ohtani needs to be banned for a season. I mean, listen, that's what we're talking about. Is he ever going to get suspended or anything like that? 415 says, guys, how about this? The Dodgers and Ohtani both knew about these problems, and that's why his contract was deferred just in case they ran into all sorts of problems. They'd be out of money. I don't know about that.
Yeah, see, I like the Trevor May approach yesterday. And it was something I was thinking about also. If this guy was $4.5 million in debt, wouldn't he ask for more than $2 million a year in salary?
Yeah.
You would think. I know he's got multiple cash avenues outside of baseball, but if he was this big of a degenerate gambler.
What's his current balance right now?
Oh, I'm sure he's got plenty of money.
That's what I mean. So maybe that's why he's like, I don't even need any more, too. And 95 says, even if he's guilty, MLB will do everything they can to cover it up. Now, that's, again, I said this last week. I'll say it again. I believe Rob Manfred would be that kind of sleazy guy, whereas Bart Giamatti, once he got whiff of Pete Rose, he came down on him like the feds on Al Capone, man. So, wow, this story continues. And, hey, like we said, does this narrow the gap between the Giants and the Dodgers? It feels like it does in some way. Jordan Hicks is out here throwing 5 no-hit innings with 10K. Ohtani sweating his way through a press conference. I mean, it just feels like a little tiny shift of energy towards the Bay. Just a tiny bit.
It feels like the vibes are higher in Northern California right now than SoCal.
Speaking of vibes, tonight will be the night Pablo Sandoval does his thing. So, hey, I told you we're trying to restore the tradition of saying good morning to our board up behind the glass in the second segment. That was the tradition for years. So I'd like to bring it back. Good morning, Tony Farias. How are you, brother?
What's up,
Fantastic.
Tony?
Good morning, fellas.
And how are you feeling about this Shohei Ohtani thing?
I think he's lying.
Yeah,
I do. I also think it's a bit of a slippery slope, and then it's like the translator was definitely taking notes. He didn't have anything prepared. He was literally transcribing it as Shohei was speaking to the press. It was very odd.
Go over their material together for sure. Should we also say, without getting into gory details, we have a text thread where we try to send each other content, try to make the show the best it can be. I'm not even going to say what Tony said. It was a false report from a fake Adrian Wojnarowski thing.
We got to throw the flag on the kid.
And, I mean, at first, of course, it startled me like it startled you, I'm sure.
I saw the headline. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, I was like, what? And then it took me just 2 seconds to say, this can't be true. And then when I looked a little deeper, I said, yeah, that's a fake account.
Yeah.
And so I wrote to the text line, dog, you owe us donuts. Because he likes to call everybody dog when he's exclaiming things.
I should have hit him with a pause on the text thread.
I was speaking sort of, just loosely and jokingly. I walk in this morning, box of donuts.
Dude.
This kid from Bob's, no less. We always like to know give me the time you entered the Bob's. What time? Give me the timestamp.
You ask and I shall deliver. I want to say it was 4:30. 4:30 this morning.
Oh, wait, did you leave from here?
No, I left from my house to go to Bob's.
Oh, okay. You arrived to the office at, what's your general walk-in time?
I arrived 15 minutes later than normal today.
Yeah, because you went to Bob's.
So I just went from my house straight to Bob's. Got to Bob's about 4:30. Got here about 4:45.
How was Bob's at 04:30?
It's a bit sketchy.
Yeah.
That place down there, man. I'll tell you what.
It's a great combination of some drifters, some people who are maybe looking for trouble, And then some hardworking Americans who just want to start their day with a donut.
That's it. People looking for trouble and people looking for donuts.
Yes, so we have a box out there, and I'm trying to shed that Christmas weight, and I had a good week last week, and now you're putting me back on it.
You asked for it. You literally said you owe us donuts. I mean, you asked and I shall deliver.
Loosely and metaphorically, and now that you brought them, I got to honor it by having one,
The kid delivers. Yeah, you can't deny a Bob.
All right, let's get the guest list on a Tuesday, March 26, 2024, 3/26/24. As the Giants come home, we go to the Play Ball lunch today. Waterboy's going to be excited to see Jung-Hoo Lee in person, since we didn't get to see him in Scottsdale.
Yeah, right? Can't wait to interview him. We'll see if Ipe's there to translate for him. All right, we'll talk to Dwayne Kuiper, 7:35. He's first up on the guest list because, Tuesdays are a smooth day. Dwayne Kuiper back in his Tuesday slot.
Yeah, just want to make sure everybody knows we're back. So if you missed yesterday's show, welcome back. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Mike Kruko. Tuesday, Kuip. Thursday, Susan Slusser, I believe, right? Okay.
Welcome to the Power Hour, Susan.
Yeah, or what used to be the Power Hour.
Yeah, it's not really the Power Hour anymore.
Yeah. They're selling ads now.
I still slip up on that one.
That revenue. People, turns out they like revenue, just like Ipe and Shohei.
Yeah.
All right, so Kuip is on Tuesdays from now until the World Series parade.
Let's go.
All right.
And Kruk and Kuip had their first broadcast together last night, so we'll break that down and get ready for the game tonight. Talk a little Pablo Sandoval, talk a little Jordan Hicks with Dwayne Kuiper. We'll dive into our big hit in the cooler of content in the 8 a.m. hour. Then at 8:30 this morning, we're going to talk to the other side of the broadcast, Jenny Cavnar, who's now the TV play-by-play voice of the Oakland A's. She'll stop by at 8:30 this morning.
Well, we had a great time with Jenny in Scottsdale at the Rusty Spur, per Raider Vito and Devin Fox, and so yeah, she's our pal. So it'll be great to have her. She sounded good last night. She's good at her job.
Perfect, and we'll break down Game 2 of the spring training Bay Bridge Series with Jenny Cavnar this morning at 8:30. Then at 9:30 this morning, that's what's up. We're wrapping up the show. Sergio Romo talking about Pablo Sandoval and his experience last year in the final spring training game.
Let's get into Pablo today around 6:50. Your thoughts, your feelings, your emotions. But next, on the other side, the 49ers. They're making news. They're talking. Aiyuk, he's tweeting. We got Kittle sticking his nose in it. It's getting sticky. It's getting sticky on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Called Bob's, right? Bob's Donut Pastries. Okay. We might be on to something.
back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I've seen Brandon a couple of times here. Actually ran into him in Cabo last week. He was randomly at our hotel. I don't think he wanted to be, but and I've seen him in the office a couple of times. But he's doing good. Hopefully we'll get this done sooner than later.
Okay, so that was obviously very muddy audio of Kyle Shanahan. I think Young Tone. I think we'll put the kibosh on that Kyle audio until future reference. But I could hear it because I have the headset on. That was Kyle Shanahan this morning in Orlando at the owners' meetings, saying that he went to Cabo San Lucas with his wife. I'm assuming with his wife. I don't know, maybe one of his buddies. I don't know. And who was at the same hotel? Number 11, Brandon Aiyuk.
Dude, what's up with Kyle Shanahan and these trips down to Cabo?
Dude, they love their Cabo.
Well, remember the Cabo story
That's where he lost Matt Stafford.
Matthew Stafford, Sean McVay.
They freaking love their Cabo. They have a timeshare? Shout out timeshares, 808 KNBR. Shout out the ads on KNBR where they're saying they'll get you out of your timeshare. Oh. I think people, once they get into a timeshare, the first thing they want to do is get out of it.
I was going to say, 2024, people are still doing timeshares. Huh?
Well, I mean, in theory, it's great. It's like, because I've been in that guy. I've been that guy, newly married. You're at a honeymoon. They're like, come on into our pitch. You're like, oh, what's going on here? That's a nice That's a nice picture of a condo.
They give you a couple drinks.
Oh, dude, they can't. Then they shut the door and they lock the door.
They give you a whole PowerPoint.
Lock the door. Yeah. And then people are like, yeah, well, it sounds great. We'll have this place we can go to. And I know many of our listeners, some of them have timeshares. They're probably either saying, blank you, I love my timeshare, or, yeah, you're right. I'm trying to get out of my timeshare.
I always thought it was like kind of a scam.
Well, I mean, it's not a scam other than you're tied to it.
And don't they tell you when you can use the timeshare?
That's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah.
I don't like being bossed around, Murph.
Waterboy's his own man.
Yeah, exactly.
Give him liberty or give him death.
I want to go to my damn vacation house whenever the hell I want to.
You want to go to Lake Don Pedro without the man telling you can't go.
Correct, man. Right? If I want to hit the open road and drive up to the lake, I'm driving to the lake.
That's actually a very, very sound strategy, buddy. Yeah. Sound strategy. But they were down in Cabo and they saw each other, so that's kind of funny. Who knows? Now, let's get out our phones and look at our Instagram accounts, okay? Because Brandon Aiyuk yesterday went to the tried and true. He had a emoji of a guy talking. He had an emoji of money. And then he had an emoji of a cow, a bull. And then he had an emoji of manure. And then he had an emoji of a guy walking.
Ooh.
That one was for me, like game show, 10 a.m. school day, you're homesick from school. One of those game shows where you have to guess the emojis, you know? Yeah. I'd be like, I got that one. Money talks, BS walks.
Ding, ding, ding. We got a winner. We got a winner.
On to the second round. So pretty good one. I'm always a big fan of that phrase, by the way. George Kittle entered the chat.
Yeah.
Do you have it?
This is where things get complicated, Murph.
Okay, so I'm going to get out a piece of paper and write this down. Tell me what emojis they are here.
All right, so the first emoji is a guy walking, but it's got the circle with the line through it.
Okay, so no walk. So no walking. Okay, no walking.
The second emoji is a pair of hands next to each other.
And what does that usually mean?
See, that I don't know. I don't know if it's supposed to signify catching something.
Or is he pushing something away?
Like, it looked like an over-the-shoulder catch to me.
Okay, so no walking, catch. All right, yeah.
Then there's a backpack.
Okay, so... Okay, yeah, backpack, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Then there's a money bag.
Okay.
Then there's an alien emoji.
What? Okay, all right. I'm forming a theory right now.
There's a plate with a fork and knife.
Yeah.
And then there's a dog.
Okay, I think I have this.
All right, 808 KNBR.
I think it's a tribute to Brandon Aiyuk. I think he's supporting Aiyuk. And I think the no walking signifies his speed. He runs.
Ooh.
The two hands are his catches. The backpack and the money bag say, use those things to go get your bag. And then the alien is, you're a freak. And then go eat. Like, that's my read. I just came up with that theory. And it's all various ways of supporting him. Dude, you got speed. You got great hands. Get paid. You're a freak. You're a dog. And go eat.
That's actually not a bad breakdown, Murph.
More applause.
I gotta give you some credit.
That was my 808 KNBR. You guys with me on that? Oh, 209 says don't drop the bag. How about that?
Ooh, so to me, my interpretation was don't walk, catch this bag.
Well, when I first saw the don't walk, I interpreted it as running. That's what I did.
Well, I had it like him saying don't walk away from this team.
Okay.
That's the way I looked at it. don't walk, catch this bag of cash. You're an alien. You're going to eat dog.
Okay. Yeah.
That's my breakdown.
I think we're all in the same ballpark. Young Tony, do you have a theory on the George Kittle emoji string?
I think Marcus has it spot on. No, don't walk.
Well, you didn't like mine?
No, I mean, he broke it down for me, and then it makes sense.
I'm the freaking Neil Armstrong. I'm the pioneer. I landed on the moon and gave you guys the roadmap.
Can somebody give Murph some damn credit?
I am pissed right now. I'm the guy who gave you guys the roadmap. Now you guys are just tweaking it.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I just think Marcus had a little bit better, breakdown.
Sides with me. How does that make you feel, Murph?
I mean,
it's not personal. It's really not personal.
Well, you're also just like...
You see, I show up with a collared T-shirt, and now Tony's on my side. It's no longer the quarter zip crew.
No love for the fact that I was the first guy on the show to take it on and get it pretty much 90% right, and then he comes in and tweaks it. But no love for the guy, the pioneer, the Neil Armstrong. Hey man, the other guys who stayed in the Apollo, they were like, "Hey Neil, why don't you go out there? See if it works.
You first, Murph. You first.
See if it's made of paper mache. You might fall through and go through the atmosphere.
Let you test the water, Murph.
I tell you what, I'm just gonna let young Tone. Why don't you guys just you guys can have your little play game, your little play date here, and have your little thing. I do enjoy Marcus's interpretation, but I would also enjoy the fact that he kind of took the roadmap and said, I like this. Now let's turn left here.
Well, Murph, that's what I do. I see someone's homework, I copy it, and I tweak it a little bit. I try to make it better. That's my style.
510. It was all you, Murph. Thank you, 510.
Somebody give Murph some damn credit.
So anyway, I think we're all on the same page here.
Correct.
It's not. He's not dogging Aiyuk. No. He's supporting Aiyuk.
Correct. And I think he's trolling a little bit too.
Just making fun for trying to communicate through emojis.
Yeah, exactly. Because now we're talking about emojis. By the way, the whole entire thing of communicating through emojis to me. I mean, Murph, as a society, we are heading in the wrong direction.
Well, no,
we're going back in the direction of hieroglyphics.
Who was it on the show? Was it you, or was it Copes, or was it Pauly, or was it me? Somebody had the story that said that there are social scientists say that we are going toward like 100 years from now, people will communicate with emojis and not language.
We're going back to drawing pictures, like we're drawing on the wall like we're cavemen.
Correct.
So that smartphones, dumb people.
You're watching it play out right here.
Here it is.
This is like going on.
And here we are decoding the subliminal messages.
Grandkids, if you guys have great grandkids, I don't know. You guys, the generation that doesn't like to reproduce, unless you're one of Marcus's buddies, and then they're reproducing early, often, and young.
I got plenty of nieces and nephews, Murph. Yeah.
Tony, any of your buddies have kids right now at this point in time?
I mean, I wouldn't call them buddies, but I know people from high school and, have children.
Even at ages like, because you're 25.
Getting married too at 25? I'm like, bro, getting engaged? Like, dude, you get your whole life in front of you.
I need it. That calls for a Tony dog, doesn't that? Doesn't that call for a...
Yes, I would agree. I'm very taken back by it.
I need to hear dog. You're 24.
Dog, you're 25. Take it, chill pill.
Thank you,
Maybe live a little.
There you go. Very good. That, I think, is a regional thing, because you're talking about your buddies from Kentucky. Right? Yeah. It's a regional thing. The South plays that game.
Oh, see, my boys, they all got like baby mamas and stuff.
They didn't bother with the marriage part.
No, they're paying child support and all that good stuff, Murph.
You go to a lot of first birthday parties. I know that.
Oh, a lot. First, seconds, Murph. I'm there like every single weekend.
First birthday party is actually a party. You're drinking.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, the kid doesn't remember anything. Yeah. Most of the time, the parents don't either.
Pretty soon, you're going to have to start going to, like, Fortnite-themed 6th birthday parties or whatever.
Yeah, but at least now the kids, actually remember the fact that I got him a birthday gift.
This is true. So are you cool. Uncle Marcus?
I'm Uncle Waterboy.
Uncle Waterboy. I like John Lynch, though, did speak about Brandon Aiyuk after all those emojis.
By the way, with all this translating we've been doing this morning, you think maybe eBay can decode George Kittle's message?
Nice. Very good. Very good. We got other people checking in. Some guy says, don't be late for class. You'll get nothing in life. What does that mean? Don't be late for class. You'll get nothing in life. Okay, so John Lynch. Now, interpret the words. Does this, last year with Nick Bosa, he's staying. Mm-hmm. There's nothing to see here. Move on. The feeling is he's leaving more of the door open on Aiyuk. I go to Mike Silver's column. He said it's going to be a tense stare down, and it could reach an inflection point in late April at the draft. So here's Lynch. Now, he says they want him, but see if he leaves the door open here.
No. Those are, I know.
Pittsburgh radio guys.
I know. I'm sorry to disappoint him. I was just with Mike Tomlin and, at the Michigan Pro Day, and Mike coached me, and so we're very close. And he's like, bro, what's going on? Like, I promise you, we got nothing. And, nothing's going on there. We're actively talking with Brandon, trying to figure something out. And, I always talk, we have a good history of working with the guys we want to get done to get something done, and it takes two sides. So can we do that? We'll see. There's a number of different directions, that it could go, but we appreciate the heck out of Brandon and who he is as a player, and we want him to be a part of the Niners, and so we're going to work towards making that a reality.
Okay. All right, so yeah, positive, but not definitive like he was with Bosa. The other one that he said, and we'll have to see if they take this in context, but he says you can't keep them all. So this is cut E. Again, this is in context of like Eric Armstead and all those guys.
I want them all. I really do. There's rules that and we push the limits, and thankful to our ownership for allowing us to be aggressive, but I think also thoughtful on how we construct things and giving ourselves room. But there's no doubt that because we've been aggressive so much, that there's some realities that we're gonna be faced with moving forward. You just can't have everybody. Brandon is somebody we'd love to keep around.
Okay, so realities is you can't have everybody. Mm-hmm. He's leaving. He's just negotiating, and I would like to keep it. You guys understand? He is signed through next year.
That is correct.
At a $14 million number. So there's this new thing, like if you have 1 year left on your contract, you have no years left on your contract. Well, the Niners could say, no, you do have 1 year left on your contract. No, Aiyuk doesn't want to go out and risk an injury and his future payday.
That's true.
Is he going to hold out and sit out the season? I don't think so.
I would think training camp, after seeing Nick Bosa sit out training camp last year.
You get fined every day you miss now on the CBA.
Yeah, but also Nick Bosa got that money reimbursed by the 49ers after.
Is Brandon Aiyuk Nick Bosa's Q rating? Like does Nick Bosa have more impact? Nick Bosa has more. All animals are equal, and some animals are more equal than others. Yeah. That one. Remember Animal Farm, Young Tone? Yeah.
I'd say they're probably more lenient with Nick Bosa because they cannot afford to lose Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Not saying they can afford to lose Brandon Aiyuk, but he is more replaceable than Nick Bosa.
I guess we'll end the segment here because I'm a clock machine.
You're a clock guy.
Bottom line, after hearing Lynch's comments yesterday, are you more optimistic that he stays or less optimistic that he stays or the same?
I'm pretty much the same because you heard in his first answer, he says, we have a history of doing this. Yeah. They've done it with Bosa. They've done it with Kittle. They've done it with Fred Warner. Debo. And all these negotiations go deep into the summer. So 49er fans are going to have to be a little patient. Mm-hmm. I don't think we're getting any answers right now.
That's the thing.
The subliminal messages from the sauna, hearing John Lynch speak yesterday, didn't really change too much.
But it was fun translating the emojis.
Yeah,
all right. Mark
fun.
Spears joins Papa in London at 11:30 this morning. Okay, the other story tonight, Pablo Sandoval at Oracle Park. Are you feeling it? Your emotions. Next on the Sports Leader.
Waterboy, stop throwing subliminal.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Verlander throws. High fastball swung on and belted deep into center. Jackson going back. Still going back. Adios! Pelota! Pablo Sandoval with a home run into the center field bleachers. The Giants have a 1-0 lead, and that was just a liner.
The pitch to Sandoval. Sandoval, it's a high fly ball to left. Young.
Verlander throws. High fastball.
Oh, did we just abort? Did you just abort?
Uh-oh.
Is that what you did?
Damn.
Abort.
I was trying to make sure the song was clean, and then I made a mistake.
Oh, young Tony.
My fault, fellas. That's on me.
Dog, you owe us donuts. Oh, wait, you already brought donuts.
Another box, Tony. Go get us another box of donuts.
We used to have this thing called blown segments. When we would just blow a segment, we just chalk it up to a blown segment. Hashtag blown rejoin. Blown rejoin. I think that's your first one ever.
Next pitch, a.k.a. next segment.
Next rejoin. So Pablo Sandoval is the topic. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We're all kind of dolled up today for the play ball lunch. We're very excited to go down there.
I don't know. I'm dolled up for Pablo Sandoval tonight. That's what I got dressed up for.
Well, I mean, in doing this, listen, he put out a little media thing last night. The Giants had him put one out saying, come out and see me. Again, this is not anything official. Like, he hasn't retired from baseball. This isn't his farewell. Sergio Romo had one where it was very obvious. It was a ceremonial return to come back, and we're going to talk to Sergio today at 9:30. So that'll be awesome. But this Pablo thing is sort of like a de facto retirement in a way. Like I still believe this guy's going to go play somewhere in Venezuela or Mexico
or back in Abu Dhabi hitting 6-run home runs.
Did you see his base hit last night?
I did. Nice little solid contact from Pablo.
Classic Pablo. Exit velo, line shot up the middle, right? And he's so skinny, by the way. He's just so skinny. But we're looking at him now. And Giants fans, if you have a chance, I was talking to a guy, shout out Coach Kevin, who does little youth sports lessons over in the Little League fields. And he goes, hey, Murph, he goes, is Pablo retiring? I said, well, he's not really retiring. He goes, is this his last game? I said, kind of. I said, they kind of want you to go out and get an ovation. I said, why? You think about going out and getting a beer and going? He goes, yeah, that sounds good. Like I said, if you have that kind of schedule, and you're like in the city, you might as well pop by, grab a brew, and give Pablo some love. He's been getting love all spring long. Marcus, this goes back to 2008, dude.
Yeah.
2008. Where were you in 2008?
I was hanging out with Pablo Sandoval at a Bay Area award show. You know that 16-year-old photo of Waterboy and Pablo?
Picture, yeah.
Babyface Waterboy? That was the first time I met Pablo Sandoval, 2008, 2009. I was a high schooler.
So where you were, like junior, sophomore?
So this was junior summer. Yeah, this was after our team went undefeated, won the Colt World Series.
Yesterday.
We did.
I was thinking about that when I was brushing my teeth this morning. 27-0 is a hell of a run.
Yeah, we're talking a lot of Santa Clara Colt World Series stories. But
none of those guys played D1 ball?
They played D1 ball, but no one made it to the pros. No one went big leagues, bunch of knuckleheads.
But it's that just goes to show you how hard it is.
Yeah,
man.
so our team, that 2009 season, was honored as like the Bay Area Collegiate Team of the summer or of the year. Pablo Sandoval, after his 2009 season, or 2008 season, excuse me, he was honored as a Bay Area Athlete of the Year. So that's when I met Pablo for the first time. And really, that's when he became one of my favorite Giants, just how cool he was, how personable he was, and then just watch him on the field. Whether he was taking hacks in the box, whether he was holding down the hot corner, back when he was still catching back in their day.
Yeah.
And then you see the progress of his career. The guy has the ability to play all 9 positions. Like, he's just the ultimate baseball player in my
I just used him in the Immaculate Grid the other day for minimum 1 game at catcher and all-star. I went Pablo Sandoval. So he was an all-star only twice. He finished MVP 7th in 2009 when he won our Bay Area Athlete of the Year on our year-end awards show. In 2011, he finished 17th in the MVP voting. Just some of the things to go through in this guy's career. So he started in 2008. He came up as a 21-year-old. 2008, bro. And this was Coach Kevin's point. He was saying, he started it all. I said, well, him and Timmy. Mm-hmm. And Brian Wilson also debuted back then, too. So you had Timmy, B. Weezy, and Pablo before Buster Posey even, and before Bumgarner. Right?
Laying the foundation.
Right,
yeah.
But that was the beginning of the change. I remember, and then 2009 was a fun year for the Giants. Pablo played 153 games and hit 330, bro.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong real quick. 2008 was Bruce Bochy's first season with the Giants?
No, 2007 was his first. So it was his second. Okay. Mm-hmm. 07 was Barry's last year. He breaks the home run record. Right. 08, dude, they have Brian Bocock started shortstop on opening day. But the point is the transition needed to be made, and it was Pablo Sandoval, Tim Lincecum, Brian Wilson, then Bumgarner, then Posey. Matt Cain, of course, was already there. I should always say Matt Cain's always forgot. He's so quiet. I forget. So Cain was first. Cain, and then Lincecum, and then Wilson and Sandoval, and then Romo came in 08, too. But anyway, just going over some of his career highlights, dude. In 2009, he hit 330 with 25 bombs. 330 with 25 bombs. That was his highest home run season ever as a 22-year-old. In 2011, he hit 23 bombs in 117 games. He hit 315. Dude, he's a career 278 hitter. That's legit. That is legit. I will also add, how about this fact? As a Giant in 11 years, he hit 285. As a Red Sox for 3 years, he hit 237. 50 points lower. Does that go to show you, I mean, talk about like what your head can do to you, how your mindset can affect you, how your weight can affect you.
Belly can do. Yeah. I remember those viral photos of him busting out of his leather belt out in Boston. But Murph, you know me personally, as someone who was raised a Yankee fan, it only made me like Pablo Sandoval even more. The fact that he's
sabotaging the Red Sox.
The fact that he stole all that money from Boston, sabotaged them, and they hate Pablo Sandoval. It definitely raised him up my list of favorite Giants.
Dude, his OPS in 3 years as a Red Sox was 646. It was incredible. Yeah. So, as a Giant, it's 794, 150 points. We embraced him more. We loved him more. He's our guy. And so, I think if you can go out tonight and give him a little love, why not? I mean, again, it's kind of a foregone conclusion that he's not going to make the team. I think he hung around all camp to see if there was an injury. Something like that. I mean, stuff like that happens.
Well, especially with Matt Chapman signing with the team. He's your everyday third baseman, and then you got to figure out playing time for guys like Wilmer Flores. So it's going to be hard for Pablo to crack this roster. But to your point, I went out last year when Sergio Romo had his send-off at Oracle Park, and it was an absolutely amazing moment, despite the fact that the umpires called a pitch clock violation on my guy Sergio. But he got a standing ovation. They hit El Machon. The place was going crazy. It's definitely a moment you want to be at the ballpark for, and go give some love for our guy, Pablo Sandoval.
By the way, I'm looking at his career. So obviously third base, also first base, but as you mentioned, catcher. He also played a couple games at second base. Keep that in mind for your Immaculate Grid. He played 3 games at second base. But third base, first base, DH, catcher, and 2 games as a pitcher.
And he can pitch.
Yes, he was actually looked pretty good, didn't he?
Yeah, dude, he's just an all-around baseball player.
So it's a lot of fun for him. He actually threw 2 innings, no hits, no walks. How about that, brother?
I mean, is he available for the 5th spot in the rotation this season?
Well, I don't know. The way Jordan Hicks pitched last night, I don't know if you need him.
Right.
Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I guess the question we would ask you is, where do you place him in that pantheon? Like, in terms of love. Like, if you had to power rank your visceral fan love, like the way Willie McCovey was loved more than Willie Mays. I mean, Willie Mays is just revered. He's one of the greatest players in the history of the game, and he remains revered to this day. But McCovey inspired more of a hometown love. There was always a feeling that Willie had started in New York. Mays had started in New York. So people are like, yeah, he's great, but he's kind of New York's guy. Willie McCovey, that's our guy. Orlando Cepeda, that's our guy. So in terms of that group, and you'll throw out who? The starting pitchers, Cain, Bumgarner, Lincecum. Position players, you just go Pablo and Buster pretty much are the 2. I'm talking about for guys who were there the whole run. Yeah. And then, of course, the core four. So there's basically 9 guys. Now, granted, Hunter Pence was there for 2, but I'm talking about for 3 World Series. I'm looking at 9 guys. I'm looking at Buster and Pablo. I'm looking at Bumgarner, Lincecum, and Kane, and then I'm looking at the core 4 relievers. Of those 9, like, where does Pablo rank in your heart, in your love? Like, for me, I'll go first just because born and raised Giants fan and all that. Like, top of my head, I can't believe I'm saying this because we're going to have Buster Posey on Thursday, but I think I'm going Timmy number 1. Yeah. There was something about Timmy that was just so absolutely endearing and loving and lovable and dominant. Nobody kicked more ass than Tim Lincecum, except for maybe Madison Bumgarner in 2014. I think what happened when Buster retired, I wound up writing this in the Jock blog, and we wound up using it in the book. I almost feel like, can you believe this? I almost feel like he was underrated. I feel like Timmy got more headlines and love. Bumgarner was out here blowing snot rockets and screaming. Pablo was the panda who was doing his thing. And Buster was just kind of, my whole theme was, it was Buster all along. He was the drumbeat. He was the heartbeat. And so I'd probably put him 2, and then probably Bumgarner 3. And then I might get down to Pablo 4 for me. How about you?
Now, me personally, I'm with you. It starts with Tim Lincecum. As a kid that was in high school watching Timmy break onto the scene, we just talked about how I grew up a Yankee fan. Like, Tim Lincecum was the guy that I would try to emulate. I talked about trying to throw that Vulcan changeup. So to me, like, Tim was like one of the first guys that inspired me just to go out to the ballpark for the first time ever and watch the Giants play. But seeing him on the bump, I've told stories about ditching work to go watch his no-hitter. Like, to me, the Freak was a huge inspiration for me. So he's probably my all-time favorite Giant. Then it gets into a battle between Madison Bumgarner, who doesn't even need to speak about what he did for the franchise. And then I'd probably go Pablo Sandoval, number 3. Those were my
Buster?
3
Where's
guys.
Quiet Buster?
See, Buster's probably in the cleanup spot.
He's so quiet.
But me personally, I always go with the pitchers, and then Pablo having that one-on-one interaction.
So that was a personal.
Huge.
So there was a personal tie for you.
Correct. Yeah. And then just watching Bumgarner throughout his career, like, how does that not inspire you as a pitcher?
Yeah. Here's 925 says Pablo's my favorite Giant since Bonds. I feel like he's been overlooked for Bumgarner and Posey as postseason heroes. And you are correct. Did you guys know that in 2014 that he set a World Series record for hits in a World Series or in a postseason? He was the World Series MVP in 2012, and in 2014 he set the World Series record for hits.
I mean, you want to talk about big time moments? We haven't even brought up the fact that he hit 3 home runs in one World Series game. How mind-boggling is that?
Hey, young Tony, as a lifelong Giants fan, of those 9 I threw out, how do you sort of power rank your top 3 or 4?
Real quick, though, you only would have heard 1.5 home runs from the region I just played. I would say.
Next pitch, brother. Next pitch.
Buster Posey's my guy. That's my dude.
I like it. I'm glad somebody stood up
Giant,
for him.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, okay. And then just because of what? Just because everything he brought?
I mean, he's the quiet captain. He's the only guy looking the other way on the diamond. I mean, he's a legend. I loved Buster Posey. I only have 1 Giants jersey, and it's 28.
So where does Pablo rank in there then?
I mean, he would probably be a close 2nd or 3rd. I mean, I loved watching Madison Bumgarner on the mound. I never really got to see Timmy play. I've heard a lot of good things about him, but I never really was, really a great Giants fan at the time. 2008, 2009, I was still too young to really pay attention to baseball like I am now.
John Joe, you can tell us what it is. Who is it for him of those 9? Is it Buster? Is it Timmy? Is it Bum? Is it Pablo? Is it who?
He's saying Buster.
Buster's number 1. All right. Is he excited that Buster's joining us Thursday at 8:15? Because he is joining us Thursday at 8:15. All right. You guys can reach out at 808-KNBR or 415-808-5627. 209 checks in, says, I go Buster 1, Bummy 2, Timmy 3, Sergio 4. He has Pablo down there at number 6. 415 checks in, says, I agree, Tim's number 1, Timmy number 1. Perfect Giant given that era and the perfect character for that team at a time that only Timmy could seize. 707. Dude, this is so funny. 707. I still remember just before the start of Game 7 against Kansas City in 2014, right before they went to the final commercial break, the camera panned on Pablo taking BP, and Pablo looked right at the camera, and he winked. And I knew we were going to win that game. You know what's really funny, dude? Let me tell you a story. So we did the 2014 book, Championship Blood, right? And I wrote little mini essays on the 10 most important guys, including Yusmeiro Petit, bro. Including Yusmeiro Petit and Michael Morse, guys like that. But when I wrote my Pablo one, I was obsessed with the wink. I thought it was so cool. And I think it was during 707. I think it was during a game. I think it was in the on-deck circle during the game. And I used it to symbolize how relaxed he was, how fun he was, how he was dominant he was, how confident he was, and how he wound up catching the last hit. And then I just recently read that. I went back and looked at it for some reason. I was like, I might have missed that one because I don't think anybody remembers the wink. This guy does. 707.
Wink.
Do you remember it?
Not off the top of my head, but it doesn't surprise me. I think because that's how smooth Pablo Sandoval is.
Well, he was cool. I mean, it was the Game 7 of the World Series in 2014, and he was just cool. And he delivered, too. He delivered. 408 says, Timmy's number one. He's our J.D. Salinger for Giants. That's a deep pull now. Here we go, Tone. All right, young Tone, what do you got?
I have absolutely nothing.
Okay, what if
who?
I know, J.D. Salinger. It's definitely like kind of a... Do you know the book The Catcher in the Rye?
Ooh.
No.
Okay, he wrote The Catcher in the Rye.
Well, I'm familiar with the title, but I was with you, Tony. I had no idea who the hell they were talking about.
You guys, how'd you guys do in English class in high school?
That wasn't on my required reading list, Murph.
I don't even think they made a movie. See, you're a movie guy.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think they made a movie version.
I was
of it.
big on watching the movie versions of all my books.
4 and 5 says, what about Brandon Crawford? I hear you. We said only the 3. We're talking 3 World Series. Crawford was 2. That also rules out Hunter Pence. So but we're not dissing Brandon Crawford. We're simply going with the number 3. 650 says, Timmy, number 1 by far. No comparison. 2 no-hitters, 2 size. 408 says, guys, just thinking about the wink gives me chills. Maybe the wink is making a comeback.
The wink lives on.
I'm not kidding you that I beat myself up about that. I was like, I don't think the wink was as epic as I made it out to be. Nobody remembers the wink. 408 and 707 are my only homies. They're my only homies. 925, holy smokes, young Tony is making me feel old.
Yeah.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, join the club.
925 says, you didn't list him because he's not a player, but why aren't you listing Bruce Bochy in your love of those 9?
Well.
Yeah, so there it is. So they go 209 says, J.D. Salinger wouldn't sell the rights to Catcher in the Rye for a movie. Okay. 925 says, let Timmy smoke.
You're damn right.
4 and 5 says, Buster number 1. He is our Jeter. That was probably the best.
Someone's come. Legalize it. Don't criticize it.
That was probably the best call on Buster during his career, the West Coast Jeter.
Yeah.
Right?
For a lifer, a guy that was drafted by the organization, came up, won Rookie of the Year, won World Series, really changed the direction of the franchise.
Just the demeanor.
It's a good call. Exactly. And a stoic leader.
It was that.
Not a guy that's rah and yelling at you.
Yeah, no, it was
He's the guy
completely
that led by example.
707 says, I'd have to say of all the 3 World Series, Pablo's 3 home run game is what I remember most, right? 209 says, if Matt Cain had any run support, could he be number 1? Give the horse a little love.
Oh, dude, come on. Can somebody score some damn runs for Cain?
323 says, I'm going to make an extremely unlikely call about tonight. Pablo starts at third base. Hunter Pence comes out in the 7th to remove the pitcher and replace with Pablo. Ooh. Pablo pitches the 7th to end his career.
Oh, dude, I'd be hyped if we get Pablo on the bump
Would
tonight.
You guys remember Hunter Pence came out and took Sergio off the mound?
That is correct.
And we'll talk to Sergio about that today at 8:30, at 9:30. 408 says, I go Pablo 1, Timmy 2, Bumgarner 3. So some people put Pablo number 1.
I mean, there's no wrong list here, right?
The Panda Hat.
Yes.
How about our former producer? His avatar on his social media is him in the 2014 World Series sitting alone wearing a Panda hat.
Sitting by himself.
That's the old joke when they say, hey, just being mean here. They say, hey, look at that guy over there sitting there with all his friends. I'm just kidding.
I love you, kid.
510 says, yes, Murph and Marcus, you have not mentioned the Panda hats. Did anybody here own a Panda hat?
I have one, actually.
You ever worn it?
I never wore it out to the ballpark. I think my sister actually got it as like a giveaway at a game one time, and then I ended up stealing it away. Now I just have it in my collection. Would you guys
say of all gimmicky like hats and giveaways, that one kind of ranks number 1? Like it's the best giveaway gimmick thing they've ever had?
I would say so, because they tried to start the whole zoo thing. They were calling Brandon Belt the baby giraffe, but that never really caught on like the Panda did. I mean,
the captain's hat now.
Yeah, but I don't think
I'm putting the Panda hat ahead of it. Mm-hmm. What about me to help you? No, I mean, of course, with the very obvious exception of the milkman. Thank you very much. And by the way, 310 rolls this out, and this is correct. And this is something I wanted to get into, but we got sort of distracted. And we can get into this later in the show, maybe during the big hit. Do you forgive and forget Pablo talking S about the Giants when he went to Boston?
Ooh, I forgot about
that was a huge deal. A huge deal. And everybody said he's a villain now. And that's why when he came back, the question was he going to be, I always go to Giants fan number 1, my sister Katie, very emotional. That's what the Murphys are. She forbid his return. Wow. She's like, I'm not going to stand for him. I'm not going to cheer for him. He's an enemy. Like, people felt that way.
Wow.
Yeah. We need to get into that part of the Pablo legacy.
Uh-oh.
We do. So we'll do that.
I didn't know that was part of the legacy, to be honest.
Yeah, don't you guys remember that?
I thought everybody loved
Young Tony,
Pablo.
familiar with that? John Joe, you remember that? He was an enemy when he left because he talked mess. Yeah. So anyway, we'll get into that part of the legacy. Then he came back, and I remember he gave a lot of money to the Giants Community Fund right away, and then the question was, would you welcome him back?
Yeah, I mean, you see Pablo smile. How could you not be a fan of the guy?
Yeah, John Joe remembers the beef. There was beef. We thought he shouldn't leave. We just won the 2014 World Series. He walks out the door for the Red Sox, and he talks smack.
Wow.
Yeah.
And now he's back in our life tonight at Oracle Park. Let's celebrate him. Huh?
All right, guys. Let's do this. Hey, Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30, but the big hit, we can take your Pablo memories at 7:50, all right? But on the other side, guys, there's NFL news. You ready for a new kickoff? Next on the Sports Leader.
Just glass of whiskey.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Our good buddy Steve Moskowitz on the line this Tuesday morning. And Steve, you want to talk to us about what to do when you can't pay your taxes?
Call us, and we want to talk to you and tell you all the options you have, all the rights you have. Don't make the mistakes of sticking your head in the sand and waiting for some IRS agent to come in and ruin your life, your business, your marriage. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation, and we'll tell you all the things that can be done. Like if you qualify for an offer in compromise, that's where you only pay part and they forgive the rest. It's great. Or forgive the penalties. You know, sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or leave you alone until you're back on your feet. It's called the hardship deferral. Somebody in the family's sick, you lost your job, something happened to the business, or something else, or a combination of things. The bottom line is we have so many good years of experience in this. Let us put them to work for you. And here's what we ask. Give us your tax problems. We want to give you back a normal life.
Well, that sounds pretty darn good, Steve. And for more information, call 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. We got some fun stories going today. Niners in the news. Obviously, Brandon Aiyuk and John Lynch kind of eyeing each other in the ring, kind of dancing around the ring. See, first round of 15-round heavyweight fight that might go all the way into the summer or into next month's draft. We shall see. Obviously, Shohei Ohtani. Yeah, that's it. That's the ticket. I never knew. Doing his thing. And then, of course, the story that seems to be gaining the most traction for us this morning, and that is Pablo Sandoval's possible and likely farewell to San Francisco tonight. By the way, I heard from Shayna from the Giants, a reminder, early start, 5:05. That caught me off guard. Did you know that? 5:05, brother.
Murph, I'm going to the game, and I had no idea what time first pitch was.
So now, you showed up at 7, you'd be a little alarmed because people are streaming out.
Now, here's the question. With that early start, will it be dark enough to debut the spotlight down at Oracle Park tonight?
Would you debut the spotlight in a Bay Bridge game, or would you wait till the season?
I would, and I would put that spotlight right on Pablo Sandoval.
Well, there you go,
His
buddy.
final at-bat should just be in the spotlight.
And you don't have to widen the spotlight because he's so skinny. You can shrink the spotlight down.
Nice.
So,
That's
guys,
a backhanded compliment.
I know. By the way, when I said he had record for hits, what I meant was for a postseason. It was 26 hits. The hits for the record for hits in a single World Series is Bobby Richardson had 13 in 1964 and all that. But anyway, we'll get to I think he had 26 hits. And by the way, the wink is gaining traction, you said, on our text line?
Oh, yeah. Someone sent in the video of the wink. Now that I see it, it does kind of refresh a memory in my brain.
He was in the on-deck circle.
He was, yeah. Warming up. First inning, top of the first.
Top of the first. There it is. So Bobby Richardson, Lou Brock, and Marty Barrett. Shout out Marty Barrett. Boston Red Sox, 13 hits in a series. But it was postseason. Single postseason, he had 26 hits, and he wound up not winning the MVP because Madison Bumgarner.
Yeah, some guy named Madison Bumgarner.
So that's for sure our story.
Which raises the question: if last year we saw the Sergio Romo retirement tour, this year we saw the Pablo Sandoval retirement tour. Is Madison Bumgarner riding his horse to San Francisco next year in the final game of the spring training Bay Bridge series for his farewell tour?
Did we not read a Bagley report that said Bumgarner's people had kind of played footsie with the Giants a little bit?
He's got to start sending those workout videos like our guy Pablo did.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah, chopping wood and all that.
Blowing up Farhan's phone, yeah.
And I just want to set the record straight because I'm obsessed with making a mistake. Randy Arozarena broke Pablo's record with 29 hits in 2020.
Arozarena.
So there you go, buddy. Wasn't he available on the trade market, rumored?
Dude, there was rumors. I would have took a Randy Arozarena in the outfield for the Giants.
Talk about a force of nature.
Talk about a guy that was winning ALS MVPs before his rookie season.
So we want to go over this time when he left for Boston, Pablo did. And I know I teased the kickoff. I don't know what I was doing. We can talk about it. It is weird. Did you see this?
I saw it, dude. We're going to XFL rules.
So I didn't even know. I don't watch the XFL.
The XFL.
Do you watch the XFL?
You're not a San Francisco Demon guy?
Well, back in the day, they don't exist anymore. Dude, I went to the Demons' first ever press conference.
I was going to say, if the Demons were still playing, I'd go check out some games.
I think I have a Demons T-shirt or hat somewhere. I remember that. I went to the presser down at Oracle, down at AT&T Park or Pac Bell Park or whatever it was back then. But so have you 10? So what happens is the kicker is kicking from the 30 or the 35, but the kick coverage team is lined up 10 men across on the 30-yard line of the receiving team's half of the field. Mm-hmm. They are not allowed to move until the receiver catches the ball. So they just stand like toy soldiers, 30 yards from the end zone, waiting for, and the kick can be received between the 20 and the goal line. Now, his blockers are standing at the 20, and they're not moving either. They're like toy soldiers. It looks like a game like when you played war as a kid with your Army soldiers, right?
Yeah.
They're all standing there until the receiver touches the ball. Then once he touches the ball, the coverage team runs towards the receiver, and the receiving team blocks. And the point is they're completely eliminating high-speed, violent collisions because everybody's moved up to a small area. It is odd visually to look at it. I imagine we'll get used to it by the end of the year, but the first few weeks, you're going to be tripped out.
Murph, why not just get rid of the kickoffs at this point?
Well, they kind of did with the touchback rule.
Well, that was the reason.
They want to bring back the return.
But the reason why they moved up the kickoff is to have less injuries because it's the most dangerous play in the game.
They're kind of trying to have their cake and eat it too, and they're kind of not going to get it because they want to, quote unquote, bring back the return because the return is exciting. But these returns won't be exciting because they're all very scrunched up in a small area. Now, I imagine there's going to be a time a guy breaks a couple tackles and goes the distance, but it's going to look odd. So they're bringing back the kickoff return, kind of.
And I don't like the whole idea. If I'm on the receiving team, am I supposed to be looking back to see when my guy catches the ball?
Yeah,
am I just looking at the first movement from the kickoff team?
You're lined up kind of sideways, with your left shoulder, I guess.
Come on.
I don't know, man.
Just let him kick off and let me ear hole somebody on the return.
Well, those things are violent, and actually, no joke, some of those special teams guys have rough goes later in life.
That's why you got to keep your head on a swivel.
Wow. Well, I know, but football's football.
Yeah.
And Steve Hendrickson was a famous special teams maniac who clearly had his life damaged by running into somebody. He compared it to crossing a high-trafficked freeway at full speed, trying to dodge cars, and then running into a concrete wall on the other side.
When I was playing high school football, I was a wedge breaker on the kickoff team, which is basically you and the biggest other guy on the team run straight down the middle and try to blow up the 3-4 person wedge that's trying to lead the block.
Incredible. Incredible. Yeah. And so this is where we're at. I don't know if this will stay, but if you're an XFL fan, I just wanted to deliver on the tease, and I did.
Good tease.
So back to Pablo. He's 5:05 tonight, and Jeff in Santa Rosa is calling in with a Pablo Sandoval thought as tonight could be farewell for the Panda. Will Giants fans go out and give him some love? Jeff in Santa Rosa, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
What's up, Jeff? What's up, man?
Play ball luncheon.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any bad feelings for Panda. I mean, I think we've all been young and dumb. Some of us have been young and dumb with millions of dollars, and some of us haven't. But I have no hard feeling towards him. He's been that fun kid to watch who is a phenomenal player. He plays with the audacity of a child, and he just is having a blast. And he's always been fun to watch. Always been fun to watch. He understands how lucky he is to play that game.
So just to interrupt for a second, Jeff, here, he did leave for Boston, and his quote was, "The only guys I'm going to miss are Bochy and Pence, and that's it." And that kind of ticked off a lot of Giants fans.
And rightfully so, but now we've all – have you ever said something you regretted?
How about every day?
Yeah, once a segment, Jeff.
I mean, we're all young. We're all, some of us are married, some of us aren't. We've all said things we shouldn't have said. He was probably a little heartbroken when he left because he was really hoping the Giants would sign him for a big deal, and it didn't happen. So he was probably a little butthurt. Yeah. But I forgive him. I think he was just young and dumb and let his emotions get the better of him.
I think I tend to be with you, Jeff. Thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. Good call. We did get a text, though, from the 415 says, I don't forgive. He talked mess about Bochy when he left. He also didn't work hard to stay in shape. He said he's low on my list.
Ooh.
That was a real text.
Now, that's harsh. Now, Murph, I have the entire quote right in front of me. This was when Pablo signed with the Boston Red Sox and asked if he was going to miss anybody in San Francisco. And the quote is, only Bochy. I love Boch. He's like my dad. He's the only guy that I will miss. And Hunter Pence. Just those guys. ... But now I feel like I'm home.
Oh, bro.
I'm more disappointed about the fact it feels like home.
Boston.
With those Bostonians out there.
Can we put that quote under freezing cold takes?
Yeah.
Right?
And by the way, by the time he got into the box, it wasn't feeling like home the way that Boston Red Sox fans would rip this guy.
He had to come back to to mom. Sam Sperry used to have this analogy about when Billy Beane said he was going to go to the Red Sox and then reversed course and came back. And Sam said to Steve Schott, he goes, it's like a kid who runs away from home and he gets a couple blocks away and then he calls and wants to come back.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And because we're putting the quotes out there in fair context, we should also address his quotes when he returned to the San Francisco Giants. He said, I have always loved and appreciated the Giants organization, my Giants teammates, and fans of San Francisco. I have so many great memories, and I want to thank the organization for giving me another chance to come back here. When I left the Giants in 2014, my comments were emotional, insensitive, and misguided. I truly regret and apologize for my actions. I'm committed to working hard to contribute to the success of the Giants.
Unfortunately, that sounds like a statement written by a handler.
It sounds like a statement written by Shohei Ohtani.
Hey, oh, nice. Very good. But I think we're past it. It was 9 years ago.
Come on.
Where are you in human forgiveness? Are you a forgiver?
I'm a forgive but not forget kind of guy, which also means
if you forgive but don't forget,
picture,
do you really forget?
I don't really forgive, Murph. So I remember also, but I don't have any ill will towards Pablo.
Let's say you had a gal friend and she stepped out on you. And then asked for forgiveness.
It's over.
Okay.
You're done.
That's it.
You broke the trust.
Young Tony, if you have a gal friend, she steps out on
this.
you. Yeah.
I mean, if a girlfriend cheats on you, that's unforgivable.
Unforgivable?
That's it.
Yeah, 100%. But
Not
if it's like a friend of yours that does something wrong,
John Joe, are you forgiven? No. Hey, John Joe, you know the joke about the Irish Alzheimer's disease? You forget everything but your grudges, right? There you go, buddy.
Nice.
So there you go. All right. Well, most San Francisco has forgotten and not only just forgiven, but loved Pablo Sandoval. Hey, listen, he came back. He was part of those teams in 2017, 18, 19, 20. It was funny. Dwayne Kuiper said to Austin Slater last night on the in the dugout, and I've been caught on this before, where you say something and you don't realize. He says to Slater, he goes, "So do you have much experience with Panda?" And Slater goes, "Yeah, 18, 19, and 20." Kuiper goes, "Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot."
Yeah. It happens to the best of us.
I know, totally. But so listen, if you have a chance to go out tonight, it'd be fun, right? And who knows what they'll do for him. I don't know. I imagine he'll play. Melvin will send him out there, right?
Oh, I think Bob Melvin confirmed yesterday that Pablo will be playing tonight.
Even like at the 3-bag.
Now, I don't know if he's in the starting lineup. We got to wait for that information, but Pablo is going to get on that field tonight.
Listen, he roped a single last night, hit the ball hard. Mm-hmm. Would he accept an assignment at AAA Sacramento?
Dude, that's the thing about Pablo. Like, he just loves the sport of baseball so much. Even when he was done playing with the Atlanta Braves, he went down to Mexico. He went out to Venezuela. He went out to Abu Dhabi. Like, this guy just has a love for the game. And when we sat down with him down in Scottsdale, he straight up told us, this is all I know how to do. Baseball is my life. Yeah. And that's why he's back
He's
here.
born to hit, I'll tell you that. He came out of the womb looking to hit.
Oh, man.
209 says, my favorite memory is when Panda came back, and his first time he came up, Brandon Crawford chose his walk-up song, Justin Bieber's Is It Too Late Now to Say Sorry?
Nice. Perfect.
All right. Dwayne Kuiper is back on Tuesdays. He's next on The Sports Leader.
The only thing that I know how to do is baseball.
I talk about the good North Bay living, world-class beauty with a world-class secret we call Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, it's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kipe on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we love our Tuesdays with Kipe are back, baby. They're back. And Dwayne Kuiper is on every Tuesday from now for the rest of the season. And Dwayne's brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. SFGiants.com has a story, thanks to a listener for turning me on to this. I usually do read my SF. It's written by Henry Schulman. Hey, Hank, look at you, buddy. It says he will, Sandoval says he does plan to accept a AAA assignment in Sacramento. So there it is. So he's going to, it makes him, at age 37, a 14-year veteran going back down to AAA. So he says, I'll go. It's a blessing to be playing baseball right now. How about that, man?
I told you, this guy just wants to play ball.
All right, so that's one story. Jordan Hicks is another story. Tom Murphy's another story. And Dwayne Kuiper on Tuesdays is another story. Kipe, here we go. Tuesdays with Kipe. The season starts Thursday. Your broadcast was great last night in Oakland. That is when we got it. Did you know we all missed your first inning, Dwayne? Good morning.
Morning, Kipe.
I know. We, Mike and I prepared for 4 months for that first inning. And, we showered and shaved and made sure our hair looked good, and then nothing. We got nothing out of it.
Oh, man. That's life, right?
But anyway.
Well, Kipe, if you want some...
It did eventually come on, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, and Kipe, I was going to say, the good news is I got to watch it. I don't know how, but somehow, some way, through MLB.TV, I actually got the first inning of you and Krug doing your first spring training game of the year. So I feel like I got access to an exclusive concert because, as you and Mike were riffing about in the second inning, it was obviously some of your best work ever in a spring training game.
Of course. I mean, my brother, Jeff, our producer, he said, look, we're not on the air with NBC, but we do think that the game is going across the MLB network, the streaming. So you guys better play it straight. I did a game one time where we overlapped, I think, with the Warriors. And we still had to do the broadcast, even though we weren't on the air.
Oh, gosh.
For historical reasons. That's what my brother kept saying. And so it turned out that the first 3 innings weren't shown to anybody, but they were taped. And Mike and I were just having a ball. We didn't cuss. We didn't do anything that would get us in trouble. But we did do a lot of things we wouldn't normally do, like really, really make fun of the umpires. Yell all the things that we used to yell from the dugout, punch a hole in that mask. Just really stupid stuff, right? So we didn't think anything about it until the off season when I don't remember if it was NBC at the time or it was something else, but they started playing the best of.
Oh, gosh.
And it turned out that game was one of the best of, not because of what we said, but because there was some significance. I don't remember, a guy threw a one-hitter or something. And there it was. They played it from the very beginning. So it was a valuable lesson to us that even if someone tells you that it's not going on the air, but yet you're still doing it, it may pop up somewhere.
So this is the ultimate, if a tree falls in a forest, it does make a sound. It does, yes.
And, and you got to be careful because you start doing stuff and saying stuff, making fun of people, you know what? You're going to get yourself in trouble. So, anyway,
yes,
we took it very serious the first couple of innings. And, Marcus, now you can see why, because you were the only person watching.
You know why, Dwayne? For historical purposes. That's why, for historical
reasons. That's right.
All right, we got different threads to hit for sure. And I know we want to talk a lot about Pablo, so let's get Jordan Hicks out of the way, air quotes around that. What a performance. I know you and Mike talked about it. This was the gamble. 4 years, $44 million to a guy who wanted to make the transition to starter. Granted, it's quote-unquote just a spring training game, but there was also big league hitters last night that were woefully overmatched. Oh, my goodness. 5 no-hit innings, 10 strikeouts, 7 strikeouts in a row. Even the walk, I thought, was strike 3 to Zach Geloff. Dwayne, your reaction?
Well, my reaction was something that Mike said around the third inning. He said, "This is Tim Lincecum-like." And when you saw how dominating he was last night, that's exactly what Lincecum used to look like all the time. Now, the question is can Jordan Hicks follow that up? I mean, he's not going to be able to do that every outing, but can he follow that up with that type of stuff? Because if he can, then you really got something special. I mean, you're really talking about a guy that can pitch like a number 1 instead of a number 3. And you know what? And he didn't use his 98, 100-mile-an-hour fastball hardly at all. It was sinking and sliders and still a lot of velocity. But he pitched last night. It wasn't that he overstuffed him, although he did have great stuff. He also pitched. And, it was a great sign. So moving forward, I'm, now looking forward to his start, which will be in San Diego.
Yeah, he was definitely one of the highlights last night. And another guy I wanted to ask you about before we get into Pablo Sandoval is Marco Luciano. He had another double last night. He's been swinging it extremely well over the past week. But, Kipe, I wanted to ask you about his defense and what improvements he's made throughout spring training, and how do you think that shortstop job is going to play out opening day on Thursday?
Well, unfortunately, Marcus, to me it looked like his defense and his offense are somehow combined, where if he's really swinging the bat well, then his defense has been very, very good, and just the opposite when he's not. Now, that is a small sample size of how many games that he played in spring training. I mean, last night was not a great game for him offensively. I mean, his double was a bloop to right. He didn't get very many chances at short at all, if he got any. But you can see the improvement as spring training went along. And you could also see that once he started to hit the ball, his confidence started to grow and grow. I don't know if the final decision has been made about who's going to start on Thursday. I mean, I'm leaning to think that it'll be Nick Ahmed, but the strong ending of the spring for Luciano has definitely made it pretty interesting. But I do believe it'll be Ahmed.
Okay, we'll see. 1:10 on Thursday is the broadcast, and I'm just going over this frequently asked questions on MLB.com, the lineups and what it's going to look like, and Logan Webb against Yu Darvish, and then, of course, Game 2, Kyle Harrison. Game 3, the guy you saw, just Jordan Hicks last night. We don't know about Games 4 or 5, but we do know about tonight in Pablo Sandoval. And you've done this now. You've done this with Sergio Romo, who's going to join us at 9:30. And, Jeremy Affeldt had his farewell, and Hunter Pence had his farewell. Buster slipped out the back door and did have a reunion, did have a ceremony the next spring. But what are you anticipating tonight? And how about Dwayne, are you surprised to hear that Pablo says he'd accept a AAA assignment and go to Sacramento?
No, I'm not surprised because he wants to play. That's just his DNA. Pablo's going to be playing somewhere when he's 50. I don't care if it's some beer and sweatshirt league outside of Sacramento. He is going to play until he's 50, maybe even more than that. He has to play. I mean, that when he gets up in the morning, he's got to play. And so I'm not surprised. And now we'll see what happens if the Giants do take him up on that offer. Because, what we have seen out of Pablo this spring is not only a guy that came in great shape, still has tools, but the ability to help some of those younger Latin players has really been beneficial. And I think Giants will take all of that into consideration as to what's going to happen. He's not going to make the team, but it'll be interesting to see where he goes beyond this. And the fact that he's willing to go to AAA, I'm impressed because he wants to play and he wants to help. And he's just a good dude. And, there needs to be more like him.
Yeah, and we've seen the reaction that Giants fans have already given Pablo throughout spring training. They'll have an opportunity to see him tonight at Oracle Park. But, Kip, I wanted to ask you about maybe my favorite interaction of spring training. It's when Pablo Sandoval went over and had a long hug with Bruce Bochy before they squared off against the Texas Rangers. I'm just curious, have you had a chance to go down and hug Pablo in spring training, or are you planning on anything special for Pablo tonight?
No, I mean, I did. I've hugged him a couple of times. I even got one last night in the clubhouse. Yeah, that was a great moment, and it really – I think the reason it was a great moment is that there was nothing staged about it. Spring training games, when you go to another stadium, you don't get there 2 or 3 hours beforehand. You get there maybe an hour. You got to get ready, and all of a sudden the game starts. And those two did not have a chance really to get together before the game until it was just before the game. Right before the game started behind home plate. Yeah, it was a tearful moment for all of us, just because of how much Boch meant to Pablo and how much Pablo meant to Boch when it came to winning world championships. I mean, that's a friendship for life, and it was great to see.
Well, it'd be great to see tonight, too. But, it's funny. I mean, we're treating this like some sort of farewell. I mean, do you hold open the door that if he goes to AAA Sacramento and somebody gets dinged up, turns an ankle or something, is there a chance? Is there a path back to the roster at some point this summer if enough dominoes fall and injuries happen?
Well, I mean, a lot of things have to happen. For one, he's got to hit. He's not going to play in the field. I mean, he can. He's looked pretty good at third, but he's got to hit. If he hits and something happens with a DH or you need a guy off the bench, yeah. I mean, all that stuff is possible, but it's not going to happen at the beginning of the year.
Right. So he will. So we will treat tonight like sort of the Sergio Romo night, right? Is that the feeling?
Well, I mean, yeah, but Sergio Romo was not going to go to AAA after all the ongoings of that game last year. I mean, here Pablo's got a chance to stay in the organization. That was not going to happen with Sergio.
Sergio's just living his best life, raising his family here in San Francisco. And tonight, skinny Pablo, by the way, will go out there and get love. By the way, Kite, we want to remind everybody, 5:05 first pitch, right? So
5:05 first pitch, yeah. Come on out.
I'm reminding you. I don't want you showing up late.
No, we got
the lunch.
It's the first game back.
Yeah.
And, it's... I mean, you talk about piling on. I'm not even going to tell you what the piling on is when you come back for responsibilities before the game even starts. And that's what today is.
Well, we got the play ball lunch, and you know what that means for you and me? That means no nap for you and me.
Yeah, we'll see, Murph.
So, hey, Marcus is making his play ball lunch debut today. Waterbud.
Well, you only make your debut if you're actually speaking.
Okay. We'll give him the mic.
Yeah, no microphone for me, Kai. Just save me a seat.
He doesn't have to work, right?
No, I'm just there for the food. And good. For you, Kai, of course. I'm there for you.
Then you've taken a page out of Lee Hammer's playbook.
Yeah. He wants to get Jung-Hoo Lee's autograph. We'll see how that goes. All right, guys.
Yeah, you can do that. Absolutely.
Right.
I want your autograph, Kai. That's what I really want.
All right. Well, you're in then. No worries.
All right. We'll see you in a couple hours. And then 5:05 for the Panda Party. And can't wait, Dwayne. Thanks for the hit. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, thanks, Guy.
By the way, I forgot about Tuesdays. I had no idea.
Well.
I'm sitting at Starbucks, twiddling my thumbs, actually headed to the DMV, and you guys call.
Well, have you met our producer yet, John Joe Curley, in the slacks and the kid out of the Sunset District? I think you got to meet him. Very earnest. He'll always.
We're not going to. No, we're not going to throw him under the bus.
No, he's always working for your best interests.
Yeah, no, he's not his fault. Yeah, it's my fault for not staying on top of it.
No, you delivered the goods, Kipe. You're the Tuesday machine from this point on.
Yeah. Well, I know now. That's it. That's all that counts.
You're the Tuesday tank from here on out.
All right,
Dwayne. We'll see you.
Right,
see you at the park.
Yep.
Thanks,
Dwayne Kuiper, brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. All right, Pablo Sandoval's our big hit. Your memories, your emotions, where you rank them. Do you still even remember the Boston farewell? Are you going out tonight? Do you still have your Panda hat? 808 KNBR is the phone number. on The Sports Leader. And you can still hit.
Yes.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Well, you just heard Dwayne Kuiper, but if you want to hear our interview yesterday with Mike Krukow with his thoughts on Marco Luciano in the shortstop position on opening day, check out that podcast and more. Available now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, this is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Verlander throws. High fastball swung on and belted deep into center. Jackson going back. Still going back. Adios! Pelota! Pablo Sandoval with a home run into the center field bleachers. The Giants have a 1-0 lead, and that was just a liner.
The pitch to Sandoval. Sandoval, it's a high fly ball to left. Young back at the wall. It is out of here. Pablo Sandoval, opposite field, 4-0 Giants.
The 1-1 pitch. He swings and he belts one. Deep center field. Jackson is going back and gone! A home run! Number 3 for Pablo Sandoval. His first 3 at-bats in this World Series. And Pablo Sandoval looks like the babe himself has come back to life.
I love that call from John Miller. At that time, only Reggie Jackson and Babe Ruth had hit 3 home runs in a World Series game. Pablo Sandoval joined them. Since then, Albert Pujols joined the party. But man, oh man, what a night it's going to be. This is what the Giants do best, right? The nostalgia that goes all the way back to Willie Mays and Willie McCovey and Jim Davenport and all those great original Giants from 1958 that the older generation remembers. And now this generation has that group, and Pablo Sandoval is definitely one of the shining stars of that era. It's kind of amazing. It's actually not kind of amazing. It's totally amazing that he's back in our lives in 2024. We were surprised when he signed with the team at the start of spring training. We found out that he had been sending videos to Farhan. They didn't release him or let him go at any point during spring training. He's been on the team all the way through. He's been getting love everywhere he goes, to the point where Bob Melvin said there's been games he sent him out to pinch run just to juice up the crowd to get the energy going. Last night he came in, ripped a base hit, and tonight he expects to be on the field. And oh, by the way, spoiler alert, he says if he's assigned to AAA Sacramento, he'll go.
He'll do it all. And Murph, we've seen the ovations down in Scottsdale, down in Mesa, at every minor league ballpark this spring. We saw the ovation he got in Sacramento. Probably would have got a big ovation last night if any A's fans showed up to the damn game with that empty-ass Coliseum. But tonight at Oracle Park, I highly encourage any Giants fan out there, hell, if you're a baseball fan, if you're just a fan of Pablo Sandoval, go out to the ballpark. It was a great experience last year with Sergio Romo. I'm expecting another great night tonight for Pablo Sandoval.
Speaking of Sergio, joins us at 9:30 today. That should be really, really fun. And by the way, tonight's game 5:05. Don't get it twisted here.
Nice and early.
5:05. Don't show up at 7 and wonder why everybody's walking out of the park, all right? So there you go. Well, listen, 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. But we talked to Pablo down in Scottsdale, and so we thought we'd re-rack a little bit of that.
Oh, and by the way, just the vibes of Pablo Sandoval walking into the broadcast booth, arguably looking like he's in the best shape of his life, and then I look down and you see the trainers he's got on. KFP 48, Kung Fu Panda number 48. This guy just walks around with swag.
Oh, shout out Barry Zito for that nickname. It was Zito.
And he's still repping it to this day.
This is young Tony. When I always do, do you know this? Do you know that? Certainly Kung Fu Panda. You were probably going to that movie when you were a young kid, huh?
Yeah, no doubt.
All right. What about Kung Fu Panda 2?
I have not seen it, no. I think there's a third and a fourth, maybe.
Yeah.
Wow.
Didn't CeeLo Green have one of the songs that you guys played from that, wasn't it? Didn't you guys play that on this show?
Oh, Kyle Haar.
Yeah.
Young California Kyle.
Kyle.
Did a whole Pablo Sandoval Kung Fu Panda rejoin.
Yes, that's right. CeeLo Green covered Kung Fu fighting.
Shout out to our guy, Kyle Parr.
You guys have seen those T-shirts on, Instagram? You guys ever get those ads on Instagram that they know what you're talking about?
Oh, yeah.
So if you buy, retro T-shirts.
Oh, they're always listening.
This one said, it's from the 70s. Surely not everyone was Kung Fu fighting. All right, so there you go.
Nice.
So anyway, guys, but here's Pablo. When he came with us in Scottsdale, we said, dude, it's 2024. Dude, you debuted in 2008. Can you make the journey? What's the difference?
Different guy. It's one of the things that now that I take almost 2 years off, and the only thing that I know how to do is baseball. And when you miss it and you sit down on the couch or do something with your kids, and that's when you're going to miss most. That's when I realized that's the love of the game, when you are out of the game.
Well, Kipe told us he's going to play till he's 50 in some beer league. You know whose name came to mind? Do you guys remember Julio Franco?
Yes, I do.
Dude, I think he played late into his 50s. I want to say, I think he played Major League late into his 40s, but then he was still playing, in the Caribbean or someplace like that, very late.
You know who's another guy still out there? Bartolo Colon.
Oh, dude.
He's playing baseball all over the world.
Yeah.
Hell, I saw this past weekend, Robinson Cano was playing on that team down in Mexico against the Yankees.
Didn't Allen Iverson play basketball deep into his 40s in China or something like that?
I know Tracy McGrady went over to China.
So Julio Franco's now 65. Julio Franco played in 2007 as a 48-year-old.
Dude, unreal.
And he hit 222, which, by the way, is probably better than half the Giants last year. You know what I mean? As a 47-year-old, he hit 273. Dude, hit 273 as a 47-year-old in 179 plate appearances. So there are these guys out there that are, Satchel Paige, Julio Franco.
Jamie Moyer played forever, right?
Jamie Moyer. All right, guys, 808 KNBR. We start out with Addison. He's checking in from Roseville. Addison, dude, it's been a while. Good to hear from you. How are you, man?
Good, Murph. How you doing? Been a long time. I have a baby now. She's 1.
Hey, congrats, Addison.
Nice. Congrats on baby.
Yeah, man. So I was going to say my favorite Pablo hit. I was thinking, man, I just like when he pitches, plays third base, first base, whatever you want him to do. He's always just a happy guy to have that opportunity. When I met him at FanFest when he first came up, it's like, yeah, you're excited, but I didn't know it'd be this many times he'd be in a Giants uniform. We're glad he's back, but who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, I know, it is awesome. And you're right. He would play first, third, catcher. And don't forget, Addison, pitcher, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
so you're all
he's just a good guy.
You won't go tonight, but you will be watching and cheering for him?
Exactly, from Sacramento. I wanted to go to the game the other night, but, I mean, if he stays in the minors, maybe I'll go to some games there.
Yeah, that's right. Bring your baby gal. Bring your baby girl.
Yeah, she went to a game last year when she was less than a month old. But I will say, Murph, I love that picture of you and Renell from the Warriors game. Let's bring her back.
Yeah, she's sweet. She's sweet. And it was good to be with her. And she got a lot of love that night. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. And then I think I was a little bit down the list. But anyway, thanks, Addison. Thanks for the call. Appreciate you, man. And congrats on the baby. People talking about other lifers in baseball. You guys remember Bill the Spaceman Lee? So that guy, he pitched for the Red Sox in the 60s and 70s. And, dude, I know for a fact, one of my good buddies plays against him in adult league baseball in Northern California into his 70s.
He's still getting after it.
Do you remember the Savannah Bananas? He had the heart attack in the bullpen?
That's right. Yeah, you're right.
And he had Burns told that great story, and Lee was saying in the bullpen, if this is the time for me to go, Burnsy, this is the way to go. I want to go out on the mound. On the mound.
It's funny you bring up the Bananas because we actually had a texter from the 925 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line and said Pablo Sandoval to the Savannah Bananas ?
Yeah.
He would be entertaining as hell.
Oh, yeah. It's like the Harlem Globetrotters. By the way, didn't they come to San Jose last summer and sell the joint out?
Bro, they sold out San Jose. They sold out Sacramento. They sell out almost every ballpark they go to. I think they sold out Petco earlier this year.
Yeah. Wow, really?
Yeah.
Well, you know why?
People are showing up for the Bananas.
You know why? Because Petco's popping.
Petco's popping. Sure. My sister went to a Bananas game last year. She loved it.
She enjoy it?
Oh, she loved the dance, the choreography.
Yeah.
She loved it.
I just saw them doing a dance to a really current song, something like in the last month or two. But anyway.
They got players out there pitching on stilts. It's a bunch of crazy stuff going on at Bananas game.
Globetrotters on a baseball diamond. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So other factoids about Pablo Sandoval. He started in 2008. I want you all out there in your cars right now and in your breakfast nooks to think, where were you in 2008?
Homestead High School.
I had one child who was less than a year old, and I had been at KNBR for less than 4 years.
Wow.
And when he started in 2008.
Wow.
All right, brother?
Was young Tony alive in 2008?
Where were you, brother? Were you were with those guys going to high school with all those kids who wound up having kids at age 16? Yes.
2008, I was in elementary school. St. Albert the Great in Louisville, Kentucky.
Louisville. Didn't Tyler Fitzgerald tell us to swallow the...
He did, yeah.
Yeah, swallow the...
Shout out Tyler Fitzgerald.
So, I was at the 3 home run game. Raise your hand. Were you at the 3 home run game? Were you?
Oh, nice humble brag.
I know, right? Seriously. So, I've done this every year the Giants have made the playoffs. I go all in. I buy a whole strip of tickets. I go all in, so every game, and so it's a huge investment.
Oh, thanks for the invite. He's got a whole strip of tickets.
You didn't get my text? Come on, bro.
New phone, who dis?
You ghosted me, man. Yeah. Anyway, so Declan Murphy this is 2012, so he was 4 going on 5. And I made him stand up and hold up 3 fingers. So I have a picture of him with like a kind of a crooked 4-year-old smile holding up 3 fingers. And I said, you don't know what you're doing, kid, but this one's going into the archives.
That's awesome.
So we have that. I wanted to make sure he had that for for when I'm dead and gone. Here he is at the 3 homer game holding up 3 fingers.
You should tell Big D to put that as his Instagram profile picture.
That's true.
Because he's got that great photo of him at Candlestick.
That was the other thing I made sure to do was to get them to Candlestick. And because we have press pass access, I was able to get him on the field before a game against the Seahawks in 20 whatever. Last season was what, 2011? What was the last season? 2013?
Pick at the stick?
2013. Yeah. So he was just going on 6. I got them on and I said, remember when I'm dead and gone, you got to Candlestick. because I want to be like those people who got to Kezar or Seal Stadium. I never did.
And I love the fact that he reps it as an authentic fan. He's
Exactly.
like, look at me. I was that kid.
But you're right. He should. It's baseball season. He should hold up the 3 fingers.
That'd be good photo, Declan.
Jim in Pittsburgh was at the 3-home run game. Jim in Pittsburgh. Don't forget now, the Tigers are supposed to sweep that series. Jim, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Good morning, gentlemen. Yes, I got real lucky to get a $250 ticket in the last row above the press in left field. That's how high up I was. But it was supposed to rain that day, so the tickets for that last row was real cheap. So I was able to get in for that. But I was there. Me and my brother, we got to watch the 3 home runs. But what I wanted to mention is we forget this. He hit 2 of those home runs off the reigning Cy Young winner, right? Who's going to be a Hall of Famer. When Ruth and especially Pujols, when those guys did theirs, they hit their home runs off of bums. Late inning replacement bums.
Well,
so just
think
about that for a minute.
No, and for sure, in the sense that too that the Giants were completely supposed to be overwhelmed. Barry Zito, had that game in St. Louis that had saved the season, but it was Zito against Verlander. It was a mismatch. The Giants were coming off a 7-game series. The Tigers were coming off a sweep and had been rested. And, man, Pablo changed everything. He did. He changed everything, and that's why he won the World Series MVP.
It was awesome. And right before Zito hit that hit, I turned to my brother. I said, if Zito gets a hit off Verlander, the world's ending tomorrow. Well,
2 things are true.
But we started trying.
He got the hit, and here you are. We're still going. The world is still going, Jim.
Yep.
Appreciate the
and
call.
Pablo's still on the team.
Yeah, appreciate the call, man. Thanks for the call. Somebody wrote in and said, what about Ricky Henderson? He played till he was 44.
Wow.
Played till he was 44.
Still swiping bags at 44.
And he hit 208. See how many steals he had that year. Yeah, he had 3 steals at age 44 as a Dodger.
Ooh.
As a Dodger.
Yeah.
You guys know for Immaculate Grid, here's Ricky. A's, Yankees, Padres, Mets, Red Sox, Dodgers, Angels, Mariners, Blue Jays.
Damn, Ricky.
Just remember that.
He's still in bags and still in uniforms.
So it'll be fun tonight. 5:05 is the time. We got more Pablo. We had him in Scottsdale. And we asked him, he was so close with Bochy. Did he think about trying to go to Texas? This is cut A tone, is what he said.
I got a great conversation and, great communication with Bosch. And he was like, yes, I can talk to the GM, see why. And, but I make it clear to Farhan. I want to come back. And I want with the Giants. I don't want with other teams. If the Giants don't give me opportunity, yes, I will go with other teams. But my priority was the Giants.
There it is. It was great to see him. Like you said, I don't know what he did, with the weight loss situation, but it is dramatic.
I mean, he walked into that broadcast booth, again, arguably in the best shape of his life. And to do it at this point of his career shows how serious he is about still playing baseball. But again, we're talking about a guy that literally came out of the womb swinging the bat. Like, he's just a natural-born baseball player. Murph, I'll throw out the idea. How about we just have Pablo play all 9 positions tonight?
Yeah, well.
I want him everywhere, all around the diamond, on the bump, closing out the 9th inning. One position
he's
per
never played
inning.
Outfield in
They can do it.
Okay.
Who cares? I know that's always been a goal of his to play all 9 positions.
Do you think he should pitch tonight, or would that be making a mockery of the whole thing?
Oh, no, because Giants fans are going to be chanting, let Pablo pitch, just like they were doing it at the end of his career here last time in San Francisco.
Well, what if he goes out there and gets raked?
Who cares? It's spring training. It's the last game of the year.
All right, for fun, too. Jim in Pleasanton is on KNBR at 808 KNBR. Jim, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Murph? Doing great.
What's up, man?
So my favorite Pablo hit, it was one of the World Series home runs in 2012, but it was how it came about. The pitching coach came out to the mound, and you can see arrogant Verlander's face with a smirk on it, and he gives him a look, and he says, "What are you doing out here? Like, how dare you come out here?" And the very next pitch, he went oppo over the left field wall. It was great.
Yeah, I agree. That was it. He was dismissive of the Tigers pitching coach, whose name is escaping me right now, but he was kind of a veteran, respected guy. And
like Jeff Jones or Jim Jones or something like that.
Didn't he mouth the words like "wow" or something like that? Didn't he say
on the replay afterward, he literally went "wow."
That was pretty fun, man. Good stuff, Jim. Appreciate the call, man. Appreciate it.
I mean, but Murph, think about it. Whether it's the 3 home runs in 2012 or him catching the final out in 2014.
Hey, man.
This is a guy that's in all the highlight tapes of the Giants dynasty.
And we talked about it earlier in the show, the wink. We weren't sure, and how I used the wink in that Championship Blood book, and then I regretted it. I'm like, I don't think anybody remembers the wink. But some people do remember. It was the first inning of Game 7, and they showed him in the on-deck circle, and he winked at the camera. And I just thought it was so, at the time he was setting a World Series record, or a postseason record for hits in a postseason. It's since been broken by Randy Arozarena.
You think Pablo knew something in that moment? That Madison Bumgarner was going to come to close out that game?
He was in that groove. He was. First of all, he was just seeing it. It looked like a beach ball to him coming in. I mean, he was just one of the, when you're feeling great in the box, you're feeling great in the box, right?
When you're hot, you're hot.
Yeah, and he was hot. And he had hit the, that was 2014, not 2012.
Yeah.
Well, so interesting 3 postseason stories for that guy. 2014, 26 hits, sets a record. 2012, he's the World Series MVP, 3 homers in 1 game. 2010, not on the postseason roster.
How about that?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's been, Bochy, it's funny, his love for Bochy transcends the fact that Bochy gave him his biggest embarrassment, which was to leave him off the roster.
Yeah. And by the way, that means now Pablo has 2 World Series rings for not being on the roster in the World Series because he got one in Atlanta, right?
I think you're right. It's funny, Baseball Reference only has him down for 3. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe Baseball Reference made a mistake. Or
somebody give Pablo some damn World Series rings?
925 says, guys, what about him fielding balls while blowing bubbles? He will do that. Yeah. He will do that.
Well, he's just smooth. That's Pablo.
313 says, I'm from Detroit. I took my mom, a diehard Tigers fan, to the 3 home run game. It was an awesome experience. Not for her, obviously. It was my first time ever in that park, and it was magic. Well, those were the days, man. My memories of those is like, it's just an absolutely jam-packed park. Everybody's got those orange rally rags going, It's sort of that different light and air in October. It's kind of funny. We get that warmer air in October sometimes. So sometimes the playoff games are warmer than the regular season games.
You're right.
But Pablo doing his thing. So that's it, guys. This is the big hit about Pablo tonight. If you can go down 505, check him out, say hi. Again, though, don't say goodbye because it sounds like he's going to be up in Sacramento accepting his assignment.
Which is awesome for anybody that lives up in the 916 or around. Like, I go up all the time. Like, if I drive up to my parents' house up in Rockland and I see Pablo's in a lineup, I might have to drive over to go see the River Cats.
Well, dude, you're going to see a guy hitting, born to hit, born to pinch run now as he doing his thing last night. So, so 415 says Pablo played in all 3 series in 2010. Did he? You sure about that? Huh. Well, with my memory is he was left off I guess what the deal, Barry Zito was off the roster. Pablo Sandoval lost his starting job. He lost it to Mike Fontenot. That was the embarrassment, is that he was not starting. Dude, Mike Fontenot. How about that?
Mike Fontenot.
Yeah.
Wow.
True story.
Haven't heard that name in a while.
Yeah. But it was embarrassing for him, and it was a ding on his career. It was Zito who was left off the roster. So sorry, guys. God, geez, these guys with their. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to follow you around work all day. I'm just going to write little memos to you when you make mistakes. Little emails and mistakes there, dude. I'm kidding. I like to be correct. 650. I poured 2 beers down my pants at the 3-homer game. I was completely unhinged. Now, that I wouldn't do.
That's pretty expensive.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, a couple beers. That's like $60 to celebrate.
Sounds like the guy was hammered.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? 408 says, can't forget, didn't Pablo hit a double and end up being the winning run in that 15-inning game where Petit threw like 7 no-earned runs in extra innings? Cousin Vinny asked. I'm not so sure about that. It was the Brandon Belt. No, in the 9th inning, he got the key hit. In the 9th inning, when the Giants were down to Jordan Zimmerman, Matt Williams made the move. Pablo got the key hit that kept that going. Very good call. Very good call. Yes, 774 said, yes, he was on the 2010 roster. He DH'd 1 game. Yes, 209 says he lost it to Juan Uribe. No, I think Uribe was it Uribe at third?
Yeah, I think Juan was playing third.
Okay. I also remember Fontenot. In a game. I'm going to go down swinging on that one. I think Fontenot started a game against the Braves over Pablo Sandoval.
I mean, you're Mr. This dates in Giants history.
Well, I mean, I'm also Mr. Gets something wrong every day. What happened to your brain, bro? Who said that to us earlier today? It was Tony, wasn't he? Was he upset about we earlier today said, have you ever said something wrong? Oh, no, it was the guy who called in about Pablo saying something bad about the Giants. And he said, do you guys ever say anything and regret it? And we're like, every segment.
Yeah.
Every segment.
Including this one.
Well, anyway. Very good, brother. Very good. All right, man. Well, there you go. There's your big hit. It was fun, and it was creative, and we enjoyed it. Hey, a little bit of preview for you. Sergio Romo at 9:30 today. Cooler content coming up. Jenny Cavnar is going to join us at 8:30. And then Thursday at 8:15 on opening day, Buster Posey.
Let's go.
Buster Posey.
Buster Blank
right
and
at this
Posey.
time on Thursday. So,
that's what's up.
Well, thanks, everybody, for your memories. The Giants are doing it again. They're doing the nostalgia thing again tonight. And if you have a chance to go out, 505, give Pablo a shout for us. Marcus will be there.
Oh, I'll be there. Okay. I'll be rooting for my guy, Pablo.
I got a game at Boyle Park.
I'll be screaming in the background, let Pablo pitch.
Wish us luck. We got to get off the schneid.
Let's go, Murph.
All right.
Next pitch, next game.
We got to score a couple runs. All right, here's the deal.
You need a Pablo Sandoval. That's what you
Cooler
need.
of content next. Thanks for the big hit, everybody, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
It's the Giants and A's Spring Training Bay Bridge Series. So coming up in about 15 minutes, we're going to talk to Jenny Cavnar. But if you want to hear our breakdowns yesterday with Brody Brazil and Shooty Babbitt, who stopped by Extra Innings last night with Bill Lasky, check out those podcasts available on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Provident Credit Union, making you money, have something to make your wallet stand up and cheer. That is if a wallet can stand up and cheer. Let's talk about it. Are you ready for a short-term savings investment designed to make your money grow quicker? Check out Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificate. So right now, you can select a term of either 3 or 6 months and enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. Yep, you heard me right, 4.75%. For a limited time, you get to call the shots with a 3 or 6 month Provident Pick a Term certificate. So do not hesitate. This competitive offer is only available for a limited time. Save smarter and take control of your savings. Check them out at providentcu.org or swing by a branch. And if you're in the Oakland area, there's a new location at Temescal Plaza. This rate is effective as of March 15, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler. You're not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
So first and foremost, before I get in the cooler contest, I want to take on the way, like Mel Gibson and Braveheart, back-to-back days, Braveheart references, taking on the waves of haters who just try to come at me with facts. You got that one wrong. You got that one wrong. So I'm going to paint the face blue and say, you can never take my baseball reference. Mike Fontenot started games 3 and 4 of the Atlanta Giants 2010 NLDS, and it was a big blanket deal. It was seen as Pablo's downfall. Maybe Bochy was preying on Pablo's downfall. Like the texters are trying to prey on my downfall. Fontenot started for Pablo in games 3 and 4, and it was a big deal. And so that's my point about Pablo loving Bochy, despite the fact that he was part of a very tough love public situation when he benched his A in the 2010 playoffs.
Hold that, haters!
So I just want to make sure we got that.
Tell him, Murph.
All right.
And that was this date in Giants history.
Well, everybody comes at you with these facts. You start doubting yourself. You know what I mean? Like, for example, Pablo Sandoval's 3-homer game in 2012 was preceded by Albert Pujols' 3-homer game in 2011, and I would have sworn on a stack of baseball almanacs that Albert Pujols did it after him, because in my mind, I was upset when Pujols did it because I was like, that diminishes Pablo's achievement. But turns out my mind was playing tricks on me. Shout out the Ghetto Boys.
Shout out Ghetto Boys. And Murph, It's all right. Don't let facts get in the way of a good radio segment, all right?
That's probably the number one story right there. So texters, save it and let us spin a yarn. Let us spin a yarn. Isn't it theater of the mind, Marcus? Isn't that what it is?
It's the mosaic.
All right. Pete Rose has spoken.
Great job, brother.
Pete Rose has spoken on the Shohei Ohtani. He's with some dude down in Vegas in a casino.
It looks like he's sitting in a sports book.
Damn. And Pete's, what is he, 80? Yeah. I don't know, man. He's got a dude, though. So these guys like this, they have dudes. Remember when Jim Nantz came with his dude?
I was going to say, some people have dudes. Some people have interpreters.
Very good. Did you guys, we didn't even talk about Nantz in the crowd cheering for the Houston Cougars.
I did, yes. And you're going to talk about the dude that Jim Nantz brought into studio,
Nantz brought a guy,
right?
so it's so funny. Like, each guy finds a guy that kind of suits his level in society. So Nantz's guy was a classy guy because Nantz is a classy dude. Mm-hmm. So Nantz's guy, we didn't really know what he did. He was like, oh, that's Jim. Or, no, what was the guy's name?
I think it was also Jim.
Paul or something anyway?
I thought it was Jim and Jim.
Yeah, anyway, the guy's like, he's just my guy. He goes, we just do things together. And when I go on the road, he's my guy. It's like a handler, right?
Do you have a guy here at KNBR?
Who's my guy?
Like young Tony's got California Kyle.
Paul Tonelli from Murph, right?
Well, he's not my guy, is he? You think so? I mean, no, I'm talking about like the guy who's like my... Like
a guy who represents you and takes care of stuff for you.
Yes, exactly.
Tonelli has other people like Baby Huey to take care of.
Tonelli has a guy, but we don't have a guy.
We don't have a guy.
No.
Let's sign up Danny Dunn. That's a reliable guy.
Tony, you want to nominate? You want to be my guy? Walk around and just hang out and like do things?
I mean, yes, or John Joe as well. I feel like John Joe's your guy. He's always down in the kitchen talking to you, always in the update studio, getting everything ready.
But so if I went on a roadie, like my buddies and I are going to Seattle later this summer for our roadie. It's like, what if I just brought a guy? They're like, who's this? I'll be like, that's my guy.
That's my guy.
He's just hanging out.
By the way,
something, he's going.
I love how quick that was of young Tony to pawn off the responsibility to John Joe Curley.
Man.
He's like, yeah, I'm here for you, Murph, but I think John might want to be your guy instead.
Nobody wants to be my guy.
Oh, man.
That's all right.
That's why Tony wasn't giving you credit about that George Kittle subliminal message earlier this morning.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Thanks for bringing that back.
Yeah, Tony's my guy, actually.
So it's tough, man. It's hard out here for a pill. I'll just soldier on by myself. All right? I'll soldier on by myself. Hey, so anyway, we're talking about having a guy. Pete Rose is just this dude just sitting with him. His name's Matt. He's filming Pete Rose and him in the casino about Shohei.
Hey, guys, Matt Thrash here, enjoying some March Madness with my great friend Pete Rose. And we were talking about the current goings-on in baseball right now, and Pete wanted to mention something.
Well, back in the 70s and 80s, I wish I'd have had an interpreter. I'd be scot-free.
There you have it from the Hit King.
That's just all freaking time.
I mean, it's a good line.
Incredible bite. Well, back in the 70s and 80s, I wish I had me an interpreter. I'd be scot-free.
Back in the 70s and 80s, I wish I'd have had an interpreter. I'd be scot-free.
I dropped the mic. That's one of the great sound bites of the year.
I mean, everything about this, with the guy sitting next to him in what I'm assuming is a sports book.
Yes, correct. It's poorly lit.
The lights are low. The camera is way too close to both of their faces. He zooms in on Pete, and then Pete drops the line. If I had an interpreter.
It's an incredible line.
Oh, man.
And that
Back in the 70s and 80s, I wish I'd have had an interpreter. I'd be scot-free.
So I'm just catching up now. He has admitted to betting on baseball, so that's not news, right? Has he ever admitted to betting on? Because he just admitted right now there.
Yeah.
But has he? I forget. He's changed his story so many times.
I was going to say, it seems like every time you hear Pete talk, he's telling a different story.
It's a great line, though. Thank God. Thank God. He's 82, by the way.
Yeah.
The hit king. And that dude is sketchy he's hanging with. Sketchy.
He's probably the guy hooking him up with all those autograph signings
Big
and
time.
stuff.
Big time.
Pete hangs out at a lot of casinos.
I don't think that guy has Pete Rose's best interest at heart. I don't think so.
No.
Now, we found this other one now. It's very important for us. A guy named Hun Joe or Joey Soboleski. I don't even know who he is.
Oh, is this my surfer dude?
Yes.
Oh, this is a good dude.
He's just a guy surfing down in Southern California somewhere?
Yeah, he looks like he's down
he's
near
in because he's Huntington Beach.
I was going to say he's down near some kind of pier. I almost thought it was Santa Monica.
I think it's Huntington Beach.
Okay. Santa Monica, maybe, yeah.
Well, he calls himself Hun Joe. That's leading me to believe Huntington Beach.
Maybe he surfs all over SoCal, Murph.
Right, but he goes by Hun Joe. He doesn't go by Samo Joe.
Hun Joe.
Samo would be your Santa Monica pier.
Oh.
So anyway, I'm just dropping a little SoCal pier knowledge on you there.
Good knowledge.
But who knows? Maybe they're going to come at me and say Pablo Sandoval was never at that pier. But Mike Fontenot was at the pier. I'll tell you that.
But Murph, I think we should set this up for the audience because for our morning show, for our schedule, me and you will both take naps. We heard you allude to taking a nap this morning with Dwayne Kuiper because of the play ball lunch.
Are you ready for this? Honest to goodness. It is the single most important thing in my life. My wife, I love her very much. My children, I'd do anything for them. My family, my siblings, all that is very important. They all take a back seat to the nap.
Wow.
If I don't have the nap, I'm a dead man. I would die. Therefore, there would be no people to hang out with or take care of.
Wow.
So it is the single. If I don't get it one day, I get the red blotch in the eye. 2 days, forget it.
So it definitely affects you. Now, I want to bring young Tony onto their mic. Young Tony, I asked you the other day if you took naps after your shift, and your answer was?
No, never. Not once.
And he also went on to say, naps are for babies, Murph.
Oh, well. He is 25.
And so here we are.
So when you're 25, I don't think I was taking naps either.
Well, I'd also like to point out you have 3 Little League teams and a basketball team to coach. You're doing a lot of different things
I also want to point out thank you for that.
Don't change your take now, Tony. Come at Murph. Come at him. Come on.
A very important
Call him a baby again.
It's a very important difference.
Naps are for babies.
Yeah, there it is. Tony takes a very different strategic tack, and this is the entire thing.
Yeah.
He shuts it down early. I shut it down late.
Correct.
I try to catch as much data and information as I can. 10 o'clock is my drop dead time, and I sometimes push past that.
So you're saying that Tony's a baby for going to sleep at 8?
Just tell us when you shut it down.
I mean, it depends on the night. I also get up earlier than both of you.
Ooh, so when do you shut it down?
I mean, it depends. I would say generally 8, 8:30, 9.
Well, you've said to me earlier than that. No, wait, dude, what do you mean?
If there's nothing going on,
you said you go to bed
at 6, 7 if I can.
You told us 7 once. Wow. That's what I've been working
Before the sun goes down, Tony?
Again, I get up at 3. You both get up at 4:15.
Yeah, it's exactly. So 1 hour difference on getting up, whereas it's a 3-hour difference in going to sleep.
It depends on what's going on at night, honestly, what sporting events are on.
And that's why you got to stack up those hours with the naps,
I got no apologies for my nap whatsoever. My dad raised me on the fact that the greatest human beings of all time took naps. Guys like Gandhi and Hank Aaron, they took naps. Right? My dad told me that. He did.
And then how long is the nap? Is it a sweet spot of 20 minutes?
Like the ultimate sleep. I mean, I'm always scrolling and looking at stuff while I'm drifting off, But the actual snooze time, the sweet spot would be between 25 and 29 minutes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
See, I go a little bit longer, 45 to an hour.
Yeah,
and then once I go past an hour, dude, then it's dangerous.
Well,
then I'm just in bed all day.
That's just absolutely unacceptable.
Well, you got obligations you got to get to.
Absolutely unacceptable. Also, just the body just recharges for less than half hour. John Joe, what about your time? An hour, huh?
Oh, he's an hour napper.
He is a napper as well. I asked him about this.
Well, again, like Gandhi and Hank Aaron.
That's it. So we got 3 nappers.
This all leads up to this surfer. It's all by way of saying the surfer says,
shouts out to everybody who got through the day without taking a nap. Pulled an all-dayer. Pretty tough, yo.
Shout out to young Tony. Pulling in all day.
I need that again.
Pretty tough, yo.
Shouts out to everybody who got through the day without taking a nap. Pulled in all day. Pretty tough, yo.
This kid wins. He's fantastic.
Perfect, dude.
Hun Joe.
And just like
By the way, he's in the wetsuit, standing on the beach with the pier in the background. And by the way, shouts out. Shouts out.
And Murph, we were just talking about how the algorithm is always listening. No joke. We had this conversation about naps, and then an hour later, I go home, I go on Instagram, and this is the first video I see. I instantly send it over to young Tony, and here we are, celebrating the all-dayers.
Danny Dunn checks in, says Gary Payton II is an avowed napper. All right, an admitted napper.
You got to get your naps in.
Well, NBA guys all nap.
Oh.
They all, because they go to the morning shoot-around, then they get their nap in the afternoon, then they go to the game.
Apparently, Shohei Ohtani has like an unreal sleep schedule also.
Everybody nap. All the greats nap. They do. And dude, my dad... He had an office on McAllister right there on the state building right there on City Hall, and he had a couch. He shut it down between 12:30 and 1 every day. My mom would call him at 1 to wake him up. That was the old-fashioned wake-up call. So I just was raised on it, and guess what? The Murphys are doing okay.
Yeah.
We're napping.
415 checks in. Is your nap in bed or on a couch?
Well, you know it's always on bed, and of course you guys know famously, predating all of you.
Oh, I don't think the kids know.
Medium Impact Brian in Tahoe once, being the John Joe Effort producer, went into my room in the. By the way, having a stranger in your hotel room, a coworker in your hotel room is a little dicey.
Yeah.
He comes in because I want to talk about something for the show. This is some material we're going to do for an interview tomorrow. And I was about to take my nap, and I was like, bro, that's great, but you got to get the hell out of here. I'm taking my nap. He goes, okay, I'll leave you to nap. And I got on the bed, and he's leaving, and he stops, and he turns around. He goes, are you going to nap right now? I said, yeah. He goes, you have your shoes on. I said, so? He goes, you're napping in your shoes. I can't wait for the show tomorrow. I'm bringing this to the air.
Hold up, you nap in your shoes?
100%.
Why?
It's part of the deal.
100%. So every time you nap, you have the shoes on.
Yes.
Wow.
Like you put the covers over your dirty shoes.
No, just a blanket over the cover. I sleep on top of the comforter, blanket over me.
Feet hanging off the bed or feet on the bed?
What am I, 6'8"? No, I mean, what am I, 6'9"?
I'm surprised Candace allows you to have shoes in the bed.
Shh. She doesn't know. She
She's
leaves me in my
listening.
nap zone.
Like you have to sleep with the shoes. You can't fall asleep without.
If I take the shoes off now, I'm making a statement that, like, I'm shutting it down.
Damn.
And I'm not looking to shut it down. I'm just looking for a 25-minute nap and keep going.
Damn, I didn't know
Right?
Murph's shoes were like his teddy bear.
Yeah,
He's got to have it to take a
You
nap.
take the shoes off, you're shutting it down.
Oh.
I'm not looking to shut it down. I got to get to those practices.
Shut it down.
If I'm in socks, all of a sudden the practice is dicey. It's 50-50. All right, so.
See, in the house I grew up, you had to take your shoes off when you got
what is
inside.
this? So what are we in Japan here? I mean, come on now. Like, you know,
That's the way I was raised.
listen, I understand it's an honorable thing in Japan, and people still do it. I'm like, just walk in your shoes. What are we doing here?
Yeah, it's not Japan, it's Kentucky.
I mean, come on. I mean, just walking. Well,
No,
Kentucky,
not even Kentucky. That's just a California.
Well,
That's
I mean,
an
the joke
everywhere
would be
thing.
in Kentucky, you know, there's no shoes to take off.
Oh.
Right, you know what I mean? So there you go. All right.
Congrats on pulling an all-dayer.
Once more from the surfer on the all-dayer. This is Tony's guy here.
Pretty tough, yo.
Shouts out to everybody who got through the day without taking a nap. Pulled an all-dayer. Pretty tough, yo.
That guy's the best.
That's pretty tough,
Jenny
yo.
Cavnar, Oakland A's new broadcaster on the Bay Bridge Series next on the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. It's tournament time, Thursday. Actually, women's tournament, too. It's that time of year where you have to try and come up with a legit reason to skip work and catch some games. Amici's is that reason. You want to eat lunch or have dinner somewhere that's showing the games, and where better than an Amici's East Coast Pizzeria where multiple big screen TVs show all the NC2A action. If you need further encouragement, we're offering you a discount, 20% off any medium pizza for dine-in or pickup on all tournament game days. Just tell them I sent you. Say, hey, I heard Murph on KNBR say I get 20% off a medium pizza on a tournament game day, and they'll say, you got it right. You get the deal. Or you can order for takeout at Amici's and enter the code MADNESS20. Madness, they call it madness. When you place your order, MADNESS20, and you get the medium pizza discount. So when you're in the mood for a great pizza deal for dine-in or takeout, while catching some of this year's college hoops action, 2 words, baby, Amici's delivers.
Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Dude, the man himself, Mib himself, checked in. Medium Impact Brian, the man who busted me with the shoes.
Your man, Murph.
So years later, and I still feel the same way I did in Tahoe. Napping with your shoes on is outrageous.
I got to say, I side with Medium Impact Brian here.
Well, listen, guys. Hey, listen. As the great Robert Rubino, my buddy, once said, when he was we were at a Giants. I was working at the Santa Rosa Press Center. The Giants had a huge game. And Barry Bonds hit a clutch home run, and a 45-year-old man was going, yes, yes. And this news guy walked by and goes, you're a grown man, and you're cheering at this sport. It's ridiculous. And it was like, whoa, shots fired. The guy was serious. And Robert said, hey, pal, you don't go around bursting my bubbles. I won't go around bursting yours.
That's it.
And that's my take on you guys on my shoes.
If Murph wants to nap with his shoes on, let him nap with his shoes on, all right?
Don't go around bursting my bubbles. I won't go around bursting yours.
100%.
By the way, that's entirely untrue. I love bursting your bubble.
Yeah, you do.
Jenny Cavnar. We're not going to burst her, but we're going to give her love because we had a great time with her at the Rusty Spur in Scottsdale and listening to her last night call the A's-Giants game. Jenny, you sound like a natural already. You are the voice of the A's and a true friend of the program, Jenny. Good morning, and welcome back to your boys, Murph and Marcus.
Morning, Jenny.
Well, thanks. Good to hear you guys. And since I'm a true friend of the program, I guess I have to start with asking, why are you napping with your shoes on, Murph?
That's a great question, Jenny.
Hey, Jenny, I'm
kind of embarrassed for you right now.
You don't go around bursting your bubbles, and I won't go around bursting yours. All right. So here's my one explanation, then we'll get going on the baseball. Is for whatever reason, I'm not looking to be there for a long time. I'm just there for a good time.
Hey-o.
And taking off the shoes is kind of shutting it down and putting my mindset that I'm going down for the long haul. Keeping the shoes on means we're taking the power nap and then we're going.
Yeah.
That's the thought.
Yeah, Jenny.
Dress for the part, man. Dress for the part.
Yeah,
you got it.
Jenny, it was kind of like Murph's night at the Rusty Spur. He wasn't there for a long time, but he was there for a good time with Raider Vito.
Hey, Jenny, at least
Am I right? Yeah, that's like.
At least I got
it.
I got out before the spills began.
Hey now.
Right? So
shout out the Sippy Cubs.
Yeah.
Well, listen, congratulations and welcome to the Bay. We know you did the Rockies for a long time, so this is not your first rodeo by a long shot. But how did it feel being in Oakland last night for the Bay Bridge Series? What was your takeaway with the vibe, the energy, and the squads?
Yeah, it was good. You're right. It's funny because, having done baseball for a long time, I'm going to my 18th season as a broadcaster. I've been to a lot of ballparks. I've broadcast from a lot of different areas. But the last time I was at the Coliseum, I think I was a sideline reporter. So I was out there in the open wild. This is before they even moved sideline reporters behind the net there closer to home plate in the coverage zone. I was in like the end of the dugout, like, just give me a foul ball. I had to have a glove down there. It was a very scary situation. So a very different experience being up top and in the booth. And then I was still in the wild because I was next to Dallas Braden. You know what I mean? So had that going on for me. And it was fun. It was great. For Dallas and I, we're just so ready to get going. We've been talking so much about what the season's going to look like, and we've been friends for a very long time. And so just to kind of get the party started was awesome. And then, the real thing coming up real soon on Thursday.
Yeah, and we had Dallas on our show a couple weeks ago, and of course we talked about some of the former Giants who are on the A's roster, whether it's Alex Wood or J.D. Davis we saw in the lineup last night. But he was also excited about some of the younger guys, some of the prospects, whether it's Zach Geloff or so on and so on. Jenny, who are some of the names and some of the younger guys you're keeping an eye on this A's roster?
Well, yeah, I think there's a lot of young talent to be super excited about. I'm excited for the guys that came in competing for a spot, competing for a job that we saw a lot of growth from at spring training. Daryl Hernandez just found out yesterday that he made the opening day roster. And, when he gets in a game, it'll be his major league debut. And just watching a kid go through all those emotions and such a nice kid at that, he's going to be a great addition to the ball club. Lawrence Butler also found out yesterday that he's making the squad. So just adding to the exciting and deep group of outfielders that they have. They have a lot of center fielders on this roster by trade and guys that are going to be able to shift off to the corners. You have a lot of speed out there, a lot of aggressiveness. So I think that's exciting in and of itself. But Lawrence just brings the energy. He has a smile that is, 1,000 watts coming at you. And he's excited to be at the ballpark every single day. And I think that's contagious. Guys like that are important, right? It's important to perform inside the lines. There's no question. But it's also important in a grind of 162 to have a guy with a lot of personality, a lot of pizzazz, and kind of just keeps the feels good all day long. So I'm excited specifically for those two. But, yeah, you start to watch things shape out. I think when you look at the A's of past, pitching has always been a huge bugaboo for them, whether it's being able to get starters every fifth day that can give you 5 innings. That really wasn't the case for them last year. They used 41 pitchers and 24 different starters. So to add some veteran guys to the mix, like Alex Wood, who will get the opening day start, like Ross Stripling in there, and then put him with guys who've, been around and been consistent for this Oakland A's team. J.P. Sears was that guy last year. Paul Blackburn is the elder statesman of the starting rotation who's been in the A's uniform. And so I think they're kind of all coming together with just a little bit more under your belt, so to speak, and then walking around the clubhouse like that. It can teach a lot of these young guys how to be a big leaguer. And so all those things become really important. But I always love youth and energy and excitement and those good feels of a major league debut around the corner.
Yeah, and actually one of my favorite prospects or young up-and-coming players on the A's is a guy I went and saw his MLB debut last year in Oakland, and that's Mason Miller. And I know his season was cut short with an elbow injury, but last night on the mound, that fastball was up to triple digits. He looks electric. Now, he came in the 9th inning. Is the plan for him to be the closer this year for the A's?
Yeah, I don't think that Mark Hasse and Scott Emerson are ready to basically crown a closer at this point in time. I also don't necessarily think it's a by committee situation. I think they have viable arms in high leverage situations for the back end. Do I think Mason Miller will get the nod most of the time in the 9th inning? Absolutely. Do I think at some point in time, if he continues to deal like we've seen all spring and at points last year, and the control is there and the 101.5 miles an hour is there consistently, do I think you're going to see him be named the closer? Absolutely. But early on, there's a lot to figure out in the month of April. You don't want to overuse a guy like Mason Miller either. He's a younger arm, and you have to be mindful of his innings and his workload coming into the season. So I think all those things will be taken into account. But, yes, I think if a game is close and it's a save opportunity earlier in the season, call to the bullpen Mason Miller. I mean, he went up against a lot of good pitchers last night in terms of ones that we saw for the Giants and for the A's. And when you look on Baseball Savant, great reference for just different stats and different analytics. One of them is top pitch velocity of the night. And Jordan Hicks, he can deal. We've seen that, right? This is a guy that's transitioned from being a reliever to a starter, and he dealt last night against the Oakland A's. He had 20 swings and misses, but he also was hitting triple digits. But it's Mason Miller that has all of the top velocities, and he was only in the game to face 3 batters. So I think that just goes to show you the heat he can bring each and every night.
Jenny, the other story last night or tonight is Pablo Sandoval. And, before you became the A's broadcaster, and congrats, by the way, become the first woman in Major League history to serve as a club's primary play-by-play voice. But again, we mentioned this is your 18th season. You did the Padres pre and post for a long time. You did the Rockies. So that means the NL West. So you've seen Pablo Sandoval's
almost. Of Pablo.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, was he the kind of guy who jumped off the field? You talked about youth and energy and liking that stuff. And here he is still exuding that energy at his age, 37. So just do you have any memories or any encounters with him through the years on the field as you were working for the Rockies and the Padres?
No, I think, just early on I was with the Padres from 07 to 11. And so I think Pablo, he debuted in 08 and with the Giants. And so really a staple in the NL West when you go back and you look at those early years. And then obviously becoming a big part of the championship years here and the face that he became. And how do you not love the Panda? And I think for me, the memories are coming to Oracle Park or back then AT&T Park, and you're seeing all the Panda hats, right? Because warmth, it gets a little chilly in the bay in the summer sometimes in the evening, and B, it's just a cool scene to see. He was such a fan favorite and so beloved by so many. And even last night, coming into the game, into an exhibition game in a pinch hit situation, and everyone stood up that was there at the Coliseum and gave him a cheer. So such a staple in the Bay Area, as I mentioned. And I think tonight will be really special for fans at Oracle to just give him all the love he deserves for everything he's done for that franchise. I know that saying, Giant Forever, I think he embodies that.
Yeah, and Jenny, while we're going down memory lane, just to close up this interview, I have to ask you about your connection to a certain NFL head coach down in Miami.
Yeah. Too bad we can't show the visual on radio, right? That would be great. Yeah, Mike McDaniel and I went to high school together. So Kyle Shanahan also grew up in our neighborhood. Obviously, Bay Area connections there. A lot of a lot of NFL guys just ended up happening to be in that Shanahan era when he was coaching for the Denver Broncos, and then Kyle growing up there. And then, Mike was a ball boy for the Denver Broncos, but he was a class below me at Smoky Hill High School in Aurora, Colorado. And Mike and I were good friends in high school, and I have a lot of fun old-time pictures. He wore the double hoop earrings, and I was trying to tell you guys at the Rusty Spur, like, what you see is what Mike is. That is not a show. That is not a shtick. That is not like trying to be funny. That is Mike McDaniel to a T, and that is his humor. And he grew up around some other pretty funny dudes. Dan Soder, who's a comedian, has some specials on HBO that you may have seen. Those two were best friends growing up and spent a lot of time together. ESPN just did a great piece on them, and the sleepovers they used to have, and watching football till the wee hours, making jokes till the wee hours. So it's really fun to see them both succeed and go on to have big careers.
Yeah, and it's funny you say that. It's exactly the same. I think people, by the time they're like 13, 14, 15, kind of the bulk of your personality is formed. So you're saying McDaniel's offbeat, trippy, deadpan humor was a factor back in high school.
Deadpan humor. Deadpan humor. Yeah. It's funny that one of his best friends ended up becoming the actual comedian, and he's just an NFL coach. That's
well, Jenny, whether it was the Warriors broadcast you did, the Women in Broadcasting Day, or your broadcasting career thus far, 5 Emmys, listen, you don't have to prove anything to anybody. You've had a great career, and now we look forward to you being part of the Bay, and hopefully we have more conversations. So congrats on the gig. Have a fun season, and we'll catch up down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Jenny.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Jenny Cavnar, she's great. All right, the big hit on the other... Oh, pardon me, the big hit. It's not the big hit. It's the 850 version. So we did the Pablo for a lot. Mm-hmm. Do you guys want to go back to Shohei at this point?
Ooh, I'll talk a little Shohei.
And we can return to Pablo, but we do have Sergio Romo at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Since I'm a true friend of the program, I guess I have to start with asking, why are you napping with your shoes on, Murph?
That's a great question, Jenny.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
What's up, everybody? It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher here on a Tuesday morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, because whether it's the tournament or the race for playoff home court in the NBA, you can cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projections, and place your entry. Turn $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. You can choose from traditional stat options like more or less on the point total for Steph Curry, or more unique options like more or less on the total amount of dunks for Kevin Durant. They have easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an injury insurance policy. It's what makes Prize Pick the #1 daily fantasy sports app. So join the Prize Pick community of more than 3 million members who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code LEADER. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Pick. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Everything that I've seen, and he's kind of business as usual, really. And so I'm really looking forward to his addressing everyone tomorrow as well. It's the right thing to do, and I'm happy he's going to, speak to what he knows and give his thoughts on the whole situation. I think it'll give us all a little bit more clarity.
Well, that's Dave Roberts as the Dodgers are fighting waves of controversy and distractions. They lose their exhibition to the Angels last night, which is always fun, right? Shohei went hitless. We're looking for a Shohei tailspin here as they have one more exhibition tonight, and then they open against the Cardinals Thursday. I'm telling you, man, I told you guys we had our ticket draft last night, and I took Sunday, September 29th against the Cardinals. I said, for the NL West clincher.
There it is.
And I was joking, like 95% joking, leaving 5% open. I'm not writing off the West just yet. I know that's insane. I know it's insane. I know. But I'm telling you right now, in terms of energy and vibes, the Giants signing Blake Snell and heading in that direction, and the Dodgers being embroiled in this Shohei gate and heading in that direction, there's just a little wind at the Giants' back for just let us enjoy the wind at our back for a day or two.
Look,
all right?
Murph, all I'm saying is the Dodgers still haven't won a game since the scandal broke.
For sure. That's a true story, by the way.
That's a true fact.
Story, yeah.
That is a fact.
So the Shohei thing yesterday, guys, It's national. It's international. It really is. And he wrote out a statement and spoke it in his native tongue while an interpreter translated it. Now, I just read it. So I didn't see the video. I read the whole statement, start to finish. You guys are telling me the interpreter was listening to him and then trying to translate it?
Yeah.
Like they hadn't prepared this? Or
No, and they were going almost like bar for bar. Like Ohtani would spit a couple lines, and then the interpreter would step in and just say like a sentence in English. And then Ohtani would hop back in and go back to Japanese.
And you said sometimes the interpreter was asking for asking to clarify a couple
he was
things?
like, wait, can you repeat that? Can you say that again? Which doesn't really add up in my mind because we know that this was a written statement by Shohei Ohtani.
So,
he did not take any questions from the media.
No.
So if Ohtani was reading from a written statement, shouldn't have there been a written statement translated into English so that the interpreter could have read that?
I would have thought so. That's a very reasonable request. So, guys, here's the deal. Here are some of the things Shohei Ohtani said in his statement yesterday. It was his version. Quote, I'm very saddened and shocked by someone. I'm very saddened and shocked someone whom I trusted has done this. Ippei has been stealing money from my account and has been telling lies. It's like, whoa, man. So, like, right there, he never knew that Ippei stole $4.5 million from his account and has been telling, like, that is like, it strains the limits of credibility to think that you never knew that this guy who's with you 24/7 was stealing $4.5 million from your account and you had no idea. Like, he says, I never have bet on sports or willfully sent money to the bookmaker. When he says willfully, he means because there is a trace that says money went from his account to the bookmaker, but that he's telling us that it was Ippei who did it. Yeah. Which is, again, we talked to somebody on the banking industry who's like, yeah, when you transfer money that big, it requires you got to show your driver's license.
It requires a wet signature.
That's what the guy said. It's got to be wet. He says, I never bet on baseball or any other sports, or never have asked somebody to do it on my behalf. That's what we said. Maybe Ippei was running it for him. And I've never gone through a bookmaker to bet on sports and was never asked to assist betting payment for anyone else. He's trying to cover all his bases. Okay? He goes on to say, IRS is investigating Ippei and Matthew Boyer, the alleged illegal bookmaker, the LA field office of the IRS. Here's more Ohtani. All of this has been a complete lie. Ippei obviously basically did not tell me about the media inquiry. That 90-minute thing that Ohtani's handlers set up.
That his camp approved?
So Ippei has been telling, this is more Ohtani. So Ippei has been telling everyone around that he has been communicating with me on this account to the media and my team, and that has not been true. So basically, by the way, if Shohei's telling 100% the truth, then Ippei is one of the biggest scumbags in modern sports history.
Hands down. But
that's
if
he's telling the truth.
That's if he's telling the truth.
Yeah.
But that's the problem that I have a hard time believing, is this spin of the story that happened within the first 12 hours, with Shohei Ohtani saying that he did not find out about the gambling issues, the debt, until Ippei was speaking to the team in the locker room. Yeah. So you're telling me that Andrew Friedman, VP of the Dodgers, knew before Shohei Ohtani? Because in that story of Ipe addressing the team, he tells the Dodgers he has a gambling problem. One of the players from the back yells out, "So what?"
Yeah,
and then
funny.
Andrew Friedman steps in and says, "Yeah, but Ohtani was paying off his gambling debts." Well, now they're going completely back on that story. So now they're saying, don't listen to Ipe, don't listen to Andrew Friedman, listen to my story of me not being involved. That's where the red flags get raised for me, Murph.
808 KNBR or 415-808-5627. Do you believe Shohei? Do you believe him? For example, 408 says, Ohtani's just flat out lying, right? 925 says, Ohtani's whole story is BS. Same guy just signed one of the most unique contracts in sports history, doesn't pay attention to his bank account when millions are being taken? In what world? So more Ohtani says, just prior to the meeting that they had, I was told by Ipe, hey, let's talk one-to-one in the hotel after the meeting. So up until that team meeting, I did not know that Ipe had a gambling addiction and was in debt. Obviously, I never agreed to pay for the debt or make payments to the bookmaker. And finally, when we went back to the hotel, that was when, this is more Shohei, that was when I found out that he had a massive debt. And it was revealed to me during that meeting that Ipe admitted that he was spending money using my account to the bookmaker. At that moment, it was an absurd thing that was happening, and I contacted my representative. So they're changing their stories, the ever-changing stories. Shout out Style Council, Ever-Changing Moods, and Susan Slusser, who will be with us on Thursdays at 7:30. So again, this whole thing is making Ipe out to be the ultimate villain, the crook, the liar, the cheat,
the con
thief.
artist.
Yes,
yeah.
And so Ohtani is wiping his hands entirely of his 10-year friendship and relationship with Ipe, that somehow Ipe was able to pull all this off without him knowing. It strains the limits of credulity.
Correct.
In my opinion.
Now, do you buy anything that Shohei is saying? Or where is your BS meter at?
It's revving high.
Yeah.
It's revving very high. And do I buy anything he's saying? No, not really. I don't understand. I mean, you really have to. Shohei has to be one of the most gullible people you've ever met to have all this happen, that this guy's his right-hand man. Now, are there other examples of people just like riding right next to a person for 20 years and then just boning them? Just absolutely stabbing them in the, I guess, ancient Rome. Et tu, Brutus, right? Julius Caesar? Yeah. I don't know. Or that old joke, Lone Ranger and Tonto. What do you mean, we, white man?
Yeah.
All those. So it's like, I don't know. Have you guys ever... I mean, if you guys want to get down and dirty, we can get it. Have you ever been betrayed by a close friend?
Yeah, but not with my bank account. Like, Murph, I have boys that I still hang out with since like 5th grade, going back to like Little League and Pop Warner days. Yeah. I'm not giving them access to my bank account, and I don't have access to their bank account.
Do you have Shohei cake?
No, that's the thing. Cake? I don't got that Shohei kind of money.
I mean, there have been times in all of our lives when there's been some form of betrayal in our life. Whether it's from a friend or a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a husband or a wife or whatever, right? So, I mean, we all kind of understand that human beings are capable of betrayal. That's why the word exists.
That is true, but I'm just not buying this story of Ipe stealing the money from his account. And so that's why I think my BS meter is not at 90, 100%, like a lot of people who are just assuming that Shohei Ohtani was the one gambling on baseball himself. I think there is a true possibility that Shohei found out that his best friend owed $4.5 million to his bookie. So Shohei, in his mind, thought he was being a good friend, tried to pay off these debts, and that was the story until Ipe told ESPN about it, until Shohei's camp and his lawyers found out about it and said, Shohei, you might be naive, but you can get in trouble for this. So once there was the implication of him being tied to the story, I think that's when they put the spin cycle on and changed the entire story. Again, it's plausible that he was betting on games, but in my opinion, I at least give him that benefit of the doubt to just taking care of his homie who owed $4.5 million to the book.
That's probably the most likely thing. But now he's no longer his homie because now he's just chucking him. He's trying to send him to prison.
Oh, yeah.
He's trying to send him to prison.
I mean, he's throwing him under the bus, driving back over. I'm reading stories now about how Shohei's wife, and even Ipe's wife stopped following him on Instagram now.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
530 says, this level of flip-flopping story, CYA story, wouldn't hold up if a 6-pack of beer was found in a high school locker, much less a gambling scandal. 925 and 77 both say, doesn't Shohei have an accountant?
You would think.
You know, that one doesn't make sense at all.
I don't know. Is Ipe his accountant?
I mean, even a schlub like me, I got a guy. I mean, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to keep it. 209 says, hey, guys, betrayal. Shout out Mount Betrayal More. Fredo betraying Michael in The Godfather.
Oh, there's another
one.
one.
You got to kiss him right there. 415 says, what kind of imbecile gives his interpreter access to his bank account? I'm not giving anybody access to my bank account.
No.
Here's my passcode. Here it is.
Also,
do with it. Knock yourself out.
Also, is there any possibility, I'm throwing this out there as a riff, that Ipe was just on Shohei's computer and all Shohei's like passwords are just password?
No, I mean.
And they're so easy to hack into that Ipe looks like the brains of it.
I've never used password.
I think I maybe done it like in like 6th grade.
Oh my God.
Dang, don't be trying my passwords now, people.
415 is a pretty good line. He goes, we're all engaging in Shohei Freude. You know that word Schaden? You know the word Schadenfreude, Young Tone?
Schadenfreude.
Do you know this one? Schadenfreude?
Sounds like a German word. What is that?
Yeah. Do you know what it means?
I don't think so.
Okay, this is a good one for you, buddy. It means taking pleasure in someone else's downfall. Basically, it means preying on your downfall. To speak it in your language. The Germans actually have a word for it. Oh, leave it to the Germans, right? Yeah. They have a word for it, Schadenfreude. And it's because it's part of human nature. It's like Mike Krukow used to always say when the Giants have a losing streak, he used to always say, Dwayne and them would say, well, you know what they say, 75% of the world doesn't care, and the other 25% are happy that you're having a losing streak, right? Yeah. So Schadenfreude, this guy calls it Shohei Freud, because we are taking delight in their misery, right? Young Tone, do you think you're capable of Schadenfreude? Are there some people in the world you're glad they're having hard times?
Yes.
Way to keep it real, Tony.
And the Dodgers are pretty much number one on that list.
I think anybody listening to the station right now is praying for the downfall of the Dodgers.
Praying on the downfall. 707 says his interpreter sounds like a guy who naps with his shoes on. I mean, listen, I got no problem defending my life and all that. But the one thing I will just say to you, those of you who misconstrued, nobody's under the covers. Jeez, how's these people going, under the covers? No. We're over the covers.
Still on top of the covers, man.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. By the way, since we're talking about shoes, I did see somebody on Twitter yesterday make the comparison from shoeless Joe Jackson to showless Joe Jackson.
There it is. Say it ain't so, Shohei. Say it ain't so. More 415-808-5627 on the text line. 650 says, what if Shohei is telling the truth? We have to leave open that possibility. And if he is, then I'm going back to my take that Ipe is one of the all-time scumbags in sports
absolutely.
history.
If this story is true, then I don't know what should happen to Ipe.
Well, somebody's saying like 15 years in federal prison.
Like he's already been fired by the Dodgers, but like from a moral standpoint, for this guy to take you in, to spend every moment of his life over the last 6 years with you, and then to give you access to your bank account and you're going to swindle him like this, yeah, it's the ultimate scumbag move.
916 says, guys, throughout history, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Mike Tyson, and many other rich and famous people have been duped by this exact type of character who fakes being your good friend. I mean, there's some people out there just lurking, right?
Damn.
408 says, he says, this whole thing stinks. We're not stupid. We see right through it. Okay, well, there's that right there. 623 says, didn't the Dodgers grant Ipe's interview to ESPN so the Dodgers knew, but Shohei didn't? That was your point earlier.
Yeah, it was reported that it was the Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani's camp that granted interview access to Ipe. And you would think that Ipe would disclose, or ESPN would disclose to them what the interview is going to be about.
415 says, for someone who speaks Japanese, this person says, 415 says, I do speak Japanese. Ohtani sounded sincere and truthful, and the interpreter did a good job. Okay. Says still how the dude used Ohtani's account is the big mystery.
Yeah, that's the thing that doesn't stand out to me, because a lot of people are saying, oh, it's a cover-up because Shohei was gambling himself. Well, if these guys were in cahoots, if they were partners in crime gambling with this bookie, wouldn't you think they would have had their story straight before Ipe spoke to ESPN, or that he would have got the heads up so that all their ducks are in a row? Like, to me, like, the back and forth and the changing of the story raises the red flag that Ipe said something that he shouldn't have said.
Ever-changing moods. 530 says, feds will figure it out. Banks have detailed records.
Ooh.
I mean, that's the other thing, too. This investigation is just beginning.
Follow the money.
408 says, I had a conversation with the Dodgers fan over the weekend. I said, it's great to see anything bad to happen to the Dodgers. He went on to say he's noticed the Dodgers feel that way about the Padres more than the Giants, and more of late, the Padres are more of their arch rivals.
That's a bad take.
What do you think about that?
I don't buy it. That's like saying like Yankees and Rays is bigger than Yankees Red Sox now.
925. You know who Red Sox and Rays have had beef through the years.
Yeah, but it's not bigger than Yankees.
No,
Red Sox.
but they've had some spirited hit by pitch brawl beefs.
Oh, the Rays get into a lot of those beefs with a lot of people.
925 says, wish it would be possible to hear Tommy Lasorda call out the interpreter. This interpreter couldn't hit water if he fell out of a blanket boat. Oh man. Well, guys, 619 says ESPN got a direct quote from Ohtani in the redacted article saying he did make the payments. Man, oh man. 650 says, name another guy who took a fall for the best player in game. That's right. I'm talking about Greg Anderson and Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
So you guys know your Bonds history? Greg Anderson was his personal trainer who theoretically provided the steroids to Barry, allegedly. And when the feds came for Greg Anderson, said, tell us what you did for Barry. Ready for this, Young Tone? He went omerta. See, here's another one for you, dude. Omerta is the mob code. It's a Sicilian word for code of silence, where you just do not sell out your buddies. And in the mob world, you go to the clink for your friends.
You serve the time, yeah.
You go. And that's it. Shout out to my man, what's his face? Feach Lamanna, I believe, played by Robert Loggia in The Sopranos. They have a party for him. When he gets out, he took a fall.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. So Greg Anderson, he went omerta.
He took the fall.
He said, the Fed said, tell us what you gave Barry. He goes, nah. And they said, well, tell us or you're going to jail. He goes, well, throw me in jail then.
Yeah.
Dude.
That
was great. By the way, that happened right here in the Bay Area, and Greg Anderson could be listening right now. He's like active in the peninsula and the baseball community. I knew his kids were playing high school ball and all that, so this happened.
I mean, Murph, we were just talking about earlier about having a guy. That's Jim Nance having a guy. I mean, Bonds had a guy for sure.
Remember, do we have that Chris Carter sound? How about that? That was crazy.
That was great advice.
Chris Carter got caught and saying stuff you don't say out loud. He said at the rookie symposium several years back, you got to have a fall guy. Meaning if you're going to go out and get in trouble, have a fall. Yeah, John Joe, you didn't know that? Curly with the slacks? Yeah, Chris Carter said, do we have that in the system somewhere, do you think?
Ooh, search it up, Tony. We might be able to find it.
Overnight Dave used to use it, didn't he?
Fall guy.
Yeah, have a fall guy. You think you have it, Young Tone?
Stand by. I'm looking for it.
Okay, yeah. Well, anyway, the guy said it. So, I mean, now we know how these people roll.
Yeah.
Man, oh, man.
Who's your fall guy, Murph?
Well, we told you we're trying to find a guy. Just trying to get a guy to start.
I know. You just want a guy.
First, I'll get a guy. Then I'll make him my fall guy. So, all right. Maybe, like I said, maybe Mib. Maybe Mib. By the way, shout out Medium Impact Brides People's Podcast on Instagram.
Ooh.
I want to get him a couple more follows. He's right now in pursuit of the best tasting water in the world.
What does this guy think he is, the water boy?
Very good, dude. He actually sent me he says, the People's Podcast appreciates your support.
The best tasting water in the world.
I love a fresh mountain string, but my favorite right now is Gerolsteiner. It's naturally carbonated with an astounding 2,500 TDS in a glass bottle from Germany, $2 at Trader Joe's.
So what is he talking? Advanced analytics on water?
Yes, he is, man. 510 says, find someone with the loyalty of a Greg Anderson.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true.
Goals.
Anyway, guys, that is the deal.
I got it.
Oh, you got it.
Let's go, Tony.
Chris Carter at the Rookie Symposium, a league-sanctioned symposium. That's what he said.
If y'all got a crew, you got to have a fall guy in the crew.
It's like stuff you don't say out loud, right?
Probably didn't realize that camera in the back of the room recording him.
Unbelievable.
You got to have a fall guy, Tony.
Anyway, guys. Well, there you go, man. That's the deal. And Shohei's story is going to be found out by the Department of Investigations for Major League Baseball and by the federal government's investigation into his finances, into the finances of Matthew Boyer. The last thing I'd say is, at this point in time, do you believe MLB would cover it up to protect the Golden Goose?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the sad
I don't
part.
think Rob Manfred has a spine.
Bonds, McGuire, and Sosa under the bus.
Yeah, we're talking about Rob Manfred now.
Yeah. Selig wanted to point the finger away from him, even though he presided over the steroid era and made money during the steroid era, and now is in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's a joke, too.
And he told Bonds, McGuire, and Sosa to line up on the bus, whereas Rob Manfred will be facing that same situation and likely, we all believe, will cover it up.
Yeah.
We all believe that.
I don't think there's any chance that they want to ruin the Golden Goose in the MLB right now.
Well, there it is, man. What a story. We'll see. We'll wait for the next shoe to drop, but Shohei has spoken, and I think basically most of you ain't buying it. As the great Tony Salvador once said, they ain't buying it, guy. All right? That's what he's saying to Shohei Ohtani. Sergio Romo joins us at 9:30. Can't miss it on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
If you're going to have a crew, make sure you know who's going to be the fall guy.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Kruk and Kuiper back on the call last night in Oakland for last night's Giants and A's Babe Ruth Spring Training Series. But if you want to hear their breakdowns on what could be potentially Pablo Sandoval's last game in a Giants uniform, check out the podcast from yesterday morning with Mike Krukow and today's podcast with Dwayne Kuiper with yours truly, Murph and Marcus on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Levon throws, and Sandoval swings, and he takes one down the left field line. Slicing to the corner. This ball well hit. It is gone! Just inside the foul pole, just over the wall on the fair side. The first big league homer for Pablo Sandoval. And it gives the Giants a 2-1 lead.
Well, there it is. It's a big night tonight out at Oracle. The Giants have done this before. They did this with Sergio Romo just last year. Now, that was different. That was a little more ceremonial. Sergio knew what he was doing and kind of came back for fun to do this. And we'll talk to Sergio in about 15 minutes at 9:30. But this was different. Pablo tried to make the team.
Yeah.
Remember, Sergio said, I'm not trying to make the team. I just wanted to walk off one last time. And it was great, setting aside the pitch clock violation that the guy called. But Pablo tried to make the team and will accept, according to MLB.com, will accept a AAA Sacramento assignment. But still, it will be fun tonight. This is what the Giants do best now and have been since Bear and McGowan bought the team. They have been big nostalgia guys. And rest in peace, Peter McGowan, one of the great Giants nostalgia guys of all time. And so they do all these ceremonies, and, some say too many ceremonies, but no, it's all good. Giants fans love them. And whether it's not its official ceremony tonight, it's just a vibe for Pablo. And I think Bob Melvin, we got him in the game last night, and he roped a base hit. But it's a chance to go out and show some love to a surprising story. We didn't know he was going to be on the team this spring. He bombarded Farhan. Did Farhan do this strictly to create a warm vibe, while he's doing other cutthroat business decisions? Maybe. Did Farhan think he could legitimately contribute to the team? Well, maybe. I mean, left-handed bats. I mean, the Giants are heavily right-handed, whether it's Matt Chapman, Wilmer Flores, and it was J.D. Davis and Marco Luciano and Casey Schmidt, Tyro Estrada. Yeah. Very right-handed infield. Correct. So I guess there was a small path for him if somebody had turned an ankle or something. But I don't know. How have you viewed the whole thing?
I think it's been a benefit for the clubhouse, not only for just the good vibes that Pablo Sandoval brings when he walks into the locker room with that big smile, but also like the mentorship. Whether that's working with a guy like Marco Luciano at short, working with a young guy like Luis Matos, having that kind of influence and veteran leadership that we talked about was absent this past spring training without guys like Brandon Crawford still in the locker room. But I thought just having him as a leader. And Murph, when we were down there in Scottsdale, both mornings, I would look out on the field, and the first guy I saw was Pablo Sandoval. One of the first interviews we did down in Scottsdale, Pablo Sandoval. And then he went straight down to the cage and just started getting after it. And that, to me, just kind of exemplifies how much of a baseball player this guy truly is. A guy who just loves the game. He'll go play down in Mexico. He'll go play out in Abu Dhabi, hitting those 6-run home runs. And just to have a chance to rejoin the Giants organization, he jumped on the opportunity, and I think it's been a great story of spring training.
Yeah, and especially if he goes to Sacramento. Hey, we already talked to one of our listeners up there, Addison said he'll go by and see him and play, and he'll be there in case they need something. Maybe we'll have this whole ceremony tonight, or it's not ceremony, but Love Fest, and then he'll be back in the club. Guys, this started in 2008. We've been going through all the highlights all morning long. Obviously, the 3-homer game jumps out, but don't sleep on his 2014 postseason when he had 26 hits, which at the time was a record until Randy Arozarena broke it. Him being at the forefront of the resurgence of the club in 2008 with Matt Cain, Tim Lincecum, Brian Wilson, even before Buster Posey and Madison Bumgarner. And Sergio broke in 08 too. And we talked about there's only 9 players who were there for all 3. He's one of them. So the position players were Buster and Panda. The starting pitchers were Cain, Bumgarner, and Lincecum. Zito 2014? No, right? Yes? No? Maybe so? I'm blanking.
I don't think so.
Anyway, and then the core 4. Lopez, Casilla, Romo, and Affeldt. And then Bruce Bochy makes it 10, right?
Well.
For sure. In fact, we got a call. It's Aaron in Sacramento checking in on the Pablo situation. Is this Coffee Pot, Aaron?
Yeah, it's a coffee pot, Aaron. So I got a pretty funny story about Pablo and how actually he is the catalyst for you guys getting a coffee pot. So it's spring. I'm going to set the stage for you. It's spring 2011. I'm at a bar with a bunch of friends. I'm having a discussion, a lighthearted, fun discussion with my best friend, Nate. Shout out, Nate. And we start talking about how great the season's going to be, right? And he's talking about, we got Cain, we got Lincecum, we've got, Buster in his second year. And then I say, hey, Pablo Sandoval, he's going to have a resurgence. He's probably going to hit like 280 with 20 bombs. And my best friend Nate turns to me, laughs in my face, and he says, what are you talking about? That guy ate himself off the playoff lineup. Like, what are you talking about? And then this lighthearted discussion starts to become into an argument. And it turns into which one of us is the bigger Giants fan. And I say to him, hey, I had season tickets last year, man. He looks at me with fire in his eyes and he says, you can't just buy yourself to being a bigger Giants fan. I listen to KNBR every day. And So from that day forward, I've been listening to KNBR every day. I've sent you guys a coffee pot.
Yeah.
And last time I checked, Pablo hit 315 with 23 bombs that year.
That's a great
mic drop.
Dude, and where's Nate right now?
He's in Monterey. He's living in the good life in Monterey, and I'm hoping he's listening.
Does he? Yeah. If he listens every day, then he's listening.
Oh, if he's listening, call in Nate. I need your side of the story.
Oh, dude, so that's how we got you. You're one of our great listeners. We owe it all to Nate.
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's an awesome
Great
story,
stuff, Aaron. Appreciate it. And you're right. He did have a resurgent year in 2011. He did. And he did eat himself off the playoff roster or the playoff lineup in 2010. He was on the roster, but Fontenot started games 3 and 4.
Yeah.
In fact, let's look at 2010. Look at Game 5 2010 World Series. I don't think he was in the starting lineup that day.
Well, I would have guessed it was Juan Uribe.
Yeah. Well, I told you Uribe. I told you it was Fontenot. Uribe was playing a lot of shortstop, and then Renteria hadn't yet moved in. But I bet that game, I think obviously Renteria was at short because he hit the home run, right? Unless he was DH. Who was DH in that day? Because they're in the American League Park. Was it Huff? Can I say that? Can I say that out loud?
You just did.
Renteria was at short. Third baseman that day was Juan Uribe. You are correct. And the DH was Pat Burrell.
Pat the bat.
Pat Burrell, buddy. But Fontenot started games 3 and 4 in Atlanta after Pablo started games 1 and 2. And that was a big deal. It was like, whoa, the diss of Pablo. It really felt like he had been demoted. Well, not felt like. He had been demoted.
Well, especially after his 2009 season, yeah.
Right. And his 2010 season was pretty good, too. But, man, the weight was going to be a problem, and he wasn't playing that well. And he came all the way back, obviously, 2012, hits the 3 home runs in that game. And then 2014, as we said, 2012, he's the World Series MVP.
And in 2014, he's catching the final out of the game.
Yeah, which, hey, that counts. He could have dropped it.
Yeah.
It was kind of a can of corn, but
yeah, whatever.
It was fun, and then he flopped on his back.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Marcus, within a month, he's gone to the Red Sox. And that's when the bad vibes went. And my sister Katie, who's a big Giants fan, was very emotional that when he tried to come back in 2017, she said he can't come back.
Wow.
And a lot of people said that. I remember doing the show when it was announced that the Giants were bringing him back, and people were like, no, not welcome. Yeah, this is a long journey, man.
You're telling me Katie Murphy was not a fan of Silk Sonic and leaving the door open?
She did not. Well, even though that's on her, she's making her what she calls her. Very good.
Nice, Tony.
Very good, Tony.
Nicely
Very
done.
good. My sister's made tell me what you think about this. She's made a playlist for her own memorial service.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
She calls it her COL playlist, Celebration of Life playlist.
Damn.
These are the tunes she wants bumping at her memorial.
I was going to say.
And that tune is on it.
She's almost taking a note. Go ahead.
That's on it. So I'm going to be at my sister, whatever. Listen to that tune.
She's going to leave the door open, or she's taking some notes from the playbook of our guy, Ralph Barbieri.
Oh, dude. Incredible. By the way, Murphys tend not to be buried in caskets, but if she is in a casket, is she going to, leave the door?
I'm going to leave the casket open.
Katie, we got 40 years left.
Sorry,
Don't worry about it.
It's a riff.
Right?
It's a riff.
Don't worry
By the
about
way, I don't think young Tony knows that Ralph wrote his own obituary.
It's incredible.
It's hanging up down the studio.
It's all time.
Oh, it's a full page.
And I've told you guys, have you ever written obituaries? They are expensive. Newspapers gouge you when you're in mourning and grieving. It's a tough deal. A short one like this, whatever that is, I don't know, just a little 4x4 or something like that, $8,000-9,000. No joke.
Yeah.
And then that one Ralph did, that must have cost $75,000 to $100,000.
Yeah, he's got a full page. Yeah.
It's incredible. Yeah. So anyway, guys, well, listen, it'll be fun to hear the crowd tonight. And by the way, 5:05. 5:05
Early.
is the number. And the Red Sox thing was unfortunate. I'll tell you a funny story. That day when it was rumored that Pablo was going, we called Bobby Evans. And Bobby Evans came on and said, well, those reports are premature. And he said, I think we're still in it. And the reports out of Boston were like, it's a done deal. We're like, really, Bobby? You sure? And I remember when he said after they said, no, Pablo, it's official, is going to Boston. He said, he goes, I guess we didn't get the final rose, is what he said. That shows you how big Bachelor was back then.
That was huge.
I don't know how well that landed with Giants fans. So later that morning, we were doing our 2014 World Series book, Championship Blood, and Bruce Bochy agreed to write the foreword, which meant he would just talk to me and I would write it in his voice, right? And we had scheduled it because he had been hunting in the Carolinas. We scheduled this one moment in time, this 1 hour he had free. He said, call me on this day. It was like November such and such at 10 a.m. And I called. And he didn't answer. I was like, oh. I called again. Finally, he answered the third time. Oh, hey, Murphy, I'm in Carolina. He says, I was visiting my aunts down here. I call them the Clampets. You know the Clampets, young man? Clampets? Yeah?
Not a chance.
Beverly Hillbillies?
Oh, see, that's not down my road, Murph.
John Joe? Okay, there you go. Beverly Hillbillies is one of the great TV theme songs of all time. Maybe dial that up. But anyway, I said, well, thanks, Boach, for taking this. I said, what are you doing? He goes, well, other than I just got back from my hunting trip, he goes, I'm just sitting here waiting for a call from Pablo. And I said, oh. And then he goes, yeah, I don't think he's going to call. And then he was like, want to do the interview? So we did that. The preface that you read in that Championship Blood book was done right after. He goes, yeah, I don't think he's going to call. Yeah. But that was bad. He came out and he said, the only guys I'm going to miss are Bochy and Hunter Pence, and that's it. Yeah. We're like, whoa, what? Shot Buster Posey? I mean, Tim Lincecum, shots fired. What's going on here, you know?
Yeah.
Well, it was young, and then he came back, and he
did. He apologized for it. He said he was emotional with his statements when leaving the town.
Look at 559. Hell no to Pablo. He gave the Giants and fans the double bird when he signed with Boston.
Yeah, he also gave you a World Series.
I mean, it's crazy, dude. Come on. That's nuts, man. You gotta. He came back in full force. He apologized. He performed. He's hitting well. He's been positive energy. He's mentored the young kids. It's all good with Pablo. Yeah. Some people don't forget, though. We heard other people say that they're not willing to.
To each their own, but I'll be out there tonight celebrating Pablo Sandoval.
And you also have that history with him and the Santa Clara Red Sox.
Oh, yeah. You were asking where was I 2008, 2009? Yeah, I met Pablo Sandoval. I posted the photo after we met him down in Scottsdale. Here we are. What is it? 16 years later, whatever it is. Pablo's still playing Major League Baseball. And look at us now, Murph. I'm on air with you.
Look at that. So if we had to power rank the 9, and, in terms of impact, I mean, again, Timmy number 1 for me just on heart, Buster 2, Bum 3.
Ooh.
And then probably Pablo 4.
Oh. Well, Murph, because we're on the clock, Sergio Romo's my all-time favorite
There
Giant.
you go, buddy. Nice work.
That's
Sergio Romo, number 1, Timmy, number 2. Hey, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. It's a 5:05 start. So don't miss that. We'll be at the Play Ball lunch today, too. That'll be fun. We'll have stories from that. Sergio, our buddy, Sergio Romo, who had this very emotion last year. And now he gets to talk about his buddy Pablo Sandoval. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hi, Giant fans. I'm Pablo Sandoval. I'm excited to see you in Oracle Park.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
To the count. Romo shakes off Posey. Now has the one he likes. Romo's 2-2 pitch on the way. Cabrera takes strike 3 called. And the Giants have won the World Series in Detroit. And the celebration begins as the Giants mob the mound. Cabrera strikes out looking to end it. And not only have the Giants won the World Series, they have swept the Tigers in 4 games in dominant fashion.
Never gets old. No. Not for San Francisco's own Sergio Romo. So much to catch up with Sergio, whether it's just life itself, baseball, his family, his team, the Giants, or the emotion of maybe saying goodbye to Giants fans in a Bay Bridge exhibition game, which he did a year ago and Pablo Sandoval appears poised to do tonight. Last time I saw this guy, he was pounding golf balls down the fairway at a golf course when he and I were out there playing, and it was great to see him. And it's great to have you back, Sergio. You got Marcus Boucher here next to me. You got your boy Murph. You got Marcus. Good morning, Sergio.
What's up, Sergio?
Hi, what's up, fellas? How are you?
We're good. You good, brother? You good?
Oh, we're happy. We can't complain. You're speaking about last time we saw each other, we were swinging at golf clubs. I was just all I've been doing myself, that and chasing my kids around.
You got those youngins, man. You posted a picture of you and your beautiful babe having a brunch recently. You're in and of the city, right? You're around San Francisco, right?
Yeah, definitely. I call San Francisco my home. It's hard to not call it my home. My wife being born and raised San Franciscan, and I've been blessed to be able to have a house here since December of 2012, I think is when I was. So definitely never left. Maybe not as out in the open and somewhat hidden, but yeah, definitely never left the city.
Yeah, and Sergio, with you being in the city, we saw what happened last year when you kind of had your farewell tour in spring training that ended at Oracle Park. Is there any chance you'll be at the ballpark tonight to pay some homage to your guy Pablo?
Yeah, to be dead honest, you might see me out there.
Okay,
you might.
All right.
It's just one of those things where, that we Panda and I, we kind of been through a lot together. He came into the organization, I think, a year ahead of I did, a year before I did, and but we traveled the minor league circuit together. Not only in the big leagues that we play together, but we traveled that minor league circuit together too. So I'd venture to say that him and I've been through quite a bit together.
Oh, well, that would be amazing. We won't spoil any surprises, but 5:05 first pitch tonight. So when he came back this spring, Sergio, and you found out that he was sending videos to Farhan Zaidi and filling up his phone with videos, I mean, your reaction was what? I mean, this guy's born to play. He's born to hit. It's like some people walk away from the game. Like Barry Zito wants to go to Nashville and write music. Pablo wants to keep getting in the box, dude. What was your reaction?
Yeah. I'm not surprised, was pretty happy for him, knowing the guy, knowing certain things that have gone on through his, life, on and off the baseball field, and just seeing how motivated he seemed to be. Let's just say Farhan wasn't the only one that was getting videos of him this offseason. We've kept dialogue throughout the years. We ran into each other in Mexico also. And we've had a lot of conversations about certain things, and for what he was showing me and what he was letting me know where he was at mentally, and with his confidence, and finding, feeling that he found the closest thing to the Kung Fu Panda that we were able to experience, winning those championships, and I sat there and I was like, man, why not? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're motivated and you feel confident, who are we to bet out, to bet against Panda, what he did for us in those playoff runs, and not just, helping us get there, but I mean, he was he was getting those big hits for us too in those actual playoff series, in those games, late in the games, it's not surprising to me at all.
No, not at all. And think about that. 2012 World Series was 12 years ago for the two of you guys, and hopefully you guys can see each other tonight. So, Sergio, then the deal is that a year ago you did it. You came back, you put on the uni, you went through the pregame butterflies, you looked around the clubhouse one last time, you went out to the mound, you looked good, and then Hunter Pence came and gave you the hook, right? And so then you got to have that moment where you walk off that field. And I guess the question is this. For Pablo, what emotions will he experience? It's not a regular season game. It's not a World Series game. It's an exhibition game. It's still putting on the uniform and going out to that particular place where so much of your history has been written. What was the experience like? What will Pablo experience?
He's going to experience what it's like to be home. Most of us on the road and most of us away from home during the seasons and throughout our careers. And, Panda, I mean, he's had, 17 years, 18 years professionally or something of that sort, So this is a place where we were able to call home, and they accept us and they received us as being family members, so to speak. And the welcoming that I was blessed with last year, it still hits me, you know what I'm saying? Like, I still get tagged and I still get told, running around the city and stuff, getting told, I was at your last game, thank you for everything, da-da-da. And I'm going, man, I was there too, wasn't I? And it's hard to believe that we were given, I was given something like that. And Panda, I mean, he's well deserving of it too, and he's going to get some excitement. He's going to get a lot of emotions. Us as men, we tend to be a little proud, and sometimes a little too proud, so we don't necessarily show that emotion. But Panda's always been a guy who's wears his emotion on his sleeve too. You always tell if he was up or he was down. He's just that type of person. So when he goes out there tonight, I think, he's going to have a hard time fighting back some certain emotions, some certain feelings, some certain thoughts. But I'll be dead honest. I don't really see us as the last time we're going to see Panda. Again, I told you earlier, it's hard for me to bet against a man that I've seen do a lot of amazing things on and off the field, you know what I'm saying? And when he's motivated and he's geared up for something, it's only a matter of time where he's going to catch fire and, he's going to do some pretty awesome things. So, to be honest, I'm not too sure this is the last time we'll see him in this stadium.
Wow, it might not be the last time we see him on the batter's box. Now, Sergio, I want to ask you if you think we're ever going to see him back on the bump again. Of course, fans loved it when Pablo got on the mound. I need the Sergio Romo breakdown of Pablo, the pitcher.
Oh, wow. The fact that he was throwing strikes, and at that point, he was throwing the fastball as hard as I was. That blew my mind. And then he goes in there and he threw a little wrinkle in there, a breaking ball. I'm going, man, we always messed around with him, especially a lot of people don't know it. He was a natural lefty thrower. He taught himself to throw right-handed because his favorite position was catcher, and he taught himself that. So we would have him throw for us in the minor leagues left-handed, and he would throw off the mound, and he could get running up there in 80-something, in the minor leagues. And then, jokingly, he did that in the big leagues, too, before games, before batting practice and stuff. So to see him get up there and, I mean, I don't know if he had aspirations to be a pitcher, but again, that's something that, knowing the guy, if he focused at it, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him on that mound tonight.
Okay, all right. We'll keep that door open too, for sure. Sergio, man, great talking to Sergio Romo, who a year ago at this time had the same experience that Pablo will have tonight, which is feeling, as he called it, home. Great word from Sergio there. Hey, just 2012, game one. So I just looked at the box score. You did not pitch that night. They didn't need you. Of course, they needed you 3 games later. So was your view from the bullpen, or were you in the dugout? 1, 2, 3 home runs. Where were you? What was your view?
Mm-hmm. In the dugout. At that point, the bullpen wasn't in center field like it is now. Hey, I'm on the phone, bro. Come on. my son Lucas, he's
perfect.
Overly excited apparently.
Yes, he's excited to see Pablo tonight, Sergio. Yeah,
he likes the 3 home runs. Yes.
Yeah, he got excited over the 3 home run comments. But yeah, I was in my on my typical top step of the third base entrance of the dugout, right there by the coach's box, and watching him. I mean, Verlander was really, really tough that year. He's been tough his whole career, but he was really, really tough on everybody. Not too many people got a homer off of him that year, or a base hit, let alone 2 homers off of, a future Hall of Famer in my eyes. And then, he got Albuquerque after that, and it was just fitting. We needed a jolt like that going into what many believed that we were the underdogs, team that was going to, in a sense, run right through us, loaded team, So the outing that Zito gave us, too, it's impressive to watch a man like Panda, who has been just exciting his whole baseball career, especially up to that point, and he just kept being exciting. He's a big-time player. I remember most, too, about him was 14 playoffs. He got that big hit against Thorin in the Nationals in that 18-inning game that we played. And he got that hit, and I believe it was the top of the ninth. He got that hit to give us an opportunity, Petit gave us an opportunity so that Belt can hit that homer in the 18th inning. And, it's just there's so many things that all these memories that we have about those teams, and it's hard to not see Panda as the fixture and all of that. He's always answered the call. He always has answered the call, and he's never afraid of the big moment. So do I think tonight he's going to be afraid of his big moment, when he, he gets to walk off? No, I think he's going to embrace it, but I do think that, again, I can't bet against the guy. I just can't. I can't. It's hard for me to bet against him, So awesome. Again, these memories of Panda, him catching the last out in the World Series of 14, falling down and everybody just jumping on his ass, so it's just some things there that you can't ever forget about that, man, and I was proud to ever, have a front row seat of it.
Great stuff here with Sergio Romo on the UMA guest line. And just to wrap it up, Sergio, as someone who went through the minor league experience to breaking into the big leagues in 2008 with Pablo Sandoval, how would you summarize the story of Pablo Sandoval and his legacy, not only as a player, but a person here in San Francisco?
Oh, my goodness. How would I describe it? There isn't just a word that can really describe what he's been able to do. He's always been exciting, exhilarating, fun, appreciative. Since his nickname is what it is, how can you not sit there and say lovable, infectious personality, infectious smile, infectious way of just being, what's the word, exuberant?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's my friend, kind of cool that, you can call someone of his status and what he's been able to accomplish throughout his career, and then getting to know him off the field. He's a father, and he's a very caring father, and he's always been trying to provide. So like you sit there and you see that this could possibly be the last time we see him. It's hard to believe because, the guy's always worked hard regardless of, regardless of the times he's been put to the test, in terms of being challenged in other ways, the guy never backs down, so there's plenty of words to describe, Pablo Sandoval. There's plenty of words. And, the dude created a craze, there were like Kung Fu Panda hats and beanies or whatever those were in the stands, you see his face everywhere, and he was always out and about too. He's always wanting to be seen, amongst the community and amongst the public, and the guy never hid from any of that, you know what I'm saying? So, again, there's not just a simple way of, describing that dude,
Perfectly said, as always, the emotions and the words and the verbiage and all that from Sergio. That's it, man. Well, I don't know if we'll see you at the play ball lunch or at the game tonight. We're going to see you sometime soon. I guess the last one is quick answer. Better third baseman with the glove, Pablo Sandoval or Sergio Romo, who played third for the Tampa Bay Rays for an inning.
Oh,
Don't forget.
Man.
Don't forget.
I'm going to venture to say Pablo.
Man, but
Panda.
Yeah, but nobody lined up.
The only reason why. Hey, guys, trip on this story, though, really, really fast. We were in the minor leagues. He's third base. I'm on the mound in the fifth inning with 2 outs, and I just got a pitcher's meeting telling me this was my last hitter. There was a shot hit down the third base line, and Panda dove for it, diving toward, at an angle, backwards, but towards the line. The ball was hit so hard it knocked his glove off. Panda picks up the ball left-handed and chucks it all the way to first base for the third out. So I can very easily say Pablo beats me in that.
Oh, man. But those pictures of you in that Rays uni at third is incredible. All right, buddy. Well, we'll see you real soon. Great, great, great memories. And hug up that beautiful family. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks, Sergio.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me on, guys. I always love being here.
Sergio Romo on the UMA guest line. We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
He's going to experience what it's like to be home.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, thank you. I want you to wait until we get to the banjo shred. So you don't know this. You know this, Marcus, right? Yeah.
Sounds like I'm on like a
swimming pools, movie stars. You ready? Here comes Earl Scruggs. Ready? Oh yeah. Let's get your stomp on now. Get your stomp on, baby. Come on, Kentucky boy. Come on, Kentucky boy.
Come on, sing it, Tony.
That's what they do down there, baby.
Start dancing, Tony.
That's Earl Scruggs.
Put on a show for the stream.
That's one of the great bluegrass banjo players in American history there, Earl Scruggs, in Lester Flatt, I believe was his name. Anyway, that was all part of it. You actually went to that early. I was going to do that for What Did Young Tony Learn Today? But hey, we'll take it.
Oh, we said it. Should we cue the sounder?
Yeah, let's
what
do it right
did
now.
young Tony learn today?
Couldn't keep that theme close by.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right. So, yeah, listen. Again, I'm open to learning from this guy. Oh, we're not doing I Need to Know. We're doing Beverly Hillbillies.
No,
we need Petty.
He's stuck with the banjo.
So it's always fun because we go through these things and, generations, and we all learn from each other, just like I learned from my old man and my grandpa and all that stuff. Today, one of the things came up was the Beverly Hillbillies, and I don't even know how it came up.
Yeah, why did it come up?
Was it about banjos or something? I don't even know, but I thought that one had transcended into your generation. John Joe says yes. Tony and Marcus say no.
I'm familiar with the show, but I've never watched it myself.
So how about this for a premise, Tony? A bunch of, for lack of a better word, hicks from Tennessee.
We talking Jordan Hicks?
Well, actually, it's really funny. One of my buddies, can I say that? Is hick a slur, or is that, are we okay with hicks?
I don't know. You already said it.
I mean, a hick, right? Like, Larry Bird's nickname is the Hick from French Lick.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I mean, you know what I mean? So my buddy actually wondered if, the Giants like their fan bases. He suggested you form a fan base called Jordan's Hicks, and you dress, like a country bumpkin.
You're trying to get a new version of the Milkman.
It was my buddy Tim. Jordan's Hicks. You come out in overalls and the whole deal.
I'll be out there tonight in my overalls.
Jordan's Hicks. So anyway, here's the premise, Tone. A guy, and it's all taken care of in the opening credits. A guy is out hunting for vermin for their dinner that night, like a squirrel. They're going to go eat a squirrel. And he shoots into the ground, and all of a sudden oil comes up. And they have discovered oil on their property, and they make so much money, they move to Beverly Hills, where they don't change their wardrobe, they don't change their jalopy, they don't change their style of living. They are straight up Hicks from Tennessee, dropped right into a Beverly Hills mansion. Hijinks ensue. So there you go.
There it is.
But it is, I think, commonly considered one of the best TV theme songs, because Earl Scruggs is legit one of the best bluegrass banjo players in the history of the music, and he shreds in that thing there. So
yeah, it was good stuff. Yeah, I learned it today. I also learned that Murph naps with his shoes on.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, and how do you feel about that now, an hour later?
Not great. Still not great. Still think it's not really that smart.
You know what I need? I need a Wade Meckler about Brian Murphy napping with his shoes on. That guy's gross.
It's all good. And the people who think I get...
he's gross.
The people who think I get under the covers are losing their minds.
That guy's gross.
We are above covers, please. All right? So,
also, Tony and Murph, we've got one more update because, Tony, people need to know if you know the difference between Mac Dre and Dr. Dre today.
Do we know this?
Yes. I'd like to point out, I'm not great with names, so I'd heard a lot of his songs. I just didn't realize his name was Mac Dre.
We knew he wasn't good with names when he said, your next guest coming up is Stan Romo. That's what he said.
No.
I'm kidding. Buddy. I'm kidding.
That's a rip, Tony. You should have seen his face.
So anyway,
but he's absolutely right.
There's a considerable difference between Mac Dre and Dr. Dre.
Oh, a huge difference.
Well, yeah, just, again, made a mistake, not great with names.
I don't want to go down this road because it might lead to the Tupac situation again.
We're not going back to the Mount Rushmore of Bay Area rappers.
Daryl Rory out in Marin City because he is ready to go to war, baby.
Yeah, well, I'm taking it with Tony because there's no way in hell a kid could grow up in the Bay Area. I know he spent some time out in Kentucky, too, but if you're from the Bay Area, whether you know it or not, you've heard a Mac Dre song. Whether you're at the club, whether you're at the ballpark, just like Andre Nicotina, I believe it was Mitch Haniger last year, was doing since '84. You'll hear some Mac Dre tunes just if you live in the Bay Area.
Well, maybe look forward to any Mac Dre at the ballpark tonight.
Could be.
Which leads to Bay Area rappers at Bay Area sporting events. 808 KNBR, one of Copes and mine's biggest fights ever. Can Two Shorts Blow the Whistle be a viable Giants rally song? I said absolutely not. I said that is exclusive property of the Golden State Warriors. They've had it for years and years and years. And then the Giants took it one day and like, whoa. I called a 15-yard on Sportsmanlike. Copes vehemently defended it and said the Giants are allowed to use it. we went into it, as we did on many occasions, me and Copes.
What a surprise.
He's one of the great button pushers of all time.
Murph, what are you trying to say?
You know what? I don't think I like Copes. Yeah, that's what it came down to.
I got that on my board, Tony.
That's what it came down to. By the way, 408 says there's an analogy of Beverly Hillbillies, a Farhan coming from the A's to run the Giants. Dude.
We went all 4 hours without taking any shots at Farhan today.
Hey, Tone, one of the keys on the Beverly Hillbillies in their hick ways being in Beverly Hills, shown a swimming pool. They had no idea what it was, so they called it famously a cement pond. And they refer to it almost every episode. Sure, it's out by the cement pond. Out by the cement pond. So there you go.
Where'd this pond come from?
The other things today, schadenfreude, the word where you take pleasure in someone else's pain or downfall.
Schadenfreude. You
learned that, and you admit that you have enjoyed schadenfreude.
Oh, yeah. I'm enjoying it right now with the Dodgers.
Okay, that's the deal. Somebody called it Shohei Fraude, which I thought was pretty clever. And then we got to get into the American literature. Catcher in the Rye, J.D. Salinger. Somebody described Tim Lincecum as our J.D. Salinger, and that one said, you said no-fly zone on that one, right? Speaking of no-fly zones, J.D. Salinger, reclusive American author, wrote The Catcher in the Rye. Holden Caulfield, the whole deal. Anyway, the other thing we did today was figured out the emojis of George Kittle.
We had the subliminal messages earlier from both Brandon Aiyuk with Money Talks, BS Walks.
Which was a great one.
And then we were trying to break down the subliminals from George Kittle a couple minutes later. I thought Murph had a great breakdown, but young Tony didn't agree with it.
Now you're just trying to be Copes. Now, as the great Jim Harbaugh might say, yeah, I just think you're trying to provoke.
Yeah, I'm trying to provoke.
Yes, but we think Kittle was telling him an encouraging message.
Don't walk, catch the bag, you're an alien, let's eat dog.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, don't walk.
That's the best I got.
Yeah, you're an alien, go eat dog. Yeah.
We got aliens on the team, let's eat.
Yeah.
Dog.
You're a freak.
Yeah.
You're a freak.
All right.
All right, well, very good, Tone. We appreciate that very much. We're all smarter today, and we're all feeling good. Now, off to the play ball lunch, so what happens is, or at least in the past, the players all got introduced one by one and walked in with a junior giant. I think we've changed the format through the years. But you will see luminaries and VIPs, so, be on your best behavior.
And for the first time, you'll see me at the lunch.
I'm excited for you, buddy. I'm excited.
I put on my best. A polo T-shirt, that's all I got.
The guy from Blue Shield gets up and tells a couple jokes. And then we'll go to Junior Giants Hall of Fame ceremony. That's where I put the blazer on Rennell.
Go Junior Giants.
All those years ago. And then John and Dave will do a little riff. And then Kruk and Kuip will interview some players up there in a little round table format. And it generally leads to big laughs. And then play a little Junior Giants Ask Cute Questions.
Perfect.
All right. And you ready for like the banquet lunch? Like that, they just kind of pushing the chicken breast around with the salad and all
Murph,
that.
If it's free, it's me.
Well, there you
You
go,
can sign me up for a free lunch
And I
any day of
believe
the
our
week.
reception is on the field.
Ooh.
So
how about that?
I'll see you out there in Jung-Hoo Lee territory.
I'll see you out there, Murph.
All right. Hey, remember, Buster Posey's going to join us Thursday at 8:15. Giants baseball ever closer. Did we mention the fact that the Warriors are playing the Miami Heat once today?
Probably not, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, just remember that. And then 5:05 tonight, you will be out there for Pablo.
I will be down at the
Boyle
ballpark.
Park trying to scratch out a win.
Catch me out there in my Pablo hat.
All right, it is time to hand it over. Thank you, John Joe, and thank you, Young Tone. And then when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Since I'm a true friend of the program, I guess I have to start with asking, why are you napping with your shoes on?
Hey, I'm on the phone, bro. Come on. It's my son because he's
perfect.
Overly excited.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
The 1-2. Rooker strikes out swinging. Slider. And he struck out the side. He struck out 5 in a row. And now 8 in 4 innings tonight with just, true dominant stuff from Jordan Hicks. It's pretty fun to watch.
Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and he went back to the splitter again. Strikeout number 10 in the game. And here's a swing, and the base hit to left field. And the Giants fans are excited. The Panda.
Hi, Giant fans. I'm Pablo Sandoval. I'm excited to see you in Oracle Park tomorrow.
Yes. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're well. Dominance by Jordan Hicks. We may soon have to bow at the feet of one Farhan. I didn't originally like the 4-44, the Steph Curry contract, but he looked good last night. We'll get into a little A's and Giants. The Warriors get back at it for a back-to-back in Florida. We'll start in Miami, then we'll go to Orlando. We got that conversation to be had as well. Ohtani says, I didn't do any betting. We got one question we got to talk about with that. Kyle spoke this morning. He was either tired, hungover, or both. We'll discuss. He talked about Brandon Aiyuk and a ton of different topics. All the 49ers reporters are down there, so we got a good account of that, plus David Lombardi with a little bit of sound, so we'll actually hear from Kyle today. More betting scandals in the NBA we must discuss. Good morning, my friend. A lot on the plate today.
Yeah, a lot going on, certainly, and we're going to be joined by the Hall of Famer Mark Spears to get into what's going on in the NBA, and just our thoughts on Shohei. He was pretty clear in what he said yesterday. So if he was not telling the truth, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. But he was pretty clear in his pushback. So we shall see. But the boys are back in town. The A's and Giants last night. And, man, I forgot Steph's contract. Ty Lawson got more, John.
But it was 4-44, was it not? Right?
That was Steph's. Yeah. Ty Lawson got 48 for 4.
That's right.
Remember that? When Steph kept turning ankles and you're like, oh, what's going on?
Now he makes
in fact,
that.
I think
he makes
they
more
announced
than that per
that
year now, does he not?
They announced that one year right when the Giants were having a World Series parade that they had re-signed Steph. Forget which one. It must have been 12 that it was. But in any event, and I'm not looking to, book any parades just yet, but this starting rotation, we've been so locked in on getting Blake Snell and when Cobb is coming back and when Robbie Ray's coming back and kind of sleeping on the top two guys a little bit. Logan Webb did not have a great spring, but we're going to push, reset, and start anew on Thursday. And then Kyle Harrison, and we're going to have Javi Lopez join us at 10:30. Javi worked the game on Saturday. We were concerned about the arm side command for Kyle Harrison because that has been a problem for his development as a minor leaguer. It was a big problem last year. It was a problem on Saturday. Could he rectify it at some point early on? But the guy that really kind of slept underneath the radar a little bit, John, is Jordan Hicks, who we've seen on TV a couple of times this year. But last night he broke out that split change. It looks a lot like his slider. His fastball as a reliever was way over 100 miles an hour. We haven't quite seen that. Maybe we've seen one of the 100. But who cares? He's throwing upper 90s, maintaining the velocity. The slider, tremendous movement and two-way movement where it goes down and moves. And then last night we saw the split change, which I really hadn't seen much of. I'm trying to figure out which is which. I think that the splitter goes straight down, and it's a little bit less velo than the slider. But he has 3 pitches like that, John. This Mike Crooklyn. It was great to have Mike back on the broadcast last night detailing the different grips with the fastball. He's got not only the 2-seamer at the knees, but the 4-seamer he rides high. So he's got like 4 different pitches. So we'll see. I think there's going to be some outings where he's not going to be real efficient with his pitch allocation. He's going to get his pitch count up when you strike out as many as he struck out. And he has that kind of ability. He's gonna throw a lot of pitches to get there. You'd like the 1 pitch outs as opposed to the 5 and 6 pitch strikeouts, but you want swing and miss stuff in certain situations to just blow guys away. And last night he was blowing guys away. What an outing by Jordan Hicks last night.
Yeah, look, if I know you want to see more innings out of him, but I mean, when you give him 5. No hits, 10 strikeouts, 7 strikeouts in a row. And like you said, it hasn't been that he doesn't have great stuff. It's just, can he lengthen out? Can he keep it going? And, yeah, I'd like to see him go 6. I'd like to see him go 7. But for right now, you have a strong and deep bullpen. They do have, I think they're stocked up pretty well at AAA. There's some really good arms down there. We didn't see the guys who were going to be, in the regular bullpen. We saw some guys who could potentially make this team. We saw a lot of number 90 plus 90s guys, number 90s guys come in after him. But I mean, you start looking at this, and the reason I said that we may have to bow at Farhan, I mean, the fact that he went out last year, he spent a lot of money too. It just wasn't on the right guys, but it looks like he spent the money on the right guys. And then look, Jordan Hicks to me was and still is, we'll see in the regular season, a huge question mark. But if he can pitch the way that he did last night, and you start looking at Logan Webb, and we know what Blake Snell can do and what Alex Cobb can do when he comes back healthy, which probably is going to be either the end of the month or early in May. And this guy could even slot as a 3 or a 4 or a 5, and when Robbie Ray comes back, I mean, this guy looks nasty. I mean, he just looks flat out nasty. And for him to do that for 5 innings, and I realize it's the A's, I understand all those things, but he did that in spring training as well. So if he can keep the walks down, which he did last night, would he have 1 walk last night?
1 walk, and it was early, and it was debatable.
I mean, that's impressive. That was the thing that scared me was, okay, I know he has great strikeout totals, but he at times has lost track of the plate. So if he's cured that and he's got nasty stuff, this could be go from a really good staff to a great staff.
Well, he threw 72 pitches last night, where for 5 innings, that's optimum. That's 14.4 an inning. So I have seen him nibble a little bit and be out of the strike zone and get back in. It seems like a lot of his starts have either been televised by the Giants or he had a start against the White Sox. I've just seen him probably more than anybody else. And you're keeping an eye on him because he's got the easy fastball. He does nibble a little bit, but then when he wants to get in the strike zone, it's not like he's all over the place. And because he was a reliever, he pitches out of the stretch. It's not a windup. So he seems like he gets back in fast. Great outing last night. I mean, to go from Arizona to the Bay Area, the weather is so different. He wasn't going to go 90 pitches or so. They wanted to keep him at 70, and he was really good. I mean, he did not allow a hit, and he struck out 10. He had 5 on the slider, and that change, which is a splitter. And Mike did compare him to Lincecum last night, and that was Timmy's pitch, obviously, was the split change. And, and Gausman has that pitch, and when you have the high top rail fastball with that pitch, a lot of guys only need those 2, like Gausman. Then, now he's got the slider, which is what he had out of the bullpen, so the slider is a 2-way movement. He's got many ways to get people out. We'll see where he goes. I mean, right now, John, he's your number 3 starter behind Logan Webb and Kyle Harrison, so he would pitch Saturday at Petco Park, and that opens it up for him. Since he's pitching on Saturday, he would not pitch at all in the Dodgers series, so he could pitch the home opener a week from Friday on April the 5th against San Diego. If you want to insert Blake Snell ahead of him, Blake threw on Sunday. He's going to throw somewhere again on Friday. He could go at Dodger Stadium on Wednesday, or he could go the home opener just to have the combination. And even if you break it up by an off day, the Padre hitters will see one day possibly Blake Snell, and the next day Jordan Hicks. Completely different styles, a lefty, a righty. They both work the top and the bottom of the strike zone, and then obviously you got Webb and Harrison to lead it off. So they look good last night. When you pitch like that, it looks like a clean game. And then this backup catcher, he's not Kurt Casale, who's going to catch a shutout every single day, John. But how much do you want Tom Murphy's bat in the lineup? He had a couple of bombs last night.
Yeah, he was funny too afterwards because they were messing around with him. Kruk and Kuiper messing around with him, going, you want to swing, but you want to hold some of those for the regular season. So they were having some fun with him. It's nice to have a veteran backup. Joey Bart got a little bit of time last night as well. So on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line from the 510, so I'm going to assume you're an A's fan, said, hey, slow down on the Jordan Hicks. I get it. But what our job is to do every single day, good, bad, or indifferent, is to assess what we saw the previous night. And I understand that Jordan Hicks throwing 17 innings in spring training and then throwing 5 last night is not the end-all, be-all. But what we're doing is, based on last night, unless my eyes deceive me and yours too, Pop, when you strike out 10 guys and 7 in a row in 5 innings, and you have nasty stuff to back it up, that's the whole ball of wax. And he looks pretty good. So look, I'm not saying that, he's going to be an all-star and he's going to make that conversion and it's already done. I'm not saying that, but based on what we've seen in 17 innings and based on what we saw last night, which, look, the A's are going to be in last place in their division. They're not going to be very good. I understand that, but they have some major league hitters in their lineup. They're better than they were last year. He had nasty stuff. I mean, he was nasty last night. He was really good. And what I'm saying, and I think we're agreeing with each other, is that if you look at this pitching staff And if Jordan Hicks can even go 5 innings at a level that is close to that, and nobody has ever questioned his stuff, it's been, he's gotten wild at times. He's walked batters at times. He's lost the strike zone. His stuff is, sometimes he's not confident in certain things that he's thrown. That's why he hasn't bounced around. That's not fair. He's gone from St. Louis to Toronto, but he's been a reliever. So that's a tough transition to make. But we had Brian Price on the other day, and he outlined what this guy has done. And he thinks his best pitching is in front of him. And last night was an illustration of that. So that's all we're saying. It's based on what we've seen. It's been pretty good.
It's a projection. You're looking at what he was, and what he was a short reliever. Mainly we saw him in St. Louis, a little bit in Toronto. When he went over to the American League, he had a lower ERA. He has overpowering stuff. He's one of the hardest throwers in baseball. To have an arm like that where you can throw it 103, 104, wow. And then you get a wipeout slider on top. Now they are projecting him to be someone who could do more. Now that he's added the split change and he threw it with command last night and got the ace hitters, and they got some good hitters in their lineup, they chased that pitch, and now he's got 2 different grips on the fastball. So if you're going to go from pitching 2 innings a day to 5 and 6, you got to go from 2 pitches to at least 3. And if he's got a couple of grips on the fastball, that's 4. So the projection does work where he can do this. He can be every 5th day a dominant starter in Major League Baseball. He's not going to do it every day. Hardly anybody does. There's going to be days where he's going to be wild, not as effective. Even when you throw 100, they hit that hard. But you see what they're looking at. And then really, John, when they get Robbie Ray back, do you remember how good Robbie Ray was and is? And you put him, Robbie Ray could go in the bullpen. I don't know. He's coming off, flexor tendon, Tommy John. It's not great. And then you got Alex Cobb, who stylistically is completely different. So you get into a short series. I know we're talking about if they make the playoffs, who your starters are going to be. Bullpen arms win playoff games. Because by and large, it's 2-2 in the 6th inning, and the starter's out of the game. I know we have a universal DH now. You don't have to pinch hit for him, but by and large, are they going to be around and get the decision every single playoff game? These are the kind of arms that are convertible, that can go from bullpen to starter to back to bullpen. Can you imagine if he starts 15 games and then goes back into the bullpen for the second half of the year, and now he's able to let it eat, as they say, and he can get it up over 100? He's just as an arm, John. These guys are making $30 million a year, Blake Snell. You look at this arm you saw last night. You don't think that's a $11 million a year arm right there?
He looked good. Yeah, it's encouraging. I think if you're a Giants fan, to have this guy, if he can do this, that's extremely encouraging based on the fact that, the type of guys they have at the start. And then, like you said, add Robbie Ray at some point after the All-Star break, which is pretty much like getting a big-time trade deadline arm. If these guys can stay healthy, which we always say, so that's kind of a given, this staff could be special. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Javi Lopez is going to join us to talk about it at 10:30. David Lombardi was at the breakfast this morning at the
was he there, or was he like 3 counties over? His YouTube audio of Kyle
can we
was
get him
sketchy at best, wasn't it?
We like to use his audio. Can we get him a device for next time? Can we get him a recording device?
He is tech savvy. He's tech savvy.
We need to get him I got so much stuff. I got this like a treasure chest in my studio at home.
Give it to Lombardi.
I have microphones galore, and those. I've just over the years, collected all this stuff. I got all sorts of stuff I could give him. So
the only guy I could hear at Kyle's Q&A was David Lombardi asking the question. Kyle, I'm like, what the hell? What's he saying? We heard him. He wasn't hanging that bad. I think Kyle was on good behavior.
He looked a little tired.
He was tired. Well, hell, it's 4:45 our time. He had to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and put on a dress shirt. But I don't think he was. I've seen him hanging worse years past.
Yeah.
He looked pretty good.
Maybe he just pulled a pop and just stayed up.
Stayed out all night?
That's you have a choice.
Problem is you're in Orlando. That's the issue there.
Hi everybody, it's the happiest place on earth. No, it's not. Although they have a place called Adult Island. It's not a dirty thing, but it's just like kids can't even get on that place, and it's just they got all these bars and everything. So maybe that's where I went.
Epcot Center?
Nah, totally different.
It's different?
I
haven't been there in years.
Because what happens is they have all these hotels, and it's all meant for kids, and then the kiddies, go to sleep, and then you can go over to this place where it's just all debauchery. And it's like, thank you, Mickey, for making it something where it's like these kids can't get to this place. Like they have guards on the bridge going, "Hey kid, turn around, get out of here." Where adults just like, "Oh, thank God, there's no Mickey over here."
Do they serve a Mickey 3-finger scotch there?
Oh yeah, they do. And it's like
3 fingers.
Kids are not welcome. It's very nice. All right, so Javi at 10:30, David Lombardi 12:30, Mark Spears at 1:15. We got a great guest list for you. Get into a ton of stuff. We'll do it next here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Sergio Romo, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Pablo Sandoval's spring training, and he returns to Oracle Park. Will this be it against the A's tonight? Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Imagine, if you will, waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free of credit cards, car loans, and personal loans. This is Greg Papa, and Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it all happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly with Loan Pronto's AI-based system. You can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home, and you could use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. So listen, your home value is way up, you know that. And you can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. Call now, 415-808-5721. That's 415-808-5721, or go to loanpronto.com. One more time, 415-808-5721.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I'm not surprised, was pretty happy for him, knowing the guy, knowing certain things that have gone on through his, life, on and off the baseball field, and just seeing how motivated he seemed to be. Let's just say Farhan wasn't the only one that was getting videos of him this offseason.
There's Sergio Romo. Wait, that was last year, right? Sergio
1
went
year
through?
ago, John.
That's
the Tuesday of the Babe
time
Ruth
flies,
series.
man.
Yeah.
So Sergio last year could be Pablo. Sure sounds like it. That this will be Pablo's swan song. Although, are we hearing that he would take a minor league assignment now?
Yes, he would.
Wow.
I heard that in spring training. And then when they brought in Matt Chapman, it was pretty much over. Soler and then Chapman, although mainly, the DH spot. So that's why this is different than last year. We're going to talk to Javi Lopez coming up at 10:30, John. And last year with Romo, it was obvious he was going to, throw that one inning and come out. I remember when Hunter Pence came to get the ball from him and his teammate, and there was a bad call at second base.
He didn't want to come out.
Well, it wound up being a lot quicker. He got squared. Remember the pitch clock issue last year? I think he already started with a 2-0 count when he faced the first batter. We haven't seen the lineup tonight. We don't even know the Giants are pitching. Blackburn's going to go for the A's, but Pablo's going to be the prominent performer, not only tonight's game, which is early, and I may go over and check that out at 5 o'clock. I know you might as well.
Yeah,
the play ball luncheon is going on just right now. They're starting to file into Oracle in an hour or so, and he'll get a thunderous ovation as he has throughout his entire spring with the Giants. He's been, without question, leading the Cactus League in standing ovations no matter what he does. And I think it's a great gesture to bring him back. I kind of thought he was retired when we last saw him a few years ago in Atlanta, but he's down, as we saw him in spring training this year when I was there. He's down to 245 pounds. When he was the MVP of the World Series in 2012, he weighed 275. So he's down 30 pounds from that. He said he was over 300 pounds. Remember when they left him off the World Series roster in 2010? That was hard. And then he came back in 2011 and Camp Panda, when he was hiking up Camelback and in Arizona with Savvy Sabes, and he had some great years, the All-Star appearances, and obviously the epic playoff performance that he had in 2012, the 3-homer game against two off of Verlander, Albuquerque. And then, in 2014, he tore the cover off the ball in the World Series as well. Caught the last out when Mad Bum came in to get the MVP.
Does he still have that record for most hits? Was it most hits in a postseason?
He had the most. What was he like? I think he had 500.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing.
He and Hunter Pence had the record for the most combined as teammates, but I think he was clutch. I mean, his 2014, he just did in the World Series that year. He had 429 in the World Series that year. He was 12 for 28 in the series. In the championship series, he was 8 for 20. So when you look at the last couple of rounds, he tore the cover off the ball. Obviously Mad Bum was going to win the MVP of the 14 series, but Pablo was right there as well that year after winning it in 12. And I go back to just before he even came up, the great Felipe Alou, when Boch took over as manager. So Felipe was working more in an advisory role and is traveling around the system. And he just kept saying to me, we got this catcher down there, big guy, Pablo Sandoval. Remember when he first came up, he was a catcher. And then he got moved to third base and a switch hitter at catcher with his size and his bat control. And Felipe was very seldom wrong. That guy, Pablo Sandoval, could really hit.
No doubt. By the way, Randy Arozarena broke that record in 2020. Pablo in 2014 had 26 hits in that postseason. At the time, it was a record, and then later broken by Randy Arozarena in 2020. So, I mean, he was big time, man. And so this might be
2 hits in the wild card. You had the extra round. Yeah. He had 4 hits in the series against Washington, 8 against the Cardinals in the championship series. But then in the World Series, he had 12 hits and 28 at-bats.
Yeah, he had 24 hits in 2012. He had 26 hits in 2014. So, I mean, like you said, man, I mean, what did he weigh in both of those? I mean,
like 275.
It just didn't matter.
But I think when I saw him this year, the first thing I could not believe his range at third. I didn't know it was Pablo. I'm like,
he looked like he's 25 in the face. I mean, I can't believe how young he looked.
But there were times when he got too heavy that his hips could not fly open, and he was late dragging the bat. I think his optimum weight was right around 275. When he got lower, too heavy, it was bad, and then too light. I don't know. He didn't drive. Well, he's older now, obviously, but. Remember when he went to Boston and left? And
oh, my God.
He got so obese.
That was the worst place for him, man. People don't realize those are just tough places to play. And then they took the picture of him right with the belt, with breaking the belt.
Well, he took a swing, and his belt literally broke right in the middle of the swing.
I mean, they're just ruthless there. They don't give you second chances. They're ruthless. Just
he didn't hit. He didn't hit there. He hit the spread, but he didn't hit.
Yeah, he just didn't realize.
So I don't know what today's going to be exactly. Maybe they don't want him to go to AAA. I would think they'd want him to go to AAA. And I think after watching last night, I think Marco Luciano needs to go down. He needs to play an entire year defensively.
Well, that's sixth inning. I mean, the sixth inning kind of showed you the details where he didn't leave the tag on the runner, Butler, and they replayed it, and he didn't keep the tag on him. And then later in that same inning, I mean, that's a ball he's got to keep on the infield. Butler scored on that one. After he doesn't leave the tag on him, it's just the details of the game. And then the ball, he probably could have knocked that ball down. I think that obviously Ahmed knocks that ball in and keeps it in the infield. The player scores. Those just little intricate things are the difference between winning and losing baseball games. I think he has electricity in his bat and eventually is going to be able to hit, but he needs a little bit of work on that. And then just the intricacies of the game at the position, he just hasn't learned those things yet.
He needs to play. He is saying, we said this about Joey Bart, and they're going to make a call on Joey Bart right now, and Tom Murphy can swing the bat. It looks like Bailey's healthy, so there's just no room. They could play the roster game and stretch it out until they need the fifth starter on Monday. I don't know what they're going to do there. And then, the play you're talking about on the tag on Butler, and I'm totally with you. I thought both of those plays were, nuanced examples of where Marco's just not ready. His hitting is going to be powerful. He goes the other way. He had that sinking line drive they couldn't catch and right last night. But he needs to play. And like Joey skipped a whole level when he came up during the pandemic when Buster opted out, Marco needs to play every single day. And ultimately, John, he just may not be a shortstop. But you need to figure out what he is, and he needs to go play. If you want to play short every day, if you want him to move him to third right now and move Casey Schmidt to short, if you want to put him in the outfield, whatever, that's your job to figure out where he projects to. I'm not sure that is an easy decision. I know it's not. But right now, he's just the subtleties of being a shortstop. He's not a major league shortstop. And then the play you're talking about, Austin Slater made that catch and that throw. So I think he's going to be fine. So I think you're looking at what we talked about a week ago. Schmidt and Villar are already down. Bart, whether it's, a couple of days or, next week sometime, he's going to be removed from the roster one way or the other. And I think the other guys that were kind of borderline, Marco Luciano and Luis Matos, if Slater, and he looks healthy. If he wakes up today and he's fine, he's at the play ball lunch and he's good to go, then you don't need Luis Matos. So I think you're going to send all these guys. So that'll be a pretty good AAA team, John, if you send Schmidt's already down, Villar's already down, and you send Luciano and Matos back down to Sacramento.
Well, think about 2021, and I'm not saying this is a 107-win team. I'm sure this is how it's going to be couched. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is one of the keys to that season, or maybe the biggest key, was depth. And so when you start looking at the kind of pitching depth they now have, young players who I think are ready to play, are on the cusp of being able to ready to play, there's going to be injuries during the season. That's a given when you play 162. So all of a sudden you have these type of guys who are on the cusp of being able to play Major League Baseball and being effective, and that's what happened a few years ago. They had those guys. The last couple of years, they just haven't had that kind of depth, so I think that's going to help. All right, let's get to it. Javi Lopez is going to join us coming up next. An electric performance last night by Jordan Hicks. How did he see it, and how does he see this pitching staff, both the starters and the relievers, coming into the season? Let's talk about it with Javi next, only here on the Sports Leader.
For 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction, whether it's LASIK, SMILE, EVO, ICL, or the amazing procedure John Lund had and I had. It is the CLR custom lens replacement, CLR. It is the perfect permanent solution for you and for John and myself for glasses, contacts, readers, plus we're never going to develop cataracts. Tens of thousands of procedures have been performed, so you can trust Dr. Craig Bindi and his team to tell you which procedure is best for you. So go in and get the best eye exam of your life. It is Laser Eye Center's advanced vision analysis. It gives their doctors over 1 million data points to determine if you need CLR, LASIK, SMILE, EVO, ICL. Laser Eye Center's 25 years and tens of thousands of vision correction procedure has helped over 100 NFL players, pilots, surgeons, tech execs, weekend warriors, and sometimes sports talk show hosts. So stop hassling with those glasses, contacts, and bifocals. Start enjoying perfect vision now. Book your free consultation today. LaserEyecLR.com, LaserEyecLR.com, or call 877-GET-2020.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and he went back to the splitter again. Strikeout number 10. And they're coming in bunches. 7 in a row he has struck out. And 10 of the last 12 Athletics he has struck out.
There's John Miller on the call. I think this is good. 5 innings pitched, 10 strikeouts, 7 in a row, walked 1. That's Jordan Hicks, 17 innings this spring, and he looks pretty good. He was signed to the 4-44 to make the conversion from a reliever to a starter, and his stuff is nasty, but I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's talk to Javi Lopez about it and see what he says. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
Hey, guys. I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, it's good to talk to you. We appreciate it. So give us your assessment as an expert. I think Jordan Hicks is pretty nasty. He's making a pretty nice conversion so far, so good through 17 innings. What do you think?
I tell you what, you dangle a carrot in front of a guy that really wants to be a starter, and you get this. I'm telling you, I got a chance to work his game a couple weeks ago. It was against the A's, actually, and he pitched great. Punched out all swinging strikeouts when I went when I was calling his game, and it was on the slider. Every one of the strikeouts was on the slider. And then last night, he had that split change working, pounding the strike zone. I really thought he was working ahead in the count extremely well, on a good page with Murph back there behind home plate. And I think you don't know what you don't know, right? He's never been a starter besides in the minor leagues, and now you're giving this guy a chance. You've dangled that carrot, man, and I tell you what, he's really impressed me. And then last night, I think, was just icing on the cake. And not only that, the 10 strikeouts, but he was efficient. I think he threw 74 pitches, maybe somewhere in there. So he's, again, pounding the strike zone, and to get that many strikeouts and only be in the 70s in the 5th inning, I mean, that's a win-win.
Yeah, 72 in 5 innings, which is a little over 14 in an inning, Javi, which is ideal. Explain to me what the difference is, because I remember the game you did vividly, and he had that slider, and the slider his two-way movement, it's down. The change we saw last night, and we've seen it from Gosman, we've seen it from Lincecum, it looks more like a straight dropper, and it's a little, like I saw it at like 86 with the sliders upper 80. So what's the difference in the pitch between the slider and his split change?
Well, for him, it's really the way he throws the ball. I mean, the velocity's always been there, but the fact that he can sink the ball at 98 miles an hour, and with that slider, you kind of create that X. So the slider goes down and away to a righty, and that sinker goes down and in to the right-handed hitter as well. But that the split change has kind of straight dive south, just straight down on home plate. And now you're changing the view of the hitter. A hitter will tell you if a pitcher kind of lives laterally, they're going to have a chance, regardless of velocity. And now when you add that kind of pitch with some depth to it, and you got to kind of cover that as well, that's when it becomes pretty nasty. And last night, I mean, this spring he's featured it, I thought, extremely well. But last night just looked in command of everything. And it was just really fun to see because the arm speed's there. He sells it with that. It's a simple delivery. It always has been for him. I mean, he works out of the stretch for kind of like Kevin Gosman, like you mentioned, kind of guy that doesn't really have a windup. He just kind of kicks that leg and goes. So as a hitter, there's not too many cues that you can go off of when he's pitching, and the ball's going to get on you quick, so you can't cover it all. You kind of got to decide if you're going to cover inside or outside on home plate. And with that changeup, it's just such a great equalizer in any situation. And he was throwing it to lefties and righties, which was really awesome to see.
Javi Lopez joining us. We're talking about Jordan Hicks. Had another great performance last night against the A's and Giants tonight, and then day off, and then the real season starts in San Diego on Thursday. So what are his challenges now? I mean, it's 17 innings pitched. He's looked really good, but making that transition from being a reliever to making a starter, what are the biggest challenges there?
I think the challenge for him is just going to be the workload. Really getting used to throwing every 5 days is one thing. You can kind of manage that during the year. But as those innings start to pile up, you got to make sure that you stay on top of that arm angle. A lot of guys have a tendency to start dropping the arm angle. There might be a little bit of just shoulder fatigue, and the arm swing gets a little bit longer, a little bit more pronounced. But it's going to be little subtle things. I don't think it'll be anything obvious to the eye. So I think it'll be imperative for him and Brian Price and Garvin to kind of just keep eyes on what's going on with him mechanically and just keep an eye on things, because your eyes can lie to you. They deceive you sometimes. And so it's nice to be able to get back and watch on video and really break down the mechanics of it all. But it is just going to be workload for him, trying to be as efficient as possible. I think the perk of the position that he's in as of right now is that everything that he does is going to be a bonus in a sense. Like, you don't need him to be a stopper for you. The pressure of that's going to end up falling on Logan Webb, and eventually it's going to fall on Blake Snell whenever he's finally ramped up and ready to go. So your job is to eat innings and give your team quality innings and quality outings. And again, the 17 innings that he's thrown this spring, he's looked pretty darn good and given the Giants a chance every single time he's touched the ball. And that's all you really want from him. But it's exciting to watch this guy pitch. I mean, it's just electric.
Yeah, right now he's your number 3 starter with that stuff he's got behind. Logan Webb is going to start opening day Thursday in San Diego. Then Kyle Harrison will go Friday, and then Hicks will go Saturday, and then we'll see beyond that. Speaking of Kyle Harrison, you worked the game on Saturday, and you were all over it. And we always watch it because that was the scouting report on him a year ago. He lacks arm side command, being a left-handed pitcher into lefties, away from righties. You identified it right away. And then you got into his landing spot, and you were talking to Brian Price a little bit later on and how he rotates his body. When you see him miss, and he was missing one after the other, arm side into a lefty, away from a righty, Javi, what are you seeing him not doing?
Well, when I was mentioning the stride, I feel like the stride length is something that you kind of teach nowadays. You really want to have the mound work for you, so you really want to get down the mound, and he does a great job of doing that. But when you kind of do that with a little bit of a closed stance that he has with that landing foot, it does make you rotational. So you end up kind of dropping your elbow just enough and pushing it in a sense, and you're not able to finish out over your front toe. And that's just kind of something that comes with reps, and it can kind of come and go. Like, you can probably give him the ball today and he'll be pitching just fine. So it's really something that's a little finicky every time you're out there. But when you when you're closing with that front foot as you land, it almost just promotes that rotational finish. You're not giving your arm enough time to get all the way around, and that's where those misses end up coming. It's usually high. I mean, we saw a couple. He was throwing a couple, not on purpose, but up at the neck to some of those lefties with the Diamondbacks. Corbin Carroll got it every single at bat he came up. I don't know if he doesn't like him or something, but that's what it looked like. Every pitch was up and in.
Little bow tie.
Yeah, I mean, he was giving it to him, and to be fair, he was even doing it with a slider. He was trying to throw a slider, and he would just leave it up there. So that's just going to be a key for him. It was something that's always been circled with him with his curveball. He's able, if he can land that, it plays so well with the fastball. When that fastball isn't in a position to kind of get ahead of a guy, then that's when the off-speed stuff, you can kind of, it's weird to say, but they kind of eliminate the fastball and sit breaking balls. So he's got to get back to the way he was dominating lefties in the minor leagues. And Brian Price is a great eye for it. He's been around a long time, and it was encouraging to actually have him go out there and have that little pitcher meeting with him and kind of tell him what was going on. And he was able to lock it back into the strike zone because his breaking stuff is plus stuff for me. When he's throwing it, it's just dive bombs to the back foot of those right-handed hitters. And the lefties, honestly, when he's locked, have no chance. It's just you got to have fastball kind of set up everything else.
Javi Lopez joining us talking about last night. Jordan Hicks, very, very good. Just as a whole now, and I know we haven't seen Blake Snell, but we know what Blake Snell can do. At least we haven't seen Blake Snell much as a Giant. But just as a whole, how good can this rotation be?
Well, I think it's something that, you want to be cautiously optimistic for that reason you kind of just mentioned there. We don't know where we are with Blake Snell. Blake Snell talks about being ready. And when he threw to scouts, he had basically a modified 4 innings kind of deal, what he was doing there. And I'm not sure if they're going to let him go the first time he touches the ball in a Giants uniform. But, the guy knows how to pitch. He's proven that. He's won 2 Cy Youngs. He's tremendous. He's got tremendous strikeout stuff. He's not an innings eater. I think those days are kind of gone in baseball. Logan Webb is kind of carrying the torchbearer for that. But when you come down to it, this rotation has a lot of potential, and I think it's something that the Giants needed to do. When you look across not just the landscape of baseball, but in their own division, you got the Dodgers where they got Yamamoto and they got Buehler, and you're going to eventually get Kershaw back, and you just got all these arms that they keep running out there. Glasnow is amazing for them. And then you got San Diego, who made a trade for Dylan Cease. So now you got to go into San Diego and got Darvish and Musgrove and Cease. You're making some moves in Arizona. We saw them do it last year with their starting rotation. So scoring runs against the teams in your division is going to be difficult. And going into it with the 2 starters and then the rest of the time with bullpen days like they did last year just isn't the concept that's going to win you a lot of games ultimately. And so credit to Farhan and the ownership group to open up the pockets and make some good deals, and hopefully the Giants see the fruits of that labor.
And you and Flem had a nice chat with him during the broadcast on Saturday. We got kind of a Timmy Lincecum vibe a little bit, Seattle, Bellevue. You get a little Lincecum vibe in Blake Snell, Javi?
I do. I mean, he's everything that I heard of. So I'm great friends with the pitching coach with the Tampa Bay Rays, Kyle Snyder, and Kyle Snyder raised him as a pup when in the minor leagues. He was the minor league coordinator at the time, and he told me nothing but great things about Blake Snell. And before we were even on air, we were talking about Kyle Snyder, and then we popped on and had the interview. But the guy loves the moment. He's not afraid of the moment. He's not against numbers or anything like that, but he just wants to go out and compete. And I think that's what the Giants are going to love about him, that when he takes the mound, he's going to go out there and compete and do his best. And that's what Timmy did every time he took the mound. It was unconventional in his warm-ups and maybe how he carried himself in the locker room because he was so happy-go-lucky. Even on a start day, he'd be like, this guy's about to start a game, and he'd still in the locker room 15 minutes before the start. So, it's unconventional. But all you want is a guy that's a bulldog on the mound, and that's what Snell will be.
Yeah, I was watching your interview with him, and that's the total vibe I would get. I remember that when he would leave the clubhouse and he'd put on like a skull cap, and a pair of glasses or something, and he would walk, and people would walk right by Timmy, not even knowing who he was. And I was like, do you guys realize he just walked right by? I mean, this was at the height of Lincecum, and people just walk right by the guy, man. It was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those guys that just ends up enjoying. It's hard to find nowadays across all sports, but a guy that just enjoys the game, and it's hard to do that.
Yeah. He was awesome, man.
Yeah, the ultimate guy is Pablo. Just your thoughts on playing with him, the big moments. You were talking about Timmy rising up in the biggest moments. No one did it more than the Panda. And from your vibe, just being around him, he's not going to make the 26-man roster. But is he going to retire, or might he go play in Sacramento or somewhere else, Javi?
That's a great question. I feel like with Pablo, I think it's a great story. It was a great deal to bring him into camp. You have a lot of young players in the minors and guys that are trying to break with the club, like Matos, Luciano, Elliot Ramos, Latino guys that can use another ear. And I think Pablo was doing that. He's been that guy in the Giants organization. He's been there for 11 years, wearing the orange and black. So bring him into camp, help those guys out, and I think he did a great job of doing that. The spring did not go the way he wanted it to go, but ultimately, it's a great opportunity to have the send-off. They did it with Romo last year, and I thought it was a great moment for him. It'll bring some closure to Panda if he wants it to be that way. There's always that opportunity to go down to AAA. It just, again, it's like, what are you going to do? Whose at bats are you going to take away? You're going to, if Schmidt's down there, Schmidt and David VR will be down there. So it's like, which guys are you going to take away at bats to have Pablo
point.
down there? I mean, it'll ultimately be up to Pablo, I'm sure, if he wants to go do that. But I think he means a lot to a lot of people. He was one of the, I had my locker next to him because I wore 49, he wore 48. So he was my road dog every time. And, he's just a constant, happy-go-lucky guy. He worked hard on the skill sets that he had when it was switch hitting and taking ground balls and doing those things. And for me, I always rate my position player guys as just who goes to the post regardless of injuries or regardless of little nagging things. And Pablo is one of those guys. He's always going to be out there in the lineup trying to play, trying to make an impact. And, all you got to do is just look at the back of the baseball card or dig a little deeper and see those World Series numbers and the amounts, the big moments that he stepped up, a lot of people can't step up in those moments, but he didn't shy away from it. And, for me, the 3 home runs, of course, jumps out to everybody against Verlander. But a big one is when Panic draws that walk against Zimmerman in D.C. in 2014. In the top of the 9th, they bring in Storin. And what's Pablo do? Hit a bullet down the left field line for a double that scores the runs, ties the game, and then, of course, we play another full game before Belt decides to hit a homer. But, it is what it is. But he has so many great moments, and the funny stuff that he would do, like fielding ground balls as he's blowing a bubble, and just funny things like that. I think that's what you really do appreciate from a guy like Pablo. He just always was having a great time.
Javi, do you think he'd go down and be a coach, or because I'm thinking of guys like Luciano and some of those players, some of the Latin players and so forth, and just the type of things he could do and the way he would do it with his enthusiasm?
I do think that's an option. I think if it's there, you'd be hard pressed not to give him that opportunity. I think with the way that he's been through it, he's been the prospect, he's been the star, he's seen that star drop and then kind of gone into a bench role. He's done it all. And I think that's one guy that, if he wants the opportunity, it'll be there, whether it's with the Giants or somebody else. I think it'd be silly not to at least make that phone call, because if there's a guy that can reach many guys, whether it is, like you mentioned, the Latino players, or if it's even talking to another prospect who's trying to make something of it, who's been there in the infield, that he's a guy that can do that. I mean, I think, he came up as a catcher and he ended up being a third baseman. And I think that's just something that'll be really in his future. And I think that's something that he's probably thinking about. And, I don't know what kind of emotions he's going to have tonight, but I bet you he'll be wearing them on his sleeve if I know Pablo.
Great stuff. Thanks, as always, for the insight. We're looking forward to your analysis all season long. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Guys, anytime. I appreciate you. And if you head over there, go give that guy a hug for me. If you happen to pop in Oracle.
We will for sure.
We'll give him a Buster hug.
Yeah, for sure.
I love that. There you go.
Take care, Javi.
Thanks,
man.
Javi.
Appreciate it. All right, that is the great Javi Lopez, as we'll hear him throughout the season. He's one of my favorites, man.
He's going to do more this year.
Back, funny.
He's going to do a lot of
natural.
games this year, and you're going to hear a lot more Hunter Pence this year.
Very cool. Yeah, I've always been a big fan. You always talk about it, and you know it a heck of a lot better than I do. He's just a natural. Javi's just a natural.
They both are.
Just very
Javi
different.
didn't come in the studio with us, but he immediately went on games, and that's a hard booth to walk into. When Mike's not around to be Mike Krukow and he doesn't try to be Mike Krukow. He does his own thing, but he also has a great relationship with Flem or John or Kuip, obviously. That's a hard booth to walk into, but Estes is going to be in studio more this year, so Mike will make as many as he can, but the ones that he can't, I think it's going to be a combination of Javier Lopez and Hunter Pence.
Javi's a guy that can, as you just heard, who can analyze it, but we all have friends like this that is just naturally funny. Like, he just says funny stuff without trying, and he can break it all down, and he's done that from day one. Like, he's been doing it his whole life.
What a crazy bullpen that was. And the core four with Casilla, Affelt, and we work with Affelt. He's insane.
He's totally different.
And then Sergio Romo is just out there.
Yeah.
And Javi always comes across he's kind of like the Andre Iguodala of the Giants. He's the adult in the room.
Super smart.
But then he's the one always coming up with a clever line. And it makes, just in his own subtle way. And then we didn't even mention Brian Wilson, who was the original.
He's nuts.
So that was, when you look at and we're talking so much about the starters, I think the Giant bullpen could be really outstanding this year. But that's how they won in 10, 12, 14. Frontline starting pitching, defense, and a sledgehammer bullpen. And then big hits from people like Pablo Sandoval.
Absolutely. All right, honoring Pablo, if you get a chance, go over to the game tonight. It's an early one, too. What does it start around? Like
5:05, John. Happy hour.
So that's perfect.
I may be at Momo's for a while. I don't know if I'll make it over there.
Yeah, it's
Love
so
a
cool.
twilight start. And the last game of spring training, I don't want to jinx it. I shouldn't even say it.
Well, you're already three-quarters.
The game be over at 7:05, you think?
No. What was last night, 2:37?
It's going to be
That's
close.
not bad.
They were grinding at bats. Last night was not a typical end of spring training.
Let's move it.
But now that they're flying on, they got a long day today. They're doing the luncheon right now. So today is one of those where you just grip it and rip it.
Yeah, let's go. That's it. Then you just zip on down to San Diego. So it's not like you got to go far. Like last year, it was the Yankees. Come on, man. You got to go across the country. That was ridiculous. You just go down to San Diego, hang out, play some games.
But they just got home.
Yeah.
They got home they had to play in Sacramento on Sunday. They just got home and they're leaving again?
Yeah, but at least you don't have to go cross country. My gosh.
Still, I don't even have my furniture set up in my place and I got to leave again?
All right, we'll get you ready for the double deuce. We got tonight and tomorrow night in Florida for the Warriors. And it's big because Houston again wins. Now it was Portland, but still. They are right on the tail, and we could be talking about being completely what do you call it? Go golf? Yeah.
Play playoffs,
golf.
play in, or play golf.
They could be in the play golf territory if they don't win tonight.
And that's why Steph had such a great offseason playing golf because he was able to play by Mother's Day. Typically, Steph doesn't play until Father's Day.
He'll be playing by Mother's Day.
We don't want him playing on tax day. We
Yes.
don't want that.
All right, we'll discuss. And remember, David Lombardi was at the it's not a press conference, it's just the coaches' discussion with Kyle Shanahan.
It was a breakfast meeting.
Yeah, it was a breakfast.
Bloodies and croissants.
Down in Orlando. So we will talk to David Lombardi about what we learned. And there were quite a few things that were discussed with Kyle Shanahan. We'll do that around 12:30. Mark Spears joins us. A lot of NBA discussion, including more gambling talk at 1:15. We'll do Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer. It's all to come. Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The way this Warriors team is playing in terms of the changes you've made, you're encouraged?
No. We keep losing. That's not encouraging.
You can't say it any more bluntly than that. That's Draymond Green. And although he's not worried about the Houston Rockets, they win again last night. What's that, 9 in a row? They beat Portland. And so they could wake up tomorrow if they don't win in Miami. And there's a long list of guys out. Tyler Hero is out for Miami. Jimmy Butler is iffy for tonight as well. Trace Jackson Davis is on the injured list. He's expected to play, but we'll see. But it's the first of a back-to-back. And there's Miami. They'll make their late season push as they often do, and nobody wants to play them in the playoffs. And then Orlando, whom we've already seen this season, and they are tough, and they're going to be a playoff team this year as well. So back-to-back in Florida, that is not going to be easy. So they've got to win tonight to stay out of that thing, and Houston is putting the pressure on.
Well, you gave the Miami injury report. Bam is available to play, Adebayo with a lower back contusion. Jimmy is probable illness. Jaquez Jr., Jaime Jaquez Jr. from UCLA is questionable with a left ankle. Kevin Love's been out, questionable right heel. Caleb Martin's questionable, and they got Duncan Robinson's out. For the Warriors, Trace Jackson Davis is questionable with right knee soreness. So right away, Bam is available, and if you don't have Trace Jackson Davis, Draymond, then you got Bam Adebayo. And he's a tough cover. He's obviously a tremendous defensive player. I mean, Draymond really does epitomize the modern big, but he's not a big. He's a 4 who does slide up and play 5. He's really good at it. But I think more than anybody, I mean, obviously Joel is a dominant player, and the Joker, and they're Anthony Davis. There are some guys, and Davis likes playing 4 more than 5, but those guys are dominant players. But the modern big positionless, get out and switch and cover a guard, Bam Adebayo has been that guy in this league for a long time. Plus, he's good offensively. He's gotten better. He makes the pick and pop. He also stretches out and can make a 3. He obviously rebounds. He steals the ball. Jimmy's a dog. They got plenty of guys, and they've added Scary Terry Rozier, and they got the ancient one from St. Mary's. I remember when Steph and Patty Mills went at it, the year after Steph got deep into the NCAA tournament, they had a shootout in Moraga at St. Patty's Cathedral, and then known as McKean Pavilion. And Patty, he was not a great shooter then. He was a great player, not a great shooter. He's become a great three-point shooter. He's not shooting real well with Miami right now, but he's more of a drift guy. So right away, I mean, how do you match up? Andrew Wiggins, this is the beauty of Wiggs. He's got a guard. One night it's Tyrese Halliburton, and the next night it's Anthony Edwards. Tonight he's got to get Jimmy Buckets, who's gotten just so much better offensively throughout his career, and he's a dog. He's the perfect Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra player. So you got to put, Andrew Wiggins on Butler. And then what do you do with Terry Rozier? He's got that step-back daddy, kind of like a James Harden shot or a step shot where he not only steps back, but he hops to his left. It's hard to get to that shot, and they got guys off the bench that'll come in. This guy Cole Swider will shoot 3s, and Highsmith can bang a 3, and they're just Miami, John. They're up and down. They're not having a great year after going to the finals last year, but they're well conditioned. They're going to beat you up. You have to play them there. They had back-to-back games were up and down. They blew out Cleveland the other night on Sunday, so it's going to be a hard game. I think the last 2 on the trip, Charlotte and San Antonio, you can win those games. Charlotte won't be easy, and San Antonio, you never know. They beat Phoenix last night without Wembanyama.
Yep.
So you never know what they're up to. Let's just not have a hideous road trip. If you take a split in Florida right now, South Florida, Central Florida, got to go to Orlando back-to-back. They're worried about Steph and his minutes and all that. I think you'd be happy getting out with a split. Can you split the last 2 or win 2 and come home with a good road trip? That would be ideal, because really a week from now your season is going to be defined when you play Dallas on April the 2nd, Houston April 4th, and Dallas on April 5th when the Giants are wrapping up their home opener against San Diego. Those 3 games are really going to be a playoff to avoid playing golf and getting into the play-in. And when Draymond says I'm not worried about Houston. And what he's saying is, it don't matter if we don't play better. He watches the standings. He watches league pass. They watch. They know how hot Houston is right now. They know that, but they don't care because Houston can lose every game and win a couple and beat us on April the 4th in H-Town. And if we don't get ourselves together, it don't matter. Or if we get in and we're one and done and the Lakers roll us, if they don't start playing like the Warriors were playing during that 14-4 stretch, they got no shot. So he cares about Houston. He's just right now, he don't care because they got monumental problems they got to solve.
Yeah. As far as the numbers go, like you said, back-to-back, Miami and Orlando is going to be tough. As far as Houston is concerned, they're a typical young team in that they're very good at home and they're terrible on the road. So they don't play tonight. They play tomorrow night at OKC, and then they play Friday night against Utah. So 48 hours from now, if we assume for a second they lose at OKC, but if they lose these two games, the Warriors, because if they lose tonight, then they have the exact same record as the Rockets. Tomorrow night then would be the Rockets at OKC and the Warriors at Orlando, and they would have a tied record going into it. And then as you point out, after they get off to this road trip, so the back-to-back, then Charlotte on Friday, then on Sunday, it's San Antonio, of course, those both on the road. Then you come home, and then it's Dallas and at Houston. This is going to define things. Now, Houston has a lot of games on the road, and they haven't been good on the road. Doesn't mean they won't be good on the road. It's just they haven't been. So if you looked at it and you look at what's been happening so far, the Warriors still have an advantage. But the way that they've been playing, and it really defies logic because they've got a bunch of guys injured, including their best player, but yet these guys have stepped up, especially Jalen Green. He's been absolutely red hot through this whole thing. So, look, I don't know if it matters, and I think I can't remember who we were talking to Monty, I think yesterday. I think I asked Monty, does it make a difference if they're, say, one and done, or maybe they make it to the 7-8 game and they're done, or if they don't get into the playoffs, does it matter to Joe Lacob? And he didn't seem to think that it mattered whether they did make it, didn't make it, or got knocked out in the first playoff game or not. So, I don't know. I would think, Joe can be emotional. I would think if they didn't make the play-in altogether, don't you think that Joe might be a little bit more pissed?
He's a competitive guy. He wants to win at anything, whether it's playing poker, a pickup basketball, and obviously building his roster. At the end, if they don't win the NBA championship, he's going to be annoyed. That's just the way it is. If you lose your last game, now you could win your last game and not make the play-in. He's not going to be happy about that. So he's just, and as far as assessing where you are, that's for the off season. You got to figure out how to solve it. And that means everybody. That means the coaching staff. I'm concerned with Trayce Jackson-Davis. Why does he have right knee soreness? I wanted him to maybe start and play more, and you got to deal with that Adebayo. And, if he does not play tonight, then, Draymond have to play the whole game at 5. Can you dust off Kevon Looney? I don't know where Looney's gone. He's just disappeared. I understand what's happening with him, but he can't give him a little bit of run here and there. And then, does Dario Saric go back in the rotation? One of the two or both might. So without Trayce Jackson-Davis, dealing with Bam Adebayo is going to be a problem. And then Miami's got so many guys, I'm not sure who's playing or not, but Bam's going to play. Jimmy Butler's going to play. Terry Rozier's going to play. Patty Mills is going to play. These are veteran guys. And Miami, Pat Riley's just going to whip them. That's just the way they play. And you got to deal with Jimmy Butler. And that'll be a big assignment for Wiggins. So we'll assess the offseason, but they have time to write this. When Steph rolled that ankle against Chicago, they had won 14 of their previous 18. They hammered Milwaukee the game before. They looked like they were starting to come into form, and maybe they could make a push to get up and avoid the play-in. Now that's not going to happen, and now you've lost 3 of those 4 games when Steph left late against Chicago, the San Antonio game. You didn't have him in Dallas, then you didn't have Draymond with the lower back tightness. These injuries, and a lot of these teams have 6-8 guys showing up on the injured list, so we're not going to cry. But you're just getting your team whole, and then when you got Paul back, and then the guys go in and out, Steph rolls an ankle. Now what's up with TJD? But you need to win tonight, and it's going to be a hard game. Miami is a hard place to win. They play hard. They have a system. They're going to zone you. You're going to have to figure out how to break their zone at times. They do it as much as anybody in the NBA, and then you got to deal with their best players, which are Bam and Butler. So let's just see how they do tonight. But this is a tough stretch, John. They're going to have to start playing better right now. The Orlando game, can Steph play heavy minutes and back-to-back? Where are they going to keep him right around 30? tonight. I don't know. Then you got Charlotte Friday, San Antonio. Then you got those makeup games because of Decky's death. And that was a terrible thing on this team, obviously, and everybody around him. But you got to make up those Dallas games around the Houston games. So, yeesh, we're going to find out. A week from Friday when the Giants have their home opener night, they're going to play Dallas. We're going to have a pretty good handle on where this team is going to be. And right now your two choices are, unless they get really hot and win all these games or a large sum of them, you're looking at either the play-in or playing golf. And Joe Lacob likes to play golf. He doesn't like when it's
none of those circumstances
on tax day. He does not like that.
Well, like you said, I think we're going to find. We say this all the time through lots of seasons and lots of sports, but I think between now and the 4th, between now and that Houston game, I think we're going to know. And
or the Dallas game, Dallas game right after it.
Yeah, I mean that's it. You're at the key point, and you got to decide which one. Like you said, of those three things, of what you're going to do, and it's going to be severe disappointment. I mean, look, I think it's severe disappointment to this point to be in 10th place at this point of the season with this kind of team. But if they don't make it all together, I know that there's not a whole lot of difference between getting knocked out in the 10 or the 7-8 or whatever. But with this kind of payroll, with these kind of taxes, to not make the playoffs, I think Joe Lacob would be steaming, and I think they'd be in. I think they'd be in the mood for lots of big changes. We'll ask Mark Spears about that at 1:15. A lot of moves in the NFL today, both with the 49ers and talking to Kyle Shanahan, some interesting things he said, especially about Brandon Aiyuk, and some rule changes and trade deadline, which we've been talking about for a long time as well. We'll get you caught up on the changes coming up next, and then David Lombardi in about an hour to talk about some of the things that Kyle Shanahan said. We'll get you caught up next only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Matt Miyoko, he joined Dieter yesterday afternoon on Tolbert and Copes and discussed the latest on Brandon Aiyuk's contract talks. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
All right, 11:30, we'll let you hear some of Kyle Shanahan. And some of the audio wasn't as good, so we will just explain some of the things that Kyle said. But what you will hear, Eric Armstead, his thoughts on Eric Armstead leaving Brandon Aiyuk, who he saw in Cabo, and a little bit on Brock Purdy actually having an offseason to improve. So we'll do that at the bottom of the hour. Then David Lombardi will explain more in an hour at about 12:30, so make sure that you are here for that. The biggest rule change making the rounds is the kick is going to be drastically different. If you ever watch the XFL and what they do, and what they're trying to do is obviously make the game safer and not have those big collisions. So essentially what you're going to see is everybody across from each other, and you can't move until the ball is actually caught. And so it's going to look drastically different than the kickoffs in the past. And what they're trying to do is the crazy collisions and everybody running into each other and wedge breakers and all that kind of stuff. You will not have that. So if you like that, sorry. But you will exactly have a kickoff return, which, like you said yesterday, we didn't have those in the Super Bowl. So one of the things, and I think the 49ers anticipated this because they did stack up on special teams players during the free agent period.
They did, but it's a little bit, Ezekiel Turner's a guy we've seen in the NFC West in Arizona for a long time. Tremendous. They had Tanner Vallejo. They had like three guys that they had on core special teams. Chase Lucas is a guy. Isaac Yadam is a guy who the Niners are looking at the outside corner, but he's been a core special teams player. Then obviously George Odom, re-signing him, and Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, and bringing in Brian Schneider. So I've obviously watched the XFL. I have seen the NFL models for this in the hybrid kickoff rule. We reached out to a guy that really was instrumental, Bones Fossil, John Fossil, our buddy in Dallas, the special teams coordinator. He and Richard Hightower and Darren Riz, special teams coordinators, kind of adapted the XFL rule on kickoffs and came up with the hybrid kickoff rule. They're all for it, and Bones will join us on the show tomorrow. He's flying back from the owners' meeting now, but he's getting back to Dallas, so he'll explain it. The Niners curiously voted against this rule. It was a lot of things are 32-0 in the NFL, but I know the Raiders weren't in favor of it. The 49ers were not, one other team as well. Here's I just stole this from the Pat McAfee show. The main difference is, there's major differences. Yeah. The reason they've done this, they want kickoffs back in the NFL, which for a long time, because of concussions and the most dangerous play in football, was having 10 guys start with the kickoff specialist at the 35-yard line, their own 35, and running full steam 65 yards down the field. They wouldn't get all the way to the goal line, but 50, 55 yards before they meet a resistance on kickoff return. So what you see right away, and this is going to make the kickoff guys a little bit lonely, they're going to be all by themselves. This is like shooting a technical free throw in the NBA. You're not going to have all the guys on the lane looking to rebound. You are naked. You are by yourself. So they're going to have to get used to this a little bit. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit like, when guys go in a cage to hit in baseball and there's no, cage above, and there is a cage. There's a certain, that's why some guys like to hit underneath. You're out there all alone, and they're just not used to doing that. So the kickoff guy is going to be by himself. Then you're going to put the other 10 guys on kickoff coverage at the plus, or the opponent's 40-yard line. So they're not starting on their own 35-yard line and running 35 yards up the field, or 25 yards up the field to get to the opponent's 40. They are stationary. They do not move. And then you have a wall of blockers, with the exception of the two deep guys that are back, and you have to have twin returners back. So you've got 9 guys 5 yards away from where the kickoff coverage is. So you're not going to have these high-speed collisions, which is fascinating. And then you're going to have, a landing zone where the ball is kicked, and that'll impact and where the ball goes out if they just call for a fair catch. So the key thing, John, between the plus 40 and the plus 35, the kickoff coverage around the 40, the kickoff return of the 35, nobody is allowed to move. You have to stay perfectly still until the ball is caught in the landing zone. And if a kickoff is a touchback on the fly in the landing zone, it goes to the 30-yard line. So it depends on how deep you want to kick it. The one thing, and we'll talk to David Lombardi about it, David's a smart guy. Well, the first thing is this is more like the line of scrimmage, where you're not having 10 guys running 25, 30, 40 yards downfield at top speed, and they're getting up to ramming speed. They have to stay solid in their spots. They cannot move. I think they can align anywhere they want, but they have to be on five on each side unless you get onside kick it. So it's going to be more like Kyle Shanahan and a play from scrimmage.
That's exactly what it is, yeah.
So you're not, and then so would you use Deebo Samuel as a kickoff returner? In big moments, in big games, would you put Christian McCaffrey back as a kickoff returner? He was so great at it at Stanford. Punt returns are different. So those two returners, what do you want those positions to be? Is there going to be, now obviously by the NFL adopting this, the data must show from the XFL there was a less frequency of injury on these returns for all athletes involved, in particular the kickoff returners. So would you be more open now that Ray McLeod is gone? You know, I think you'll bring in a kick and punt returner anyway, but would you be more open to letting Deebo Samuel do it for longer stretches of the season? He took over when Ray got hurt at the end of the year. What do you have, a collarbone or something at the end of the Seattle game on Thanksgiving? So it's a completely different form of a kickoff return. What they're doing now is bringing the return back. You're going to see more returns. They're going to be completely different. And would you be more open to putting back your line of scrimmage, great offensive players, or you could use a defensive player, a guy that's a great, defensive player for, running back kicks, or how good would Deion be on something like this? Would you put like a Deion Sanders back? Deion did punts. He didn't do kickoffs. So whatever it is, John, it is completely different than it's ever been before in the NFL.
Well, like you said, it looks like a line of scrimmage play. And what they're doing is, like you said, they're eliminating these high collision, high speed collisions. So why not set it up like it's a play from the line of scrimmage? Why not put Juszczyk back there with Christian McCaffrey and make it like a running play?
Juszczyk's already back there.
No, I know, but as one of the two, why not put him back there as the fullback, right? You've got what's called a setup zone and a landing zone. So in the landing zone where they're going to return the kick, have Juszczyk back with McCaffrey. They already do that in the backfield anyway, and McCaffrey is already, he was great at Stanford returning kicks. They already know each other by the way that they do this, and it's a line of scrimmage kind of play essentially. So when he catches the ball, then everybody can start to move on the defensive and offensive side. They're right across from each other anyway, and it's essentially a play from the line of scrimmage, and McCaffrey has a running start. So why wouldn't you just put guys back there who are used to running from the line of scrimmage, whether that be McCaffrey, whether that be Deebo? And that's kind of the point, too, which was mentioned during these discussions, that it might also encourage teams to say, well, look, it's not this high collision, high-speed thing. Why not put back there then some of our better players? It's a line of scrimmage play, essentially, so why not do that? The risk of injury is lower.
Well, that's what they're looking at. And we'll ask, Bones won't give us away what the Dallas Cowboys are going to do, but he's the one that brought this from the XFL along with Richard Hightower and Darren Riz, and they're the ones that made the proposal. When they moved when they went to the college fair catch last year, none of the coordinators liked that at all. They were all against it. Right. That was an ownership thing for safety. This is, we went too far. 22% of all kickoffs are returned. We might as well start the game on the 25-yard line. I think there, later in the year when the weather gets colder and the ball doesn't travel, there's things to be done. But when you're in a dome situation like the Super Bowl, you can just touch it back every time. So it went too far. So the NFL, which is interesting to me, to flat out take this rule from the XFL, The NFL does not.
They're
like
kind of loath to do that, right? If it's not our idea, we don't like it.
They'll wait and they'll wait and they'll wait, and the Sky Judge, which they could have taken years ago, and they'll try to spin it a different way. This is just a flat out XFL rule, and I do watch the XFL, and I've seen this play. You see a lot of action off this play where you can reverse it for a while, because the key thing is, the guys on the plus 40-yard line on kickoff coverage, they cannot start moving until the ball is touched.
Right.
Look at the running start you're giving the two return guys. So Kyle Juszczyk was on kickoff return last year. He and Ross Dwelly were often up in front of whoever the kickoff returner. But now, because I think you're required to have split returners, you can't just have one. You've got to have one on each side. You may want to split the field there, and Juice is a good player, but the guys, and we'll see where they go with the roster in the offseason, but the two guys would be Debo on one side and McCaffrey on the other side. And if they choose to kick it, to their right, to the return left, and McCaffrey's on the left, McCaffrey takes the ball. And on, the other way around, where you're not running across the whole width of the field to field the ball, because now, and they could also kick it short. They can kick it high. Do they want to stay out of that landing zone from the 20 to the goal line? Do they want to touch it back? It's fascinating. I mean, can you ever remember? They've changed. The NFL has changed rules more than any league that I could think of. The one thing also is scoring is down in the NFL. It's gone down a lot.
They don't like that.
Whenever scoring goes down, they want to tweak it. And I think they've been a little slow to react to how much scoring has gone down in the NFL.
Well, when you have a 25-22 Super Bowl, they don't like that.
It's down like 5 points a game
they don't
from
want
where
that.
it was 5 years ago. It's now, a lot of it is they're playing a lot of the Lord Fangio cover 2, where it's 2 safety high, and not the Pete Carroll and the Kyle defense, the Saleh and the Quinn defense, where it's a cover 3 or a cover 1 high. So when you're playing 2 safety high, and I think a lot of it was Kansas City was just running by everybody with their speed, you had to play 2 deep. And a lot of teams did it. But anyway, you're just playing more of a top-down with 2 guys. It's going to be harder to get the chunk plays over the top. That's a big part of it. But, I mean, kickoff returns, just to have a kickoff return for a touchdown, you're seeing some of it in the NFL, but not nearly as much. So, I mean, the NFL changes their rules so much. Baseball did dramatically last year, John, but I've never seen such a dramatic change on one particular play. I mean, the kickoff was essentially eliminated in the NFL the last few years, and in particular last year. 22% of all kickoffs are returned. What are you going to have it this year be? 82%? Yeah. I mean, you could just touch it back if you chose to, and we'll see how it you may just want to touch it back more than ever, because what are these 2 returners with this kind of a running start where the guys on kick coverage they can't move until the ball is touched? What kind of an advantage does that give? Well, when you do return it now, John, what is the average yard line going to be on kickoff return now?
Well, I think there's 2 things to it. I always think that these leagues over-legislate, because for years and years they didn't do this, and so I think sometimes they do things to do things. This is not that, because like you said, the 2 things, and one of you mentioned, they don't like when scoring is down, so obviously their research is going to show that you're going to get better field position. I do believe that. And then the second thing is, it is going to be a more exciting play, because kicking the ball out of the end zone, which is all we saw in Las Vegas during the Super Bowl, is not fun. I can go get a beer or a sandwich or something like that. That's what the extra point became. And so anytime that happens in any sport where a play is just kind of a throwaway play, they want to eliminate that. So it's got to lead to more scoring and better field position, or they wouldn't have done it. They also know that there's a safety component to this whole thing. They believe that. And to me, it leads to more excitement. So those are the 3 reasons why they would do it. If it didn't eliminate, if it made scoring harder, they wouldn't do it. If it didn't eliminate injuries, they wouldn't do it. So to me, and it's got to lead to more excitement. And then the last thing is one of the other things I read you and I discussed, which is it's going to encourage getting better players on the field. So Ray-Bear McCloud, no offense to him, but if you can get Debo on the field or Christian McCaffrey on the field, or if it's going to encourage getting better players on the field because the injury is less and you're going to get more exciting players on the field, then I think the NFL's into that too.
Well, I think guys like Ray-Ray McCloud were worried because you're essentially taking the kickoff return out of the game. Now,
so I'm only a punt returner.
But now you got 2. you've got 2 kickoff returners. You've got, and this is more like it used to be in the NFL. Back in the 70s, you always had twin returners, one on each goal line. And then they did away with the wedge where you'd have 3 guys out in front and they could hold hands and block together. You can't do a wedge. You can't. What you see now, a typical return is a 2-man, and they don't call it a wedge, but they run together. And for the Niners, it's been always Kyle Juszczyk or Ross Twelly out in front of whoever the kickoff returner now. So you can't position people. Can you peel back these 2 guys? I want to know more about the rules. So you have, obviously 2 deep returners. You have 9 up close to the 35-yard line. Are they allowed to go back and run back towards the 2 returners and then turn and run with them?
Think. I mean, I didn't see anything where they said they had to run forward. Well, once they catch it, they can probably do whatever they want, right?
Everybody is still
until
the ball hits something.
Yeah, until he catches it.
So at that point, it's probably too late to turn and
you wouldn't
run.
want to do that probably.
I don't know. I mean, this is where it's such, you know what? They're going to fire up a lot of XFL kickoffs.
Well, here's the other thing.
Exactly what they did in that league to steal some ideas from that league.
Here's the other thing, too. This always happens in a rule change. The better teams will find a way to take advantage of it, and the worst teams will screw it up. That's always how it happens.
Well, the ones that make an emphasis on special teams.
But a
some
team
teams just don't.
Yeah.
You have to make an emphasis on special teams.
Yeah, but
who else
the better
voted
teams
against
do.
this was Green Bay. Bisaccia is the best. Rich has been in the league forever and ever and ever. Should have kept him when he was the Raider interim coach. He's terrific. Bones has been doing it a long time. Richard Hightower, Kyle and him went to college together at UT, and he was the Niners special teams coordinator. He's not thought of as like a Brian Schneider, guys that have been doing this for a long time. But the one thing that is a concern, and Bones loves it, so we'll get him on tomorrow and he'll explain it to us. But when you have people like Bisaccia and Brian Schneider from the 49ers voting against this, the vote was 29-3. I mean, it sounds fun. What's the major drawback? Why would you vote against this rule?
I don't know, because it's a lot of work to figure it out.
Well, that's your job. No, there's more to it. I mean, Bisaccia has been doing this forever and ever, and I'll reach out to Brian Schneider, but we'll
Some
find out.
people just don't like
Bones.
change. It's like, come
Well,
on.
they didn't like the fair catch rule because they didn't know exactly what it is, but as you delve deep, I mean, it's such a dramatic change. You're going to have to come up with.
And this is a
different
one-year
kind of
trial, by the way.
now.
This is not.
A lot of
look at
times
it
the
next
one-year
year.
trials stay forever, and they
Well,
don't vote
the
it out,
PI
even when
thing
they don't.
didn't. I mean,
but
they'll
there
see
are
how it
times
works,
when-
and if they don't like it, they'll vote it out next year. But I like it. I mean, let's go. I don't like touchbacks, so to me, it's boring. Let's see what this does. There's no crime in it. Now, the hip drop tackle, it's gonna be a nightmare. It's gonna be a nightmare. I know that it's gonna help injuries potentially, but it's gonna be a nightmare. But we'll see, and that's the same thing. It's a one-year trial. They'll see what happens, and if it doesn't, if it's a nightmare, they'll get it out. But that's going to be tough to legislate, I think. Anyway, let's.
Well, it's not just the hip drop; it's the swivel and what you're doing with your body weight. You can grab a guy around the waist and pull him down. Where it gets into it is, are you unloading your body weight? You're treating
I'm just
it
saying how it's
basically
going
like
to
a
be called.
quarterback.
I think it's going to be
because of
very
the swivel,
difficult to call.
It's the swivel of the hips, and where a lot of coaches feel like some guys were doing it intentionally.
Yeah.
And it's really kind of like a horse collar, where the horse collar you're coming up behind and pulling on the nameplate. Here, you're in a trail position. You're grabbing a guy from behind. I mean, a basic slant, cornerback tackles that way all the time when he gets beat inside and is immediately in bail technique. So how do you get him down? It's going to be not so much the grabbing of the hip and the hip drop. It's the swivel of the tackler's body to pull the guy down with your weight, with your weight. But a lot of times, you're dealing with, you want to tackle DK Metcalf on a slant?
That's what I'm saying.
How the hell do you get the guy on the ground?
What teams are going to start doing is they're going to put a lot more plays like that, where you're going to put either a tight end or a DK or a big receiver in the flat against the defensive back. Good luck. Because if you're trailing behind him, how the hell do you tackle him? you got to drag him down.
He did, the same thing with a chop block when you get out in space. No, they used to chop out tackles before, in the NFL. And that's why you run a toss sweep now. You can't chop Trent Williams when he's coming around the edge. You got to stand up and block that guy. So it'll be interesting to see. But I think the one thing is, and Mike Pereira always, whether he did it on TV or in other ways, even if the point total went down like half a point a game, the NFL did not like that. And they would come right back with some kind of a rule adjustment to get the points down. They do not want two teams scoring in the teens in the NFL.
It's Bob and Lund. Thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts. Always the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open. It's the same number as the call-in line at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Whether you want to text the show or we can hear your sweet, clean voice. Do that. We'll play some Kyle for you. We'll do that at about 11:50. We'll play Kyle Shanahan from today. And then at 12:30, we'll hear from David Lombardi. He was there in Orlando, so we'll talk to him so you can spend your lunchtime with us, which would be nice. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
All right, we owe you some Kyle Shanahan, Sam. We will do that coming up next. Jed York spoke as well, so we'll give you a little Jed York. Kyle on Brandon Aiyuk, where they met. It won't surprise you very much. A little bit on Eric Armstead. Brock Purdy actually has a offseason to get better. And Jed York, his thoughts on what this team can accomplish. We'll do it coming up next. And then David Lombardi, he was there at 12:30. Don't move. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader. Oh, hello, friends. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? And some, I know you won't believe this, but it's true, they're not even based in the entire state of California. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are based right here in the Bay Area. And they've been that way for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, we're getting to better weather, so motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all out. They're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And you know, this is where that sounder comes into play. They have secured more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. How can that be? Yep, that's right. I didn't stutter. Nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What is happening? Thank you so much for joining us. Pop and Lund, David Lombardi at 12:30. So we're going to give you a little bit of Kyle sound and one quick hitter of Jed York. And then we'll talk to David Lombardi about the details of other things that were said, because these aren't the only things that were said. And this audio is courtesy of David Lombardi, right? David Lombardi, courtesy of, right, of David. And then we'll talk about a few other things because the audio wasn't quite up to our standards, because we have very high standards on this show. By the way, you can also catch us on YouTube and Twitch, because the combo you have going on right now is very nice. You get that's a nice Niners hat.
You've seen this many times. Red on red.
Red on red. I like it. It's a nice look.
The audio Lombardi used today is below anybody's standards. How are we going to play this?
Kind. Well,
the only ones that are worth playing, I think, is when David asked the question and Kyle turned his head to answer directly to David, get into whatever recording instrument he was using. If Kyle was looking the other way,
give him some stuff.
I heard the waiter from like table 4 a lot better than I heard Kyle.
Who needs a bloody? Was that what he was asking? Who needs a Bloody Mary? No. Was it that kind of waiter?
Bring one every 15 minutes until somebody passes out, and then bring one every 10 minutes.
Exactly. All right. I've not heard these, but I've heard these are passable. This is the best quote anyway. Here's Kyle Shanahan, and he says he's seen Brandon Aiyuk a couple of times, but where? He'll tell you.
I've seen Brandon a couple of times here. Actually ran into him in Cabo last week. He was randomly at our hotel. I don't think he wanted to be, but and I've seen him in the office a couple of times. But he's doing good. Hopefully we'll get this done sooner than later.
All right, did people hear that? He ran into him in Cabo.
At a hotel. And he was it Nobu? Yeah. Where was it? I mean, and he said, Shanahan's, Mike and Peggy have a place there. So
right.
He normally stays with his mom and dad. They're there all the time.
So he said that he ran into him in Cabo and hopes to get this done sooner rather than later.
Everything in the offseason happens either in Indianapolis or Cabo.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Damn, if he couldn't have got to Matthew Stafford sooner.
That was all set up.
Yeah, that was, what's his name?
You think that was McVay and Whitworth just, look who's over there. Oh, my gosh,
look at
McVay.
That. Tequila.
He wanted to play for the L.A. Rams.
Yeah, he did. By the way, if you're going to Cabo, Edith's. I would go to Edith's as one of the top places. That's my favorite restaurant in Cabo. Doesn't mean it is yours. I'm just saying Edith's is a nice place.
Nobu is outstanding, but it's on the windy side.
Yeah, the windy side.
Little windy there.
Yeah, that's for sure. One time I was overserved in Cabo and ran towards the water. There are certain places that you can't go, and I got tackled by 2 lifeguards and had all the sand burns on my stomach. They're like, "Sir, you can't go into the water here." I'm like, "Oh, I did not know that." I jumped out of the hot tub, ran towards the water. Those guys are fast. I mean, seriously, if I was going to see Kyle and Cabo, I'd go like, these 2 guys who just tackled me, I think ran like 4.340s. You might want to look into those guys. They can play some special teams.
They want to get him on kickoff coverage now.
Seriously, those guys are fast. I'm not fast.
I think you want big guys. I think you may change the way you have your guys on kickoff because you're not running great distances down the field. You have more offensive linemen and less linebackers and safeties.
Yeah, maybe. I think maybe so. Here's number 2, which we find hopefully passable for your consumption. Losing Eric Armstead. Here's what Kyle said about that this morning.
It was real tough. I mean, we've been with Eric since we've been here, and I know he was here a couple years before us, so it wasn't something we really wanted to happen. It's one of the tough things when trying to keep the team together and just where it goes with the salary cap and stuff, but he got in a good spot. Real happy for him where it ended up.
That had to be tough, but I give these guys credit. In free agency by like the second day, as you remember, as I was panicking about the interior defensive line, I think they did a really nice job to and look, they're going to miss Armstead. He's a great leader. He was a great Niner on and off the field, but they did a pretty nice job to recover, I think.
Well, they did. I mean, and by the way, the audio enhancement that we did, because I listened to the whole thing that Lombardi had this morning on YouTube, it was unlistenable. It was brutal. But they did a nice job of turning up the volume there so he could hear Kyle a little through his hangover. Obviously, the Armstead one was the hard one. But they did a really good job. Malik Collins, who they've known a long time, John Lynch was talking about, Rod Marinelli, knowing him and coaching him for a long time. And then Jordan Elliott was a starter in Cleveland. The outside guys, Gross Matos could easily go inside and play over a guard. Leonard Floyd's more of an outside guy, but he's also twist. But the point is, in letting Armstead go, that's hard. I think Jordan Elliott becomes your base guy with the gravedigger, Javon Hargrave, and then Malik's got more twitch. It's possible Malik beats him out for all downs, and Jordan Elliott just goes into the Bravo with, people like Kevin Givens. We'll see about T.Y. McGill and Kalia Davis, and they've got other, they got 10 draft picks. But the combination of Malik Collins and Jordan Elliott was what offset what they did with Armstead. And there was a point there where they thought they were just going to trade straight up Eric Armstead for Malik Collins. And then D'Amico jumped in and got Daniil Hunter from the Vikings, so they couldn't make that trade. The 49ers wound up trading him for getting Collins for a 7th-round pick. But that was essentially, it was a twofer. You let Armstead go with his money, and you bring in 2 players to replace him, and both guys have been starters, Malik Collins and Jordan Elliott.
Yeah, so I think they've done a nice job, and we still have a draft to go. Here's Kyle Shanahan, and this is something right after the season I talked about is, Brock Purdy spent all of last year doing the bionic arm thing and recovering from that surgery, so he really hasn't had a year, an offseason, a real offseason to actually hone his skills. And you and I talked about this last offseason of how he could improve in the pocket, and I got to give him a ton of credit. He didn't have really an offseason to work, and he improved his pocket presence, I think, by leaps and bounds. And so here's Kyle Shanahan talking about what Brock can do and how he can improve in actually having an offseason to work on the field.
I would just be getting more consistent on everything. When you have a whole season to review yourself, last year he had 7 games. When you get a whole season, there's so much tape to go over. That takes a long time to get through. And you always want to be perfect, and no one ever will be. But when you have the reps that he's had, now he can review that stuff and take it to the field. And when we get back on April 15th together, we'll watch. We'll do all quick game. We'll do all 5 steps, all 7 steps. We'll do the play actions, we'll do the movement, and that stuff that Greasy and Kubiak can take him on the field and working at every day.
Look, Brock's good, but I think Brock can even take that next step. He's got a whole offseason to work on things on the field, and that's the first time as a pro he's able to do that.
Yeah, he did, obviously, after he was drafted, but, that was after the draft. So they don't get on the field a lot before the draft. April 15th, the day they're back in the building for Phase 1, but they're not allowed back on the field, I think, Phase 3, which is deeper into May. But he wasn't getting a lot of reps then because you had Trey Lance on the team, and he was number 1. You had Nate Sudfeld there, and Brock was getting the 3rd-team reps. Now he's going to get the number 1s. So, and he'll be able to throw. What I would hope is that he and Aiyuk do get together somewhere off campus, assuming Brandon does not come around at all in the offseason, OTAs, mini camps, and the mandatory June camp. You have to assume, well, maybe he'll show up for that. Bosa showed up for that. And then hopefully you get it solved by training camp. But still, go meet Aiyuk somewhere. And then really, this would be a time you'd like to see Debo show up more. If Ayuk's not around, let Debo take over that wide receiver room with Third and Juwan and have Debo, build that kind of chemistry with Brock the way Aiyuk did last year. Well, and it happened late because Brock could not throw. He was not cleared to throw, really, until Memorial Day Monday, and then he threw every other day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday for a while, and even into camp it was 2 on, 2 off. So, yeah, he improved a lot from his brilliant rookie year to last year, and he's still a young player looking to absorb more and to learn more. And I think the one thing, the throwing and all of that and the rhythm with his receivers, I just think where he really improved was he had so much more knowledge of Kyle's offense where it was just second nature to him as opposed to his rookie year.
Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, going over some of the stuff, audio courtesy of our good friend David Lombardi, who's going to join us from The Athletic at 12:30 to fill in some of the cracks of what Kyle Shanahan said. There's a lot more. But Tracy Sandler, our good friend, caught up with, she was part of the group that caught up with Jed York, and here's what Jed says. One of the things Jed said, he still says he's very confident in this team getting over the hump and winning the Super Bowl.
But I would put our team up against anybody, and we have to find a way to get over that final hump. I know how hard it is, but I think with our group, I think we can get over that hump, and I think Brock has a chance to be one of those guys. He's only played 2 years. I think he has a chance to be at that level of like truly, truly great at the position, and he's still learning and growing. But we have to make sure that we support him as much as we can as an organization. And, you know, we don't have the luxury of having the second highest paid quarterback being our backup quarterback the way that my uncle did. I wish we did. That'd be fantastic. I would love to have a roster of starting quarterbacks that could be Pro Bowlers. That's just not the way the league works now. So you have to adjust with it.
You can't have 2 Hall of Famers as your quarterbacks?
And Steve Bono was a third. For a while, they had Joe, Steve, and Steve Bono. I mean, the Raiders had George Blanda, Darryl LaMonica, and Kenny Stabler for many, many years with LaMonica starting and Blanda, the Hall of Famer, behind, and then Snake made the Hall of Fame. So there's no doubt. But they'll figure out, you know, they talked about Josh Dobbs a little bit and Brandon Allen as well. One thing with Chad, and he's been the 49ers CEO for the last 13 years, but during these league owner meetings, he bought out his mom, and now he is the principal owner of the San Francisco 49ers at age 43. So not just the CEO, he is the owner of the Niners now.
Absolutely. A couple of things, and we'll talk to David Lombardi about these things that, again, we have a high standard of audio quality around here, but some of the things he said, and we'll talk to David Lombardi about at the top of the hour. This is selfish on our part because we like having a first-round pick, and in the last 2 years, we do the draft show from 49ers HQ, and it's much more fun for us too. But Kyle Shanahan, when asked about having a first-round pick for the first time since 2021 when they took Trey Lance, he said, it's pretty miserable not having a first-round pick, just watching and having nothing to do that first day. He said that we didn't look at much as those top picks will be prepared for everybody this year. You don't know whether we stay, whether we move up, move down, move around at pick 31. You just have to be ready for anything. I echo those sentiments. Let's go.
Last year was 99, 101, and 102, and they traded up from 99 to 87 to get Jair Brown. The year before, it was Drake Jackson, John. What was he, like 57, 59, somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Same exact spot where a guy named Tim Ryan was drafted decades earlier by the Chicago Bears.
There you go. So, yeah, look, I'm looking forward to it. You can move around from that position. 31 is a great spot. End of the round is a great spot because those quarterbacks are going to go fast. Jim Harbaugh is playing a pretty good game there. He's just, every time you ask him about McCarthy,
J.J. McCarthy,
he's just like, oh, he's the greatest thing ever. And what he's doing is he's sitting there at 5. He wants somebody to move up, and so that the first 4 are all quarterbacks. Then he sits at 5 going, I got any player on the board I want besides a quarterback. And so that's very smart of Harbaugh to do. Talk up his ex-quarterback.
Why doesn't he take him at 5 and trade Justin Herbert?
Exactly.
That's what you should do, Jim. He's the best quarterback.
He's smart.
By the way, Drake Jackson was picked 61.
Yeah.
The year before. So 61, 99, 101, 102. They wound up getting 87. It'd be nice to be there for opening night on that Thursday, April 25th with 31. And who knows, maybe they trade up and get higher than 31. Maybe they trade back.
But it's a great spot to be because if they're sitting right there, then those quarterbacks go 1 through 4. I don't know what, it only takes 1 on a board. I know the Raiders are desperate, the Broncos are desperate, so maybe a quarterback goes there. But if they're looking at one of those guys at the end of the round, then some of those teams who need a quarterback but don't get one in the first round are going to be calling at the end of that round looking for Penix or looking for Bo Nix or whoever that they're looking at and saying, hey, can we get that pick? And you can get extra picks that way or more ammunition or whatever it is you want to get. And so that's a prime position. So whether you want to get, I know people are talking about the offensive line or different things that, you need to do to rebuild with contracts coming up. You want to, get that kind of a situation where you're trying to get young guys you can develop to take over for guys who are getting older and more expensive. Or you might be able to trade back and get somebody who's desperate to get a quarterback. So that end of the round is a good place to be. Not bad. So one thing he talked about. I like that. I like where they're sitting. So and again with free agency,
I'd rather be 32 than 31.
I would
and have won the Super Bowl. But
that'd be nice. That'd be nice. And then the other thing we talked about the defensive line. He did talk about the offensive line, and one of the key things is one of your favorite guys, John Feliciano's return. He was very happy that they got Feliciano. A lot of people talking about the offensive line. He was very complimentary about Colton McKivitz, who a lot of people are like, replace that guy. Look, if there's an offensive tackle out there, I think more of the offensive tackle that could potentially move for Trent Williams in a couple of years. I think they do need to upgrade their offensive line, but they're going to have a lot of options at 31. But he was specifically encouraged by Feliciano's return. He liked that. So that was one thing that he talked about.
Do we hear raspy audio here or no?
No.
He likes the dirty, rotten scoundrel.
Yeah, that was
I think right now, and I love John Feliciano. And I'd seen him, he didn't play a lot with the Raiders, then he moved on, and he wound up playing a lot in Buffalo. Yeah. And, we saw the Giants the year before. We didn't play him, but we thought we may see him in the playoffs. He started at center that year for all but 2 of their regular season games, both their playoff games. Like, wow. The question was, he's big, he's powerful, he's more of a gap scheme, a puller. Could he reach block and get to the next level? I was amazed. Go back and watch the Philadelphia game to see how good John Feliciano is and was. He had a dominant game, getting out in space, hooking guys, getting to the next level. And then when he gets there, he is nasty. He will bury you. So I think right now I would be surprised, and this is barring injury. They also brought in Brandon Parker, who started a lot of games with the Raiders at right tackle. I think Feliciano probably beats out Burford. But they could keep John in that Super U role, maybe go get somebody else that could play along the line. But I think right now from Colton McKivitz at right tackle to Feliciano at right guard, Brendel at center, and the left side, the Outer Banks, Aaron Banks, and Trent Williams, you're pretty well set from right tackle to left tackle. Jalen Moore could push. They got a couple of young guys that they do like. Barch is a guy that also they're trying to teach to play center. We'll see where he develops. They'll definitely draft probably an outside guy and an inside guy, or maybe go out and get somebody else, John. But I would be surprised if a rookie, unless it's a really good one, and one of those guys that does slip. And if they take a lot of wide receivers in the draft and quarterbacks go before, and some of these linemen that are more plug-and-play guys that you think may need more time are available for you at 31, or if they want to trade up from 31 to go get one guy in particular. Outside of that, normally it takes a little while for offensive linemen to learn to block in the NFL, because the blocking is so different in college.
Quick game in college. Yeah.
It's a short set. A lot of guys you can't really get into a deep pass drop. You're doing it all out of a 2-point stance. You're not down. It's a spread game. The Niners are going to want you to get down, pull, run power, obviously outside zone, inside zone, with all of it. And it's just overwhelming unless you've done it in college to be able to come in. And then, first is going to be up your butt about technique. So I think anybody they did draft, unless it's a special, guy that can play a lot of spots, John, that could be a plug-and-play guy. And you see those guys. Seattle had a couple of them in one draft. It does happen.
The dude from Duke.
I think by and large, left tackle to right tackle are going to be those 5 guys. Yeah, the Duke guy, somebody could play. Yeah, that guy's smart as well. And he could play all over, right tackle to left tackle to center.
Yeah, he's not bad. And then finally, there was one story that I'm sure you saw this today that our friend Matt Mayoko wrote. So Daniel Bullocks, who's a defensive backs coach and was a guy that was up for the defensive coordinator position that went to Nick Sorensen. So during the Super Bowl, I don't think this was unveiled until this morning. So apparently he also suffered a torn Achilles tendon. When Jair Brown had that interception, he jumped up and down as well, and he tore his Achilles. And during the game, Kyle just thought it was an ankle injury. And then in the morning, he got up, and his wife told him that Bullocks had torn his Achilles. I guess him and his wife got in a fight.
It's unbelievable.
And Kyle was like, no, he had an ankle injury. And she's like, Kyle, he tore his Achilles. They got in a fight over it. And then Kyle said later on he had to apologize to his wife because she was right. He tore his Achilles.
Yeah, we actually knew that. So let me throw this out to you. And so Dre Greenlaw tore his left Achilles tendon.
Right.
Not the one that was hurt earlier in the year. The one that he had hurt early in the year was his right Achilles tendon. He tears his left Achilles tendon merely running on the field after a special teams play to go play defense. Daniel Bullocks, merely celebrating his defensive back, the rookie coming up with a pick of the great Patrick Mahomes in the first series of the second half in the Super Bowl, tears his Achilles tendon. After the Niners practiced, played, walked on that soft turf at UNLV all week, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday walkthrough. I walked on that. it was incredibly soft. Now with the fact that it's the other one for Dre Greenlaw, a lot of times your body compensates. If you have a bad right Achilles, all of a sudden the left becomes compromised. We've seen that with Klay Thompson. And now your DB coach suffers the same fate. So I don't know if there's any way to prove it definitively, but there's no way to disprove it. How much to the Dre Greenlaw injury was it a factor that the Niners were forced to practice on that incredibly soft turfs at UNLV?
All right, we'll talk more about everything with David Lombardi. He was there and talking to Kyle Shanahan. So we'll talk more about those things with David Lombardi from The Athletic at the bottom of the hour. A couple more things, including the NFL is putting coal in the NBA stocking. We'll tell you about that as well. A lot more things to get you caught up from Orlando. We'll do that. We'll talk to David Lombardi at the bottom of the hour. Get back to some Warriors talk. Critical 2 games as Houston is breathing down the neck of the Warriors. We'll get into that as well. It's Pop and Lund on your Tuesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
My favorite, Ross Stripling. He joined Bill Lasky last night and broke down his time with the Giants. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. It is always great to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all your tax issues, and it is tax season after all. Steve, what happens if we cannot pay our taxes?
Call us, let us take care of it. You know, this is a real common situation, but you don't want to make the common mistakes like sticking your head in the sand and waiting for one of these new IRS agents to come do something bad to you and ruin your life, your marriage, your business. On the other hand, maybe you don't know everything the IRS says. For example, if you haven't filed returns, they make up something called an SFR, substitute for return, lots of times more than you really owe. We can fix that. And the bottom line is we have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain all your rights, all your options, a lot of good ones, like just pay part and they forgive the rest if you qualify, or forgive the penalty. Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or leave you alone for a while till you're back on your feet, somebody's sick in the family, or you lost your job, or your business had a downturn. There's so many good solutions we haven't even mentioned yet on air. Just call us, we'll explain them all to you, and here's what we ask. You give us your tax problem, we want to give you back a normal life.
If you can't pay your taxes, don't bury your head in the sand. Call Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP, 888-TAX-DEAL. Again, 888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcast. We are the sports leader.
What can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 absolute martinis. You know how I like them, straight up. And then precisely 7½ minutes after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more after that every 5 minutes until one of us passes the out.
Starting early on a Tuesday.
Jeez.
Whoa!
Well, it is afternoon.
Big meetings.
After all. Very nice. Very nice. We'll talk to David Lombardi in about 12 minutes, what he learned from Kyle Shanahan. We gave you the audio that David provided, and we gave you a few of the other things Kyle said. He'll fill in the rest of the cracks. You and I have talked about this numerous times in our long relationship, which is NFL every day, and the NFL will play on every day but Wednesday this year. Or excuse me, every day but Tuesday this year. They will play on a Wednesday.
Because Wednesday's Christmas.
And they've put coal in the NBA stocking. They have said before that they would not play on this day, but the 25th, as you said, being Christmas, they're going to do a doubleheader. So if you're off during the holidays, you are in luck. So 2 games on the 25th, a day on the 26th, a game on the 28th, a game on the 29th. A game on the 30th. Then you got the college football quarterfinals on the 31st and a quarterfinal game on the 1st. So if you like football, 25th, 26th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31, and the 1st. You're in luck. That's nice.
Because the ratings are so big. And for years, the NFL stayed away from Christmas. One of the most famous games in the history of the NFL was the Miami-Kansas City playoff game in 71. Ed Podolak had a huge game, and I don't know what the ratings were back in Christmas of 71, but we know they are Christmas Day of 23, and the Niners played a game that day against Baltimore, did not go well. The Chiefs played the Raiders that day. Raiders won big. Philadelphia played that day against the Giants. But in any event, the numbers on the Christmas Day games, whether they were early, middle, or late at night, were huge, and the NBA has been playing on Christmas Day forever, back in the 60s, 50s, and 60s. New York did it, and that's kind of the NBA's day. The hard thing, though, with a leap year and everything, we're kind of off a little bit, because last year Christmas was on a Monday.
Yeah.
This year it's on a Wednesday. So it's hard to coordinate. So right away, John, if you're playing on Christmas Day this year, when is your game the week before? It's going to have to be on Thursday. So they're going to have to are they going to do a double header on Thursday, December the 19th, to allow you to almost have a full week to come back and play on Christmas? So they're going to give team buys? It's too late in the year to have a bye. I think the week after Thanksgiving is when the latest your bye can be. When's Thanksgiving this year? November the 21st.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you got the Amazon Prime games. So the teams like Dallas is in this thing where they play on Thanksgiving, obviously, every year. They also play on the following Thursday on Amazon Prime. So they could play November 21, 28. But we're later in December. So my question is, if you are playing, there's going to be a doubleheader that day, right? So there's going to be 2 games.
Correct.
4 teams. What day of the week do you play the week before to accommodate playing on Wednesday? You're not playing on Sunday.
You got to play on Thursday, don't you?
Well, but they could have a doubleheader. So is Amazon Prime going to have a doubleheader on Thursday?
You can't go. You can't go Sunday to Wednesday.
Hell no way. I mean, late in the year, they do start playing Saturdays. Once college football, the Heisman is over, they do start doing that. But I think even a Saturday to a Wednesday and to make teams play on Christmas is too short. If you're playing on Christmas Day, what's your game the week before?
I think what they'd have to do is make some sort of special adjustment to say that there's going to be a doubleheader on Thursday, and those teams that are going to play on
Is it Amazon Prime, or do you move a Monday night game?
Something, because you can't go Sunday to Wednesday, because it's hard to go Sunday to Thursday. So you can't go Sunday Wednesday. There's no way.
So then we're going to ask a team to play 3 games in 10 days at the end of the year, right? You'll play on Sunday, December the 15th. You're going to ask 4 teams to go play on Thursday, December the 19th. To get them 6 days off to be able to play on Christmas Day. Now, you're obviously going to have the following weekend off. You don't come back and play until the last week of the year, right? Mm-hmm. January 5th?
Right.
So late in the year, and these are going to be, whoever gets put on Christmas are going to be 4 good teams, right? You don't want to have dogs there on Christmas Day. You want the ratings. So you're going to ask those 4 teams to play the 15th, the 19th, and the 25th, in theory. We're just kind of filling in the blanks here, but that's kind of what you have to do, don't you?
Yeah. There's no doubt. And it's not optimal, and I'm sure those teams are going to complain, but, cha-ching. I mean, that's the language they speak. So, again,
Wednesday's a hard day.
Yeah.
You can play on a Monday, Sunday, you can play on a Tuesday, a Thursday.
At least with the Thursday,
now, we are
days.
doing the Black Friday game again, aren't we? On the day after Thanksgiving, on the 20th.
Yeah. So here's how it goes. They're going to, on the 22nd is normal NFL games. That's a Sunday. 23rd is Monday Night Football. 2 days later, on a Wednesday, a doubleheader. 26th, they're going to do Thursday Night Football. 28th is a Saturday. There's going to be NFL games. 29th, that's a Sunday, NFL games. 30th, there's Monday Night Football. So from the 22nd to the 30th.
Yeah, I mean, that's when the eyeballs are the big.
Unbelievable.
Well, and Thanksgiving's late this year. So Thanksgiving, it was early this past year. This year, it's the 4th Thursday in November, and November 1st is a Friday. So this is the latest Thanksgiving can be. So Thanksgiving's going to be on the 28th this year, and that'll mean that the Black Friday game would be on the 29th. So you're going to have a lot of holiday football in a short period of time because Thanksgiving is so late.
Yeah, man. That's insane.
Are we going to play on Thanksgiving, Christmas?
Well, last year, my gosh.
We're not going to play New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve this year is a Tuesday.
Yeah.
So we'll have New Year's Eve and New Year's Day.
Last year, what was it? Thanksgiving,
Christmas, and New Year's Eve. We played all 3.
Yeah, they're not going to do that to us again because it was like...
Well, you think the Niners will be one of those that get Christmas?
Probably. I mean, they're going to be playing. Yeah, they want big-time games. I mean, you can guarantee probably Dallas is going to play those games. Probably.
So Dallas is going to play on Thanksgiving and on Christmas?
Maybe. I mean, just because
We'll see.
They get such big numbers. So, anyway, there you go. Football your head off. Almost. They're going to play They're going to play every day this year, but Tuesday.
And you don't think they'll play on a Tuesday to make up for something that'll unforeseen go wrong on a Monday night?
They did during the pandemic.
During the pandemic, they played Wednesday afternoon at 2 in the afternoon. Remember Pittsburgh?
It's still got numbers. It's still got big numbers.
They played 2 in the afternoon on the East Coast. We were watching during our show.
Yeah, they still got numbers.
So,
anyway.
At some point in time, will they go to our rotation, flotation?
We were talking about it for 15 years.
Every day of the week. 4 on Sunday. Yeah. What do we want? 3 on Monday, 2 on Tuesday, 2 on Wednesday, 2 on Thursday. Give you Friday and Saturday off. We got enough there?
Yeah.
If we build in buys, let's just do that.
I bet Epi bet all those games. Just kidding. Just kidding. All right, let's talk to David Lombardi. He was there front and center with we got to get him some new recording equipment with Kyle Shanahan. Played some of the cuts for you. He'll fill in all the blanks. He was in Orlando. We'll talk to him next, only here on the Sports Leader.
laser.
That's right, laser. For 25 years, did you know that? The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. Now, Papa and I both had the CLR, and we absolutely love it. Custom lens replacement. But what they want to do is get the permanent solution. Well, that's what we did. The permanent solution to glasses, contacts, readers. Plus, with CLR, you'll never develop cataracts. So they've done thousands of procedures. You can absolutely trust the doctors, Dr. Craig Mindy and his whole team. But there's lots of different procedures that you can do. And again, CLR is the one that worked best for us, but you're going to get that free consultation at lasereyeclr.com. That's what worked best for us. It has been life-changing for me, and I do not just throw around that term lightly. When you can see, it is absolutely life-changing. It is awesome. So, free consultation, lasereyeclr.com, or call 877-GET-2020. But what they want to do in that free consultation is do the procedure that works best for you. So CLR worked best for me. I had LASIK years and years ago, and it didn't work to my satisfaction. And when I saw Papa come in and he was crowing about how great his eyesight was, I wanted to do the same thing. I wanted to have better eyesight. It was important to me. So they've got all sorts of different procedures, and whichever one works best for you, that's what they want to do. So CLR worked for us. LASIK, Smile, Evo ICL. You're going to find out about each procedure, and they go through a process. Doesn't take long at all, and they find out for you. Everybody's gets a custom situation, and they find out, okay, this one's going to work best for you. Boom, boom. Just takes minutes, and like I said, they've been doing this for so long that they know exactly what they're doing. And look, you're like me. I had lots of questions about my eyes. Wanted to make sure that it was going to be the procedure that worked best for me. And what's great is once they decide on something, it just takes minutes, and it's awesome. It's like, I'm already done. This is incredible. So take advantage of Laser Eye, the Laser Eye Center's 25 years and tens of thousands of vision correction procedures. They've helped hundreds of NFL players, pilots, surgeons. I mean, we're talking people that absolutely positively have to have their eyes working at the optimum levels to be at the top of their game. So what are you waiting for? It's a free consultation. Let's get the best thing that works for you. Again, CLR worked best for us. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Tuesday. It's great to have David Lombardi, of course, does a tremendous job covering the 49ers for The Athletic, at Lombardi himself, down in Orlando, and caught up to Kyle Shanahan down there, and need to get some of his thoughts. We played some of his audio from earlier, but let's fill in some of the cracks and the things that Kyle said, and David joins us courtesy of the UMA Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
Not much. I'm out here. I'm at the Ritz in Orlando. I stepped outside for my article. I'm out by the pool. So if you hear a bunch of kids screaming, it's a lot of the coaches' kids here. They just hang out at the pool all day.
I thought you'd be swimming in the pool, or I thought there'd be like water nearby. I mean, there's water there. I thought you'd be maybe swimming.
Well, I don't have a waterproof laptop, and you guys rely on me to produce some content. That's here. True. So first I got to finish the work, and then at that point, maybe you'll find me there.
Yeah, take us behind the curtain a little bit, because I've seen you several times. One time in Costa Mesa, I was at a very trendy happy hour spot having a cocktail, and you saddle up right next to me with your laptop, and you're banging out a long story. You did it in Vegas as well, as I recall, at a sushi place. You like to put on the Ritz, you like to go somewhere where your mind is clear and people are having fun to write these long stories you write sometimes?
Well, if I remember correctly, that was in the joint practices with the Chargers in Costa Mesa, and it was at North Italia. I love that place, North Italia, and they've got really good affogato. And it was, nice. I don't like to have affogato. You know, I'm Italian too.
I know Lombardi. I know.
Yeah. I don't like to have affogato after like 3 p.m. So this was perfect. They got done with those practices in the morning, and I needed a little boost, and it was kind of hot outside. So I got the affogato, and I was just working. In Vegas, I was just desperate to get off the bus because the Niners hotel was like an hour away from everything. We got off the bus at Mandalay Bay, and I needed to work. I couldn't like run all the way back to my room. So I needed to get a beer, and I needed to work. And then I didn't know you guys were all there partying right next to me, and I couldn't get any work done. But it all worked out.
You banged it out. So how hanging was Kyle this morning? We thought he'd be hanging because it's a 7:45 in the East in Florida, 4:45 our time. He likes to go out the night before with the coaches at the party. But he seemed pretty strong today. How hanging was Kyle this morning?
Yeah, I thought that Shanahan was in better shape than he had been in years prior for the 7:45 morning. Now, I don't know if the media members were in great shape, but it was, it's the toughest day game after night game in the entire NFL season is the coach's breakfast at 7:45 coming off of the NFL annual meeting party the night before, especially if you're on Pacific time and you're in an Eastern time zone owners meeting, and that was the case with this one because we're in Orlando. Last year was in Phoenix, so it was a lot easier. But Shanahan handled it well, and he talked a lot. I mean, talked for 30 minutes, covered a lot of the roster, talked about the coaching change at the top of the defense, Nick Sorensen, and obviously adding Brandon Staley. And he also discussed the overhaul of the 49ers defensive line. This is the biggest overhaul that we've seen under this regime. They've had to replace about 2,000 snaps. And he thinks they got a lot more beef on the inside. He likes the differing body types that he now has with Malik Collins and Jordan Elliott, the two defensive tackles, really replacing, for all intents and purposes, Eric Armstead and Javon Kinlaw. They actually think that this is going to make the 49ers better against the run, which I think is really important. So he was talking about that, talking about Brock Purdy. April 15th, guys, that's the big date. That's when Shanahan and Purdy are going to start working together again, and this is going to be Purdy's first full offseason in the NFL.
Yeah, that's big, and like you said, he talked about a lot of different things, offensive line, defensive line, safeties, having a draft pick in the first round. I mean, there was a ton of different stuff, but everybody wants to talk about the same thing, which is Brandon Aiyuk, and I thought it was kind of funny that they kind of met up in Cabo, and you know, whether it's Pittsburgh or Jacksonville, or he put out emojis yesterday, you know, money talks, BS walks, all that kind of stuff. So everybody wants to talk about that. But Kyle, as you know, as well as anybody, he's pretty much honest and to the point. And he kind of said the same thing he said about Debo, that, look, we've talked, everything's going to work out. Do you anticipate, like, basically every other time that they've wanted to keep somebody that they drafted, that this thing works out, and everything else that's been said or emojied or done or rumored, that Brandon Aiyuk is going to get it done, and maybe it's going to take a while, but it's going to get done?
Yeah, you just can't ignore the track record, and the track record is literally perfect so far with guys who they've drafted who have qualified as A-listers, and I think Brandon Aiyuk is clearly qualified as an A-lister at this point. They've gotten them paid, and I mean, this goes back to George Kittle in 2020, Fred Warner in 2021, Deebo Samuel in 2022, Nick Bosa in 23. They're 4 for 4 at this point. And they also got Trent Williams paid, and he's definitely an A-lister too, although that was a little bit different because this was a veteran, and they were re-signing him to record money at that left tackle position. So the track record is an A-plus for the 49ers, and I think you just lean on that history, lean on the fact that they control the proceedings here at the end of the day. Brandon Aiyuk is under contract with them. I don't think that he wants to sit out a season. And that's generally why the deadline pressure of the season is what gets these things moving. I don't think they want it to take as long. Definitely not as long as Nick Bosa. I think they'd like to get this done even quicker than Deebo Samuel, who missed the first couple days of training camp in 2022. But sometimes it needs to take that long because sometimes to reach that agreement, you need to feel that deadline pressure to get things moving. So we'll see where this ends up on the timing scale, but I don't think that there's any concern really from the 49ers that it won't end up where they want it to be.
All right, as you're hanging by the pool at the Ritz, writing your masterpiece, what are you working on? General notes from everything today, or do you have one theme you're working on?
Yeah, but the theme I'm working on is I just thought, between some of the staff changes that we saw and some of the signings, almost all the signings from the outside were on the defense. So I some of that was just natural flow of contracts, right? Because the 49ers didn't have as many pending free agents on the offensive side of the ball. But I do think that the general theme of where the 49ers have had to make improvements and right the ship this offseason has been on the defensive side of the ball, especially with the run defense. I asked Kyle about that today. He says that teams ran more crack tosses against the 49ers this past season than he had ever seen in his career. And it was a big problem for the 49ers. And I've talked about this a lot, I think, even with you guys. The efficiency numbers show that the run defense dropped from number 2 in 2022 to number 26 in 2023. And when you look at the fact that they replaced Steve Wilkes, that they brought in Brandon Staley to supplement Nick Sorensen, who is trying to bring the defense back to its top 2 level run defense success in 2021 and 22. And when you look at the fact that they've overhauled 2,000 snaps of the defensive line, I think there's the clear commonality there that the 49ers and Shanahan deemed that 2023 was a disappointment defensively. And I think if you look at the overall numbers, when you drop from the top unit in football to about number 12, and you narrowly lose the Super Bowl, and you could have easily lost in the divisional round and the championship game, both games which had subpar defensive performances, I think that's a really fair assessment. So I'm writing about what Shanahan said today, but through the lens of the way that they've reconstructed the defense on both the personnel level and obviously at the coaching level with the new defensive coordinator.
Also, you mentioned from a defensive perspective, that's where they made all their moves. But he does also sound satisfied that, on that right side where everybody is kind of looking and saying that's maybe where they make their draft impact. But he does sound like on the right side, he seems to be satisfied. He liked that they brought back Feliciano. A lot of people are complaining about McKivitz, but he does at least make it sound like he would be okay if that's where they started the season on that right side.
Well, I think that they got to the Super Bowl last year, and they were a fumble recovery away or one bad break away from winning it all with the line that they had. Right? That doesn't mean that the line that they had was great in pass protection. I think both things can be true at once. But this idea that the line was so terrible that this team can get nowhere with this line just is false. It can still get better. So I think that he's looking at this in the gray area, as you should look at all football roster construction projects. And he's saying, okay, we accomplished goal 1 of the offseason, which was to at least retain the offensive line that was good enough to get this team to the Super Bowl and on the precipice of winning it. And if you do that, then you could set yourself up to take bigger swings in the draft, where the 49ers now have a first-round pick for the first time since 2021. and you could use those bigger swings to try to now upgrade the line, because it wasn't really possible to upgrade that line in free agency without paying an exorbitant amount of money. I think that the market for offensive linemen, just because of supply and demand, I think that quality offensive linemen, just based on the way that the game is going, are in such shorter supply than defensive linemen. I think it made a whole lot more sense to spend on the defensive side of the ball. They are much more cost efficient there. So, I think the bare minimum for the 49ers was to retain last year's line. And I think Shanahan and Lynch both hinted that they could be wheeling and dealing in that first round, that they could be aggressive early in the draft. And I would not be surprised to see them go after a big fish offensive lineman, because I think they need that for both the short term and the long term if they want to get better up front and if they want to sustain up front, because a lot of those guys aren't under contract for all too much longer. And Trent Williams is going to be 36 years old this next season.
And the big news, obviously, from a league-wide level today is the NFL adopting the hybrid kickoff rule and taking it basically from the XFL, which is interesting. I know you have thoughts on that. Kyle was asked about it. He was going to wait and see how it would impact. The vote was 29-3. The Raiders voted against it. The Packers voted against it, and the 49ers voted against it. You had an interesting idea, and I thought right away, looking at it over the weekend, if it would be adopted, and the day it was, maybe you put your better players back if the injury risk is going to be lower. You're going to have, the guys on kickoff coverage on the plus 40, the other side on kickoff return on the 35. They're not allowed to move at all until the ball is touched or lands. So does it change the personnel you have on that? Is it more bigger guys and linemen as opposed to linebackers and safeties? And would you put McCaffrey and or Debo back? So give me your thoughts. The Niners, one of the three that voted against it, David, but they have to live by these rules now. What do you think they do? What does the league do?
When I just look at the style of play, because the guys aren't getting that running start that they used to, which obviously led to the higher injury rate, I just look at the style. To me, it looks like, you could watch XFL film to see what it looks like. And to me, it looks like a power run setup against, a defense that's selling out on a blitz. Yeah, against a loaded box. So, in my opinion, you put Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey back there as your two return men. You're limited to two return men. 9 of the 11 have to be up near the kicking zone or whatever they call it now. But the neutral zone. Yeah, the neutral zone. So 2 return guys back there, and if I'm not exactly sure how safe or unsafe it's going to be, but I can look at it with my own 2 eyes, and I can see it's not guys, running at each other with 40-yard head starts anymore. So if that's going to be roughly the same type of injury risk as a standard offensive play, then why not put Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey back there? Because when you're running with explosive guys against loaded boxes, that means that there's less safety help, and that means they could break a big one at any given time. So why not give yourself a chance to break a big return? It counts just as much as a play on offense. So I think that this is going to incentivize teams to use their A-list offensive weapons on kick returns. And yeah, even Diamond Lenore tweeted today, I don't know if it was joking or not, but he said, I want to be on kick returns now. And you can't discount the possibility of putting some defensive guys who are playmakers back there, because just the general gist of this is that if there's less of an injury risk, you've got to think about putting your most explosive electric players back there to be able to make the plays that are there to be made now again.
Well, that's what it is. It's a line of scrimmage, basically, is what it is. And when they catch it, then it's in play. It's the setup zone and the landing zone. So the setup zone is the line of scrimmage, and the landing zone is where they catch the ball and where those 2 players are. So it's a line of scrimmage play. And I agree with you. That's what we were talking about before, is you put your 2 guys back there, and that's what I think the NFL wants, is they want an exciting play where it incentivizes teams to put back your players. And I think that's what you do. You put those players back there because it's not the high-speed collision that it was before. That's what I would do. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Now, from a roster construction standpoint, you still have to worry about the punt returner, which is a really specialized position that hasn't changed at all. And they still need to figure something out there. They let Ray McCloud go to Atlanta. Shanahan today mentioned Ronnie Bell, who I thought looked very rough around the edges in his reps at punt return last year. So he's going to have to improve. They're going to have to either, see that happen, sign somebody, or go for somebody in the draft. And I'm really intrigued to see what they do at that spot. But I think they have the answers on the roster already for kick return given these new rules.
Yeah, one other thing just real quickly to get back over to the defense. And Kyle, for the first time, spoke since the hiring of Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley. And it's clear that Nick's going to call the defense. But in Brandon Staley, he's going to game plan. He's going to be involved. And he comes from the Vic Fangio style of defense, whether it was a linebacker coach in Chicago or when he took over as the DC in L.A. or the head coach in L.A. with the Chargers, DC with the Rams. How do you see that changing the Niners defense? It's obvious Kyle likes a four-man front, so you don't see them jumping into a 34 or 52. But might you see more of the zone behind it be a cover 4 and less of a cover 3 and more cloud coverage behind? How do you think having Staley on this staff will change the way the 49ers fundamentally play defense, David?
I know Staley likes the cloud coverage, and I know, and this is probably personnel dependent, but I know that in both LA teams with the Rams and then with the Chargers, he ran what he called the star defensive back. That was his nickname for, it was Jalen Ramsey.
Jalen Ramsey
did it. Yeah, did it with the Rams,
and later,
and then Derwin James did it with the Chargers. So you had a corner and then a safety do it, but it was basically a Swiss Army knife that he used on the back end, and obviously to great effectiveness with that 2020 Rams defense, which finished at the top of the league. And you had Jalen Ramsey occasionally in the slot, occasionally blitzing, occasionally outside. I mean, he'd just be all over the formation, and it would be a great tool. And the reason I say it's personnel dependent is I think you can't just pick any player to emulate what Jalen Ramsey did so effectively in his prime in 2020 for the Rams. But 49ers do have some talent, and I think more than anything, Kyle Shanahan sat down with Brandon Staley, and to me it seems that interview process was one where Shanahan was upfront with him, and he said, hey, I don't want to bring in a defensive coordinator from outside the building. I'm probably going to go with Sorensen, but why don't we talk about what you can infuse into this defense idea-wise from the position of, almost a special consultant. He's going to be there on the whiteboard during the weeks. He's going to be big-time game planning. But he's not going to be the coordinator. So really it's an evolution from last year where they brought in Steve Wilks with the new ideas, but he was in a different role. He was in that coordinator role. Now they're going to be infusing the ideas from a less risky position, I guess you could say, right? Because it didn't really work well meshing with Wilks last year. And that's what Staley's going to be charged with doing. But maybe it's going to allow him to be very, very creative. Maybe he's going to bring his own variation of what, we saw the star with the Rams and the Chargers. Maybe he'll bring something else that fits specifically with the personnel.
Well,
that
Justin
the 49ers
Simmons is available, David, and I know Kyle kind of downplayed what that extra safety would be, but Justin Simmons can play that role, and obviously he was in Denver, and Fangio coached him there. Do they have enough money? Do you think there's any interest in bringing in somebody like Justin Simmons to play the star?
I think there is, and I tried to ask Lynch about it, and Shanahan talked a little bit about it today. They're definitely interested in adding another safety, just for, at the very least, depth purposes, because Talanoa Hufanga is coming off a torn ACL. Jair Brown's going to be a second-year player. I mean, the numbers just dictate that you want one more guy there. They've already hosted 2 free agents, and Rayshon Jenkins and Julian Blackmon, who are both starting caliber players at the safety position. But I think Justin Simmons is the big fish out there. And one thing that John Lynch did know yesterday was that the safety market has taken a beating this offseason. Just hasn't been a good offseason for safeties. So their salary cap situation is tight. But if they can get one of these guys at a team favorable rate, which the longer this goes on in the offseason seems increasingly possible, then I absolutely think they would be interested in somebody like Justin Simmons. Nobody in the NFL has more interceptions than Justin Simmons since 2018. He's got 30 picks, all pro caliber player. He's 30 years old now, but I think that he's got at least a couple really good years left. And it's going to be mighty interesting to see if the 49ers can sign either him or sign one of these other guys, somebody like Julian Blackmon, who has put some good football on tape. Blackman's best season was last year with the Colts. So that is a position where Shanahan today was on the record saying the 49ers would still like to add a body. The question is, do you add somebody that's a splash, or do you add somebody that's simply going to compete for a starting job?
Great stuff. Appreciate you giving us that audio. Great stuff. We always appreciate it, and enjoy your time now. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, David.
That is David Lombardi. And like that, he's probably already in the water.
He's banging at the keyboard till he gets it done. Then he'll take a dip.
All right, Mark Spears will join us at 1:15. In the meantime, we'll give you the 4 pieces of sound, including Kyle meeting Brandon Aiyuk in Cabo. Hey, a couple of tacos, maybe a couple of margaritas, maybe a Corona. We'll give you their insight, or Kyle's insight into Brandon Aiyuk. No need to fear, even though everybody's worried about the emojis that Brandon sent out yesterday. Plus, the Warriors get ready to take on a back-to-back in Miami. That would be nice. Maybe a little Miami Beach. Probably don't have time for that, but we'll give you a little on that as well. Plus, a lot of stuff going on. So we'll do that at the top of the hour. Then Mark Spears to give us a little hit on the NBA as well. That all to come. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Sergio Romo joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed Pablo Sandoval's spring training, and he returns to Oracle Park. Will this be it against the A's tonight? Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we're starting the chunks for about a minute early, I should say, because we've got our friend Mark Spears today, and we don't want to be late. And he is back from Africa, which was a really fun conversation a couple of weeks ago.
Something about grabbing a bull's nuts.
Yeah, that was the most fun of it all. The lions. Yeah, the lion's groinal region.
Oh, lion. Yeah. The lion, not even a bull. And we got to ask him, we haven't talked about Shante Porter.
Boy, that's
what exactly is going on with him and the prop bet. This is Michael Porter Jr.'s brother.
Yeah,
by the way, the Denver Nuggets star. I don't think anybody's accusing him of directly making the bets, although I don't know. But he is telling people about his availability, or more importantly, his non-availability in a couple of games in question.
No,
that
that's
is
smart.
On top of what's going on with Shohei and what we're hearing from, J.B. Bickerstaff and other people around the NBA about getting threats on not, getting your prop bets high enough for winning a game. I mean, this is seeping into the playing of the games. And in the NBA, college basketball, it happened years ago with scandals. They're not point shaving, I don't think. But with prop bets, John, that would be a very easy thing for a player to manipulate.
And I like to do those a lot. And if he did that, he's not too bright, because it's easy for Vegas to see something like that when you're a player of that. He's a two-way player, and if and just to do this in real short order, he checked out of a game. He said he had an eye injury, and if there was a bunch of bets made on a player of that caliber, and all of a sudden there was a bunch of money being put on a player prop bet like that and under on three-pointers made, and then all of a sudden he has an eye injury and there was a bunch of money, that would send up a massive red flag in Las Vegas, and very easy to find. And they'd be like, and so if he was part of that.
It happened twice.
Yeah.
It just happened.
So,
it happened in January, it happened in March, and you could tell somebody close to you that I'm not playing, I don't feel well, and I'm not going to play much tonight,
so
and then you just take the under on the prop bet.
Very easily. And
that's why you really can't tell anybody.
Yeah, and the thing is too is on those player prop bets they put a small ceiling on those, so it's not like you can make tons of money on something like that. So they could easily, if something like that went, and a lot of people bet on it, Vegas would find that so fast, and so it's really a dumb thing to do. So anyway, we'll get more into that with Mark and a lot of other issues around the NBA. But let's start with Kyle Shanahan. If you missed it a little bit earlier. Kyle running into Brandon Aiyuk in Cabo.
And I've seen Brandon a couple of times here. Actually ran into him in Cabo last week. He was randomly at our hotel. I don't think he wanted to be, but and I've seen him in the office a couple of times. But he's doing good. Hopefully we'll get this done sooner than later.
All right, there you go. Can we put these rumors to rest? They're going to get it done.
Okay.
They're going to get it done.
Because they ran into each other in Cabo?
No, because look at the track record. I mean, it's pretty simple.
I know.
Both John and Kyle, they've said it numerous times, and these stupid things that keep coming out in Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, so forth.
It's going to be a process, though.
It's going to be a
process. I mean, will it be done in July? Will it be done in August? Will it go into September? Does Kyle go anywhere besides Cabo?
If you like a place,
why not?
Why
That's the only trip he goes. Well, there are other places to go in the world. His mom and dad have a place there, so he goes there often.
Yeah. I don't know. I like Cabo. Certain places I don't like to go to the very touristy side. It's kind of like going to, when you go over to Hawaii and you just go to Oahu right there in Waikiki. It's a little too touristy for me. But if you go to other places, you can have a great time. Just depends on where you go. But I'm sure
he goes there a lot, though. Yeah. There's other places in the world to go to.
Yeah, absolutely. But I guess if you like a place, that's where he likes to go.
Well, he's got his mom and dad are there, so
yeah.
He brings the kids there to see the grandparents.
Here is Kyle also talking about Brock Purdy. And, of course, last year he was doing the bionic arm thing, so now he gets an opportunity to improve himself on the field. There's what Kyle said from Orlando this morning about that.
I would just be getting more consistent on everything. I mean, when you have a whole season, review yourself. Last year he had 7 games. When you get a whole season, there's so much tape to go over. That takes a long time to get through. And, you always want to be perfect, and no one ever will be. But when you have the reps that he's had, now he can review that stuff and take it to the field. And when we get back on April 15th together, we'll watch. We'll do all quick game. We'll do all 5 steps, all 7 steps. We'll do the play actions. We'll do the movement, and that stuff that Greasy and Kubiak will take him on the field and working at every day.
Just an aside from what he said, he sounds very non-hungover.
He sounds good. That's what I said. I've heard him worse in years past. But so what? The one thing about Brock, and we wanted to see him improve last year, and he, obviously the elbow surgery and all that was a major issue, just being able to throw. But being able to step up in the pocket and not, go backwards in the pocket or go to his left, he solved that. I think as an offensive football team now. They've had time to look at the Super Bowl. I know Kyle didn't want to look at it, but it's pretty obvious whether it was Seattle on Thanksgiving night or Baltimore on Christmas night or the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, when he's talking about 3, 5, 7-step drops and just being in the midline as a smaller quarterback. And that's the one thing with Brock. He's not tall. He's not 6'5". So you put pressure right over the right guard and get into his throwing area right where he comes out in the midline. And then at the end, he said the movement stuff. That's the one thing I think they need to evolve as an offense is to get him off the midline, move him. He's got great feet, and he can get out there and, off the outside zone to keep the boot game or roll the pocket, sprint right. I mean, look what Kansas City did in the Super Bowl to the last play of the game when they ran the corn dog play. It looked like sprint right option. They all rolled to the right, and he's wide open there. So there's one area to take Brock away. It's that he's undersized a little bit, and they're going to take him right in the midline and do it over the right guard.
Let's go to a little bit of baseball. Of course, as we talked about Sergio Romo a year ago, this was kind of his night. Would this be the same for Pablo in the final exhibition game of the baseball season? Of course, tomorrow they'll take the day off, and then Thursday they'll be down in San Diego. Here's Sergio Romo, what he remembers playing with Pablo.
Oh, wow. The fact that he was throwing strikes, and at that point, he was throwing the fastball as hard as I was. That blew my mind. And then he goes in there and he threw a little wrinkle in there, a breaking ball. I'm going, man. We always messed around with him, especially a lot of people don't know it. He was a natural lefty thrower. He taught himself to throw right-handed because his favorite position was catcher, and he taught himself that. So we would have him throw for us in the minor leagues left-handed, and he would throw off the mound, and he could get running up there in 80-something, in the minor leagues. And then, jokingly, he did that in the big leagues, too, before games, before batting practice and stuff. So to see him get up there, and, I don't know if he had aspirations to be a pitcher, but again, that's something that knowing the guy, if he focused at it, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him on that mound tonight.
Did you know that Pablo could throw was a lefty?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, as a switch hitter, he obviously being a catcher. There's only been I think one left-handed catcher in the history of baseball, Mike Squires, and in the movie The Fan, there was a left-handed catcher right away. Wesley Snipes, Robert De Niro. Can't watch that one. Giant lineup is out tonight. Pablo is not in the lineup. It goes Lee, Chapman, Wade, Soler, Conforto, Estrada, Slater, Bailey, Ahmed. And your DH tonight is Jorge Soler. So Slater's back in right field for a second straight game. They don't have a pitcher listed. Blackburn's going for the A's, the right-hander.
Susan just put it out.
Start Pablo Sandoval.
Spencer
Howard.
If
you don't start him.
Spencer
Howard's going to go?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what if Pablo does come in to pitch?
They got to do that.
And he goes amphibious style. Throws one pitch left-handed, one pitch right-handed.
You mean Pat?
Pat androgynous Pat Venditti. Where is he, by the way?
I think he's finally done. I think he is finally done.
So where do you want Pablo to come in?
Pitch.
Come on. To hit, to do everything.
Do fans want anything else for that?
Game? So Chapman's batting second tonight. They moved him up in the order.
Yeah.
I think they want Matt Chapman to take, 2 ABs and get out of there.
Yeah.
So Pablo goes in to play third base for Matt Chapman, or is he going to DH? You got to play him at third tonight, right? And maybe a cameo.
It might be painful, but yeah, sure.
He can play third.
If
lighter than ever.
If Romo can pitch last year, Pablo can certainly play third. Why not?
And pitch.
Yeah, I'd
got to have Pablo
pitch
the ninth. Got to have Pablo close.
Yeah, he'd be worth the price of admission tonight. I would like to see Pablo pitch.
He would make it fun. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Let him do the Pat Venditti. Didn't Pat?
Left, right, left.
Didn't he have to? Say which way he was coming
gloves.
from. Yeah, just
he had to change the side. I think he had one glove that flipped over,
both,
right?
Right. Yeah.
Left-handed, right-handed.
Yeah. That's right. I remember that. So, he's not starting, but we'll see what he does there. And then finally, this was a little ditty from yesterday. Here's Shohei and his interpreter, and he was strong in saying that he did nothing wrong. He did not bet, and he calls his interpreter a liar. Here you go.
And finally, when we went back to the hotel and talked one-to-one, that was when I found out that he had a massive debt. And it was revealed to me during that meeting that Ipe admitted that he was sending money using my account to the bookmaker. So when I was finally able to talk to my representatives, that's when my representatives found out that Ipe has been lying the whole time, and that's when I started contacting the Dodgers and my lawyers. So, in conclusion, I do want to make it clear that I never betted on sports or have willfully sent money to the bookmaker.
All right.
The new interpreter's better, John.
I would hope so. It can't be worse, could he?
Can't they put that into some kind of a machine?
Oh, yeah, we've got one.
He speaks,
we have
just
one.
Hear it in English immediately.
You mean like Google Translate?
I don't mean the truth machine. I want to hear Derek's truth machine.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing is that was a strong rebuttal on everything. And you may wonder how in the hell, Mark Spears will join us. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, one of the smartest players in the history of sports, had $40 million, and he didn't make the kind of money they make today. A guy named Tom Collins, his agent, who was highly respected, just bilked him out of $40 million.
If your agent's name was Tom Collins, that would be a red flag right there.
Or Johnny Walker. You want to
Exactly.
stay away. But no, Tom was
red flag.
Tom was David Falk before David Falk.
Yeah.
It was shocking. But and a lot of it is just investments going bad. But these guys they don't know where their money's going. And if you allow someone to go get your car cleaned or pick up your laundry and they have access to your bank accounts, I mean, you would be shocked at multimillionaires. And with this guy, $1 billion plus, the access they give people. So it's all believable. If he's lying, he is in it.
Yeah.
It was one thing to not bet and pay off the gambling debts, and then that would be a fine. He'd have to work that out with the government and the IRS and baseball. It probably wouldn't be that big of a deal, John. But if he is doubling down and all this is not true and he did bet, he's going to hang.
Big trouble.
So why would he do that? Yeah. So unless they prove that he didn't. So we'll ask Mark about just, guys in the NBA, you'd be amazed at how much access they give people. And I remember Chris Washburn, and he was an addict, but we come off a road trip, and there'd be he'd give us blue Mercedes to 16-year-old kids. They'd pick him up at the airport. I'm like, what are you doing? He'd give him the car when he was gone because that's who he hung out with. He was, a juvenile himself, and Chris had a hard life. But it happens. You think Shohei would be more on it, and the people at CAA and Nez would take care of him a little bit, but it does happen. But now... what's the next step in the federal investigation, the IRS? I mean, does it end with Ohtani? They're going to look into more. But where does it go from here?
They're going to be able to trace these payments and who actually made them, and I think that's the next thing, because the one question that was not answered because nobody asked questions is where the money trail is, because like you said, it would be really stupid of him to make these kind of statements and then have them be false, because then he's really in trouble. But the question that has to be answered is, how did he gain access? Because the one question I certainly have, and he was emphatic in the denial of this, but the one question that has to be answered is what you just said, because the same money people were smart enough to say, okay, let's defer all this money because then you won't be living in California, because he has people to do all these things for him. He doesn't do them, but he does have financial people. So he lives in certainly a different world than you and I and everything else. But I know he has financial people. So these same financial people who were smart enough to craft this contract that deferred all this money, and you're telling me that this amount of money was out of his accounts and was wired out of his accounts, and he didn't get any kind of alerts that it was out of his account, $500,000 at a time. I mean, look, I understand that Paramount, $12 came out of my Paramount account to watch that Kansas City Chiefs thing, and I forgot about it for a year. But $500,000, there were no alerts, and maybe the alerts didn't come to him, but they didn't come to his financial people. when he's got financial people to do that. I find that hard to believe, but maybe that can happen when you're Shohei Ohtani. I find it hard to believe, but maybe that's the way he lives. I don't know. I just don't know that. So we'll find out. Because, like you said, if he's lying about this,
I think he just gave the interpreter access to take care of his things he didn't want to take care of, whether it's picking up his laundry or getting his car washed or whatever it was. He just handled it, and the guy had access to his account, and he obviously took advantage. We don't know
exactly.
The authorities will get to it, but his response yesterday, and he used strong language to refute everything. So if that's not true, they will find out, and if that's
they'll find out in short order too.
He's in trouble.
Yeah.
So I don't think I think what he said was we'll see how it plays out. But you'd be amazed at how athletes just don't know. They have people do this for them, and a lot of times they could be family members. They could be mom and dads throughout the years that take vicious advantage of these guys.
All right, let's talk to Mark Spears. Last time we talked to him, he was in Africa. He is stateside now, and there's a ton going on in the NBA down the stretch, including some strange things when it comes to betting again. We'll talk about it with Mark Spears next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Sports Desk.
Matt Miyoko, he joined Dieter yesterday afternoon on Tolbert and Copes and discussed the latest on Brandon Aiyuk's contract talks. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, his work is global, but on The Sports Leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Nscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
Oh, no, well done. Well, Africa. I like it.
He's back.
He is back. Love talking to Mark Spears. Make sure you're following him at Mark J. Spears. And, of course, as we said, ESPN and Anscape joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. And it's going to be tough for him to top the last time we spoke to him, the Lion groinal story. He'll try. What's going on, man?
You can't unsee it.
No, you can't unsee it. That's gonna be tough to top, but you never know with you. You've always got great stories. What's going on?
Oh, shoot, man. Just getting ready to go up to SAC again. Was there last night for their big win, and they got an interesting, as we look at the standings now, the Kings got a crazy home against Dallas Tuesday and Thursday. That certainly, could play a big role in how the standings end up shaping up for both of them. We're getting down to the crunch time, and been warning people about these Houston Rockets, man. They're certainly they're more than on the Warriors bumper right now. But Sacramento and Dallas and Phoenix, they're basically fighting for that 6th seed. And if the Clippers don't get it together, they could be falling back too. So a lot of jumping around going on in the standings right now.
Well, Sac and Dallas have the exact same record. So these two games they're going to play are huge. They're both 42 and 29. And Phoenix suffered their 30th loss last night. They have 42 wins as well. And Victor didn't play in San Antonio. Phoenix just didn't score enough. And Durant had a wide open shot at the end of the game and missed it. It rimmed out right above the break where he likes it. They got the rebound. Booker had a tougher shot. So the top is going to be difficult. But, then obviously the 6th seed to get in the playoffs. The other two are in the play-in. But you mentioned the Houston Rockets, Mark, and I know you've been writing about it. They're the hottest team in the NBA right now. They've won 9 in a row, and the Warriors got them coming up a week from Thursday that may decide whether the Warriors are playing in or playing golf. So what's going on with the Rockets right now?
Man, you know what? It's funny. If I would have told you a month ago to watch out for the Rockets, you would have laughed at me, right? I don't even think the Rockets could have predicted that. But they got off to a good start early in the season, then started falling apart, and Fred VanVleet got hurt, and now they just been gangbusters of late. They've won 9 in a row. They've had, kind of a light schedule that they've been munching on. Gets a little bit more difficult from here. They've had the Wizards and the Spurs and Trailblazers, but they got the Thunder next. They got the Thunder tomorrow, but at that point, if the Warriors lose tonight, right, they'll be tied for that spot. And I was trying to warn some guys last week, Rod Brooks, man. I'm like, dude, they're in their rear view. He's like, no, things aren't as close as they appear. I said, okay, and their confidence is rising. They have nothing to lose. Where the Warriors' confidence, I don't know where it is right now. And there's certainly going to be a lot more added pressure with each game the rest of the way, because it's kind of sad, man. Like, this team isn't even, like, playing for 6. They're hoping to get the 10th seed at this point because, I mean, the Lakers seem to maybe have gotten enough cushion between the two of them as well.
Well, like you point out, I mean, the Warriors all of a sudden on the road, and I know they are better on the road than they are at home, but let's assume for a second here because they're an older team on a back-to-back. I mean, you're going Miami and Orlando, for people not paying attention, that's a playoff team, so that's going to be a tough one. And then Charlotte, then San Antonio, and again, those aren't great teams, but that's going to be tough. And then you turn around, and what's tough when they get home is Dallas, Houston, and that's on the road, and Houston's a really good home team, and then Dallas again. I mean, this is not getting easy all of a sudden for the Warriors, and I know Houston's not good on the road, but it's not looking good here all of a sudden.
No, I mean, like, it's sad to think that the Warriors' best-case scenario appears to be the 10th seed. So even if they get this 10th seed, they got the worst odds of anybody in the West. Like, in order to make the playoffs, they'd have to win 2 road games, right? Likely one against the Lakers first and then going somewhere else. And then after that, well, I mean, you're going to play the Denver Nuggets.
On a short turnaround.
Right.
Yeah,
mile above sea level.
Like, yeah. It sounds very enjoyable, right? Like, I mean, I guess Oklahoma City could get first or Minnesota, but either way, man, like there's nothing right now about the way the Warriors are playing, the way their outlook is that suggests anything revolutionary. But that being said, if they don't even make the plan, like how embarrassing is that?
Well, you're right, and that game coming up a week from Thursday in Houston is going to be huge. But they got to win some of these games. Miami tonight, Orlando tomorrow night, Charlotte Friday, San Antonio on Sunday. Come home, and then they've got Dallas, Houston, Dallas. It's going to be a tough stretch. So, if the Warriors do get 10 and hold off Houston, which right now is a major if, I hear you, they would play 9. That looks like the Lakers, but the Lakers are only 2 games in the loss column behind Phoenix. And I know you both have seen Phoenix's schedule coming up, the remainder. They lost last night in San Antonio. Durant had a makeable shot, and he missed it. They kicked that game, and Victor Wembanyama didn't play. They're in Denver tonight. They've got Oklahoma City in Oklahoma City tomorrow night. Tonight's Tuesday, right. Wednesday at Denver, Oklahoma City Friday, Monday at New Orleans. All road games, all good teams. Come home for Cleveland, Minnesota, New Orleans, the Clippers. Then they wind up the season at the Clippers, at Sacramento, and at Minnesota. So you tell me, how many of these final 10 games are they going to lose, Mark? It's possible, even if the Warriors hold on and get number 10, the 9-10 matchup is against Durant and Phoenix and not LeBron and the Lakers.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned Phoenix. I'm actually been doing this diary on Bradley Beal this season, and he's missed a tremendous amount of games with various injuries, and right now he has like a finger injury. And so my diary comes out with him tomorrow, and the first line of his first quote is all hands on deck. Like they definitely know how grave this situation is for them. And, you know, this is a team that had championship aspirations coming in. And so I talked to him before the 2 games against San Antonio. So I know last night was certainly crushing to them. Like, you can't lose that game, man. But you know how it is with Pop, man. They're always going to play, and they always seem to play their best ball when they have the least, you know, teams like that. And the New York Knicks, for example, like they're gonna show up when they have, you know, their coach is gonna have them fight. And so I'm curious about Phoenix, completely curious, because I still think that they're just too talented for me not to see them in the playoffs, man. This is like.
With that schedule, you think they're going to get 6, though, Mark, over Sac and Dallas?
I'm not saying they're not going to be in a play-in.
Right, I got you. Right.
But I feel like they're just too good not to figure it out, right? But to your point, the schedule's getting tough, but they're capable of beating anybody. Like, I feel better about their prospects right now somehow weathering this storm and picking it up and winning these games than the Warriors do. Why? Because they got 3 guys that are superstars that can score over 30 a game. With the Warriors, it's Curry and the miracles, right? Like they didn't do anything at the trade deadline, and to me, it's haunting this team. Like they had several different means in which to try to get something, and Chris Paul's expiring contract. I know they probably didn't want to trade Clay, but and there probably weren't a lot of people interested in Wiggins. And I love Jonathan Kuminga, man. I love him. But the one thing I think, you can't waste Curry's last years. And if you had to me, if I had to sacrifice Jonathan Kuminga to get a DeRozan or to get a DeJounte Murray, I would have did it. Like, Steph Curry not making the postseason, Steph Curry being in a play-in situation is embarrassing for the franchise. It's absolutely embarrassing. And if he, at most, gets 1 playing game or 2 playing games, that's sad. It's a waste of a year. And I think the Warriors have no one to blame but themselves for not doing anything to improve the prospects and give him a co-star that makes it easier for him. Because it wasn't like they didn't have the assets to do it. Like, I get it. Kuminga's a great, great player. But I think if you ask most Warriors fans, would they rather put their eggs in the Curry basket and do what you need to do as long as Steph's here and then figure it out later? I think they'd rather do that than worry about the future.
So from a financial standpoint, if you're Joe Lacob, it's not going to get better next year. So what are you supposed to do? I mean, if they don't make the playoffs, like you said, that's a great embarrassment. If they make 10 and get knocked out by this, they lose to the Lakers in that game, I don't know that that's much better. I mean, I know we have a whole offseason to talk about this, but I mean, what does he do? He's in a really tough spot.
Well, I mean, I guess you save money with Chris Paul's contract, right? So you lose that. You lose Clay's.
So they just let him go, or they sign and trade him, or?
I'm curious to what number it's going to be now. You know what I mean? How many years, what they do with him. If they do something dramatic, like would they want to trade Draymond, right? Could they get something for Wiggins? I just think, like, God forbid Steph starts thinking, like, I'm not finishing my career like this. Maybe, that he may want something different. I'm not saying Steph would ever think that, but him not making the playoffs or him getting 1 playing game at this stage of his career it makes me curious of where his mindset's going to be going forward. You never want to put him in a position, or a player of that magnitude, a Ricky Henderson, a Jerry Rice, Joe Montana, Steve Young, Wondolowski, right? Like, you never want to put your franchise in a position where they might want to go somewhere else because they feel like the grass that they're on is dead.
The other big story around the NBA today, and it's completely different. The Raptors have the longest losing streak.
You didn't give me no love for the Earthquakes reference, man.
I did. The Wondolowski was impressive. I kept rolling on that. Wando does listen.
I did.
I do love absolutely. Wando, and I know his brother well as well. But the Jonte Porter deal and the prop bets, Mark, and your guys at ESPN, Windy, I think Brian Windhorst broke it mainly, but Woj was involved, and just him coming out of these games and huge prop bets being on 2 different games, and we got a little something in baseball with Shohei. You're reading about Bickerstaff talking about how his family's being threatened by gambling, and the NBA is the one sport where it could be more involved than the others. We're not saying they're points shaving or anything like that, but it'd be easy for a player to know he's not going to play tonight, take himself out of the game, and a prop bet goes up on him, and you just bet the under. So how big of a concern is this with Adam Silver's NBA right now?
I mean, they created a monster, and I don't expect it to get better. I remember a couple years ago going to the Tech Summit. We're not really supposed to like talk about what we see at the Tech Summit, but about 4 years ago, I would say, and they were talking about having the ability to bet at your seat, or having the ability to go and like, I think in Phoenix, and I'm not sure what some of the other franchises that have it, but you could actually place a bet in the arena at the Suns games, right? And one of the owners said, you know, they could bet on their phone, or they could go to the sports book in the arena, and the money just keeps rolling in. And I remember that quote that the owner said, that, and the money just keeps rolling in. I did a story, Pop. I want to get you guys on the phone with Randy Livingston. Okay?
Great piece you wrote. Like, I saw it, yeah.
Randy Livingston had a big-time gambling issue. Now, his was more casino, not like tables and card games and stuff like that. But gambling becomes an addiction. It becomes a real addiction. And to think that I could make a bet on my phone and connect my bank account to my phone or to a credit card and just make bets, like, I think this is the beginning of the nightmare. And the money's just keeping rolling into the NBA, the NFL, Major League Baseball. Why do you think there's a big reason that all of a sudden they want these teams in Vegas, right? But then they're going to put the disclaimer, well, if you have a problem, call this number.
Right.
Like,
that's laughable.
Come on, man. And, I mean, actually, Randy Livingston, finally, when he hit the wall, he walked out of the casino after he won like $40,000 despite being banned from said casino, and they would have let him get his money, and that's how he got caught. Almost went to jail, walked out the casino and saw a billboard that said, call this number, and he did.
Wow.
Like, I am really, really nervous about the future of gambling. My company included is you know, we have our own gambling thing. I've had to make a pledge not to bet on NBA or bet on WNBA, which I wouldn't do anyway. But I just feel like this is the beginning of the nightmare that's just starting. It's going to get worse and worse.
Well, isn't there there's a sports book in the Wizards arena, right? I think.
Haven't really spent much time at Wizards.
Yeah, that's
games
true.
To know.
But I know they a couple of years ago that was I think it was the first one in the NBA to open.
Yeah. I know there's.
So what can you bet on in the arena in Phoenix? You can make prop bets or bet on the quarter. What can you bet on during the game?
I've never walked into that room to see but I just know they got a sports book there.
Yeah, I know that. I've been there. Yeah, they do.
So what can you bet on, John? You can bet on whether you're going to score, how many points they're going to score the next quarter, or who's going to score the next basket.
Yeah, you can bet player props there. You can do all that stuff. But the one that's even bigger than that is, like I said, the one in Washington is a full sports book there. So there's like anyone you can do in Vegas.
I wouldn't be surprised within the next 2 years if every arena had one.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like, yeah.
But Mark, like you said, the one in Phoenix is dangerous because it's right on your phone. So I mean, you can do it as long as what you do, and you do this in Vegas as well, as you fund it once, and once you've had it funded, you're fine, and then you can do credit cards from there. And that's the problem, is that once you fund it on a credit card or something, it's just like. That's what becomes dangerous.
Unlimited. They just drain your credit card.
Or John, you could drain your bank account.
Yeah, exactly right.
That's right.
Yeah, it becomes really dangerous then, because then you don't even see the money. At least in the old days, you used to have to bring cash to the counter, and then you could really feel it. Like, okay, man, I just spent cash. But now, man, you fund these things on your phone with a credit card.
And the brilliant thing for these casinos is, it ain't like you got some bookie chasing you,
right?
Like some goon chasing you with a bat,
to
get their money, right?
Yep.
Like beating you up and breaking your legs. They're breaking your legs by your credit card bill and your bank account.
Yeah,
they're getting the money immediately.
Yeah, it's
right.
Bad. It's bad. Yep, you're 100% right.
It's a horrible. I guess the high is incredible when you win. I guess but. When you lose, you really lose, man.
Yeah. No, it's bad. It's bad. And like
people think that because gambling isn't like alcoholism or being addicted to drugs, like it doesn't.
It is. Of course
physically. No. I'm saying I definitely believe it is, but it doesn't physically alter you, right?
Right.
Like it's not like, but it does take over your mind, and it becomes an addiction, and it could be horrible.
You can rationalize it. Yeah, for sure. It's crazy.
Like, can you imagine some guy losing some major bet at a game over a last-second shot and running on the floor and trying to do something to a player?
That's a great point.
Like,
totally.
It's a scary thing to think about.
That's what J.B. Bickerstaff is saying, Mark. Him and his family are getting threats because of gambling bets.
Yeah. No, you know what? You bring up a great point, Mark, because, I mean, during the tournament, Scott Van Pelt does it, and it's funny, the bad beats and all that kind of stuff. But if you're at the game, like you said, like you pointed out, if you're at the game and some guy like shoots a dumb shot that would probably mean nothing, but somebody hits a meaningless three or misses a shot or something, and then somebody's been drinking the whole game and he runs out there, something stupid. You're right.
Well, I'll give you another example. Willie Green's son. Go look at this video. New Orleans Pelicans coach. The boy played at Bishop O'Dowd High School. He plays at Texas A&M Corpus Christi, right?
Yeah.
And they're getting drilled by somebody in the first round, right? Or they actually won the first 4 games, move on to the second round. They're getting drilled by somebody. His son, time's running out. It's his last college game. His gift extremely low, and he hurls up a three-pointer at the buzzer and nails it. And that flipped the game, flipped the bet.
Yeah.
And he got death threats. His son got death threats after that.
No way.
Because people lost money because he decided just on a whim to shoot some crazy three-pointer and made it at the end of the game.
Man, that's crazy.
So,
that's crazy, man.
Yeah, man. Like I said, it's why should we think this is going to get any better?
And you're right, because it's desperate. I don't know, if Jonte Porter was part of this kind of stuff or whatever, but like it says that this happened back in January. So one of his he hit a three-pointer, the under on his three-pointers, and he had, I guess, an eye problem. And so then it was the biggest winner of that day on the NBA player props. So Vegas got kind of, their antennas went up. Then it happened again last week. And so now they're putting an investigation into the whole thing.
I don't even understand. I don't even know what that means.
So a player prop is, let's just for the sake of conversation, you say over or under 2.5 made threes, or over or under.
Or for him, like a half a three,
or whatever. Over or under Steph Curry make 25 points, or whatever the case may be, or 5 rebounds for Draymond Green, or. So that, they'll do that, and there'll be higher odds. You can put those together, whatever. You can put together 3 or 4 different ones, and the odds are higher, whatever. And then that's what it is. And those have become incredibly popular among, the bettors and these, all these different kind of places where you can place all these bets. And so that's the big thing. And so I could see it. I mean, Jonte Porter is a guy.
Individual player.
Individual player.
Yeah, but if you acknowledge that he's not going to play that night or play 1 or 2 minutes, you take the under, and it's an easy win. Well, it's insider information.
Vegas would have their antennas up because a guy like Jonte Porter on a 2-way contract, you would not have a lot of bets on him. So if there was a lot of bets on him on a certain night, it would stick out like a sore thumb, and that's
especially
what they're seeing.
When I was 20 years ago, when I was covering the Denver Nuggets. We had this phone line in the press room, and it would ring about 15 minutes before a game sometimes. And you would have to have worked at the Denver Post to know this number. And every once in a while, somebody would call, and they're like, "Hey, is Marcus Camby playing tonight?"
Yeah, right.
Wow.
And I'd be like, "No," hang up.
Wow.
Like, okay,
wow.
And it happened a few times, and I won't put the guy's name out there, but apparently one of my coworkers had given somebody that was betting the phone number so they could call and kind of check and see who was playing and who wasn't playing, before the public really knew.
Coming from 702, I'm sure.
And then they knew when we would be, back in the the press room.
Right.
You know, and it took me a while to figure it out. And then after that, I would just start hanging up on the guy. But I had a coworker that was like arrested for gambling stuff like that.
Wow.
Finding out insider information and then betting.
That's crazy, man.
Hey, Vegas ain't trying to give you no money now. They'll figure it out.
That's right.
No
doubt.
I mean?
No doubt. You're the best, man. Thanks, man. We'll talk to you in a couple of weeks. It's going to be close to playoff time. We appreciate it, as always.
Take care, man.
Have fun in Sac, brother.
That's our good friend Mark Spears. Great stuff. Always stuff going on in the NBA's up in Sac. Figuring out that stuff. Again, the Warriors tonight in Miami and then tomorrow night in Orlando. They're going to be tied up against Houston. Houston does not play tonight. They're in OKC tomorrow night. And so if the Warriors lose tonight, we got a tie at 10th place. All right, we'll give you a couple of remnants before we get out of here. Top of the hour, Copes is in with Dieter, only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there. It's time to win, and you can start right now with a new Toyota from, where else? Modesto Toyota. So let's go. Grab those keys. I'll wait. It's time to get a new Toyota, and you can count on, of course, Modesto Toyota for great savings. So you come in, you check out all the new models and deals, or do what I did. Go to ModestoToyota.com, see all the incoming vehicles, then just pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells, the whistles, all the things you need, and you get great prices and special lease deals and save big time on gas like I did with my RAV4 hybrid. So you save all the gas with the trucks and the SUVs, and you can just say, you know what, no more gas. The new electric BZ4X has got a low price and incredible lease deals, so it's time to win. And let's go right now. And since 1965, Modesto Toyota has had thousands of happy customers. You could see the big smile on my face if you could see me right now because of the great service and great prices. So we're off to Modesto Toyota to check out your new Toyota, and you can save big time. Did I mention that there's no dealer markup? There's no dealer markup. I just did. And the time has never been better. It's where I get my Toyotas. You could probably glean that from what I've just been saying. My new Toyota, my son's new Toyotas. Come find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota, or as I just said, at ModestoToyota.com. Oh, hello, friends. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? And some, I know you won't believe this, but it's true, they're not even based in the entire state of California. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are based right here in the Bay Area. And they've been that way for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, we're getting to better weather, so motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all out and they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And you know, and this is where that sounder comes into place, they have secured more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. How can that be? Yep, that's right. I didn't stutter. Nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, Matt Thrash here, enjoying some March Madness with my great friend Pete Rose. And we were talking about the current goings-on in baseball right now, and Pete wanted to mention something.
Well, back in the 70s and 80s, I wish I'd have had an interpreter. I'd be scot-free.
There you have it from the Hit King.
Wow. You know you're going to hear from Pete Rose.
Wow.
He wishes he had an interpreter.
Oh, that's funny.
Pete. Oh,
wow.
Pete. Too bad you didn't have an interpreter.
Taking a shot.
Wow. Unbelievable. Well, very believable, actually. There's Pete. Wishes he had an interpreter to nail everything on. Dude, you were using the bullpen phone to phone in bats.
It's all in the Dowd report.
On baseball.
It's in my trunk.
Different.
He didn't want an interpreter. Yeah. Wow. When did he do that? Today? That's funny.
It was yesterday. He had a lot more to say, too,
about
back
into baseball now? That's not going to help you.
I don't think so, dude. Anyway, there you go. There's Pete's 2 cents on the whole thing. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's probably not going to help. One thing we got to talk about, not sports-related. My God, man.
The bridge in Baltimore?
The bridge in Baltimore, man. By the way, one thing, I mean, it's terrible. This happened at 1:30 in the morning, the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
Luckily.
But these guys who saved a lot of lives, basically they had a mayday as this cargo ship lost power and hit the main beam that holds this thing up. Very scary. And on either side, though, they stopped a lot of cars from crossing this thing. So I guess 22 people it said are missing. Now, they did save some people from this thing, but it could have been a hell of a lot worse. But they saved a lot of cars from going across. So not very many cars were on the bridge, thank God. But, man, I know you've seen this. The
video is just amazing.
Oh, my God. For this thing to collapse that fast?
It looks like they imploded the bridge intentionally.
My goodness, man.
So that was the image, and the A's and Giants are playing a game. When I go back to Loma Prieta, October the 17th of 1989 at 5:04, that was the initial reports when, I got caught on the San Mateo Bridge, and the radio reports were, part of the elevated section of the Bay Bridge collapsed, and my mind was what I saw in the Baltimore Bridge today was that the whole Bay Bridge just fell into the bay. It's like, what happened? And then, obviously it was severe, but not nearly as severe. But to see the video of that this morning upon waking, John, you thought they almost imploded it. Like they did it on purpose.
It looked like just seconds.
Luckily, it was 1:30 in the morning and not 1:30 in the afternoon of the loss of life. But that was now people are going to be going back over our Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate Bridge. We have so many great bridges in the Bay Area, and the A's are coming over the bridge right now to play the Giants in San Francisco as they're back. And we go across these bridges and we don't even think about it. I mean,
I do.
Wow.
Man.
Do you think about that every
all
time
the
you
time.
go over a bridge?
Not every time,
You're on a bridge so much, aren't you?
I do. I go over it every day. But it's not every day. But I'd say I was talking to Walter about this. Probably, I don't know, one every 10 times. Like sometimes I'll be in a tunnel or over a bridge and I'll just think, oh boy, maybe hit the gas a little bit more.
I don't. I'm immune to it.
I don't know.
I mean, you go through the Caldecott Tunnel.
Like every day. I go through it every day.
But I remember after they reopened the Bay Bridge, and it was closed for a long, long time after the earthquake of '89. And I was like, the story just got too much. It's all we listened to for weeks. And then I thought it's no big deal. But the moment they reopened that bridge, I was on it that morning. And the moment my front tires hit that bridge, the heart started. I went 100 miles an hour over that damn bridge. I think I stopped at Treasure Island for a while and got it back down and then got back on. And I was like, I'm getting off this bridge.
Exactly.
So I hear you, but I typically now, you know what? You got me thinking about it. If you're coming across the east side, the eBay, come over. Don't think about it.
I don't mean to do that.
Come on over. We'll get you back safely. If not, you can drive around San Jose. Pablo, what's he going to do tonight? Is he going to pitch? Is he going to hit?
I bet he pitches, man. Why not? Let Pablo pitch one last time. What the hell?
Let Pablo smoke.
Yeah, let Timmy smoke. Let Pablo pitch. I mean, why not? One last time. So go over to the ballpark tonight.
Are you going tonight? 5:05 first pitch. You going for happy hour?
Yeah, why not? Like you said, man, go to the ballpark, have a couple of pops.
Game's going to be a quick one tonight. It'll be done.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like you said, let's get this thing done. Let's get to baseball. Let's do this, man. Be good. All right, man. I'll see you over there. Text me.
I'll be in.
Is it going?
You'll find
why not?
I'll be there.
Pablo's last
Boys
game.
are back in town. Let's do it.
Why not? Be a good time.
I'm a Pablo guy.
Yeah. Yeah, be a good time.
3 homers. I walk off of a Joe Beimel.
Oh, dude.
09.
I just remember them. Joe Buck sucks. 3 home runs. Chant Joe Buck sucks starts. I mean, it was awesome. That was a great night, man. That was an awesome night. So fun.
Al Albuquerque.
That was great. Al Albuquerque. That was a good night, man. That was a good night.
Don't forget, that same year, I was there, 2012, All-Star game, midway through the season. Pablo starts at third base. He hit a triple off of Verlander. My brother and I were sitting up the first base line, and I remember we were doing that thing where you lean on each other, like, dude, is that going out? Is that going out? Banged off the wall, weird carom, and he got a triple.
Yeah, I remember that.
How about
Kansas City.
And that was the first time he'd faced Verlander. That's right. Yeah. And so then he faced him in the World Series.
I just couldn't believe it.
And he gets him twice.
I just couldn't. I couldn't believe it. Like, I couldn't remember. I couldn't believe the second one. Sure as hell couldn't believe the third one. I mean, it was just like, thing was over.
Only 2 Giants have hit 3 homers in that park in a game, right? Him and Jock.
Yeah. Jock
did it a couple years ago against the Mets.
Amazing. Thanks to Javi Lopez. Great stuff. David Lombardi and Mark Spears. If you missed any of that stuff on all the shows, KNBR.com. Good to have you back, bro. You've got to check out YouTube and Twitch. Copes has a dress shirt on. I believe that's peach.
How's it court? Yeah.
Peach. Very nice.
Everybody's very concerned in the office about what color my shirt is. Anyway, KNBR, what color? It's not salmon.
Nobody cares.
Thank you.
It's peach.
A little coral, a little reef.
Yeah.
A little reefer.
I can see reef.
Exactly. Reef.
Salmon.
I'll see you guys in the yard. I'll see you guys out there.
Yeah, speaking of reef.
Speaking of, I'll have one for you, Pop. Me and you, bro.
All right.
Like always.
I'll see
All right, Dieter and Copes are coming up next. Thanks to Danny and Walter. The boys are next. Only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you on a, what day is it, Tuesday afternoon? Tuesdays are called smooth days because Dwayne Kuiper's on the Sports Leader. It's an old promo. Today we'll be joined by Andy Baggerly at 4:15, talk some Giants baseball. Getting ready to kick off the season. Thursday, Giants Open in San Diego. I was just over at the ballpark for the play ball lunch, which kicks off the Giants season internally, like in-house for
the in-house season.
The in-house season, yeah.
One that's not in the standings.
All the names and faces that you want to see were there. Everybody on the roster was there, and then some. Pablo was there. We'll talk about Pablo and his Sergio Romo farewell tonight. I don't think he'll have a pitch clock violation like Sergio did. That was pretty funny.
To be fair, Sergio nailed it last year. And it doesn't feel as if Pablo is on the same page with the organization regarding tonight being the send-off.
Well, Pablo wants to keep playing.
Let him play.
Yeah, well, he's not going to make the team, obviously.
Well, yeah, not with the Giants.
But the Giants are like,
he can be a great river cat.
Well, he may be a great river cat, or he may be with somebody else. I mean, he's playing out in Dubai.
I saw that. It seemed like I was shocked that he was playing for the San Francisco Giants. I thought the Dubai thing was more than a weekend.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they paid him.
I thought it was a week. I'm with you. I saw he and Robinson Cano were both playing in that thing, and he hit that 8-run home run or whatever they said. The first ever. I was like, that's not a thing.
No.
Are there 8 bases, or is he just getting 8 runs scored for it? Is this like the 4-point shot?
I thought it was like a league that had a season. Apparently, it might have gone under after 3 games. Apparently, too many 8-run home runs or something.
Nothing goes under in Dubai. It's funded by
who knows?
That thing didn't go under. But yeah, they got a bunch of aging players out there. But Pablo lost a bunch of weight. I think he was playing in Mexico at one point, and I think he's trying to continue. So we'll see what happens with him. We'll talk about him a bit more with his send off. Warriors, big back-to-back in Florida. Are we worried? Hey, Draymond, are we worried about Houston yet? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I read those comments the other day. I didn't hear them yet, and I think we have the audio. We'll maybe play it a little bit later. But Draymond saying the thing about, I'm not worried about no damn Houston. I was like, you maybe should think about it, because after tonight's game, the Warriors could find themselves out of the playoff picture.
Remember when they were out of the playoff picture and were like, they suck, and then they had 3 good weeks, and everyone's like, oh, it'll be fine. They'll never have to worry about being out of the playoff picture again. Wrong.
At what point, we'll have to talk about this, but at what point does as long as they have Steph.
They've had Steph this whole time. They're going to be out of the playoff picture.
And Steph, and then we're worried about Houston, and we were I'm a week ago, maybe 8 days ago, I was saying to Tom, it feels to me like we know in both conferences exactly who the 10 teams are.
We thought,
and then Houston's won. Is it 8 in a row now?
9.
9 in a row now?
Yeah.
It's tough.
11 out of the last 12.
It's a tough deal. And this road trip's not doing the Dubs any favors. I mean, that's exactly the combination that could have and might break them. Which, by the way, was originally scheduled as a 7-game roadie.
Well, now it's still kind of a road trip because when they're home for that one game, they're staying at home, I guess, for the night, but then they're immediately out.
You're back in. It's Texas, home to play Dallas, and then back out to Texas. You play San Antonio, you come home for Dallas, then you go back out to play Houston and Dallas, right?
They have 4 home games left, and only 2 of them are back-to-back.
And Tom made the point that, you have no more home stands, where you're not getting a week at home anymore.
That's right.
You had
Except
last
for
week
the
was
final
the last
2
one.
games.
The final 2, but even then,
and then that one of them's the second half of a back-to-back.
Back-to-back coming home from Portland to play New Orleans, and that's no gimme. They may still be
it's certainly not a gimme. New Orleans is one of the best teams in the NBA right now.
Well, they may be jockeying for a different position.
That's right.
The final 2 games.
They could be looking for that home court advantage.
And then Utah's there to maybe just kick in the beans for fun on the last day of the season. So we'll see what happens with the Dubs. But we got Warriors news to get to. We have Kyle Shanahan speaking at the league meetings on Brendan Aiyuk.
Oh, wow.
After Aiyuk's tweet yesterday, or his Instagram story.
Listen, we've done this before. Adam, we've done this before. Can we just pretend as if none of this is happening and just skip to July when they have the new contract?
Well, we can't. We have a lot of.
I'm sure we could.
Time to fill.
If we just put our minds to it collectively, we can make this happen. I promise you, we can ignore the Brandon Aiyuk quote-unquote saga. I promise you we can do it. We're not going to, but I promise you we could. I think we have the ability.
But why would we ignore it? Why would we? It's too fun.
I do love that we're coming back to diva wide receivers. I felt like that was out of the league there for a while. All these guys were really professional.
Well,
and
once
now,
they allowed celebratory stuff,
it had to happen.
It kind of went away because it's you're not a diva. You're you're a receiver who doesn't have a good celebration, I'm like, this guy's lame. This guy's bunk.
But now,
get off my fantasy team. Do something cool.
Now you get the social media. Could you imagine T.O. with social media? What a time that would have been. That would have been incredible.
T.O. with social media. Or
doesn't even need the TV cameras. He could have done sit-ups in his driveway with just a guy holding a knife.
I go Ocho Cinco.
Oh. Well, that was actually, that was borderline.
That was borderline because that was when I was in high school. Yeah, he was, but he wasn't like that. Social media now, with the way you can. Twitter wasn't there yet.
Yeah,
really, Twitter and Instagram had to exist.
Changed his name to Chad Ochocinco.
Now our guy Dante Whitner did the same to Hittner. Now don't forget, I want to say Chad Ochocinco wore an Ochocinco jersey and got fined for it.
That's right, and then he's decided that you'll never be able to find me again because I've legally changed my name.
Which to me is the most hilarious thing ever that a guy went to his own team, the equipment guy was like, I need you to make this for me.
Are you sure? He might have just gone to the team store. I don't know if they have an equipment guy in Cincinnati.
That'd be wild if he just went to the...
they have 2 scouts. They might not have an equipment guy.
The Bengals have 2 scouts?
They have 2 scouts.
Well, one of them found Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase.
That was tough.
One hard to
miss. We have the number 1 pick overall. Who should we take?
Found that guy,
Burrow.
too.
You know who the other scout was when they found Chase? Joe Burrow. They just asked him who they should take.
He's like, the same guy.
I like that guy.
Yeah. Next year we should get his receiver, too. That'd be fun if we got him. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you. Andy Baggerly joins us at 4:15. Giants baseball tonight, 5:05 first pitch. So we'll be with you till 4:40 today.
What's going on with that?
What, the 5:05?
Yeah.
4:50, excuse me, 4:50.
Well, we'll be here till 4:50, 5:05 first pitch.
And then I'm going to the yard.
What? I mean, what? We just
You think I put on this? Think I put on this sexy coral or what are we calling us?
I'm going with peach. I thought that Lund had it nailed.
Yeah,
peach.
Walter, you go with peach?
We going with peach?
Walter's a pigment man. Anyway,
Pantone Calbaceta.
Anyway, KNBR, if you want to check in on the...
yeah, what color is Adam's shirt?
The color of my shirt. By the way, all week long, we'll be giving away between 2 and 6, today between 2 and 450, a pair of tickets, weekend passes to go to the Aftershock Festival. It's at Discovery Park in Sacramento. Tune in between 2 and 6 all week long. Today, again, 2 and 450. We'll give you the cue to call. When you hear it, be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival. It's furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. You can grab the official rules at knbr.com. Tickets are on sale now at aftershockfestival.com. You can see bands like Slayer, Slipknot. Tom's mom, big Slipknot fan, by the way. Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, Judas Priest, Disturbed, all sorts of bands. Flogging Molly's going to be out there. Tim, what's the cue to call today? Cypress Hill going to be there, Tim? Nice. You can see Cypress Hill out at the Aftershock Festival.
With Tom's mom.
Stop it, dude. Knock that off. We're going to tell him you said that, dude. When you hear that cue to call, be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. 808-KNBR, the number to call, to text, streaming, twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
What color's Adam's shirt?
KNBR.com and the app. Marcus, the Waterboy, checks in and says, he was sitting next to me at the event. He said, I really think it's more of a salmon. I'm out on salmon. It's too light for salmon.
No, it's not pink. It's orange.
What's the color of the shirt?
You can call in, too.
Yeah, you can call in, too. Huge week for the Warriors. By the end of tonight's game, the Rockets could have overtaken them for the 10th spot. Draymond, are we worried about them yet? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Newly acquired Giants pitcher Jordan Hicks had 10 strikeouts in last night's 4-1 win over the A's. How do you feel about the Hicks acquisition now? Tell us on our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 1045 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Tom out today. Dieter Kurtenbach in as the Giants and the A's are getting ready for the Bay Bridge Series finale tonight. At 5:05, we'll be with you till 4:50 this evening.
We're in Central Standard Time.
CST. That's your big Central Time guy.
If we had to rank the time zones, I'm going to go Mountain, Pacific, Central, East. That's where I'm at.
Okay. The Warriors, big week for them to. All right. Never did my.
Don't come at me for time zone takes. I've thought this through.
Never did Mountain Time Zone more before. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Don't bring on a takesman if you don't want takes.
I'm a takesman. By the end of tonight's Warriors game, they could be behind the Houston Rockets, which is, dear, I'm going to say this. It's problematic, to say the least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's great. You feel great. So optimistic about what's going on with the Warriors. They're really old and really young, and then here's a team that's got a bunch of 22-year-olds that's going to take your last spot in the playoffs. Good job, everybody.
And by the way, Miami, bring your lunch pail. To face Miami. You know what I mean? And then you get Orlando, which is no cupcake on a back-to-back tomorrow.
If nothing else, they're defensive, they're long, they're young, they got every reason to play hard.
They're everything the Warriors aren't.
Yeah, right. Let's go bring in our tiny old team to Orlando. And you know how that back-to-back goes. I mean, first off, they've spent the night in Miami. So the fact that they're favored by 2.5 points makes no flipping sense to me. We talk about the L.A. flu all the time. One night in Miami, when you don't get nights in Miami, that's going to be something.
It's like an East Coast team going to play the Vegas Knights.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's what's one? We get one a year. Let's go have some fun. Right now, can't afford to have any fun. Steph's minutes, and this is just hilarious. This is the way sports go. How long ago was it that we were questioning whether or not Steph needed more rest? We were like, is Steph tired? Is it hurting the Warriors that he's out there this much? Like, is he exhausted? Does he need a little bit of a breather? Then he got hurt momentarily, missed 3 games. Comes on back, hasn't really been a question, but now, do they need him out there more with the season on the line?
I don't think that those two things are mutually exclusive. I think he both needs a rest and they need him out there more, which kind of tells you everything you need to know about this team that, again, might not be in a playoff spot come the end of the night.
Here's what Draymond Green had to say about the Houston Rockets. I want to say, so the Rockets have now won 9 in a row. I want to say he said this after their 8th win.
That's right.
And the Warriors lost. The Rockets had just won 8 in a row. Warriors had lost.
They had a 5-game gap like 2 weeks ago. That is now down to a half game after last night, and it was a game when Draymond said this.
And by the way, when Tom and I were running through the schedule, we're like, well, you get that Houston game in this road trip.
You mean the original play-in tournament?
I was like, damn it all. Here's Draymond on the Houston Rockets.
How much are you now kind of tracking the Rockets?
I don't give a damn about the Rockets.
Here you go.
Do you want to give Draymond the benefit? Can we pretend for a half second to give Draymond the benefit of the doubt? Like, the Warriors have enough issues that you can't worry about what's happening externally. Like, they have to figure their own stuff out. If they keep losing, of course they're not going to make the playoffs. If they don't play any defense, of course they're not going to make the playoffs.
I hear that. But let me ask you this.
But now we go back to...
Do you believe it?
I mean...
Because that's my whole thing is always
he might not have been aware of the NBA standings.
In baseball, we clamor for scoreboard watching.
Yes.
We put it out there on the field where everybody can see everybody score. Fans applaud when things change, and the players know.
There's a big wall with all the scores on it.
It's sponsored. The Toyota out-of-town scoreboard.
Toyota, let's go places.
Saw him there. Saw the big kahuna there today at Oracle. So, like in basketball, we asked Steve Kerr this too, and I get it. When you're just not playing well, you just need wins. It doesn't much matter. In baseball, a lot of times you're chasing individual teams. Right now, there's so much jumbled that sometimes scoreboard watching doesn't matter in baseball if there's like 4 teams playing for a wild card spot because you're like, we just got to win to stay alive. That's more the boat they're in. So I get what he's saying there, but I also think he should maybe give a little bit of a damn about the Rockets. I mean, it was easy to not care when they were 5 games behind you, and your bottom was 10. Now the bottom is 11.
Yes. Yes. I mean, it was not long ago that we were saying, well, could they maybe get that 9 seed, them and the Lakers?
Maybe. We were like, could they, after they beat the Lakers on that Saturday night in L.A., I'm like, is 7 on the table?
Nope.
They're like, is 10 on the table?
They're 2.5 games back of the Lakers, and the Lakers suck.
LeBron not playing tonight, by the way, against the Bucks. Against Milwaukee, which why would, I mean, they don't need to.
Knows?
Warriors are making it easy for them. Seriously, as the Warriors lose, the Lakers can manage how they're going about the end of the season a little differently.
There's a larger conversation to happen here, which is also like the Warriors' arrow is clearly pointing down, right? They're old. Even the young guys, 2 of them are role players. You get Pajemski and Trace Jackson-Davis. They're like the kids that can hang out with the adults. That's just why they were brought in. And then you get Kuminga, who's 21 years old, and it's been an incredible jump this season. But is he ready to make a jump to be a clear number 2 on a team that has something to play for? So you see the arrow for the Warriors that's going down. I mean, you just look above them in the standings. Like, who's going to get worse next year? Denver's not going anywhere. The Thunder are babies. They're
going to get better. They're insane. The jump they've made this year, I mean, Tom and I were high on them last year, and I really wanted them to make – I think they just missed the play-in last year. They might have finished 11th or something.
The City Thunder?
The City Thunder.
Yeah. Oklahoma City Thunder. It's the thunder that happens in cities.
Thank you.
We're welcome. I'm on fire today.
Are we ranking those too?
No.
Are we ranking weather here?
Sunny and 70. That's number 1.
I mean, their length. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, by the way, is a killer. Like he's
a viable MVP candidate in perpetuity.
I think he could. I mean, you can make the case he is the MVP.
I mean, you give it to Jokic.
Yes,
yeah.
But every year there's a few guys like
that. He's part of the conversation.
There's a few guys like that.
And
but
next year he'll go in and everyone will think it will be his, and it's his to lose in a way.
He'll get one at some point.
No doubt.
It's whenever it's his turn. Right?
He's a dude.
I mean, everybody, Tom and I were asking who's the next American to win one. You go Shai. You go, oh, no, he's Canadian. So Ant Edwards maybe the next MVP to win one.
Where the video?
But you're right. The teams who are above them right now, New Orleans, if
New Orleans is playing great. Zion's healthy.
If Zion stays healthy, and he has to this point, they're not getting any worse.
I don't think the Kings get worse. I don't know if they get better, but I don't think they get worse.
Do the Lakers get worse?
The Lakers might get worse. The Lakers can also
doesn't help you a lot. The Spurs are going to get a lot better.
In theory. There's a lot of room to go up, but like the Rockets, they're still a year or 2 away. And yet here they are making a push on you.
The proverbial year away from being a year away.
That's right. Yeah. But, I mean, Şengün is incredible. Jalen Green is figuring it out. Like, this is not a fluky 8-game run. This is not just them running into the Spurs 4 times. Like, they're going out there and they're beating some – I mean, they played Portland, so, I mean, maybe there's a little bit of it. But they're going out there and they're beating some good teams. They're giving dudes the business. This is a team that's arrow is pointing up. So now they're in the conversation for 10 next year. Are the Suns going to fall all the way out? I don't like the Suns, but like they still have Booker and Beal and Durant next year, presumably. Dallas Mavericks are going to be just generally steady, above average, mediocre.
Oh, I see the Suns have lost to the Spurs 3 times this year.
I mean,
the Spurs is like 16 wins or something.
The Spurs are pretty awful.
And 3 of them were against the Suns. That's wild.
Like
2 against the Warriors too. That's tough.
The Clippers aren't getting any worse. The Timberwolves aren't getting any worse. But I can tell you, like the Grizzlies, they're going to get all their dudes back next year. So now they're in the hunt. The Spurs with Wembanyama can make a jump at any second. They got some other guys around them. They're just literally holding themselves back in a lot of ways because they don't play Victor very much. They go in these 2-minute spurts. Yeah, the Lakers could fall down. But I think you have 13 teams next year, if you're just extrapolating this thing out, that are playing for 10 spots. Do you really think the Warriors are one of those 10 with the way that they are going about? It's not like they're hurt.
Dude, they might not be one of the 10 this year.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the point you're making.
They're not hurt. They're only going to get older on one end. And yeah, maybe Kuminga makes that jump. That's a big ask. Big ask.
I mean, there's a lot of volatility in the West. I won't say it was the least likely of scenarios because once I looked at the schedule and what I thought was a 7-game road trip, but then they'd add in this makeup, which makes it 7 of 8 on the road, plus
8-game road trip.
It's really because you're stopping home barely.
Plus, they suck at home, so it's not like you even want to be here.
It's not like it's a favorable thing. You're right. And to come home after a long one, it's not like you get comfortable at all. You get on. It might even mentally be a bad
first game after a road trip at home is always a trap game. And what if it's the last game at home too? You know.
I mean, it may very. Yeah, you're right.
No. I'm just saying it's the first game back. And it's also your last game of your homestand.
It's not a home and home to L.A.,
No.
right? So with all the volatility, though, I didn't have this as one of the likelier of scenarios of them falling to this position.
I think
because of the way they were trending.
That's right.
After the Laker win, that was a week ago?
16-5 at a stretch when they had Steph back?
That was almost a week and a half ago. They win that game on Saturday night in L.A. when Steph comes back.
But this was always the threat, that they would play small ball, and then Draymond would lose a step or two because you could only play so much center when you're 6'5", and that the young guys would have this spark because now they have a role, but at a certain point they're going to hit a wall. And Kuminga, I don't know if he's hit a wall or not, but it's been less consistent as of late. He wasn't very good against the Pacers. I don't think he was very good on Monday or on Sunday.
He's hitting a wall for. He's been around. He won a title, right?
I mean, he's 21 years old. He's in a contract year. And Andrew Wiggins is out there theoretically as the number 2 on this team, but he never shows up. And so Kuminga is like, I'll be the number 2 tonight. And sometimes he can't because he doesn't have the handle to make things happen off the bounce. It's kind of a one-trick pony right now. It's an incredible trick. Just drive to the basket and jump over dudes. I mean, it works for a lot of guys, but that can't be your number 2. He can't hold up an offense on his own.
You can't make a run with a questionable when you don't know who the number 2 is on a given.
That's right, and that's been the biggest problem for this team all year.
They have not had a number 2.
Donde está Andrew Wiggins?
He's on the team right now.
Theoretically. I mean, sometimes you watch him and he's neither seen nor heard.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you Tuesday afternoon. It's tough when you don't know who your number 2 is because there's nobody claiming that spot. What about when you got 2? Like, who's the number 1, number 2 between Aiyuk and Debo?
Well, they're both about to get $20 million a year, so.
We'll talk about that. John Lynch yesterday spoke to reporters, said he wanted to keep Brandon Aiyuk on the 49ers. Dude, so do we.
Yes.
Funny. We're on the same page.
Great minds.
The question is, after Brandon Ayuk's Instagram video that he shot out yesterday,
hey now,
is he going to remain a 49er? What does that number look like? We'll talk about what John Lynch had to say about the potential return of number 11 next. Tolbert and Copes with Dieter Kurtenbach on the Sports Leader.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you. Tom Tolbert out today. He'll be out tomorrow as well. Marcus Thompson's going to be in with me tomorrow hanging out. So Dieter Kurtenbach hanging today as we get ready for the Warriors, who have a big game tonight against the Miami Heat. And I forgot to tell you this before we went to break. Jimmy Butler, questionable tonight. Jimmy freaking Butler! That's the guy with an illness. Questionable tonight with an illness. So Warriors, you said were...
Draymond is also questionable with an illness. Not on the official injury report, but that's just a presumption.
Look.
Number one, who cares?
Thank you. What you like to say is...
Max Club Deuce,
they're
baby.
all injured this time of year. Everybody's banged up this time of year.
Yeah. That's why the line is stinky, you're saying.
Always that's
why they knew. The bookies knew.
I'll get you a pick on it, by the way. Giants and the A's tonight. We'll have it for you. 5:05 first pitch. Dieter and I with you till 4:50 tonight. Yesterday, I love this too when they get the head coach team pictures out there. When all the coaches and the GMs go out and they hang out together.
Incredible.
I saw just a funny line from Jim Harbaugh. He was like, I check in with my quarterback, Herbert, every chance I get. I just like to know how his day is going. I was like, okay, Jim. Herbert's like, dude, leave me alone, coach. I'm trying to I've got to deal with. You're a maniac. He's like, you're going to be insane to work with.
Are you attacking this day with enthusiasm unknown to
mankind? I'm going to live with you, basically, starting in a few weeks here. So, anyway, here's what John Lynch told reporters yesterday on Brandon Aiyuk. Well, he said he wanted to keep Brandon Aiyuk to reporters yesterday, which I think he's pretty open about that. He has been. Aiyuk then posted on his social medias with a bunch of emojis. Did you get the emojis? Did you understand them?
Yes, indeed. And I liked how he did it from the sauna. So he's going to need some money. He's just going through phones. Keeps bringing them into the sauna. They keep breaking.
Shout out 49ers PR guy Corey Rush, who texted me yesterday with the image of it. He just was like, I guess I'm too old to know what this means. It was
pretty straightforward.
It was pretty straightforward. It was the guy shouting. It was like the emoji of the dude shouting.
It was money
It was
talking.
Sorry, it was money, and then a guy talking.
Money talking.
And then it was a cow or bull.
A bull.
And then it had the poop emoji.
Okay, so that's pretty easy to deduce.
And then a guy walking. Money talks, BS walks.
I believe there's an AC/DC song about that.
Okay. Stay hot.
On fire.
Dieter, yeah, the e-brake is in that chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Just gonged me, Tim. Kyle spoke early this morning. Kyle Shanahan did. Audio is hard to hear in the convention center, so I'll just summarize for you what Kyle had to say. He said he saw Brandon Aiyuk a few times while he was in Cabo. Love that all these coaches and players just run into each other in Cabo. I was in Cabo in August. I didn't see anybody.
I was in Cabo after.
You know why? It was mid-preseason.
It would have been bad if you saw somebody.
Yeah, so Kyle said he saw Aiyuk a few times in Cabo, and he wants to get a deal done sooner than later. Yeah, of course. Not happy about losing Eric Armstead, but he's happy that he ended up in Jacksonville and that he's out of the division, which is pretty funny. Something Aiyuk said.
Yeah, I don't think that...
Is that something Aiyuk said or something Kyle Shanahan was just saying about... It was just something Kyle was saying about...
It'd be kind of weird if Brandon Aiyuk had strong opinions about Eric Armstead.
I was like, yeah, man, he's my favorite guy, man. We used to get lunch together all the time, or... No, it was Kyle who said that. Then he goes on to say he's happy Brock finally has a full NFL season under his belt, and he's looking for him to take the next step. I saw some great comments from Andy Reid in the Chronicle that Eric Branch had about Brock Purdy from Andy, saying, dude, this guy, Kyle Shanahan, because he was talking about giving Kyle advice for not being able to get over that hill or over the hump. Right. And it's like he's the guy he ran into, and I think he's being called, a genius coach now, Andy Reid. And he said it's funny how that works, right?
Yeah.
Funny how one Super Bowl changes that, but you get a couple of more, and now I've got a quarterback like Mahomes. And he said the same thing. Like, you see Kyle Shanahan and what he's done when he's got a guy like Brock Purdy. He said, I don't give a damn where Brock Purdy was drafted. The guy can deliver the mail. He makes throws. He understands the game. He studies right. He said Kyle Shanahan with a quarterback like that and a good young quarterback is really dangerous.
That's right.
So you just got to keep plugging away. He said either of the Super Bowls that we beat them in could have gone the other way. He said you just got to keep plugging away when it's that close. So from a guy who's quite literally experienced it. I mean, you figure Kyle's lost.
Did 18 years where he couldn't get over the hump.
Kyle's lost 2 Super Bowls and 2 NFC championships in the last 5 years.
It's been 8 years. 8 years he's been the head coach of the 49ers. In the first 2 years, he had to work his ass off just to get him relevant.
And the other years, he had Jimmy. Derek knows what I'm talking about.
Man got to the Super Bowl with a dude who didn't throw outside the numbers.
That's what I'm saying about the whole, it's incredible they got McCaffrey. It's incredible they have all this stuff, and people want to crap on Kyle about stuff. I go, dude, he took a guy who had been on 7 practice squads in Raheem Mostert.
That's right.
Made him a running back who went for 4.
He was a hell of a gunner.
We got 4 rushing touchdowns in that game?
No, not
200 yards. No, in the NFC Championship.
No, in the NFC Championship
game.
Yeah,
rushing yards. No, not the Super Bowl.
I'm like, I was there. I'm pretty sure I would have remembered
tough
that.
if they lost that one.
Yeah.
He goes for 4 and 200. But I mean, that's what he was able to do. They started that run with like Matt Breida as their starting running back, right?
Not only in those playoffs. I mean,
Breida the cheetah.
Tevin Coleman kicked ass in those playoffs. Raheem Mostert kicked ass. Like, they didn't come. No one sniffed them for those 2 games. They kicked both of those teams' asses, and they had multiple shots to win that Super Bowl with a lesser team than the one we just saw. They built it up from there. You get the COVID year in there. It's a Super Bowl hangover. There's a lot of weirdness about that. I'm almost willing to write that off. Immediately after, it was a one-man show on offense. Deebo Samuel takes him to the NFC Championship game. Year following that, again. And then they're in the Super Bowl again. Like, what? 99% of the 30 other teams in football trade places with the 49ers. The only ones that don't are the Kansas City Chiefs. What are we talking about here? What are we talking? He's great.
I mean, and that's the knock that Tom and I frequently have, or the question you have to ask is, if you don't want him, who are you going to go with then? Like,
what are we talking?
You got to put somebody, like, if you're going to jump there, it better be Bill Belichick who's stepping into those shoes.
It better not be Bill Belichick, given how Bill Belichick went.
I don't want it to be. But it's not happening that way. But that's right. the question you ask is, it was hard to get back to this point. And this is something that was built with continuity and trust, and the organization is in a much different and more stable spot than it was for many years prior. Even under the Harbaugh regime, that wasn't a long-term
He was
run.
here for a good time, not a long time.
And we'll see if maybe it's different for him this time in terms of longevity.
I mean, probably not.
I mean, with Spanos down there,
I mean, they might just keep him around because they're too cheap to get rid of him.
Let me ask you another thing on the Brandon Aiyuk situation. 808 KNBR is the number to call in to text. Streaming Twitch and YouTube, as well as the KNBR app.
Get on YouTube. Tell us what color Adam's shirt is.
Everybody I talk to on the streets are always on the KNBR app. I'm like, hey, what's up? Look out, dude. I'm going to bump into you. And you know what they're doing? They're on the app. They're watching the stream.
Yes.
It's ironic, isn't it?
As one does.
You're pretty confident that Aiyuk's not going to be traded?
Well, no. If they wanted to trade him, it would be done by now. Because they put out to everybody, we'll listen to offers.
Why not on draft day?
Why not on draft day? Because no one's going to do all the work to, one, there's so many good wide receivers. I've been diving into the wide. It's unflippin' believable.
That's why you're here. I've been diving into the wide receivers.
How many wide receivers? Like, guys who are going to get picked 50th are awesome. Not just by the standard of, like, I'm watching some guys who I think are going to go in the second round. Javon Baker, UCF. And I was I heard some talk about him. I was kind of skeptical. They go, he might be a slot guy. And I'm watching him. I'm 10 minutes in, and I go, there's no way that I'm thinking what I'm thinking, which is this dude looks just like Justin Jefferson out there. He might go in the second round. The fact that I could even, maybe I'm just being hyperbolic when I'm watching it.
You did say he looked like Justin Jefferson.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a big.
He catches everything.
That's a big.
He's literally the same size. He catches everything. He's a little bit, he's not the biggest tactician on the field. He's not the greatest route runner.
What was his cone, though?
He didn't run a cone. I could have told you otherwise.
That's a knock.
Could have told you otherwise.
That's why he's going at 50.
But he's got a 10.4 broad jump, and I believe it was a 4.5, 4.40, but there might have been something up with the hammy.
They should have every guy at the combine throw a football.
Just see how far.
Just see who throws them. That'd be fun. I just want to know that. How far do you throw it? 28 yards.
You get some offensive lineman that can throw it 80 yards.
That's what I mean. That'd be fun.
Former shot put champion.
I mean, we're putting guys on their knee. Kyle Bowler and
yeah.
What's his name for the Raiders?
To be fair, that's kind of a worthwhile. It's kind of a worthwhile thing.
Yeah, Jamarcus. Sorry.
See how much torque you can pull with the upper body.
So you think?
I think there's so many good wide receivers that if you did all the work to scout these guys out, you get to draft day, you're not going to be like, you know what? Let's trade this pick for Brandon Aiyuk. Because, by the way, not only do you have to trade the draft capital, you also have to give them the contract. And that's what the Niners did. They said, everybody come on in, give us some offers. And I heard there were first-round offers on the board. And the Niners are like, okay, and then add in a second and a third and next year's second. And they asked for an exorbitant price. And no team is going to give you all of their draft capital and then also have to pay the guy like the third highest wide receiver number ever. You get one or the other, but no team is going to give you both, and Brandon Aiyuk being part of this.
Unless Mike Ditka's a coach.
That's right. How'd that work out? Ditka was out of a job like 16 months later.
It was pretty fast. I don't know if he made it.
He traded an entire draft. Not even just paraphrase.
All 7 draft picks for the number 1 pick, right? To go get Ricky Williams?
Yeah.
To what team? Who had that?
That's a great question. I think it was Washington.
It was Washington.
Yeah, and they did a real bang-up job with that.
Dude, and then Washington botched the pick.
They totally botched all 7 of them.
That's what I did, because these are going to go to waste anyway, dude. I can botch them or you
guys
can.
want to see something?
I can botch them or you can, but I know Ricky's a hit. And he was, dude. Ricky was a blast.
He had 2 good years.
So here's the deal, though. All right, Derek. You want to come with Ricky shade, you bring it on the air yourself.
Ricky was great for the Dolphins.
Yeah, he's good for the Fins.
No,
shout out Ronnie Brown.
He sucked on the Saints.
He sucked on the Saints. That's right.
Okay.
He came in. They had no offensive line. He's playing on carpet.
They had no draft picks for a year.
Well, listen, that's how they built the team. What do you want me to tell you?
He went to the rookie events for the team. It was just him. I was thinking
You're
about that.
also playing left tackle, Ricky.
No, there's Niners have 11 guys this year going to watch.
Who was the quarterback of that Saints team?
Aaron Brooks.
Aaron Brooks.
Wow.
Stay out of this, Derek. Let me talk Saints for a
They
minute.
could put him in a dress. All right, I'm done.
Oh, man. Who are the receivers on that team? They had a couple of good ones that I like. There was the one who got in trouble.
Horn.
Yeah, what was his name? Horn. What's his name?
Joe Horn.
Joe Horn.
Joe Horn.
Joe Horn. He had the cell phone in the turnbuckle. Or
Yes,
like in the field goal post.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that was pretty good. He had to put one in both sides, I think. So that when
He was
when
prepared.
He had to be prepped.
Well, they were burner phones, right? It was pre-smartphone. That would have been pretty expensive.
Getting an extra cell phone back then.
You think he had unlimited minutes on both of them? On fire today.
Yeah, nice. Only nights and weekends. Boom. So if they gave a contract to Brandon Aiyuk, does that mean they have to trade Debo likely before restructure before next season?
Yeah.
With Brock, because again, this is the issue that the Bengals just ran into this.
Right.
Where they're like, we can't pay 2 guys.
And the offensive line that they totally revamped, and some of the defenders they kept around.
And the Chiefs kind of ran into it a little bit, where they were like, we can't pay Tyreek and
Kelsey.
And
the
Mahomes
offensive
be
lineman.
like 18% of our cap or whatever he was.
Right. Well, they still have 2 years with Brock making a rounding error, so they don't have to do anything. And I'm kind of the mindset that if you can take a hit this year, but you can still get a lot back for Debo today. And if you want to get aggressive with it, and if you're really thinking down the line, you go all in on Aiyuk now, and you trade Debo for draft picks, and you go and get some of these young guys. And, yeah, you're not going to have as good of an offense this upcoming year, but you'll still have a pretty damn good one. And this young guy gives you a chance to extend your window a little bit. It's aggressive. It's bold. Next year, they're going to have to make some decisions because Brock's contract has to get figured out before training camp. And while it won't immediately kick in with the money, they got to make some calls. And they've done a lot of restructuring in the past, and that has a lot of void years, a lot of dead money. It's hard for me to imagine that Debo Samuel's on this team for more than this next upcoming season.
Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line check in 831 just says, Dick, I thought he was getting Bo Jackson from Tecmo Bowl. Yeah. 415 says maybe he was calling his Fave 5. Dude, remember that? The Fave 5 was it T-Mobile? You're like, was like, what, 5 people?
Yeah.
I break up with this person. I don't want to talk to them anymore. Now I got
to call T-Mobile, let them know we broke up.
Now I got to remove them from my my Fave 5. 808 KNBR is the number to call and text. Many people around the office and here on the text line checking in on the color of my shirt. 650 says, what is that color? Peach mist? Somebody else.
Peach mist.
I don't know. It does have a bit of a mist-like look to it. What do you think?
Yeah.
It's got some orange to it at times.
It's like a grapefruit soda.
There's a hue. Sexy. Yeah, thank you, Greg Cosell. I like
Maybe
that.
grapefruit. Maybe we go grapefruit.
I don't think it's quite pink enough for grapefruit.
Like we changed the lights in here. It might have a little more pink than I thought.
Lights. We just put more light on it so that people could see. 808 KNBR. What color is the shirt? We got Giants baseball tonight against the A's out at Oracle Park to wrap up the preseason. Then the Giants and the Padres go at it from San Diego at Petco Park on Thursday, and we'll have that for you as well. The game's at 5:05 tonight. 5:05 first pitch. That's local time.
Yeah.
With a Central Time feel. That's what we're talking about. We'll be with you till 4:50. Tom Tolbert out today and tomorrow. When we come on back, more on the Shohei Ohtani scandal. I got to tell you, I hate that this thing is losing legs and that he's not got as much heat.
The only way out is through for Shohei Ohtani.
I mean, was I rooting more against him because he's a Dodger? Of course.
Duh.
Of course.
I'm familiar with your game.
This was a juicy story nonetheless. And let's not act like Dodger fans weren't hoping Bonds was going to jail. Because he was like, I didn't knowingly do anything.
Listen, we all dealt with the feds with our favorite baseball players.
If you like,
par for the course.
It's like I say, you can't be a fan of college sports and character. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a thing that go hand in hand. You can't, like, if you like baseball at some point, one of your guys probably caught a federal investigation.
We got to deal with congressional testimony, federal investigations. It's just par for the course.
Or lied on Capitol Hill or forgot how to speak English all of a sudden.
Hey.
All of a sudden. More on the Shohei Ohtani scandal. I was off yesterday, but I was here. I was here when the news broke. We got a little bit from Pete Rose on the scandal as well. We'll tell you about it next.
Thank goodness someone got Pete on the line.
I still think this thing stinks. I don't believe Shohei. That's next on the Sports Leader. Sergio Romo joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed if Pablo Sandoval will be getting the same send-off tonight that he himself had over a year ago. Listen to that podcast at knbr.com or on the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you. Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out today. Tom will be back on Thursday. By the way, that breaking news sounder Jimmy freaking Butler is because we have some injury news as it relates to the Warriors. The Warriors tonight in Miami on the front end of a back-to-back, and they are teetering. If they lose tonight's game, they could end up a half game behind Houston as the 11 seed, which I guess isn't really a seed. It's just you're 11th. You're out. You're 11th. And really, 11 to 15, it's all the same, right? So
they'd be tied with Houston tonight, and then Houston plays.
That's right. Houston plays
OKC tomorrow.
Okay, so that's what it is.
But hey, the Warriors could lose tomorrow too.
Hey, it's on the table. They play Orlando tomorrow in Orlando. The injury news update as it relates to the Miami Heat. This is per Anthony Slater. Jimmy Butler is out. It's a non-COVID illness tonight. Kevin Love is also out. In addition to Tyler Hero.
Yep.
And Duncan Robinson, who are also out.
That's right. Are you ready to figure out some dudes who got drafted in the second round or have been playing in the G League for 3 years and they're going to drop 22 on your head? Because that's what the Miami Heat are about to do.
That's what I saw a great tweet yesterday. That kid, Golke, who's playing for Oakland in the tournament.
He's definitely going to be playing for the Sioux Falls Sky Force and then getting called up to the Heat.
Well, the way the NBA is going on All-Star Weekend, he might win a three-point contest. But Golke, who's he? So he's playing for Oakland. He hit the 12 threes or something? 10
to 12, yeah.
Yeah, and 11 is the record. But he had that comment after the game where he goes, look, I know I'm not going to the NBA, but any given day I can play with those guys. And I thought that's a pretty cool line. And I saw somebody retweet it and say, this kid doesn't even know that Spoelstra's got like 16 to 18 minutes penciled in for him for next season. I was like, that's such an inside. This guy knows exactly. I was like, Golke's got wing bench player for the Heat for like the next decade written all over him.
Falls out of the rotation, out of preseason, comes back into the rotation. It's like a Linsanity thing where he gives you 2 incredible weeks and then you never hear from him again.
Yeah, hopefully he gets paid in the way Jeremy Lin did. Well, real quick, too, Dubs OT tonight will be on at 10 o'clock. A late version of Dubs OT tonight, 10 o'clock, streaming on YouTube, and you can hear it right here, see it right here, all that good stuff on KNBR. Dubs
what
OT.
color is JD's shirt on Dubs OT?
We got a lot more people checking out on the shirt. I'll get to those in just a couple of minutes. But I do want to get to this Shohei stuff because you were here yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And Shohei spoke. That was yesterday, right? That he spoke with his new interpreter.
With his new translator, who we're a little.
Wonder what that guy's darkest secrets are. You know what I mean?
This guy's like, oh boy.
I saw the guy sitting next to Shohei. I was reading. It was like it was muted when I saw it, and so I was like reading some of the text on the bottom, and it was hard to see. I went back and read
the subtitles.
Yeah, the subtitles. Went back and read some of the comments, but I was watching that guy. I was like, this guy's nervous as hell.
Oh, dude.
I was like, this guy's
the translator. He was saying, a lot. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure Shohei didn't say that. I feel like you're paraphrasing here, my man.
I'd like to be Shohei's new interpreter. You got to spend all this time with him. Shohei's like, I don't trust you for a second. No. If, in fact, all that's true. 925, by the way, on the text line says Heat money line. Bang it. For tonight's game.
Yeah.
So I was in the day the news broke, but we didn't really react much to the fallout of it because it was just kind of breaking live on, I think it was last Friday.
Yeah, it was me and JD.
So it was it was you and JD Friday.
Yeah.
The story broke when Tom and I were like getting out of here on Wednesday. Like it was like actively coming out during the end of the show in the last couple of hours. The whole thing stunk immediately because the story changed twice, right? Where it was first like Ipe did it. Then once you get the timeline of events and all this stuff is played out, if you're a cynic or you're somebody who's into the conspiracy stuff and you believe that Shohei is an absolute liar and this is all a ploy to bury Ipe, there are some points to this case that make it like...
I can't tell you you're wrong.
Can't tell you you're wrong. Now, once they laid out the series of events for Ipe, where they start going, okay, so... Because my whole thing is, why would they have offered him up to ESPN for a 90-minute interview?
That's weird.
And then come back the next day and say everything he said was a lie. Ipe then claims everything he told them was a lie.
So weird.
They claim that Shohei did not know about any of this until Ipe met with the team after the opening night game in Korea in the clubhouse, and he said there's going to be this story coming out. I just want to get ahead of it, let you guys know about it, blah, blah, blah.
You might have noticed that $4.5 million was missing from your account, but this is the first you're hearing of it.
And by the way, that's what we know. Like, we don't know if there's more than that. That's what's come out to this point. Here's my thing. The biggest and craziest part about the press conference yesterday is that nobody asked him how Ipe had access to his computer
Yeah.
or to his accounts to be able to make those transactions, why it was that he had access, simply that he was stolen from and that this was not his doing. Now, the transactions all were in $500,000 increments, right?
Did you find the limit of what the bank would call
Maybe,
about?
but it was several different transactions of $500,000, and then it's put in there as loan, like next to it. Now, that does line up with the story that Ipe said he lied about, but has some of the same true details that he put out there. So if Ipe's telling that story up front and he is lying, then he's using some true details potentially. That said, I don't know to what rate people are checking their bank accounts. Tom and I were saying this. I could lose a couple hundred or some here and there and not really notice. Start taking in the thousands, I'm going to notice, right? Like,
well, we also don't have $700 million contracts and we're making $65 million a year. I will tell you that if $45 is missing, I'm noticing. I'm about it.
I'm also, and some people are like that. I saw some people defending Shohei and that like, well, dude, he's a young guy away from his country and he's not managing. I'm like, BS, do not. No. This guy's been the biggest athlete in baseball and globally now in the sport for a number of years.
He's buttoned up.
People around him know what's going on.
Oh, yeah.
This guy has not spoken to the media like in English by himself ever. Like he's doing everything, which is part of the mystique around this, right?
Totally.
So I'm intrigued by this because, and I said it to Derek off air last week when the story broke. I said, if he's in any way tied to this or there's gambling things that come out this is not going away. This is going to follow him because now he's under a microscope. But if there's anything else tied to this or any other details come out, this is the biggest story in the history of baseball. Every story that has been the biggest in baseball history is scandals. It's the Black Sox scandal.
Yep.
It's Pete Rose. It's the steroid scandal. It's something like, this is the greatest. And think about all those players that were involved in that.
Think about how petty the Astros scandal seems to this.
Also because we got to know. People know, right? Like other teams are doing it that weren't caught, right?
Totally.
I think
that's if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
And that
falls into that camp.
And the biggest
just shouldn't have won so much. You brought scrutiny upon yourself.
The most obvious tell of that is no suspensions or punishments handed out because you start doing that.
Well, they made Carlos Beltran wear it.
Yeah, he wasn't playing anymore. And that's rough. I think Beltran's a Hall of Famer.
Agreed.
And he's like going to get tainted as like a cheater for having stolen signs with a system that he's like, dude, other teams are doing this too. So
you think I taught everyone how to do it? I'm the mastermind.
Here's a little summary of the Shohei presser from the new interpreter who, again, tough gig for this guy.
It was a brutal listen.
Tough deal. He's like, so do I get access to your accounts? Here's the interpreter yesterday, a little summary of the Shohei press conference.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for coming. I wanted to be here today to be able to talk. I'm sure it was very tough. It's been a tough week for fans and team officials, and I'm very grateful that the media has been patient in this process. Just on a personal note, I'm very saddened and shocked that someone who I'm trusted has done this. So Ipe has been telling everybody around that Ipe has been communicating with Shohei on all of this account to my representative, to the team, and that hasn't been true. And obviously, I never agreed to pay off the debt or make payments to the bookmaker. And finally, when we went back to the hotel and talked one-to-one, that was when I found out that he had a massive debt. And it was revealed to me during that meeting that Ipe admitted that he was sending money using my account to the bookmaker. So when I was finally able to talk to my representatives, that's when my representatives found out that Ipe has been lying the whole time, and that's when I started contacting the Dodgers and my lawyers. So, in conclusion, I do want to make it clear that I never betted on sports or have willfully sent money to the bookmaker.
Why again were no questions allowed, and we're just going to take his statements? This is something I'm not understanding. Is why is this being coddled in this way? Everybody wanted answers from Bonds. We had like Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa and Rafael Palmeiro on Capitol Hill, like talking to Congress. Like, why does Shohei not have to answer questions about this?
He's going to have to answer to the feds.
Dave Roberts is going to sit up there tonight and answer questions.
Oh, yeah.
Or tomorrow, whatever they're doing. I think maybe it's tonight. I can't remember. But they said Roberts is going to talk to the media.
Yeah. He's going to have to talk to the media every single day about this until this is resolved.
And by the way, there's been no arrest, correct?
Not that I know of.
And we should all make clear, nobody, except for Shohei's camp, is saying he's been stolen from.
Again, the only way out is through. He has to basically just embarrass himself publicly because otherwise he's complicit.
Yeah, I also wonder, what money is Ipe making? That bookies are just
no one knows.
Bookies, is he making? Let's go generous. Let's say he's making major league minimum wage. So he's making. Let's say he's making $500,000 a year.
You can probably get a $3.5 million marker on.
Or let's say he's making $350K a year.
Yeah.
Okay. That seems not unreasonable to guess. $500K a year. It's not in the millions.
Well, if you say, "Hey, man, I got a beeline to this dude who just made $700 million," I'm
which is
less than scrutable sources would help you out.
Sure. The question I have though is, who's giving you that line of credit? And is he this is the issue with guys like Pete Rose and people saying, well, if gambling's allowed, they should be in. And he never bet against his own team. One, we don't know that.
We don't know if he bet again. He definitely had bets
for his own team. And and something Tom and I frequently talk about, if I know that I'm managing a baseball team that's playing every single day, and I'm playing a team today and I'm playing a team tomorrow,
right?
And I know I'm betting tomorrow's game to win, how am I going to manage today's game?
That's right.
How many arms am I going to save in the bullpen? Which guys am I going to use? Am I not going to play the same matchups I otherwise might have? Am I going to give a guy who said he's
keeping this starter in here for all 9? I need my bullpen for tomorrow.
It gets a little funky. Plus, the same can be true of I'm paid up, I'm good. What if they have their hooks in you, dude?
Totally.
Again, I don't know that I buy that a bookie is just taking him on $4.5 million credit for.
Is it 4.5 or 4.5?
It was $4.5 million total. So again, until we're able to get questions and answers from Shohei, which there have been none of. He's not had to be grilled or answer any of these. He's just given statements, and his people have just given statements. I think it's all fishy. And the longer it goes without answering questions. The other thing that got really weird, too, is the quick discrediting of everything Ipe is or who he was as a person.
It seemed as if the media was carrying a little bit of water on that one because they went through and they found every, media guide thing that he had ever done and proved that half of it was incorrect. He never went to UC Irvine.
Well, dude, no, the school was UC Riverside.
Riverside?
It was UC Riverside, and the same thing I thought too. And I saw Eric Burns had this take. He put out a video, and he's like, first of all, dude, if you're going to make up a school, why would you make up UC Riverside?
Oh yeah,
you're going to use one that.
Come on,
so you
if we learned anything from George Santos, it's go big or go home.
I went to school also with a lot of kids who were born either internationally or parents who moved here, and so they were first generation.
Yeah.
I went to a very diverse high school.
Yeah, we were in the Bay Area. We're familiar.
A lot of kids who have a maybe name that is more common for where their parents are from or where they grew up initially.
Right.
Come here and use a different name, sometimes legally, to get through. So UC
Oh,
Rivers,
yeah, there's a weirdness there.
I'm saying UC Riverside, what name did you look up? And do we know that he didn't use a different name?
Well, I technically never went to college.
Also, who asked you? UC Riverside?
Yeah, well,
who the hell? Stay out of this,
LA
dude.
Times is on it.
Nobody asked you.
So my legal name is different than Dieter. I don't know how I messed up that hard.
What?
Dieter Kurtenbach went to college. Legally, the name that's on my driver's license, Dietrich Kurtenbach, never went to college because I put in the form wrong.
You're like Derek Dietrich.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out the former
Big
Red
ups,
and
number
Marlin.
32 for the Marlins.
Former Red and Marlin. So there you go. There's the Shohei thing. By the way, Pete Rose. Somebody caught up with him. I presumably in the
Was he signing some cards or something?
Presumably in the Caesars, the Caesars Sportsbook.
I'm about to put down this parlay. What do you got to go? What do you got to know?
Somebody stuck a camera in his face. I just saw the grainy video or whatever. It looks like you might be in a casino somewhere. He just had a quick take on the Ohtani situation.
Well, back in the 70s and 80s, I wish I'd have had an interpreter. I'd be scot-free.
Dude,
Pete comes out and totally redeems himself.
I saw it in writing first, and I thought, "There's no way."
There's no way.
I said, "There's no way he said that." And then I swiped around. I was like, "There's a video of him saying it. This is good." Well, if I had an interpreter back in the 70s, you'd be scot-free. Or if you didn't just bet on baseball while you were the manager of the team,
couldn't just keep the money in the pocket.
And the thing about him too, that with Pete Rose, I know I've said this a million times, and I believe he belongs in the Hall of Fame when he dies. It was a lifetime ban. He should go in when he dies.
That's a good point.
That's the rule.
I like that.
And the rule was a rule for 60 years before he played. You know what I mean? Or for 50 years before he played. So he knew the rule because of the 1919 Black Sox scandal. You can't be involved and bet. It's on the walls of the clubhouses.
Well,
he also wrote a book, a New York Times bestseller, which you're a journalist.
If I bet it.
Yeah, you're a journalist. Does that make you a little extra scratch when you're a New York Times bestseller?
So I've heard. Though I do hear that the New York Times bestseller list is a little fishy itself.
Well, he denied all of it, right?
He denied all.
And in that book, and then again, 15 years ago, he wrote another.
Then he wrote
book.
another
one.
New York Times bestseller. He's like, actually, I did do it. A little different than the Juice book, though.
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't, But if I did, here's how I would have gone down. Well, you think as Giants fans were like, are we eating this up too much?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Too much?
I don't know if it's too much.
I'm not like throw them in jail, but
I don't think Mariners fans are as this gleeful about it.
How about Rocky fans? They're in the division.
I think, yeah.
Sam Houston,
maybe Padres fans are about it.
Yeah.
But
I wonder how Angels fans feel.
Probably pretty weird. I mean, we can ask all 7 of them.
Yeah.
You want to get Tom on the line?
That's Tom. Well, let me ask you this. And this is another weird part of this. Ichiro and like Kevin Franzen, right? He worked here for years and still talk to him
we all know Franny.
regularly. Like he'll say Ichiro had perfect English.
Oh, yeah. And really good Spanish.
Perfect English. And used an interpreter and did never do media did very little media ever.
Yeah.
That was not in
It was like a full
Japanese.
sit down, I think.
He did it with Costas early on that first year, right? When he was a rookie and he did that. But Shohei came over differently. Like Ichiro didn't go to the minors. Ichiro he'd racked up like 1,500 hits in Japan.
Yeah.
Because he went pro at 18. And
he was a god in Japan, but he was a fully grown pro. I mean, he came in, didn't he win MVP and Rookie of the Year?
Yes, his rookie season.
Yeah.
50 steals.
Yeah.
That was incredible. Remember the first week
Mariners
he was
won like 116 games.
threw out T-Long at third base at the Coliseum. Remember that?
Oh, I just watched that the other day.
Frozen rope.
Unbelievable.
Just an incredible
Long
player.
live Ichiro.
Long live. Dude can still hit, I'm sure, too. But
We can go up there and give you a 2 for 5.
we have to find this because somebody was tweeting about this the other day, and I feel like this is true, and I feel like I'd read something about this, but I haven't done enough follow-up, that Mike Trout had talked years ago about Shohei's English.
I've heard Shohei speak English. It's fine.
I'm not convinced that Shohei Ohtani did not understand, even while they were like, he didn't even know what he was saying really in the clubhouse. He didn't get it. And I was like, I'm not really buying that for a second.
No.
Not for a minute.
He likes being the myth. He likes being inscrutable. We didn't know about his wife until like 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks to think.
Dude, we didn't know about his wife. Remember what a big deal it was? Where we were like, what's the dog's name?
The dog name. It took 3 weeks. I think he just enjoys the mystery of it all. It's probably good for business.
It's great for business.
Well, not so much anymore.
Well, now there's some stuff we got to know. I mean, there's some things.
Here's my main takeaway on this. Everybody, and I've done the text line now for 3 straight shows about this subject, and everybody on the text line has this thing nailed. They got him. He's cornered. He's not getting out of it. Fair enough. You don't think the feds are going to get to the bottom of this ham-fisted conspiracy in about 36 hours?
The feds probably know it happened already.
Exactly. So we're going to find out. I just think we need to be a little bit patient. Now, if you make Ohtani sweat a little bit and maybe the Dodgers have bad vibes, are we going to complain about that? No, we're not.
See, this is the problem. He should have got Barry's guy. Because Bonds had the best one-liner ever. I didn't knowingly take him. Was there anything in there? Maybe. I didn't knowingly do it.
No.
Now, not only do you have to prove that he did it, you have to prove that he knowingly did it, which is way harder.
It's true.
All Shohei had to say was, oh, dude, I didn't know that was a bookie I was sending that to. I did send it. I didn't know I was going to a bookie, though. I thought it was going to...
Tell me I shouldn't have used Venmo?
I thought we were paying off his mom's house. So that's what we were doing.
That would have been a
Dude,
good
see, because now he's like, yeah, I did do it, but not because where I thought it was going.
But that's
that would have been the easiest lie, Shohei.
It's a great lie. It's a great lie.
It's the easiest lie.
The fact of the matter is...
Bonds gave you the playbook. Barry gave it to you.
Like, this guy's represented by CAA. It's not like he's some babe in the woods. He's got a lot of good lawyers with him, and he's basically going out there and bearing his whole ass saying, I didn't know someone stole $4.5 million from me. Probably a good route. I think that's the new playbook. Instead of just gaslighting.
I didn't notice, dude.
Yeah. Sorry. I couldn't be bothered by your peon amounts of money.
Yeah, we're all sitting here like, dude, I don't know what that's like to have that amount to know. And
I would sure like to find out.
He's like, you guys won't, don't worry about it. I'll handle that from here.
This is legitimately above our pay grade.
Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with me. Tom Tolbert will be back on Thursday. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text if you want to get involved in any of these conversations. Brendan Aiyuk talk from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Also just got into some good stuff there on the show. Hey, Giants fans, are we enjoying it too much? Are we gloating too hard? Because I seem to remember a big inflatable syringe flying onto the field at Dodger Stadium and left.
We all got some undealt with trauma.
We all got some undealt with trauma here. Text line checks in 707 says Copes with a blue tie in that shirt. Looks like you've climbed the corporate ladder. I didn't need the tie to do that.
No. You did that in a T-shirt, baby.
415 says, well, the color of Cope's shirt is petty, and I love it. 541 says farm-raised salmon is the color of the shirt.
It's not that wild caught.
Yeah, it's
farm-raised.
So, Tim Webb behind the glass said apricot. We got an apricot. I like the peach miscall. Somebody else said apricot tangerine is the 415.
Yeah, this is Fresca.
And then 510 says creamsicle. Creamsicle.
Nah, I've seen creamsicle. That's Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
530 says Cope's shirt Ain't got nothing on Dieter's vest. Brian Murphy vibes.
That's right. I'm going full Marin today, baby.
Nicely done. Warriors in action tonight, front end of a back-to-back.
Let me tell you about Junior Giants.
Against Miami. Thank you. Good event today for the Junior Giants out at the play ball lunch. I saw Murph out there. Wasn't wearing a vest either. Didn't have a tie or a vest.
Coward.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not a good deal. Not a good look on the station. Anyway, the Warriors have a couple of injuries they're dealing with. Trace Jackson Davis is going to be out tonight. We just got word on that.
Well, and change the line.
For the Miami, well, we won't. For the Miami Heat, they're missing a lot. Jimmy Butler, Kevin Love, Tyler Hero, and Duncan Robinson all out tonight for the Heat against the Warriors
We're going to get some Looney in our lives tonight.
Well,
it's been too long.
It's been too long. Let's get Loon in the game. When we come on back, how about this, dude? We've gone football, we've gone baseball, we've gone basketball, and now we go NBA grab bag. The NBA grab bag is next.
Grab bag.
On the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Kyle Shanahan spoke to reporters today and hopes to get a deal done with Brandon Aiyuk sooner rather than later. You think Aiyuk stays a 49er? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Xfinity. Go to KNBR.com/contest to compare your bracket to mine for the KNBR $1 Million Bracket Challenge, presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Tolbert and Copes, Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach.
Vestenbach.
Who was that? Who was it that said Schurtenbach? Was that? It was one of our callers said it, right? Somebody called the wine line. I love when Kevin Durant tried to pretend that he didn't remember your name. What's his name?
What's his name?
What's his name? The guy at text?
Yeah, that guy.
We do this every week because we just get so much mail here, dude. I had no idea until I
physical mail.
Yeah, like handwritten mail, postcards.
That's cool.
And stories that people are like, I'm just dying for you guys to cover this. And it comes in, and the mail guy drops it off now in my office usually. It's a big, potato sack.
Yeah.
It's so full. He came bring it in a cart, and we call it the NBA grab bag. We just reach into the grab bag and pull out some stories, and then we go from there. The NBA grab bag today starts, Dieter, where else would it start but on the hardwood in the NBA?
NBA grab bag.
By the way, speaking of the hardwood, I think Harmony's coming. Is she going to be? Well, she'll be here. Excuse me. Careful with my verbiage. She'll be here when? Thursday, Derek, or Friday? Thursday or Friday? She'll be here Friday. Yeah, it's tough to get her on a Thursday.
It's a busy day.
So yeah, she's worn out. Another gambling controversy. This one hits the NBA. Toronto Raptor, Jonte Porter. He's the older brother of Michael Porter.
That's right.
God, man, he's already started to get the Tito deal going. That's tough. Already had the Tito deal, and now he's got a scandal. He's being investigated by the NBA for irregularities on prop betting involving him.
Took the under on himself.
That's unbelievable.
That's a good way to make some money.
By the way, this was the fear for prop betting widespread.
The fact that someone had a line on Jonte Porter prop bets, like in general, that you could bet that anywhere, it's gone too far.
Well,
we need to pull this thing back.
I got to tell you, that's how like DraftKings and FanDuel and all that stuff is really crazy with their prop betting is you can bet props for players. So for people who are unfamiliar with prop betting, it may give you like, for example, tonight, Steph Curry, let's say they set his points line at 24.5 points per game. You take over or under. I follow a bunch of guys on the Action Network.
By the way, the Jonte Porter line that he bet the under on was 4.5 points. The fact that exists is insane.
So this is my thing. It's like on my book, and I'm not on a widespread thing like that, an app where they have every player's stats for the game, and you can do that.
No, they have some dignity.
I'll get like Steph. I won't get rebounds and points for everything. They go rebounds, points, assists, add them together.
Stack them up.
You can parlay them. Like that's not standard gambling and betting. Like books don't normally let you do that. That's like a FanDuel and DraftKings thing.
Totally.
But like, for example, I follow this guy. I follow a lot of different gambling experts, I would say. Guys who are better at it than I am. And I just
touts.
Look for trends and things like that. But there's this guy I follow, and he bets, dude, he's betting like 7 or 8 prop bets a day. So he's got 5 today. Austin Reeves, over 17.5 points. Zion, over 5.5 assists. He goes, Sabonis, over 7.5 assists. But they got like 7 or 8 of these a day.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the fear is like when
they got him on everybody. You got a Jonte Porter line.
And you can do it on the, like that's wild, man.
Yeah.
Like if you're a wide receiver, you should be able to bet yardage on yourself. Only the over. Only the over. Because like I don't know if he's going to throw it to me. I don't know if I'm going to beat my guy and get open. Like if you're a basketball player, you're going to touch the ball.
I don't know if Jonte Porter's touching.
I don't know really that you should be allowed to do it in any capacity. I'm joking.
You shouldn't be.
This is wild. So this is going to be bad.
I mean, it's probably an irregularity because no one else took the Jonte Porter line, so they had to look into what degenerate was betting on Jonte Porter, and they're like, oh, man, it's Jonte Porter.
They're like, who put $200,000 on Jonte Porter's points? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Ready for this? The NFL is going to play after this year. They're going to play yet again on Christmas. Tim, we had fun down there, huh? Christmas Day, Christmas night.
The weather was marvelous.
Yeah, it didn't rain.
The vibes were out of control positive.
Yeah, they kicked the crap out of the Ravens. It was beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
I'm so glad I'm not spending this night with my family and can instead watch 3 quarters of crappy football. Fantastic.
We said it in 2020 when, the NBA, everybody who's anybody knows the NBA starts Christmas Day.
That's their thing.
That is until 2020 when the NFL was like, oh, wait, we can move a couple of games in here and play some games because it's going to fall right around Christmas. And then they did it this year, and we were like, they're never giving this back. No. The NFL is going to have Christmas games every year. They've announced officially the NFL is scheduling a Christmas doubleheader. You know what day of the week Christmas is on? Wednesday.
Thank you, leap year.
We're getting a Wednesday tilt. All this tells me is that a game in Australia is possible at some point. It means they don't give a damn about when or where or how.
They're starting the season in Brazil on Peacock on a Friday. That's a thing that's happening. They don't care. By the way, the COVID year gave them an excuse to put a game on any day they want.
Do you remember that one Tuesday they
Buffalo
had?
Bills were playing on Tuesday on CBS.
Yeah, well, remember, not everybody got it either.
It was a regional broadcast.
It was a regional broadcast, and not everybody got it. It was like Steelers. Was it Steelers and Bills?
Couldn't remember who they played.
Steelers Commanders. And who was didn't the Steelers have a quarterback who was like not a quarterback? Who was I mean, there was.
Oh no, that was the Broncos. They played the wide receiver at quarterback.
Yeah, I picked him up in a league where
I picked him up in fantasy.
I needed a receiver. I started him there. I was like, maybe I'll get something out of this.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll steal a passing touchdown or something. I did not. He did not help out. Anyway, they're scheduling a doubleheader. The NFL is on Christmas on a Wednesday.
If these SOBs put the Niners on Christmas again, I'm going to be really angry.
That's what Tim already said that to me.
It was on a Wednesday.
Immediately.
On a Wednesday. Because I've had to deal with the Warriors crap for years. Because the Warriors are the moneymaker. They're always going to be on Christmas. And sometimes I'm not traveling on Christmas for a regular season NBA game. But, I have to go where the Niners play. And if it's a Wednesday and I'm in Green Bay.
How about we dealt? We had a perfect draw this past year, too. We had Thanksgiving.
Yep.
In Seattle. We had Christmas here at home. And then we had New Year's
Day.
Eve.
New Year's Day or New Year's Eve?
It was New Year's Eve, but it was an early start. It was in Washington.
It was in Washington.
Yeah, but we did get New Year's Day.
I like to spend my New Year's in Landover, Maryland.
Remember last year was against the Raiders, New Year's Day.
That was right.
And
that was the game that we were very concerned for everyone's health and safety.
I was so hungover, I slept on the floor of Tony's studio during the game.
Yep.
Listening to Greg and Tim. That's right, Adam.
That'll fix you.
Get a couple of winks. We're going to need you for the postgame show. Starting Christmas Day, the NFL viewing schedule next season, this coming season.
Could it be next week? That'd be great.
Looks like this. There'll be games on December 25th,
That's
Wednesday.
Right. That's right.
Thursday the 26th.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday the 28th. Sunday the 29th. Monday the 30th. Getting NFL games 5 days in 6. And then the 31st, you get the CFP quarterfinals. And then January 1st, you also get the CFP quarterfinals. I forgot we're getting 2 waves of that because we're expanding.
We get home games in the playoffs.
So in that week, you'll get December 25th, 6th, 8th, 9th, 30th. You're getting NFL games.
My wife is going to hate me.
31st and 1st, even more. And you're going to get the quarterfinals for college football.
Oh, boy.
NBA grab bag.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. Funny that you mentioned Peacock. If you hated having to buy Peacock for an NFL playoff game,
I read the rundown.
Last season, you better get used to it. The Eagles' Week 1 game in Brazil will be shown exclusively on Peacock. If it happens on Peacock in Brazil, did it even happen? It will have, because many of us will have players in that game on fantasy.
That's right.
Sure. That's how that's why the NFL, they can do this. We're all going to watch it.
They can do whatever
it's
they want.
It's Week 1. Week 12, I'm not watching that.
Tell me a bunch of guys are going to run into each other for my enjoyment. I'm in.
Thank you. In Brazil? Well said. Hell yeah. Amazon Prime is also going to have an exclusive playoff game yet again this year. So there you go.
Listen, they're just going to rob us blind, and we're going to gladly give them the money.
Get your subscriptions in, cord cutters. How about this one? Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
This one hits a little
I love
close.
how the last 2 have been NFL.
It's a little close to home. You're not familiar with the grab bag, are you?
No, I'm not.
This one's going to stay right here in San Francisco. I guess it's not staying in San Francisco. It's been announced that San Francisco's famous 420 event at Hippie Hollow, at Hippie Hill, is not happening this year due to citywide budget cuts. Check this, the city.
What?
I bet your ass it happens.
Yeah, right.
You bet my ass it's happening. You know why? Because I'll be there. I'll be there, spark it up at 4/18, 19, and 20. I'll be buying hemp vests off some guy. Dude, the worst thing that could have happened to Hippie Hill was that McDonald's closing down right there. First time I ever got a cannabis card was check this, at the
McDonald's.
No, what's the music shop that's right there next to it?
Oh,
Amoeba
Music, dude,
yeah.
right there. Yeah, the quote doctor I met with.
That's right.
Who was
for your
wearing,
back problems.
Dude, he was wearing a medical coat. I had to go upstairs at Amoeba Music. I checked out some DVDs and records first, and then I rolled upstairs to For my
the secret is you have to have a Frank Zappa record to get through the door.
My appointment. Yeah.
That's the code.
It's like a middle school dance with a can of food for a discount.
Yeah, right.
You get in with the immune. So I go up for the appointment, and the guy, I kid you not, Dieter, he's wearing those medical coats, the white medical coats.
Oh, I know.
He was wearing one, but it wasn't white.
No.
It was green. Yeah, he's wearing a green medical coat. Sits me down at the desk, and he pulls a piece of white printer paper out from his printer next to him. I was like, this is not very official.
Yeah,
he had a pencil. And he goes, writes the date and my name on the top in pencil. He goes, what do you think you need it for? I go, I'm having trouble sleeping and whatnot. He goes, you have insomnia. I'm like, you said it, not me, sir.
That's your medical term.
Anyway, I think you can still do that over there if you need one.
I'm just saying, maybe we go back to that. I liked kind of the hoops you had to jump through.
I sort of liked it too.
You got those eyeball headaches. It's weird.
Now everyone's
got those eyeball headaches. Anyway, they say it's not happening. Callers, listeners, whatever, you report back. I bet you it's happening.
Yeah. They're going to need more of a budget to stop it from happening.
By the way, did the city? I was like, the city was involved in this. We were using budget from the city. Guys, fix the roads. We're good.
It's going to be exactly the same. It's just nobody's going to be there to clean it up.
Dude, fix the roads.
Fix the potholes.
Hey, Tim, you know what?
On fire.
I bet you somebody will. I bet you. They're just saying, don't come out because we're not going to clean this up. Just, pick up after yourselves and have fun. Spark up. Moving on here in the NBA Grab Bag. This was big news at the end of last week and over the weekend. It's been announced officially by Christopher McDonald, a.k.a. Shooter McGavin, that a sequel for Happy Gilmore is coming. The Tour Golf Twitter, their account says...
There's no way this goes.
The cast list includes Will Zalatoris as Gilmore's caddy.
Okay.
Excuse me, I got to go play with golf.
They've also said, by the way, and I think the cast list stuff was more wanting than anything, but the thought was out there that Tiger could be there to play Chubbs Peterson Jr.
Yeah, I'm sure Tiger's definitely going to take some time
just easing
out.
the tension, baby.
Good thing, not the good thing, not the positive thing. It's such a bummer that Carl Weathers is no longer with us.
R.I.P.
Because, if he were here, we'd have to have him in it in some capacity.
Of course.
We weren't going to do the Apollo Creed thing just because you died on screen.
Wouldn't let you play on the Pro Tour anymore.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Because you're black? Hell no. Damn alligator bit my hand off.
Oh, my God. I love that, dude. Because you're black? No, hell no. Damn alligator bit my hand off. I'm a little bit torn on it. Because the problem with sequels is they take way too long to do stuff like this, and you got to strike while the iron's hot. It's been great forever. Now, the number one thing for me is number one loses nothing. Anchorman 1 loses nothing by 2, right? Like, there's movies that are great. I think you like them and you love them, but when they come...
Because Anchorman 2 was so bad that you couldn't even put it in the same pantheon.
What's going to be better, Happy Gilmore 2 or Beetlejuice?
This is a mistake.
That's 2. That's far shooting.
Oh, you can count. Good for you.
And you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I'm so hyped on the storyline, dude. And by the way, the budget, like Tom and I always riff on that little Muni golf course at the first one he shot at. It's a par 3 for the Tour Championship.
Something about the water here.
Wow, moron. Good for Happy Gilmore. Oh, my God.
Oh, dude. I swear, you guys put something in the water. Every time I come back, it's hard to leave. It's incredible.
The real winner today is the city of Portland. Every time I come here, it gets harder to leave. I think you guys put something in the water. Excuse me, I got to go play with golf.
Smarmy SOB, dude. And that is your NBA Grab Bag for Tuesday, March 26th, 2024. The NBA Grab Bag comes to an end, but the NFL talk continues. We've got new rules, and maybe Dieter can define what a hip drop tackle is.
Can I ever?
I don't care.
Let's do it.
It's next on the Sports Leader.
Big trouble, though, pal. I eat pieces of like you for breakfast.
You eat pieces of for breakfast?
No.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right. The tournament is hot and heavy, and the tournament pick'em with Underdog Fantasy is the best place to make some money, even though certainly the bracket is already busted, especially if you had a team like Kentucky last week. You were busted early. If your bracket's busted and you're still going to watch the games, you should, because you can make some money on them by playing with Underdog Fantasy in their Pick'em game. Just download the app or sign up at UnderdogFantasy.com, and you pick 2 to 5 players to build a Pick'em entry. Then you select higher or lower on all different kinds of stats in this week's tournament games for a chance to win big. You can win up to 100 times your money in a single night. There's endless projections to choose from. You can create your own experience, again, legal in California, and it's a blast to play along as you watch the games. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up with promo code KNBR. Underdog will match your first deposit up to $100 plus. They'll give you a mystery special pick to use with your first Pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code KNBR to get that first deposit of $10 or more up to $100 matched, plus your special pick. You must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Xfinity. Go to KNBR.com/contest to compare your bracket to mine for the KNBR $1 Million Bracket Challenge, presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Tolbert and Copes, Tuesday afternoon. Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with me today. Marcus Thompson in for Tom tomorrow. We are having we got a short show today. We're off at 4:50 for the Giants and the A's Bay Bridge series to wrap up the preseason and do a little farewell to Pablo Sandoval. We'll get into that a little bit later, but it's a 5:05 first pitch. Early first pitch today, and then you'll get some Kerry Crowley, and then after that, you will have, I think, a little break before Dubs OT starts later tonight. 10 p.m. tonight, 10 p.m. You'll get Dubs OT with Greg Silver and John Dickinson streaming on YouTube, KNBR.com, the app, all that good stuff, and, of course, always on Twitch. So the NFL has some rule changes. The competition committee has unanimously outlawed the hip drop tackle.
Yes, sir.
Say that again.
The hip drop tackle.
Look, I'm 35 years old next month. I watch a lot of football, enjoy football. I like to think I'm fairly well versed in football.
One would hope at this point.
I'm not an expert in it. And there's so many layers to it. There's the technicality of it. Baseball's the same way. Basketball, I'm a good basketball fan, but not sometimes at the granular level that
you don't want to talk about.
I'm not going to be able to coach
floppy
somebody.
Action.
I think I could coach somebody in baseball a little bit, right? Like the intricacies and the ins and outs. I don't know these games the same way. Okay. That said, you can be into play calling. You can be into schematics and you can be into the analytics of stuff. You can be into the college scouting.
There's a lot to learn, Adam.
I've never in my life heard the term hip drop tackle.
It was not in the lexicon as of 2 years ago.
And football's big on terms in lexicon.
Oh boy, do they love coming up with
the
names
Wildcat, nobody had ever heard of that.
If it doesn't have a name, did it really happen?
Did anybody say game manager before Sean Hill stepped on a football field? Did anybody ever have anything on that? So they've unanimously outlawed the hip drop tackle. What's your understanding of this? Do you know?
Yeah. The hip drop tackle is when you get a guy from behind, and then you unweigh yourself. So basically, you just body slam him, but from behind. So you're wrapped around him. He's running forward. You were able to chase him down. And then instead of just pulling him to the ground, you, in fact, let all of your body weight pull him to the ground. So you basically take your feet off the ground. It's kind of like a suplex almost, except you're not grounded. So the issue there is that it's a lot of weight coming back in the opposite direction of where they're running. And the guys are falling typically on the back of the legs of the players that they're tackling.
Yeah.
And it kind of, I don't know if it became like an epidemic last year, but they're about once or twice a year for every team, you would see it. Dre Greenlaw was really good at it. You have to keep your feet in the ground when you tackle from somebody from behind now, is the rule. And I know a lot of defenders are kind of up in arms saying, hey, now we might as well just play flag football. And I do think it could be an issue. I do think that if the NFL decides to be extremely flag happy,
they're ruining our game, I saw.
Yeah. Well, they used to be able to slap quarterbacks in the head, and with the way that they call roughing the passer now, where you don't really know what's what, and now you get this. I get why defenders are angry, but it is pretty gross when you leave your feet to pull someone down from behind. It's basically a horse collar tackle without grabbing the horse collar.
By the way, the NFL has proven already that they're willing to make a change for a season, then go back and be like, that didn't work.
And in this one,
what's the harm?
They humored
us on PI for they're like,
that was brutal.
Because they had an egregious
They messed it up so badly.
In the NFC Championship was so bad that they're like, well, fine, we'll humor that for a year. And then we saw them, we're like, no, let's just go back to it being bad. Let's go back to the other way.
310 is checking in saying it's the Tony Pollard tackle, and it's ridiculous they're making this because of one injury. I mean, you had like 7 or 8 injuries last year. We just didn't get them all on national TV. And because it was such an effective way to tackle, it became a bit insidious to where guys were watching it and saying, oh, damn, we can do that. That seems like a win.
Yeah.
And, again, Dre Greenlaw kind of, he took it in stride. He really enjoyed doing it.
Here's another one. Tell me about the kickoff rules. So they're taking one that's like somewhat like something that they did in the XFL.
That's right.
So,
now known as the USL.
And they think is it US or UF?
Probably UF.
I think it's
for
UFL.
football.
I think they kick off this week.
There is a USL, which is soccer. It's United
League.
Soccer. Heaven forbid any of our leagues are not united.
I don't think it's USL. Shout out the SF Glens. That's my club.
Big ups to the Roots.
There you go. Tell me about the new kickoff rules.
All right. You're going to have kickoff. Kicker's going to be at the normal spot, 35-yard line. And then you're going to have 2 teams lining up 5 yards away from each other down the field at the 35 and the 40 on the opposite side. No one can move until the kick returner, or the NFL wants kick returners, have the ball. They got to catch it between the 0 and the 20.
Okay. So you have to kick it to a guy.
That's what they want. Now, the original proposal, and then those kick coverage guys can move. They can go and they can attack each other. This is one of the reasons I think the 49ers spent so much on special teamers, because it's going to be a lot tougher because you don't have 40 yards of forward momentum to tackle dudes anymore. You're going to actually have to beat your dude off the line. So it worked pretty well in the Rocks Football League. It did bring kickoffs back a little bit. They would have reverses and stuff going on because, again, you didn't have dudes bombing 40 yards down the field as fast as they could trying to kill you. So you could come up with some stuff in the interim.
Yeah.
But the original proposal was that the touchback would go to the 35-yard line. And that was too rich for me. So they split the difference, and now they're going to bring it to the 30. So I still think guys are going to kick it through the end zone a lot, and we'll just call it what it is.
And what happens there? They get a penalty or a flag?
No, it's a touchback.
It's
and the touchback comes to the 30. But originally they were going to do it to the 30.
They get it further up now is what you're saying.
It's 5 yards further forward.
Okay.
So they want guys to kick the ball to the returners, bring back the kickback. That's what they wanted. We'll see if it happens. I do think it will be a lot safer and probably a lot more enjoyable watching these teams line up 5 yards from each other and having to figure it out upon reception. But, maybe it'll work. And if it doesn't work, they can always go back after a year.
So the Lions also, here's the third one. The Lions' proposal was that they wanted to add a third replay challenge after one successful challenge. So if you're successful,
you always have 2 in the bag if you won one.
Yeah, so if you win one, then you still get another one.
That's fair.
You still get 2. So if you win your first challenge, you have 2 more. If you lose your first and you win your second, you get another one after that.
I'll tell you, Adam, what I've thought for a long time watching the NFL is we need more replays.
Yeah.
We need to go to the Gene Tessitors of the world more. Maybe we just get rid of replay.
What I've always wondered is it true if you don't use it, you lose it? Let's go back out to the phone lines. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Rob is in San Mateo. Rob's got a thought on the new NFL rules.
Hot
Rob,
rules talk.
You're on the sports leader. Rob, what's up, man?
Hey, Copes. How's it going, Dieter? How you guys doing today?
Good, dude. How are you?
We're great. No hip drop tackle, so we're a little upset.
Hey, me too, man. I think the this new hip drop tackle rule is ridiculous, man. Like, the way the human body works, your center of gravity are your hips. So to take someone else down, the best way to take them down, grab them by the hips and then throw your hips to the ground and bring them down with you.
True.
So I think
they're just saying don't throw your legs up in the process, because that's what guys were doing. They were going fully horizontal to bring you down. We got who checked in with here. It was somebody on the text line called it a spine buster. I think that's pretty accurate. I don't know wrestling. You know a little wrestling.
Tim, you with me on spine buster? On a hip drop?
You got spine buster? Yay or nay on spine buster?
I don't think I like it on the spine buster. I thought that's when you like pick somebody up and you drop them straight down.
Yeah,
on their tailbone.
All you got to do
Appreciate the call, Rob.
All you got to do is keep a foot on the ground, and it's not a hip drop tackle.
It's all in the head.
Also, very generous to think that everyone's center of gravity is in the hips, because mine is somewhere between my chin and my shoulders.
I think the fear that people have, though, Dieter, is like, I'm pretty sure the fear people have is if we can't tackle and we can't like chase down tackle at the hips, we can't hit a guy above the
can't hit a guy above the neck.
The neck. Aren't you supposed to try to hit a guy on the hips, like the center of their body? So like, I'm with them where you're going.
You're tackling from behind first and foremost, so you're already in a position of disadvantage. But that's also kind of on you as a defender. We got to be clear about that. The concern would be that we're going to turn into the Big 12 here.
Yeah.
Because everything has to now stay in front of you, and so everyone's just going to play cover 4, drops quarters, and keep everything in front of you, and then every play is going to be 12 yards, and it's just you have to have some semblance of defense for the game to seem fair, and fair is entertaining. So, yeah, there's a concern there. That said, I'm a little bit encouraged because when it was originally proposed, it felt like they were going to throw flags on this, and it seems to me as if this is just going to be something to make the NFL an extra $50,000 every weekend after they look at it and review. Like, I don't think they're going to throw a lot of flags. I think this is just going to be a fines
and review, which I hate. If you can't get flagged for it on the field in the NFL, I mean, it's never going to happen. But it's like if they don't, it's like getting caught for the red light camera. You weren't even there to catch me.
That's right.
If you're not there to get me, I should be able to get away with it.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Law and order.
That's what I'm talking about. You know me. I'm always big on that. Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with me today as Tom will be back on Thursday. Marcus Thompson will be in tomorrow. We will catch up with Andy Baggerly at 4:15, get his thoughts on what's going to be a seemingly a farewell night from Giants fans to Pablo Sandoval. Kind of a cool way to do it, like we did last year with Sergio Romo, who joined Murph and Marcus this morning. You can check all that out on KNBR.com and the app's podcast page. We'll talk to Bags at 4:15 about that and the Giants roster, how it's shaping up. I was at the ballpark today for the play ball lunch, and people are pretty excited about this lineup. I think there's going to be some fun stuff and some reason to be excited about this team, and there's more reinforcements coming. Guys like Robbie Ray and guys like Blake Snell, who are yet to pitch in a Giants uniform. But Pablo Sandoval, one of the all-time fan favorite Giants, lost a bunch of weight, threw on a Giants uni again, was out there for spring training. He's with the team today. Who knows what his baseball future holds? But we get to say goodbye to him tonight. It'd be pretty cool. I've got some fun Pablo moments. I've felt a tight connection to Pablo because I've seen him from when he was in. First time I ever saw him or found out who he was in single A. I'll tell you about the first time I saw him, but 3 home runs in a game. He's the reason we got Joey Bart, don't forget. That home run on the final day of the season.
Thanks for that, Pablo.
Gave you my favorite Pablo home run as well. That's all next. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach. A farewell to Pablo and your favorite Pablo memories at 808-KNBR. Shoot us a text. Give us a call. How much you going to miss Pablo? What will you remember on The Sports Leader?
It's all in the head.
Javi Lopez joined Papa and Lund today, and he believes the Giants have one of the best pitching rotations in all of baseball. Listen to that podcast at KNBR.com or the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ball on a strike to Pablo. The 1-1 pitch. He swings and he belts one. Deep center field. Jackson is going back. And gone! A home run! Number 3 for Pablo Sandoval. His first 3 at-bats in this World Series. And Pablo Sandoval looks like the babe himself has come back to life.
Back with you, the sports leader. Tolbert and Copes. We got some Copes here. He was trying to explain what color shirt he was wearing to the boys in the bullpen.
Back off. I didn't know we were back. It's my show. Tolbert and Copes with you. Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out on a Tuesday afternoon. Marcus Thompson will be in tomorrow. I'll take it from here, bro.
Yeah, have at it.
We're, by the way,
4.5 hours yesterday.
I was just going to say, carried my water yesterday for
4.5.
By the way.
Not a normal 4-hour show, 4.5.
I came in for a tidy, like 250 today.
Yeah.
350. What do we have, 450?
This man's got the salary game figured out.
Well, you know. I'd be at the ballpark for a luncheon, you know, all that kind of stuff. By the way, Giants in the A's tonight, 5:05. We're signing off at 4:50. We're going to catch up with Andy Baggerly of The Athletic in about 20 minutes or so to talk about this Giants roster and the final time we'll see them on the field tonight before opening day on Thursday, which we'll also have for you right here on The Sports Leader, 808 KNBR, as we're talking about Pablo Sandoval. Pablo, you heard it there, his 3rd home run against the Tigers in the 2012 World Series.
Off of Al Albuquerque.
Al Albuquerque. So I was pointing this out earlier. I feel like I've had a lot of cool ties to Pablo. I've loved him as a player since the first time I saw him. First time I ever saw him, I think he got called up. We'd have to go back and check. I think it was 2008 he came up. So my buddy and I had never been to a San Jose Giants game before 2008.
2008 he got called up.
My best friend Jason and I went down to a San Jose Giants game, got the churro, got the barbecue, that whole bit. Pablo was hitting 3rd, I want to say, or 4th, and Ryan Rollinger was hitting either 3rd or 4th, one of the two. So Pablo was the starting catcher in this game. And remember when Pablo came up? I mean, he was just a ball of energy, I'd say ball of energy. He was like a ball of energy. We didn't know he was like completely ambidextrous, can throw left-handed.
Definitely a ball.
Yeah. So he was the starting catcher, and he was built like one, built like an old school offensive lineman, right?
Yeah.
So he's in the squad. His first at bat, he comes up, he homers. He pulls a home run left-handed. Later in the game, they do these bits where in minor league games where, you know, they're racing cars on the field, and the in-between inning entertainment on a minor league game, unmatched.
The Joe Rizzo special.
Unmatched. So they do this one, and I'm sure San Jose Giants fans know, they pull a car like onto the field, and they have these headlights that are like, you know, it's sort of like easily shatterable headlights.
Got you.
So what they do is they have a player who's assigned.
That's what you want on the baseball field, broken glass.
It's like it's off the side of the field, you know.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure it's not real glass. Well, whatever they're using. Yeah, it's a baseball. They hand it to one of the players. He gets one throw at it. If he hits the headlight, somebody wins whatever the prize is.
Yeah, everyone gets a free churro.
Pablo had made the last out of the previous inning, or he was on base. So he goes back and he's putting his gear on. But he's also the player that's been selected mid-game to throw this. So the fan and the car are waiting on the field for Pablo, and we're waiting for him to get back behind the plate. He comes running out in the gear. Some like PR person stops him and is like, "Hey, Pablo, you got to do this." He grabs the ball out of their hand. He's full catcher's gear, looks, throws it, hits the headlight dead on. Everybody goes nuts, gets back behind the plate. A couple innings later, he comes up right-handed, other side of the plate.
Oh, yeah.
He golfed. I'm telling you, this was like other batter's box.
On the shoelaces.
On the shoelaces. He golfed it out over the 400-foot sign in center field. Maybe 401, whatever it is.
And you're saying we're witnessing something
and
special
I was like,
here tonight.
We're in single A, but I'm like, who is this guy? He was hitting 430 by the time the day ended. This was like May. 2 months later, 2.5 months later, dude was in the big leagues.
Yeah, he only played 44 games at Double-A before they called him up.
He hated it. I remember he hated going to Richmond.
Because they didn't Connecticut.
Connecticut, excuse me. How
do you not know that?
Well, because I forgot they had changed. They were the Norwich Navigators prior to that.
Wow.
Yeah, shout out to Mike Cervenak. They used to call him the mayor of Norwich. He spent like way too long in Double-A. Never good when you're the mayor of a minor league town.
Not even Triple-A.
No, it's Double-A. The mayor of Norwich, Mike Cervenak.
Joey Bart, the mayor of Sacramento.
Oh, come on. Saw
Not
him
for
today.
long.
Saw him today. Thank you. So Pablo gets called up, and that really, to me, that coincides with that run for the Giants, right? I mean, he was here for all of that, but also Matt Cain was here in 2005. I want to say that's when he came up. And then you got, like, when Pablo comes up, he was the first kind of homegrown, on-field, exciting player that we'd had in a minute. He could hit for some power.
Yeah.
He could hit just about anything, over his head, at his shoes.
Yeah, this was not a man who was worried about on-base percentage.
He's got the same job that, like, Aaron Judge has. You know what I mean? Like, baseball is so unique in that he is one of, 4 guys ever? Is it 3 or 4 guys to hit 3 homers in a World Series game?
It's 4 guys. Babe Ruth did it twice. Reggie Jackson, and it happened
Albert
the year
Pujols
Albert Pujols did it the year before.
I was going to say Pujols.
But like by the way, like Reggie Jackson, Mr. October.
Those are all Hall of Famers, by the way, and Pablo.
Yeah. Reggie Jackson, Mr. October, got benched in the ALCS before he became Mr. October. It was almost an ironic nickname because he was having such a good World Series after getting benched the series before.
It's also 3 homers on 3 pitches.
Listen,
first pitch.
No one's arguing. It was awesome. It was awesome. But
it's how we got it's how we got basketball too. Coop and Raymer, they were at the game. Some wretched little S got the 3rd one. I have your effing ball. It's great.
Pablo, the National League Mr. October.
I mean, that's it. So that's what's incredible about Pablo and what's great about the game of baseball is it was always cool to me that for my whole life it was just Reggie and Babe Ruth. Right, those were the guys.
Yeah.
Hall of Famers.
And then Albert Pujols does it, and you go, well, it's Albert Pujols.
Well, it's Albert Pujols. Of course he does it. And then Pablo does it, and you're like, interesting. But then you see him flare up on these other lists where when it's all said and done, like, Pablo's on a list where it's like Pablo, Babe Ruth, Christy Mathewson, and Shohei Ohtani.
Is one of those lists fans that Boston Red Sox hate these guys?
Yeah, I think so.
Babe Ruth, Pablo Sandoval, 1, 2.
Reggie Jackson's probably up there, too, as a Yankee. But I'm thinking, like, didn't he have a game where he threw a shutout inning, hit a home run, and stole a bag or something?
That's right. He was a true renaissance man of the diamond and a spectacular player to look at. Again, same job as Judge and Jung-Hoo Lee. This guy's out here.
And a pretty agile third baseman. Like, I didn't ever.
You have to have the feet. You have to have the feet if you're going to have that kind of a gut. Spectacular player. 808
KNBR, the number to call and to text if you've got a favorite Pablo memory or thought, or if you're going out tonight, and if you like this sort of new way to tip the cap.
It's better than when they would do it in the regular season.
Well, it was different when you had 40 game. Excuse me. When you used to be able to expand rosters to 40.
Yeah.
You could do things at the end of the season that were special like that.
Yeah.
Like I saw something that I don't know that I'd ever seen before. I don't know that we'll ever see it again. You see in football all the time, the 1-day contract. So he gets to retire as a member of your team.
Yeah.
JT Snow didn't just sign a 1-day contract. JT Snow was added to the active roster.
Put him in there first.
In 2006, I want to say. By the way, JT's going to join Tom and I every week of the season. JT Snow, one of our new Giants contributors this
Putting
year.
him on giving him a 1-day contract once a week.
We're giving him a 1-year contract. We'll see what happens. We'll give him a mutual option for next year. But JT's going to join us on Fridays. He, in 2006, I want to say, after he went to the Red Sox, because remember, 2003 ends with him crashing into Pudge and laying their face down. I remember thinking, is this the last weekend of JT Snow and Rich Aurelio? Richie left and came back, but JT leaves, goes to, I want to say he went to Boston 2 years later. He wore his dad's old receiver number. He wore like 84 or 86 or something like that.
Classic.
Might have been a member of the 04 Red Sox or 05. Anyway, he comes back in 06, signs a 1-day contract. The Giants put him on the active roster. He ran out before the game in uniform, dude, to first base and warmed up the infielders with ground balls, and then they pulled him like before the game actually started. But when you had 40 roster spots, you could do that. Now with 28 or whatever, when they, quote, expand, you've got to use all those spots. Are pretty valuable. So thoughts on Pablo's Giants career? What do you remember him most for? Is it the 3 homers?
Yeah, it's going to be the fact that he hit 3 home runs in a World Series game, his first 3 at-bats. Justin Verlander still thinks about it every day. I think I give it about once a week it comes into my mind. But I just...
Don't forget, he was benched for most of the 2010 playoffs.
Yeah, but he just got red hot at the exact right time.
Mike Fontenot was starting at third base in that World Series.
Listen,
how the hell did that team win the World Series?
There's a lot of questions that we still don't... Dead ball era, that's how.
Pitching, baby.
Yeah.
That's what does it.
I mean, obviously, we remember the last out of Bumgarner's incredible World Series moment. That's kind of the last great
and Pablo making
moment.
That catch, you're right. That's a good one.
It's one of the last great Pablo moments. But, I agree with you on the notion of, you never worried about Pablo at third. And when you're an actual National League team, before we started doing this whole everybody's an American League team thing, what a spectacular player to have, that he can have that kind of heft, and you never worry about him defensively.
Yeah. He wasn't a DH. It's not like every time you saw a guy like that.
Kind of a throwback.
He's a first baseman or he's a DH.
Yeah, we got to stick him somewhere because he's got to play, we got to...
The bat plays, but no, he's an athlete. He was athletic.
He's a great athlete.
He's incredible. And
ballerina feet.
Totally ambidextrous. He can throw left-handed almost the same as he can right. I was like, he should pitch lefty, dude.
It's one of the reasons baseball's great, because you just have dudes that don't make any damn sense out there doing stuff. And again, this is not a guy who's up there looking to get walked. He's looking to do some damage with the baseball. And even then, you see him up at the plate and you go, this guy, I don't know if he might be kind of a slap hitter. the body type just doesn't correlate to anything you've ever seen before. And he's out there just hitting yaks.
Yeah, they say he used to put on a show in BP also.
I saw it. It was incredible.
415 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, says, I remember Pablo losing weight, then putting it back on, then losing it again just to put it back on. I was there for the ups and the downs. I love you, Pablo. Love you, Pablo. Pretty good one. More here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. 707 says, Pablo hit for the cycle against Colorado. So did Fred Lewis. Where's his love? Did it on Mother's Day with the pink sweatbands and the pink bat. More here on the text line says, we'll always remember Pablo swinging at pitches in the dirt and hitting home runs and doubles off of them.
That's right.
And, of course, his contagious smile. I think that's part of it. It's the guys.
He's a likable dude.
It's the guys who play with the big grin on their face. He had still does, has a great smile.
Elite vibes guy.
Yeah.
But also a fun player to watch. So not only is he great in the clubhouse, but he's a fun player to watch. He's not concerned about the numbers. He's out there trying to do something. And, yeah, he surprised you. Even if you had seen him play for 500 games, he was still out there surprising you. We don't have enough of that. Everything is so rigid and organized, and guys have, been on innings limits their entire lives. There's no funk in the game anymore. Pablo is a funky player, man. We need more funk. We need more Pablo.
Carlos Ramirez of NBC Sports Bay Area put out this tweet about 10 minutes ago. He says, I spoke with Pablo Sandoval before tonight's game, and he told me he has no intention to retire. Wherever the organization assigns him, he will suit up and he'll play.
He'll finally get to go to Richmond.
Dude, I just got chills, dude. If this guy, Pablo Sandoval, this guy just wants to be here. And that's the thing about the Giants is we as Giants fans, I think, know you've always loved and appreciated guys who want to play for your team. In baseball, you feel that differently because football, again, it's only 16 or 17 days are out there.
If you're doing 162 games in a place, you better like it.
It's every day you're with somebody.
81, but
and when you win championships, of course, it makes it better. But sometimes when you lose, JT Snow, we're talking about one of the all-time favorites.
Yeah.
Guys on the Wall of Fame and whatnot. I didn't win a World Series. Played in one, and they lost. But there's moments that aren't even baseball-related. The Darren Baker saving on home plate. Right, JT's home run in a playoff series, they lost to the Mets off the garage door in right field. That stuff that comes to mind. So, again, Carlos Ramirez of NBC Sports Bay Area says, I spoke to Pablo before tonight's game, and he told me he has no intention to retire. Wherever they assign him, he will suit up and play. And if
the mayor of Sacramento, baby.
If there's not a better guy that you want just hanging out with your minor leaguers in terms
elite vibes.
In terms of the vibes you're talking about. 925 says, Pablo was the best offensive player in 12 and 14. I know Bum gets all the love for 14, but the Giants don't even get to the World Series, and they definitely don't win it without Pablo. That's facts, man.
Yeah.
They don't win 3 without Pablo. That's for damn sure.
He provided the pop.
And to me, and you know this, dude, in covering teams for so long and being in different locker rooms and clubhouses, baseball to me, I think it's always important. In football it is too, but in baseball where you're spending, we always say 162, Brandon Crawford a couple of times said to me,
Dude, it's way more than that.
He said it's like 200. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, dude, spring training, plus if you go playoffs, you're talking like 220, potentially.
These guys are showing up in January.
It's only 360 days in a year. You know what I mean? So these guys are spending 8 months, sometimes more together. Over the course of a season, the locker room guys are important in the game of baseball.
It makes Jeff Kent all the more reprehensible.
Never won a title.
Yeah, for good, probably reason.
You know?
He had the greatest hitter of all time in his lineup, and, he won an MVP. But I'm just saying, you have to... One, it's what makes the manager's job so hard. Bruce Bochy's a brilliant manager, Hall of Fame manager. No one's ever taken anything off of him. But how much easier was Bruce Bochy's life because he had Pablo Sandoval out there, because he had Hunter Pence out there, right? Getting some personality, but positive personalities, positive vibes. That can make up for the fact that you got some guys who are grouches, got some guys who complain about how much they're playing. You can get over that because you just have a dude who's going to make sure you're always listening to something good on the boombox, always cracking jokes, running the card game. You have to have guys like that. And in an era when everything is quantified, that's the good quality stuff, the quality stuff that makes teams outperform some of those projections that all the numbers say. Pablo was always out-projecting. He was always out there beating the numbers that you thought because he was a good time, man. How can you be nicknamed the Kung Fu Panda and not be a good time?
Didn't he nickname himself that almost? Didn't he say something? I think they asked him early on something about favorite movie or something like that. And I want to say he's the one that brought that up. 415 checks in on the text line, says Pablo blowing a bubble gum as a ground ball comes to him at third base, and they turned that into a bobblehead. That was a pretty cool play. Here's another one. 707 says Pablo's a quitter with the Red Sox.
Yeah.
Not as hard as that belt quit on him when he was with the Red Sox.
All-time bagsman, too, in terms of just got the money, fell apart, and then said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go play for the minimum.
That loves me, and I'll just go back for the minimum. We're like, please, no problem.
If nothing else, I got that patent on that hat. I'm going to cover my losses.
707 says, how about the Pablo pre-at-bat routine? Dude, do you remember they had to dial it? They had to tell him he had to take that back a little bit because it was taking way too long. He would draw an X, and he'd tap something 3 times. He had it wasn't quite Nomar, but it was like, you're doing a lot, bro.
You have to be really, really likable for me to forget that about you because that's one of my least favorite things in baseball. That's why he's not hitting that well. He just doesn't have the full routine. The pitch clock era is ruining Pablo. Otherwise, he'd still be giving you 20 home runs and 75 RBIs and hitting 300. But he can't get through the whole routine. He's knocked off kilter.
Somebody says he hit those 2 home runs in the World Series off of the Reigning Cy Young Award winner, and then he takes Al Albuquerque deep. 801 checks in and says, I think he was All-Star Game MVP too. He was not. That was Melky Cabrera. It's the only All-Star game I've ever been to.
Yeah.
It was 2012.
Yeah.
And Pablo started, Matt Cain started the game. Buster started the game. Pablo started at third base. Melky, I think, came in later and then won the MVP. I want to say that's what happened. He was like leading the league in batting, though. He could have started. He was at like 350.
And there was nothing fishy about that.
I mean, it wasn't for power.
Melky?
No. He was hitting for average. I think he and Hunter Pence played like one game together or something. That like made the trade, cross paths, and then Melky was out. He's leading the league in hitting.
Yeah.
He got us that home field advantage, though.
Hey, now.
Tell you what. But you know what else happened?
This one counts.
To that point about the 801, Pablo comes up in the first inning against Verlander, bases juiced.
Yeah.
And my brother and I are sitting, I guess what would be the equivalent of like club level at Oracle Park up the first base line.
Oh, yeah.
So we're like looking
they have a special name for it.
Whatever their like
don't worry
median
about it.
level seating is called. Anyway, we're sitting like right up there.
Some
and
money bags over
it's
here.
doing that thing where it's like hooking into the corner. My brother and I are leaning on each other like, dude, is this going out? Did Pablo hit a grand slam in the All-Star game? Hits off the wall, weird carom. He picks up a bases-loaded triple. It was off Verlander. He'd never faced him before. Next time he sees him, next 2 times, takes him yard.
Listen, we can't discount the possibility that Pablo is just going to keep playing until Justin Verlander retires.
I play till he plays. Yeah, I play till he's done.
When he's done, I'm going to still be standing as the ultimate blank you to Justin Verlander, man who I hate. Listen, I don't believe Pablo hates anybody, but he might have a special spot in hell for Justin Verlander.
I think he hates the Red Sox.
He definitely hates the Red Sox, and they hate him back.
Justin Verlander's going to place it over Pablo. He's like, dude, every guy who's hit 3 in a World Series game is a Hall of Famer. I'm a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing is, I bet you Verlander's the only Hall of Famer on that list to have given up 2 of the 3.
Well, we'll have to
look and see what who Reggie hit his 2 off of. You are in the World Series, so.
Can we just run through Pablo's incredible 3 years in Boston real fast?
What do you got for me on Pablo?
237, 286 on base percentage, and he slugged 360. I mean, legend.
Oh.
Legend.
I remember one time in 2001, it was like 2002, it was early in the season, Levon Hernandez. Remember, he was a Husky dude.
Oh, yeah.
And he wore that baggy jersey, came up to hit. And Levo was a good hitter. He was hitting 714 at the time.
He stood in the box.
Yeah, dude. My uncle's buddy goes, check it out.
Filled the box.
He goes, Levo's batting his weight. 714. I was like, get out of here, bro. 925 says Barry Zito gave him the nickname. 650 checks in with that as well.
Another good vibes guy.
510 says Pablo never winning a Gold Glove's atrocious. He played the Arenado era and the Scott Rowland era.
Yeah, no.
Right? Like,
he was never a Gold Glovesman.
I thought he was just really good. You're big on the men today. 707 says,
on a roll.
F yeah, love the Fred Lewis shout out. And
it'll be nothing but Fred Lewis from here on out on the show.
209 says, yeah, you should love Verlander. We do have an update on the Giants PA announcer for tonight. So they said they're going to go with...
it's going to be Pablo.
Oh, dude, no, it's not. They're going to go kids announcer all game. What they're going to do, this is per Susan Slesser of the Chronicle, Giants say PA announcer tonight is Carolyn C.J. Silas. She's been a baseball announcer for 30-plus years. She started her career with the Blue Jays, AAA team in Syracuse, New York, and AA for the Yankees in Albany, New York. She's currently in her 22nd year with the Cal Poly baseball team. So Carolyn Silas, if you're going out to the yard tonight, get to hear her for the first time on, I guess, in the Giants ballpark.
Yeah.
Minor league fans of the A's, Blue Jays, and Cal Poly baseball fans have heard her for many years, it sounds like.
Super love this new trend where we're going to figure out who the PA announcer is for every game. That's not a weird storyline that we're going to have to deal with at all.
Well, would you rather do that or do the thing that the Giants did the last 3 years, which is figure out the rotation as they went along for every game?
Who's starting tonight? Who's starting tonight?
Same guy who started last night. It's Ryan Walker. No, I'm kidding.
No, we got Spencer Howard on the bump tonight against Paul Blackburn.
Spencer Howard tonight for the Giants. Paul Blackburn going for the A's.
Spencer Howard had himself a nice little spring.
Spencer Howard's a guy.
1.86 ERA.
I think he's a former first rounder, and he's a guy they say to pay attention to.
Oh, right.
Yeah, He might be out of the Phillies organization.
That's a Farhan special right there.
Tell you what, guy finds some dudes sometimes. 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. If you want to get back involved on any of the Pablo stuff, we are going to catch up when we come on back with Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. He'll join us weekly throughout the Giants season. Giants and the A's are 5:05 first pitch. We'll be with you till 4:50, and Baggerly's with us next on the Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's Sports Leader.
Newly acquired Giants pitcher Jordan Hicks had 10 strikeouts in last night's 4-1 win over the A's. How do you feel about the Hicks acquisition now? Tell us on our socials at KNBR.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes, Tuesday afternoon. We are on a short show today. Actually, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with me, as Tom will be back on Thursday, Marcus Thompson in tomorrow. But we're off at 4:50 because there is a 5:05, that's right, Pacific time first pitch for the Giants and the A's out at Oracle Park. And a man who I believe will be there, Andy Baggerly, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, covers the Giants for The Athletic. What's up, Bags? How are you?
I am here. I enjoyed the new lead-in you guys recorded for me. That sounds pretty good.
I like that. I know. Creative Tony putting some new stuff together. Pretty good. We got some new Giants coverage this year, too. JT Snow's going to join the Tolbert and Copes show here on Friday afternoons around 2:50 this year, which will be fun. And we were just sort of mentioning him in the same voice as Pablo. Not that they're anything like each other, but we were saying that there's guys who – I know Pablo's tied to the World Series teams, and we'll see him tonight. And it's you look back at his career and you start remembering all the stuff that he's been a part of. It's fun. It's joyful. But there are guys who just bring a joy to the yard and to the field where I don't know that Pablo would have had to win World Series for any Giants fan to fall in love with him.
Yeah, it's either you were a part of things for a long time when the team was successful, or you're someone who just played with a lot of joy, and fans can pick up on that you know that you pinch yourself every day you get to button up the uniform, or you're a part of like an iconic moment. And I think with JT, maybe it's all of the above, but with him, I mean, he hit that homer off Armando Benitez and the first year of the ballpark in the NLDS. And, you know, obviously the Giants went on to lose that series, and I think that game, in fact, yep. But it was just, I still hear from people who say that's still as loud as I've ever heard the ballpark. I don't know if maybe it's been eclipsed a few times since then, but that was really the first time that I think the sort of people could, like, you know, button up down the top collar of their shirt collars, all those sort of business crowds that they were getting that first year, and fans were just hugging each other in the stands for that moment. So, and I think that's one of the things that really resonates with fans with JT and why he's always going to be remembered as a great Giant. And I think it's awesome he's going to be part of things, though, with you guys this year.
And what's pretty cool is that Pablo authored, and great points about JT, too. Part of that, too, by the way, Bags, I think the noise is relative to the silence that everybody held their breath with before it hit the garage door up top there on the awning.
Right.
There was a big hold your breath. There was the clunk, and then everybody went nuts, which was kind of cool.
Exactly. And, I mean, he caught the final out of the Game 7 of the World Series.
Pablo did, right? Yeah.
Obviously, the 3 homers off Verlander, who's, you know, turning around saying, wow, scratching his head, wondering how that guy could. And that was really a secret sauce thing, I think, for some of those teams that won the World Series, is whether it was Pablo or Pence, there was no way to pitch them. There was no safe place to pitch them because they're adjustable bat guys. And you could even throw Buster in that mix. He was a guy who had an adjustable bat and not necessarily a groove swing. And those guys are dangerous in the postseason because you can't necessarily, you know, sort of safely, like, we're not going to allow you to beat us, so we're going to pitch you a certain way. And those guys are like, heck no, you want to throw it up at my chin, I'll hit it out to center field, like Hunter Pence did in Kansas City, you know, or even the triple-double hit he had against the Cardinals. Yeah. So a lot of great memories with those guys, obviously, and a lot of great memories with Pablo, and I'm sure he's even though he still says he's not retiring, I think that everyone kind of knows what tonight's going to mean for him and for the fans.
Andrew Baggerly, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. So when we look at the Giants roster now, what else are we still trying to figure out? I was sitting at the play ball lunch today. Marco Luciano was at our table, and he said he didn't think he was in the lineup tonight, and he wasn't. I saw when the lineup came out. What's the plan for him? Matos is a guy that we want to see get some at-bats, but I think if he's at the big league level, you got to know he's going to play. Where are the roster spots right now that are in question as we head into the last spring game?
Yeah, so there's a lot that gets baked into who the actual 26 guys are on the opening day roster. It's not always the best guys on the team. You look to protect your inventory a little bit. Here's one wrinkle I can share with you. So the Giants made a couple of moves here just in the last hour. And they reassigned, Juan Sanchez, the lefty, who's had just a great camp. Everyone thought he was on the team. They also reassigned Mason Black, who everyone thought was probably going to be the number 5 starter. But here's the thing. When you reassign a guy who's not on the 40-man, you can call him up at any time. So if they think Mason Black's going to be the number 5 starter to start the season, they can wait until the 5th game of the season and then call him up for that day. And then add him to the 40-man roster, and obviously have to make a corresponding move. If he's on the 40-man and you option him, then for position players they can't come back until the 7th. For pitchers they can't come back until the 12th unless they're replacing an injured guy. So some of that gets baked in. And here's one other little wrinkle, and I don't know if this is going to play a part or not. But if Marco Luciano opens the season on the opening day roster, then the Giants can potentially get draft pick compensation if he wins the Rookie of the Year or if he's the league MVP in the 2 subsequent seasons. So, maybe that's something that's a little pie in the sky, but hey, you'd rather have that shot than not. And I don't think that they would just have him be a part of the roster on opening day and then send him out right away. But, it might be a consideration, and especially when, you have other guys on the 40-man they have to make room for. Nick Ahmed they have to make room for. Probably Dalton Jeffries, maybe Landon Roop. Everyone thinks Landon Roop is ready to be a part of this big league situation. So, at some point you're limited because you can't just add everybody you want to the 40-man roster. You're going to have a hard time clearing space for them. So a lot of that gets baked into how they decide where to start and where to go. And obviously they know it's going to be a lot more than 26 guys who's going to make an impact on this year's team, who's going to wear the uniform this year. So a lot of other things get sort of baked into those decisions.
Bags, a guy we know who's going to be on the roster, he's going to start opening day, is Logan Webb. And if any player on the Giants deserves the benefit of the doubt, it's certainly Logan Webb. At the same time, he's kind of pushing it with his spring performance. Comes out with 21 innings, 10.97 ERA. He's not a guy who has a big arsenal and is working on new pitches and stuff. What's the story coming out of the clubhouse regarding Logan Webb's poor spring?
Yeah, I think there would be concern if his velocity were like way down, if you're throwing 88, or if he was coming out of starts not feeling good, or if he had to get pushed back. But I think with him, it's just a matter of, is he feeling good? Okay, don't worry about it. Is he? There's an old joke we used to have on the Giants beat. I forget who it was, but Henry Schulman went up to him and asked him about a rough outing, and he snapped back, "You don't know what I'm working on."
Yeah.
Every spring from then on, we would be watching guys throw their bullpens going, "You don't know what I'm working on." So, I think that Logan would, talking to him today, actually, he was like, I kind of would have liked to have had a better spring. I am every slightest bit concerned because you want to feel good about where you are. But, he's been told, hey, look, your pitch shapes are good. You feel good. Don't worry about it. If there's anybody we're not worried about, it's you. And he feels a real responsibility to this team to be a leader. And he's come so far from a guy who was just petrified to talk to us and put a sentence together to a guy who now can really be a polished spokesperson for the team. And I think he's ready to lead. And the best he knows that the most important thing he can do to lead is what he does on that mound. And I think he'll be in a good headspace when he takes the mound in San Diego.
Talking to Andy Baggerly here on the Yuma Guest Line. Giants and the A's, 5:05 first pitch tonight. We'll be with you for about 25 more minutes till 4:50. So in terms of the back end of the rotation, what do we think that's looking like for the first 5?
Yeah, I mean, they could still go a number of different ways. I think we're looking at Webb, Hicks, and Harrison, obviously, in that the first 3 games, and then they've got one more in San Diego. Blake Snell is going to be pitching in a couple days. He's not going to be a candidate for that spot. Keaton Wynn is pitching tomorrow, so he could be a candidate for the back end of the rotation. Again, Mason Black still could be a candidate. Just because they sent him out doesn't mean they can't bring him back. Dalton Jeffries, a guy that they've got stretched out that they like a lot. And he's probably a guy who's got the best shot to among the non-roster guys that have their contract purchased. Spencer Howard obviously has had a nice spring as well. So they have options. And, and who knows, maybe they find a way to, by not starting necessarily with all 5 of their starting pitchers to begin the year, maybe they can keep an extra position player. Maybe they can even keep Joey Bart. And then, when they eventually have to add a pitcher, then they can DFA him at that point, and maybe it's a little harder for a team to claim him, because teams have already set their rosters. So, but I would say that, you look at the Jeffries Mason Black would probably be the way I would think they could go. But then Landon Roop as well is a guy who's gotten stretched out a little bit. And, it may come down to who they just don't use. And I don't think they want to spend the year going through it like they did last year, where you're piecing it together from, the back of the rotation. But it may come down to just who's fresh and who hasn't been used in that first series against the Padres.
Bags, Austin Slater was in the lineup yesterday. That was a bit of a surprise given the injury stuff that he's been dealing with this spring. Are they going to go with Yaz and Slater as the platoon in right field and hope that both of them can stay off the IL?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. And obviously, it's been touch and go with Slater. He's been frustrated that, it's been slow to come around for him after his elbow surgery. He said he's feeling better. I talked to him today. And he does expect he's going to be on the opening day roster. Mike Yastrzemski, he and his wife Paige are expecting their second child like any minute now. And so they the Giants might very well have a paternity list situation with Yaz, maybe even to start the season. We'll have to wait and see just how, what happens. There's the Giants obviously have no say in that matter, but yeah, that is one other little wrinkle out there that they probably will have. Yaz going on the paternity list at some point very, very early in the year.
Just circling back to Pablo for you, Bags, is there a moment that comes to mind for you? I mean, I was saying I've always felt a tight connection to him because the year he got called up, I saw him hit 2 homers, one from each side of the plate in San Jose. And I left the game in May or something, and he was hitting well over 400. I'm like, who is this guy? And he comes up. We had the big money and little money Molina thing. There was the let Pablo pitch, the 3 home runs. My favorite, I think, Pablo moment is the walk-off homer he hit right-handed off of Joe Beimel. I was at that game in 2008 or 9 where Giants were up, I think, 4-1 or 5-1. Matt Cain pitched a great game, and then Nick Johnson hit a home run the other way for the Nats, and Pablo ends up hitting a walk-off after Manuel Burris gets on. But there's a ton of Pablo memories because he was here for so much stuff. He hit the home run that landed the Giants number 2, and they got Joey Bart instead of Casey Mize with the number 1 draft pick that season. Is there a moment that comes to mind for you, whether personal or on the field?
I think I just have to go back to the very first day. He walked in the clubhouse in Houston. They called him up, and Travis Ishikawa the same day. The team was kind of in the doldrums a little bit, and Brian Sabian wanted to shake up the group. And we knew what he'd been doing in the minor leagues. We knew what he looked like in the spring. And I was kind of having my shoot moment because I was doing the Baseball America top 30 prospects back then, and I did not put Pablo in my top 30.
I was miffed. I was like, why don't I know about this guy, Bags? I was at the game. I'm like, he's hitting 400. Ryan Rollinger was
canceling my Baseball America subscription.
Rollinger was like 100 points behind him, and he was like a top prospect for the Giants.
I blame all the scouts I talked to who were like, no, this guy's not a big leaguer. No, but hey, he made it work because he had the magic bat. He knew. He had a knack for just putting the ball in play and getting the barrel to it, and that's why you watch a guy like Ismael Munguia in the spring he had, and he's not a guy that anyone thinks of as being a big leaguer or a big league regular, but you never know, and that's the cool thing about this game is you just never know, and if you go out there and you don't make outs as a hitter, and you do that consistently against every type of pitcher you face, you will get an opportunity eventually. And, Pablo obviously did get that opportunity. He kind of forced his way in sort of his ebullient manner to the big leagues. And he made an impact from day one. He was just so happy to be there, but also not just happy to be there, but ready to compete. And he gave that team a jolt, as a 21-year-old or however old he was that day in Houston. And he kind of kept doing that for the better part of a decade. So, really neat that he could come back and have that sort of second act with the team, after he left for Boston and now obviously like they did with a lot of guys with JT, with Sergio Romo, to have that tip of the cap at the end. I think it's something this organization does probably better than any other team in baseball, and it's probably going to be pretty special tonight.
Bags, have you been at all surprised by how easy Jung-Hoo Lee has made it look coming over from Korea?
Oh gosh, I'm right there with a lot of the scouts I've talked to this spring, who are really, really impressed with him. They haven't played a game yet, so sure. We'll see how it looks. But, I think everyone assumed that there was going to be an adjustment period, just as there was for Ha-Sung Kim. Mm-hmm. And, you listen to Bob Melvin, and, he said, look, all Ha-Seong Kim needed was playing time. He just needed someone to put his name in the lineup every day, and then he performed. So, and that was really important to Lee, talking to Scott Boras in choosing a team. Obviously, the money was very important as well, but he wanted to go somewhere where he knew that they were going to have faith in him and belief in him and not bench him after he went, 2 for 32 over a week span. And the Giants are very committed to him as their leadoff guy, as their everyday center fielder. And they're going to be that faith is going to be put to the test for sure. I mean, it's rigorous to get through, a month of a season, let alone a whole season. And he's used to taking every Monday off in Korea, and I think they play 140 games there. So, they'll have to pace him a little bit. He's still coming off that ankle injury too. But in terms of how he competed this spring, I think everybody was very, very impressed. The bat-to-ball skills look really, really good. And he's just looked very, very comfortable, which is hard to do when you come to a new country and you don't speak the language. I can only imagine, what it would be like for me if I were trying to work in Korea, but
right. But at least you get Mondays off, Bags.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the Adam Copeland
I'll
plan.
take that, yeah. I would take Mondays off, sure. Why not?
You can learn a thing or two, right.
I have one bank holiday a week. That sounds pretty good.
That's good, dude.
You mentioned Keaton Wynn earlier amongst so many other guys. I have a hard time, Bags, believing that sinker isn't something that they would want to see once out of every 5 days. I've been very impressed with Keaton Wynn from the jump. Maybe I'm anchored on this, but Keaton Wynn has to have an inside track to some sort of a serious job on this team, right?
Yeah, again, you go back to guys that are not on the 40-man. You can bring them up at any time after you reassign them. Guys on the 40-man, once you option them, you can't bring them up until, for a pitcher, it'd be the 12th. So you're looking at, almost a dozen games into the season. So that's why I do think, Keaton Wynn will start the year on the team. That would be my expectation because they don't want to option him. They're going to need him, before the 12th. And there are some scouts who think that he's maybe better suited to a relief role where his fastball can play up a little bit, his stuff can play up a little bit. But, I don't think they want to cross that bridge until they have to. And he is a guy who's capable of throwing multiple innings and had some really nice moments. As a rookie, he just has to stay healthy. And maybe it boils down to what's the best role for him that's going to allow him to stay healthy and have a good big league career. But, no, I'm with you. I think that he's got really good stuff. He's been impressive when he's been given the opportunity, and I think he's going to throw some pretty big innings for this team.
Andy Bagley, the voice you hear, Giants 5:05 first pitch against the A's and Bags. I was telling these guys, you mentioned him. I'll just say it on the way out. JT Snow, the most unique and best send-off I've ever seen a player get. Signed, added to the 40-man for 1 day, warmed up the infielders from first base.
I'm going to earn that one-day contract.
That was a pretty cool send-off. I was there for that.
I mean, he's you look at the baseball reference page for the Giants, he's on it.
He
right?
played a game, technically. He was there. He was in the lineup.
He technically played a game and was replaced right before the first pitch, right? Wasn't the
yeah, that's right. It was like a Moonlight Graham game. You know what I mean? But he was in there nonetheless. So, Bags, always appreciate the time, man. Looking forward to doing it this season, and we'll see you at the Yard tonight.
Okay, look forward to it. Thanks, guys.
Good deal. Andy Baggerly of The Athletic does a great job covering the Giants. He's going to join us and the other two shows as well throughout the season, all season long. When we come on back, we will get you ready for the Giants and the A's wrapping up the 2024. It's not even Cactus League. It's just,
is this technically Cactus League or no?
It's just preseason.
They still got
play.
the patch on the hat.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
Okay.
Preseason
We're not in Arizona? I was unaware.
It'll be raining if we were. Preseason play comes to an end tonight. 5:05 first pitch. We'll sign off here at 4:50. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Tom Tolbert on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here with my good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, tell everybody what you do this time of year if you get a bill and you can't pay your taxes.
It's simple. Call us. Let us take care of you. You have so many good options. You have so many rights. We'll explain them all to you. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. And then if you'd like us to, we want to go ahead and do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. For example, maybe you're eligible to just pay part and they forgive the rest, or forgive the penalties. You know, sometimes the penalties and the interest are more than the taxes, or just leave you alone for a while until you're back on your feet. You lost your job, or something went negative in your business, or somebody got sick, or some combination of these, or other things. The bottom line is, don't make the big mistake of sticking your head in the sand, especially now when the IRS has all these new agents. You don't want them knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. In so many cases, there's such a good solution. Talk to us, and here's what we ask. You give us your tax problem, we want to give you back a normal life.
Let Steve give you back that normal life. 1-888-TAX. You'll find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
I listened to a show. I forget his name, Schirkenbach or Kirkenbach.
I was disappointed with the Bay Area media because they started mustering up that story after the me and Draymond incident. I was disappointed in them because Tim Kawakami's people I would have real conversations with when they walk into the locker room. Dieter, what's his last name? Kurtenbach. Yeah.
All right, getting ready to sign off here. Giants baseball coming your way in about 6 minutes or so. By the way, we have that wine line open. People call it that wine line, like the people called and said the Schirkenbach, which is one of my
Schirkenbach. I listened to a show. I forget his name, Schirkenbach or Kirkenbach.
Schirkenbach. Yeah. Redenbacher. And then the Kevin Durant one, which was great. That was like on a podcast or something, right?
Oh, yeah.
He was like doing a hit, and he's like, I don't know. What was that guy's name?
He texted me. He's like, what's your last name?
And they got your name perfect. It's like not an easy name. Just hysterical. But that wine line that we get the calls from, which, you call it and you say something good, we're using it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Tim, a texter very upset earlier on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, very upset with you with the NBA grab bag, said, yo, where's the guy who hates the NBA grab bag sounder? Because the NBA grab bag sounder is, in my opinion, the next to the, whatever that music is that plays under it, the NBA grab ass or whatever he says is the best thing. But here's the caller.
Hello. I like most of the sounders on KNBR, but the NBA grab bag sounder is really stupid and annoying, and you play it all the time. You can really do better. It's enough to make me change the station. Please get rid of that stupid sounder.
So we get an email. I get an email anytime somebody leaves a voicemail. It just sends me like an MP3 of it. So I was like, this is too good.
NBA grab bag.
And of course, by the way, at the end of that voicemail, he's like, so shoot me an email back. That guy's like, I was like, I'm not going to email him back. And then I thought, you know what? Maybe I should.
Yeah.
So all I did was send him the sound.
Customer.
I just sent him one little MP3. It's all it is. It's a response. It just says NBA grab, just the bite. He's like, what is this? What's this audio clip here?
NBA grab bag.
Ain't going anywhere. Warriors are in action tonight, by the way. Front end of a back-to-back. They play Miami, and then
it's already started, baby.
They play Orlando.
Klay Thompson in the starting lineup tonight.
How about that? Klay Thompson starting. Well, TJD out tonight. No Jimmy Butler. No Tyler Hero. No Kevin Love. No Duncan Robinson, right? Is that all of them? I got them all. Everybody
Let's go through who started tonight for the Miami Heat. We got Jaime Jaquez, right? Jaime Jaquez.
Who cares?
Terry Rozier, Patty Mills, Bam Adebayo, and Nikola Jovic. Nikola Jovic is
like,
starting.
Can you imagine you get him? You're like, wait, what?
Damn.
You get Jovic, like, oh, dude, I thought they were giving. Oh, no. I thought we were getting this guy.
Michael B. Jordan?
That's pretty good.
Look for Michael J. Jordan.
Ozzie Canseco, who, in terms of the Giants, I mean, I know you're a big football guy.
Wilmer Flores?
The pitcher, his brother. I love that, by the way. That he's got a brother named Wilmer Flores also.
George Foreman of baseball.
Exactly. Anything you want to see for Pablo tonight? I mean, for those joining us, Pablo did say, I guess, to Carlos Ramirez before the game, I'm not planning to retire. I'll go play wherever they tell us they need to go play, or that I need to go play. Wherever they assign him, he's going to go play there. But tonight for a send-off, anything you want to see from a player before in the final tune-up? You want to get out healthy, obviously.
I'd like Nick Ahmed to go 2 for 4 and just put this thing to an end.
That's quietly one of the weirder situations of this spring. And they ironed that thing out. Like, that was a major question mark, shortstop.
It was the biggest question going into spring training.
Well, that and pitching. And
of course, but you felt like you had enough pitchers. Like, someone was going to step up. You had a lot of young arms. You're like, well, someone will figure it out. Obviously, they had to go out and get Blake Snell, too. That matters. But they didn't have a shortstop. They're going, Marco Luciano's going to be our guy. He's got to be our guy. And then he comes out. He's not healthy. And then he sucks. And then at the very end, he's like, oh, wait, I could be the starting shortstop for the Giants as soon as Nick Ahmed comes in and kind of kicks some ass. So I think it will be Ahmed, but I'd like to go out there and see him just put it to bed.
Yeah, Nick Ahmed, I mean, again, he's won a Gold Glove in the past. He's experienced. It's a good bridge guy. It's kind of the guy. I mean, the Giants needed a bridge guy to get him to Brandon Crawford.
Dude,
and it was
left side of that infield with Matt Chapman and Nick Ahmed. If Ahmed's healthy and has the glove, just don't even bother striking dudes out. Just have them hit nothing but ground balls to the left side because everything's getting vacuumed up.
Tim, this one's for you. 831 on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line says, in agreement with the caller, the NBA grab bag soundbite blows.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
wow.
Tim, that's for you.
NBA grab bag.
Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody responded, as Derek said, but it's amazing, the segment, is it not? They had a bridge shortstop there to get to Crawford. Remember they had Omar Vizquel there, then Brian Bocock, because they didn't have a shortstop in the system that they felt was good enough. And even when Crawford came up, the bat was the big question mark.
Totally.
He was a defense-first guy. It was going to be all about the question, or all about the whether or not
he wasn't even a consistent shortstop in the minor leagues.
With a bat, for sure not. He had the best offensive year of his career, 2021.
Yeah.
Right? That was the
third
best.
place MVP vote.
But then they went from there to a guy who was not defensive whatsoever, a range of a phone booth in Edgar Renteria.
Yep.
Then they acquired Orlando Cabrera at one point the following season. I think they had Tejada, but he was playing more third.
Yeah.
Then Crawford comes up. And between then and the next guy, whether that next guy's here or not, if it's Casey Schmidt or if it's Marco Luciano, maybe this is the
I wouldn't
mind
a year of Nick Ahmed if Nick Ahmed's healthy. He was a really good player for the Diamondbacks.
It's reliable. And like you were saying, in terms of that left side, I think they've got one of the best defenses in all of baseball. But that left side could be tough with two Gold Glovers. Tyro's metrics say he's right there. And then first base, Wilmer, steady as she goes. We got to get out of here because the Giants and the A's coming your way for the final spring tune-up.
Damn.
That's right. This is a local time first pitch, 5:05.
No idea what's happening.
Off day tomorrow, and then they open on Thursday in San Diego. Thanks to our guest today. It was Andy Baggerly of The Athletic.
One guest.
Thanks to Dieter for hanging out today. Tom's still out tomorrow, but he'll be back on Thursday after the opener. It'll be Marcus Thompson with me tomorrow. Thanks to Tim. Thanks to Derek. Nice job. As always, boys. Nicely done. It's the Giants and the A's, the last spring tune